Penny, born in 1958, merely 2 years the elder to her sister Lily, took on the responsibility of caring for her. In the England of the 1960s, everything seemed surreal. Originally, Penny longed for her parents' affection, wishing they would cease their favoritism, yet the version of her that had traversed time harbored no such concerns. During a fateful rescue that restored her memories from a previous life, Penny discovered she resided within the pages of a fairy tale, and everything felt utterly fantastical. Upon realizing her sister was the mother of the savior, the boy from Spinner's End was a tender antagonist, and she herself was merely a spiteful supporting character, she found the concoction rather absurd. Nothing could surpass the relief of enduring the economic turmoil of the era by relying on provisions and finances. Penny possessed no magic, yet her sister and their peers attended Hogwarts, ultimately embarking on vastly different paths. As for the wizarding world, Dumbledore, Hogwarts, it all depended on safety. If Voldemort were present, farewell. There was no compulsion to visit that castle. Chapter 1. The Gift. The November chill in England was biting, accentuated by sporadic rain, the wind cutting through like a knife. Penny huddled deeper into her coat, burying her exposed face within her scarf. "Come on," Penny Jane Jones, clad in a beige sweater coat, closed the classroom door and remarked to Penny, who clutched her books. "If it weren't for Noah's absence, we'd be on duty tomorrow," she mumbled, brushing her bangs aside, preparing to collect her younger brother from the primary school. Penny attended a mixed-gender school for both primary and secondary levels, thus after school, the older students would fetch the younger ones. "By the way, Penny, did you find the exam difficult?" "I never knew," Jane chattered on, completely oblivious to the awkwardness of critiquing a classmate 4 years her junior, especially since Penny, despite her advanced placement, excelled academically and was notably composed. Penny listened quietly, her thoughts drifting far away. She was not Penny in the truest sense, or rather, she was a time traveler. When her original self was 7, a playful outing with her sister led to a head injury followed by a fall into water. The dual trauma resulted in a fever that could not be treated, due to a shortage of doctors, ultimately costing her life, and she subsequently found herself here, confronted with unfamiliar family dynamics and the strangeness of a foreign land. Even with the memories of her original self, acceptance eluded her for some time. It was only upon realizing her inability to return that she began to navigate life in this 1960s reality. Now in 1969, having resided here for 4 years, she was 11 years old, and her relationship with her family mirrored that of her original memories. The endless favoritism and neglect from her parents evoked profound sympathy in Penny for her original self. Thus, upon assimilating the memories, she devised her own plan to focus on studying, accelerate her education, and earn money. This way, even if ignored, she could at least possess some financial means to draw closer to her family. Having completed her acceleration, she now pondered how to earn money, spending weekends selling cookies or cakes. The devaluation of the pound in '67 instilled a sense of urgency, vaguely reminding her of the economic crisis, prompting her to hasten her efforts upon braving the cold winds to arrive at the primary school. Most of the students had already departed, leaving only a few engaged in cleanup duties. "Did you see the television? Yellow Submarine." I can somewhat understand their fondness for rock now. "Oh, there they are, I must go, Penny." Jane continued her chatter until she spotted her brother, bidding farewell to Penny. Penny shivered, drawing her neck in, and waved with her gloved hand. "Penny, you truly are so afraid of the cold, wrapped up like a bear," Lily teased, dressed in a floral dress topped with a denim jacket, seemingly unbothered by the chill, not even donning a scarf. Her striking red hair stood out among the students as she pouted playfully at Penny, carelessly tossing her backpack over her shoulder, nearly spilling its contents. Penny frowned slightly, disliking this aspect of Lily. It was precisely this carelessness that had led to her own books getting soiled last time, resulting in a scolding upon their return home. "Do hold your backpack properly. If you get it dirty again, don't expect to borrow my textbooks," Penny remarked coolly, walking ahead at 9 years old. Lily was quite mischievous. A few more words might spark an argument. "Hump stingy," Lily huffed, turning her head away, though she held her backpack with a touch more care. "You're not planning to sell cookies again tomorrow, are you?" Penny chose not to respond, maintaining her silence as they walked. "Hey, don't walk so fast, wait for me," Lily called, trotting after her. "Have you seen that filthy boy lately?" She squinted, seemingly eager to discuss the peculiar attire of the boy. "You know, the little wizard. We agreed to read magic books together. Are you going to join him?" "It sounds interesting," she said, half inviting, half bragging, her face beaming with delight, her freckles dancing across her nose. Penny shot her a quick glance, her fingers curling around her books, momentarily at a loss for words. Just months ago, had it not been for Lily soaring on the swings, she wouldn't have believed in the existence of wizards at all. No, thank you. You go by yourself," Penny firmly declined. Compared to the enigmatic wizarding world, tangible money felt far more practical, especially since Mrs. Evans' textile factory had been struggling lately, requiring her to work overtime. Lily appeared somewhat disappointed, picking up a twig from the ground and tossing it up and down. The two maintained a silence as they ambled along the street, keeping a moderate distance between them, occasionally greeting passers-by. Before they reached home, they spotted smoke rising from the chimney. Upon seeing this, Lily dashed ahead, her radiant red hair trailing behind her, creating beautiful arcs in the air. "Mummy, Mummy, why are you home so early today?" she called in a playful tone, giggling as she dashed through the open gate. Penny lagged significantly behind, the cold wind seeping through the gaps in her scarf, causing her to shiver. The sky grew dim, yet the streetlight at the corner remained unlit as it was not yet time. The distant sound of hooves clattering against cobblestones mingled with the calls of mothers beckoning their children home, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Suddenly, a small stone struck the ground near Penny. She glanced up to see a figure hiding behind a tree at the end of the street. Well, it was a familiar face. "Did you receive a letter today?" the scruffy, thin boy asked as Penny drew nearer, stepping forward yet still lurking in the shadows where the lamplight did not reach his face. "A letter? What letter?" Penny replied, puzzled. "The letter delivered by the owl. Every little wizard receives one on their 11th birthday." The boy's lips pressed together as he spoke, his black eyes revealing a hint of anxiety. Understanding dawned upon Penny. She suddenly remembered that today was indeed her birthday, though it held little significance for her, as even she had forgotten it. "No," she confirmed, shaking her head. "I'm afraid I'm not a wizard." "Indeed," the thin boy murmured, his thoughts validated but his demeanor far from cheerful. "Are you still selling food tomorrow?" he inquired. Penny nodded, her gaze sweeping over his tattered clothes and shoes with exposed toes, her heart sinking with sympathy. "I heard Lily say you were supposed to read together tomorrow? Are you still going? Perhaps you could come the day after?" she asked uncertainly. The frail boy pondered for a moment, scratching his neck with his frostbitten hand. "Then I shall come the day after tomorrow. I sincerely apologize." He endeavored to modulate his voice to sound less awkward, his fingers brushing against the gift nestled in his pocket, hesitating on whether to present it or not. Lost in thought, a wave of warmth enveloped his neck, accompanied by a delightful aroma. "All right, you should head back now. It's too late and it's not safe." Penny observed the slender boy, who stood a head shorter than herself, and instinctively shrank her exposed neck. The frail boy gazed at her long fair neck, then touched the scarf that radiated warmth, his face gradually flushing. This is for you." He extracted the modestly wrapped gift from his pocket and thrust it into Penny's hand, muttering "Happy birthday." Without a backward glance, he fled into the distance. Penny stared at the boy's retreating silhouette, then glanced at the rudimentary box in her hand, letting out a sigh as she made her way home. Upon arriving, Mrs. Evans was slicing bread, her mushroom soup simmering to perfection, awaiting her husband's return to fry the pork chops. "Penny, go check the mailbox at the front door, and then replenish the firewood in the hearth," Mrs. Evans commanded as she noticed her eldest daughter's return, waiting for her to set down her book before issuing her tasks. "Of course, Mother," Penny replied, proceeding to retrieve the newspaper from the mailbox, then re-entering the house to don her apron before fetching some firewood from the small shed beside the house. Lily, seated by the hearth sipping juice, was ostensibly engaged with her homework, yet her peripheral vision remained attuned to Penny's every movement. "Lily, hurry and finish your homework. Soon we shall fry the pork chops," Mrs. Evans instructed, placing small potatoes into the hearth to roast. Lily nodded, redirecting her focus to her work, diligently writing. Before long, a gentle drizzle began to fall outside, prompting Penny to hasten upstairs to close the bedroom window, casually placing the gift box from the frail boy on her desk. Mr. Evans returned home, his coat draped over his head, drenched from the rain. Dinner was relatively sumptuous, yet silence enveloped the table as everyone ate intently. As Penny savored the pure essence of the carrots, she contemplated the possibility of preparing a small feast of her own. Chapter 2. Primrose. The following day, the rain had ceased, yet the sky remained shrouded in a dull gray hue, and upon stepping outside, one could detect the earthy scent of wet soil. The Evans couple had departed early for work, and after finishing her meal, Lily took her meticulously sewn sandbags to play with the local children. Penny had baked some buttery cookies in the oven and prepared sandwiches with canned meat, ham and eggs, accompanied by vegetables. Once completed, she placed them in her makeshift thermos box, ready to be delivered to the school or office nearby, as these quick meals were quite popular. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived, marking the break for the workers. Penny, bearing the thermos box, sought a sheltered corner away from the wind where she could await her customers. "Oh, Penny, thank goodness you're here. Otherwise, I would have had to resort to that croissant shop at the end of the street," a stylish lady in a brown coat exclaimed upon spotting Penny, her eyes lighting up as she approached to peruse the offerings within the thermos box. "You made sandwiches today. I hope there are none with tomatoes? I detest them." The elegant lady took a cookie for sampling, inhaling its delightful aroma. "You ought to make more of these. They smell heavenly." Penny offered a shy smile, selecting a sandwich filled with mashed potatoes and cheese, wrapping it in newspaper, and adding a few cookies. I intended to deliver that to the church. But I'll share some with you to try, she said, handing over the neatly packaged items, which contained the potato and cheese filling. The lady accepted the warm bundle, nodding in satisfaction, and handed over some coins. When will you make that delightful bun again? She pondered, or was it a steamed bun? Regardless, it tasted quite good. Penny was taken aback that she remembered, and chuckling softly she replied, it depends on the weather. If it's too cold, I might not come. The lady nodded and returned to her office. After her departure, others began to arrive in succession, hastily purchasing their items before rushing back to work. The thermos box, though modest in size, had accommodated about 50 portions of food, and by this time, it was nearly empty. Glancing at the clock tower, Penny heard the bell chime 13 times and, with the remaining items, made her way to the church. Her purpose for visiting the church extended beyond merely selling cookies. She sought to become familiar with the community, for certain matters could be more effectively addressed by the church's personnel than by those in the neighborhood. The church was not particularly large and bore signs of wear. The congregation was still in service, while the orphan children, some of whom had been adopted, were sweeping with brooms taller than themselves, while the older ones were out selling newspapers and running errands, leaving the younger ones behind. Penny's cookie sales flourished, primarily because the priest did not chase her away for selling, and most of the proceeds were donated to the church. Moreover, her cookies were quite delectable, prompting adults to purchase them, albeit in modest quantities. The thermos box stood wide open, the sweet and fragrant aroma of the cookies causing the children to swallow hard. Yet they endured their hunger, aware that they had no money to buy anything. The wind picked up, stirring up dust from the ground. Penny tossed some of the cookie earnings into the donation box, and turned her gaze toward the frail, elderly priest nearby, sighing inwardly. Her own life was a tangled mess. Yet she could not bear to witness such suffering. Dear child, you truly need not go to such lengths, the priest said kindly, making the sign of the cross over his chest, revealing his bony wrists. May God bless you. Amen. This priest was evidently a traditional believer, as he would not have taken in so many war orphans otherwise. Although Penny did not share his faith, she politely replied, thank you. As she departed, she habitually left behind a few broken cookies that were not up to standard, then shouldered her thermos box and returned home. It was still before 3 o'clock when Penny arrived home to find the house empty. She had not seen Lily in the alley, clearly having gone to peruse magic books with the frail boy Severus. She felt no boredom, propping her chin up as she flipped through a recently ordered children's magazine, where comics and stories shared equal space, though few were particularly captivating. Penny noticed an invitation for submissions at the bottom of the page, and suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She had never considered writing stories for profit, and in England, the profession of a writer held considerable esteem. She rummaged through her memory for intriguing tales she had encountered, blending them with the historical context, and began to sketch out ideas on paper. Determined not to become a traitorous writer, the firelight from the hearth flickered across her face, casting a warm glow that made her light-colored eyes shine brilliantly. In the afternoon, Lily returned home, her face beaming with joy, her pale cheeks flushed. With her fuzzy slippers pattering on the floor, she emerged from the kitchen with a glass of orange juice, merrily sipping it. Penny, Penny, listen. Magic is simply marvelous, she exclaimed, her emerald green eyes sparkling with curiosity as she observed Penny writing. You haven't finished your homework yet? I completed mine yesterday. I told you not to sell cookies. It's just a few pennies. Lily seemed to have finally found a way to tease her older sister, chattering away in a manner reminiscent of Mrs. Evans. However, sensing she may have overstepped, she reined in her laughter and continued discussing the magic book she had read that day. The magic book is fascinating. I saw spells to make one go bald, tie tongues, and fold ears. It all sounds incredibly interesting. Lily licked her lips after finishing her juice, her eyes aglow. If I learn it, I'll make that sharp boy, who always pulls my hair, lose all his hair. Penny's hand froze mid-writing as she gazed at her innocent sister, feeling a chill run down her spine at the thought of baldness. Such a notion was utterly dreadful. Lily continued to chatter away, and Penny, overwhelmed by the noise, set down her pen and picked up some yarn. She had given her scarf to the frail little boy yesterday, and needed to knit another. Noticing her sister's silence, Lily pouted and lost interest, turning to watch television instead. Penny sighed in relief, focusing intently on her knitting, while the sounds of Lily's laughter from the television occasionally reached her ears. In the evening, the Evans couple returned from work, unexpectedly bringing home a few fish for dinner. After the four of them finished their meal, Penny continued to brainstorm her stories, knowing she must write several to avoid wasting postage stamps. The firewood in the hearth was dwindling, and Mrs. Evans urged the two children to go to bed. As the clock struck 11, Penny stifled a yawn, accidentally knocking a book off the table, producing a moderate thud. She felt grateful that she and Lily slept in separate rooms, as this noise surely would have awakened her sister. Lowering her gaze to tidy the table, she noticed a poorly wrapped gift box. It was the present from the frail boy Severus, who lived on Spider's End. Remembering his disappointment upon learning she had not received an owl, she sighed softly and gently unwrapped the box, revealing its contents. Inside lay a well-preserved pale yellow primrose, albeit a dried flower, still appearing remarkably lifelike. Penny's expression became momentarily blank as she pondered how the boy managed to preserve a bloom from April until November, particularly in the rainy climate of England. She picked up the flower and placed it in a nearby vase, adding a splash of brightness to the dim room. Chapter 3. Applying ointment yesterday. The skies overcast London were unexpectedly graced with gentle snowfall, prompting people to rummage through their closets for warm clothing to don. Penny initially intended to utilize her Sunday by crafting a greater number of sandwiches for sale, but upon observing the weather, she limited her production to just 30. Considering that the frail boy would accompany her to sell, she decided to bake an additional batch of cookies. Having previously lent her scarf to the delicate boy, her new one remained unfinished, thus she wrapped herself in an old black scarf. With a thermos box on her back, Penny waited on a park bench, managing to sell a few sandwiches in the meantime. The chill in the air prompted her to glance at the clock tower, only to discover that 15 minutes had elapsed beyond their agreed-upon meeting time. Just as impatience began to set in, the boy's breathless voice echoed from a short distance away. "I'm so sorry for being late," he panted as he hurried to her side, hands resting on his knees, his greasy hair clinging to his cheeks, and his face marred with bruises, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. The backpack he ought to have been carrying was absent, and his once clean clothes were now riddled with holes. Penny frowned, her gaze drifting from the boy's face to his body concealed beneath his attire, pondering the unseen injuries he might have endured. "It's all right, you're not very late. Just try to be on time next time," she sighed, shouldering her thermos box. "Let us be off." With that, she stood, leaving the thermos box for the frail boy. He pressed his lips together, silently shouldering the thermos box as he followed her, inadvertently brushing against the wounds on his back, causing him to gasp in pain. The office building was not far away, yet they walked for over 10 minutes amidst the bustling crowd, all striving earnestly for their livelihoods. Once Penny noted that the sandwiches were nearly sold out, she took one for herself and offered another to the frail boy, claiming it was her treat. Since they had arrived rather late, only a few people remained at the church. Penny generously distributed the cookies to the orphans there before seeking out the priest for some ointment. "Take this back and apply it to your wounds," she instructed the frail boy, handing him the medicine while offering some words of caution. The frail boy, known as Severus, bit his lip, holding the medicine bottle in his hand, his obsidian-like eyes fixed intently upon Penny with a hint of hesitation. "Thank you," Severus rasped, using his somewhat clumsy fingers to squeeze out the ointment onto his neck. As he tilted his head back, the bruises became visible, accompanied by conspicuous frostbite on his face and hands, revealing the harshness of his living conditions. Witnessing his awkward attempts at applying the ointment, beads of sweat began to form on Penny's forehead, stirring her compassion. "Give me the ointment. I'll apply it to your frostbite on your face and ears," she offered, taking the ointment from him and tying back his disheveled hair before gently applying it. Severus watched her, feeling the delicate caress of her fingers on his skin, an unfamiliar tension brewing within him. "Is something wrong? Did I hurt you?" Penny inquired, noticing his discomfort, her touch becoming even more tender. Severus was about to shake his head, but then recalled the medication being applied and replied softly, "No, it's just a bit itchy." Penny understood that this ointment was meant for treating frostbite and abrasions, so such sensations were entirely normal. "Remember not to scratch, it can leave scars," she advised, moving to apply the ointment to his neck, glancing at the bruises. Biting her lip, she ventured, "Hasn't your mother sought help from the community? Your father's behavior is unacceptable." Severus's eyelashes fluttered, a glimmer of sorrow flickering in his eyes. "Mother doesn't want me to seek their help. She says it's a family matter. Father still loves us," he uttered, voicing words he himself found hard to believe, his slight frame appearing lost and helpless. "Is Mrs. Snape still involved with the community work?" Penny inquired. Severus, upon hearing this, lowered his eyelids, shielding the depths of his thoughts from prying eyes. "Yes, she is. After all, Father needs money for drinking. If he has money, he won't hit me or Mother," Severus spoke in a hoarse voice, articulating a stark yet sorrowful reality in front of this girl who was only a few years his senior. Penny sighed in resignation, refraining from further questioning. After applying the ointment, She excused herself to wash her hands a short distance away. The orphans who had swept the church were munching on cookies, and the youngest child, wanting to get closer to Severus for more cookies, was deterred by his icy glare, retreating back to the safety of his companions. The other orphans had long grown accustomed to Severus's cold demeanor, fully aware that he only feigned gentleness in Penny's presence. Severus himself often pondered why his mother, a witch, had married a Muggle. In moments of extreme abuse from his Muggle father, she remained silent, and when his father struck him, she would merely weep and tend to his injuries. It was evident that a single spell or potion could have liberated his mother from his father. Yet she cried and lamented about not being able to leave him. He did not feel that he and his mother were bound to his father. Rather, it was the drunken father who could not part from the timid mother. As he matured, he delved into numerous magical tomes under his mother's guidance, gaining some understanding of the wizarding world, although in the years prior, he had played alone in his home or in the woods until he discovered that Lily was also a witch, which sparked new conversations. Yet, Severus was troubled by a furrowed brow, wondering why Penny showed no interest in magical books. After all, they were his forte, and at present, he lacked a wand and could not brew potions. His family had fallen into bankruptcy when he was 5, compelling them to relocate to the squalid Spinner's End, where the rent was affordable, yet the diverse crowd rendered cleanliness a rare virtue. Consequently, he had not donned new clothes or shoes since then, always appearing grimy to blend in. In blunt terms, his family was impoverished, burdened by an alcoholic father and a neurotic mother, with their sole child labeled a freak. Severus sometimes reflected on how fortunate it was that he encountered Penny, having scavenged in the affluent district at the age of 6 due to hunger, only to fall ill from the cold. From the moment he opened his eyes to see Penny, a ray of sunshine had nestled within his heart, though it was a sentiment he dared not reveal. "All right, Severus, let us return," Penny said, having donated some of the proceeds from cookie sales, calling for Severus to prepare for their journey home. "Very well," Severus replied, shouldering the thermos box. Penny bid farewell to the children at the church, her eyes sparkling with a hint of joy, inspired by her conversation with the priest, which had sparked a new idea for her fairy tale. Severus, trailing behind, silently waved goodbye, subtly obstructing Penny's view of the other children. Oblivious to his actions, Penny stepped out of the church with a lightness in her stride, meandering down the street. "Severus, if hypothetically speaking," she began hesitantly, "if your father strikes you again, you must report it or seek refuge at the police station. That is no longer a family matter, but illegal." Penny contemplated whether to gift Severus a book on the law, fearing that with Mrs. Snape's romantic naivety, it would ultimately be Severus, still a child, who would bear the brunt of the consequences. "All right, I will," Severus replied, pressing his lips together. But he understood that while Penny's intentions were noble, they were ill-suited for his circumstances. Chapter 4. The Lock. Time passed swiftly, and they soon found themselves in the year 1970. Penny's stories had graced the pages of newspapers several times, yielding a commendable income. Encouraged by her success, she continued to pen short stories, gradually transitioning to longer narratives. Coupled with her earnings from selling food and performing community service, she had amassed a considerable fortune over the span of 4 years. The Evans couple was aware that their eldest daughter, Penny, was earning money, but they merely assumed it was a modest sum, especially since she had not asked them for pocket money in quite some time. Penny, noticing their lack of inquiry, chose not to bring it up, particularly since the earnings were the fruit of her own labor. On March 23rd, the workers' school concluded classes early, primarily due to a collective strike by factory workers, who took to the streets to protest, with some even staging sit-ins at government buildings, demanding better wages. Such strikes were commonplace. Passers-by observed with a sense of anticipation, as a successful resolution would benefit them as well. Penny sensed an unusual undercurrent in the air, a vague recollection in her mind warning her of an impending crisis. The streets were alive with a cacophony of varied automobiles and vibrant-haired, punk-clad youths, all contributing to a lively spectacle. Carnaby Street was bustling with crowds, individuals navigating amidst shops, laden with bags of all sizes. Meanwhile, the pigeons at Trafalgar Square fluttered around the throngs, occasionally alighting to peck at breadcrumbs, eliciting laughter from women and children alike. Penny, like a little hamster hoarding supplies, had stockpiled honey, salt, sugar, dried vegetables and fruits, powdered milk, tea, canned meats, and most crucially medicine. However, her reserves at the Evans household were scant. Most of her provisions were stored in a rented house with a cellar under the guise of Severus's mother, while others were hidden away in various locations, an embodiment of the adage, "A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows." Penny diligently transported flour, as these supplies were her lifeline against the looming economic turmoil. Lily, her younger sister, remained blissfully unaware, frolicking with friends and occasionally whining to their parents about Penny not playing with her enough. That particular day, having completed her homework late, Lily found herself unable to join her peers, who had vanished from the street corner, compelling her to return home and plead with Penny to partake in a tea party game. I'm Busse, Lily. Instead of playing, perhaps you should consider how to improve your math grades, Penny retorted, exasperated, as she extricated her hand from her sister's grip, her expression betraying her impatience. Lily, her bottom lip quivering, appeared on the verge of tears, her eyes reddening with distress. Penny, please play with me. You finished your homework, and that book looks so dull. But Penny remained unmoved, even diverting her gaze. She had endured enough of Lily's antics, which often left her in trouble with their parents. Fine. If you won't play with me, I won't play with you. Lily pouted, stomping her foot, wiping her tears with the back of her hand as she sulked away. Upon the return of the Evans couple from work, Lily rushed to embrace Mrs. Evans, recounting the events of the day, her initially cheerful face growing increasingly despondent, until she quietly began to sob. Mommy, does Penny not like me? I want to play with her, but she just ignores me. Her emerald eyes brimmed with tears, fixed intently on her mother. Exhausted from overtime, the Evans couple attempted to console their distraught daughter before turning their frowns upon the increasingly stoic Penny. Day in and day out, all you do is read. You don't even care to play with your sister. What are you writing all the time? Has all that reading turned your brain to mush? Mrs. Evans scolded, her fingers running through Lily's hair while pointing an accusatory finger at Penny. Lily, clutching at her mother's skirt, cast a triumphant glance at Penny, who remained unfazed. Sensing an outlet for her pent-up frustrations from the day, Mrs. Evans escalated her tirade. How did I end up with such a daughter? You can't manage anything at home. After a long day at work, I come home to find a mess. All you know is to write. Look at how sad Lily is. What could you possibly be writing about? With that, Mrs. Evans snatched the notebook from Penny's hands, tearing it violently before tossing it into the flames of the fireplace. Go upstairs. You're not eating dinner tonight, she commanded, gesturing toward the attic, her intent unmistakable. Penny watched as her notebook disintegrated into ash, then turned to face the furious Mrs. Evans and the gleeful Lily, her lips pressed into a thin line. Get upstairs. Now. Mrs. Evans, slightly taken aback by Penny's unflinching gaze, raised her voice to mask her discomfort. Mr. Evans, weary from his meal at the dining table, silently observed the reprimanding of his daughter, though his furrowed brow indicated his agreement with his wife's sentiments. Penny remained unmoved, and the atmosphere thickened with tension. After finishing his casserole, Mr. Evans took a sip of hot cocoa to soothe his throat before speaking in a measured tone. Penny, go upstairs. I shouldn't have to repeat myself. His tall frame and gaunt features bore a look of reproach as he impatiently tapped his fingers against his cup. Go upstairs now. I am very angry. You will not eat tomorrow. Mrs. Evans, seemingly emboldened, reached to grab Penny's arm. Penny, her face devoid of expression, evaded her mother's grasp and ascended the stairs, entering her room. The door clicked shut behind her, the sound of Mrs. Evans's hurried footsteps echoing downstairs still audible. Rubbing her forehead, Penny felt a familiar chill despite this not being her first time confined. In previous instances, she had been punished for Lily's misadventures, such as when Lily had injured her knee while trick-or-treating or when she lost her books, prompting a reprimand directed at Penny. These events had collectively soured Penny's attitude towards the Evans couple. Moreover, before her arrival in this world, the original girl had endured confinement and hunger more than once. Believing it was justifiable due to her parents' actions and silently reflecting on her perceived shortcomings. Once she began attending school, she learned to resist, albeit ineffectively under the oppressive power of her parents. Penny sometimes pondered whether the original girl was their biological child. Furthermore, she felt a pang of guilt for occupying that little girl's body. After school, she was expected to complete homework, do chores and cook. In retrospect, she considered herself quite the victim. Penny extracted a list hidden beneath a book. The prices of goods had risen by 5% compared to the previous month, prompting her to glance toward the attic. Her plan to stockpile medicine could not wait. Chapter 5, Playtime. After being grounded, Mrs. Evans adhered to her word, withholding food for 2 days. Apart from 2 pieces of industrial bread consumed at school, Penny returned home to her room to subsist on her stored fruits. Lily feigned kindness by attempting to deliver meals twice, but each time it was merely 2 potato-sized morsels, which Mrs. Evans discovered and promptly confiscated, tossing the potatoes back into the pot. Fortunately, Penny did not rely on such meager offerings. Once her confinement ended, although she appeared somewhat listless, her body remained nourished enough not to show signs of fragility. Food at home was rationed. Each morning, as Mrs. Evans departed for work, she sliced a few thin pieces of bread for her eldest daughter. You must not bully Lily. She is your sister, your family. It is your duty to treat her kindly. Mrs. Evans reprimanded before turning to the descending Lily with gentleness. Come, sweetie, it's time for breakfast. Mommy made your favorite fried eggs. With that, she walked over to plant a kiss on Lily's cheek. Thank you, Mama, Lily said, her eyes sparkling with delight as she flashed a proud smile at Penny. With a slice of bread slathered in chocolate spread and a fried egg nestled within, she began to eat. Mr. Evans had left for work early, while Mrs. Evans enjoyed a well-deserved rest at home. With it being the weekend and no school, the two students remained in the comfort of their home. Penny, let us go to the amusement park, Lily exclaimed after finishing her homework, placing her pen thoughtfully against her pouting lips as she glanced at her mother, who was hanging laundry in the yard. Penny understood that Lily referred to the secluded amusement park where swings were aplenty, a place where they had encountered the Snape children before. Considering Mrs. Evans was at home, it was inconvenient for her to prepare something with her own ingredients to sell. Moreover, she realized that staying home would inevitably lead to chores. Thus, she acquiesced to Lily's suggestion. All right, let us go play, but return early. Mrs. Evans readily consented upon learning that Lily had completed her homework. She retrieved some raisins from the kitchen cupboard for Lily and after a fleeting glance at Penny, begrudgingly handed her a small handful as well. Thank you, Mommy. I love you the most, Lily chirped sweetly, bounding away with her raisins in hand. Penny, with a more subdued expression, murmured her thanks before swiftly popping the estimated dozen raisins into her mouth and chewing them heartily. Behind her, Mrs. Evans cautioned her not to let Lily near the water and to stay away from the pond at the amusement park. Penny found this bothersome. Did a 9-year-old really need such reminders? She responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement and walked towards Lily. It was a rare sunny day, the warmth of the sun enveloping them. Yet the amusement park was surprisingly deserted. A towering chimney loomed beneath the white clouds, dark smoke billowing from its top, the ash carried away by the wind to settle on nearby rooftops. Lily swung back and forth on the swing, while Penny sat beneath a tree, engrossed in her book, daydreaming as she gazed at the clouds. With each swing, Lily soared higher, and at the peak of her ascent, she released her grip, launching herself into the air, her laughter echoing as she reached for the sky. Startled by the sound of joy, Penny snapped back to reality and looked up just in time to see Lily seemingly suspended in midair before gracefully landing on the ground. Lily, Mum said not to do that. It's too dangerous, Penny admonished, her tone stern to preempt any future mishaps. Especially since this was not the first time Lily had acted recklessly. But I'm fine, Penny. You always say that. Can't you just be happy for me? Lily replied, her brow furrowing in discontent. Besides, I'm meant to be a witch. What's wrong with being a little extraordinary? Penny glanced around and, relieved to see only the two of them, exhaled. If any of the elder onlookers had heard, they might have suggested sending her to a mental asylum. Unbeknownst to Lily, who was oblivious to Penny's concerns, she wandered into the bushes to pick a wilting flower. She clasped her hands around it, opening and closing them as the petals fluttered like a cluster of butterflies. Look, isn't it marvelous? Lily said, approaching Penny, the flower dancing in her grasp until it landed atop Penny's head. Don't do that in public. Adults don't appreciate such abilities, Penny stated bluntly. If you want to show off, do it at home or in a safe place. This amusement park is not the right venue. This isn't showing off, Lily protested, picking up a twig from the ground and tossing it into the air where it spun rapidly. And don't say adults dislike it. I think you're just envious. Ah, Lily's expression brightened with a mischievous glint. At home, my parents love me, and they adore me even more now that they know I have magic. You're just jealous that I get to go to Hogwarts, right? Her innocent laughter was laced with sharpness as she continued. Sometimes I think they'd prefer it if I were their only child, and you always bully me. It's really not nice. Penny stared at her in astonishment. Could a 9-year-old harbor such complex thoughts? And bully her? That sentiment felt entirely misplaced. Lily, what are you two playing? Severus asked softly. He had been informed by Penny that the charity sale had been cancelled for the next few days. Not wanting to face his weeping mother at home, he instinctively found himself at the amusement park. Oh, it's you, Severus. We're just swinging, right, Penny? Lily replied, somewhat surprised to see him. Tossing away the twig and giving Penny a conspiratorial wink, Penny felt it was unwise to engage in quarrels with Lily, yet her mood was decidedly sour. You both enjoy yourselves. I'll go read over there, she said, expressionless as she closed her book and walked towards a lush tree. Severus observed the pouting Lily and the subdued Penny, feeling perplexed. Don't mind her, Severus. Let us play over there. Lily shot a glare at Penny before turning back to Severus. Tell me more about Hogwarts. Are mermaids really real? Severus's gaze lingered on Penny, the dappled sunlight casting shadows on her, blurring the lines between shade and light. Severus, Lily called, noticing his distraction. She prodded him with her finger, which was not exactly clean. What is it, Lily? Severus replied, snapping back to attention, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. Lily huffed, thinking he might invite Penny to join them, and in a huff, dragged him to sit beside her in the shade by the small river. The dense foliage overhead shielded them from the sun's rays. Chapter 6. Falling in feverish. Penny sat beneath the tree reading, having become accustomed to their conversations excluding her. Firstly, she was not the witch they spoke of, and secondly, her initial curiosity about magic had waned after learning that non-magical individuals struggled to navigate their world. Severus, what were you saying? Are the Dementors from Azkaban really that terrifying? Do they truly suck out people's souls? Lily's sharp voice disrupted the tranquility, startling the fish that had surfaced for air in the small river. Yes, Lily, Dementors only target those who have genuinely done wrong. No one wishes to end up in Azkaban, Severus replied, a hint of amusement at her fearful expression creeping onto his lips. As they leaned closer together, their voices softened significantly. Penny glanced over at them, reassured that they were far enough from the river, and continued to read with peace of mind. Lily leaned against the tree trunk, gazing up at the lush leaves overhead, reminiscing about the raisins she had eaten that morning, and could not help but inquire, Severus, how are things at home? Are they still fighting? As she spoke, she pulled some raisins from her pocket and offered them to him, the squished morsels looking less than appetizing. Severus frowned slightly, unsure whether it was Lily's question or the raisins that caused his discomfort. It's all right. We argue occasionally, he said, pinching a raisin between his fingers, absent-mindedly kneading it as thoughts of his mother working in the factory to earn money surfaced. Although she still faced abuse, it had become noticeably less frequent. Your father is dreadful. At least my father doesn't drink. Lily scrunched her nose, recalling the disheveled, whiskey-soaked man. Her heart swelled with sympathy for Severus. Severus, too, despised his alcoholic father. Yet his mother refused to leave him, and being so young, he felt powerless to do anything but evade his father's drunken rages. Things will improve once I leave. After I go to Hogwarts, I suspect my mother will spend less time at home, and they'll see each other less, Severus replied. Could it be that your father disapproves of magic? Lily inquired, her emerald-like eyes wide with curiosity. But magic is truly marvelous. Severus contemplated his words, casting a sidelong glance at Penny who was engrossed in her book. Feeling a twinge of melancholy, he thought of how little his father liked, and how he believed his mother's identity as a witch had brought misfortune upon him. Lily was taken aback by this reasoning, and resolved to give him the remaining raisins and her pocket money. No thank you. Please keep it for yourself. Or share it with Penny, Severus declined, waving his hand to refuse, not wanting to accept what was evidently Lily's savings for a doll. Upon hearing his refusal, Lily felt a surge of anger. She abruptly stood up and thrust the items into Severus's hands before striding towards Penny. Severus jumped up to chase after her, wishing to return the items. In the ensuing tug-of-war, the tranquil surface of the stream was shattered, and a heavy splash echoed along the quiet riverbank. Severus, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Lily's voice, tinged with distress, reverberated along the riverbank, mingled with the sounds of splashing in the water. Penny's eyes widened in alarm as she glanced over, only to find Severus had vanished from the shore, leaving Lily alone. Meanwhile, a dark-haired child flailed in the water, gulping down unknown quantities of river water. Without a moment's hesitation, Penny discarded her book and shouted towards Lily, Lily, go call for an adult nearby. I'll go rescue Severus. She scanned the area, realizing that there were no long branches to help, and resorted to calling for help instead. Penny, hurry, help Severus. He fell into the water. Wah. Lily, upon hearing Penny's voice, snapped back to reality, and immediately followed her instructions, sobbing as she ran and calling out, help, help. Someone has fallen into the water. Despite everything, Lily was merely a 9-year-old child. Penny took a deep breath and leapt into the water, the urgency of the situation leaving her no time for warm-up, praying she wouldn't cramp while rescuing him. The spot where Severus had fallen was not far from the shore, yet the depths of the water and panic from not knowing how to swim were daunting, compounded by the fact that he was just a child. No matter how mature he tried to appear, he was still only 9. Severus, stay calm. I'm coming to save you, Penny called out, striving to keep the boy composed, as she swam behind him to support his shoulders, lifting his head above the surface. However, sharp nails scratched her arm, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Severus, nearly losing consciousness from the water he had inhaled, faintly heard Penny's voice and, with great effort, followed her advice, finally managing to breathe again. Seeing him stop struggling, Penny sighed in relief, enduring the pain in her arm as she began to drag him slowly towards the shore. Fortunately, Severus was small and light, otherwise it would have been a different story. Thankfully, Lily proved reliable, shouting for an adult who rushed to the riverbank. The man with the bushy beard immediately jumped into the water to assist. Cough cough ugh. Severus lay across the man's knee, his chest compressed, expelling the river water he had swallowed. Realizing he was finally saved, the tension in Severus's body relaxed, and he slipped into a deep unconsciousness. Wow, Severus, I'm so glad you're okay. Lily, with red-rimmed eyes, stayed by Severus's side, watching the rise and fall of his chest, finally feeling a weight lift from her heart, though she had been terrified. Thank goodness he was all right. The bearded man patted the semi-unconscious Severus and turned to Penny, who was wringing out her wet dress, offering words of praise. You're truly a brave little girl, and we must thank you, sir. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome for me to pull him ashore, Penny replied with a grateful smile, only to be interrupted by a sudden sneeze from the cold breeze. Noticing this, the bearded man scooped up the unconscious Severus, intending to take him home. Worried that the boy's family might not afford a hospital visit given his attire. Do you know where this child's home is? Sir, he is a good friend of ours, but he is home alone right now. Please take him to my house first, Lily suggested, perceiving the man's hesitation. Penny cast a wary glance at Lily, concerned about the possibility of him being a rogue, despite his help in rescuing Severus. Thankfully, the bearded man was indeed kind-hearted, following closely behind as he carried Severus. Setting aside Mrs. Evans's initial alarm upon seeing the man, her fear escalated upon discovering the unconscious Severus. Lily explained to Mrs. Evans how Severus had accidentally fallen into the river, and how this bearded gentleman had saved him, mentioning that there was no one home to care for Severus. Hence they brought him here. Upon hearing Lily's words, Mrs. Evans, wishing to save face in front of an outsider, reluctantly agreed to tend to Severus, hastily sending for the community doctor to examine him. Penny, who had been the first to jump in to save Severus, went unnoticed amidst the commotion. Seeing that no one was paying attention, she slipped upstairs to change her clothes. Remembering the sneeze she had just had, she quickly took some medicine. When she descended, the living room was still in chaos. The bearded man left his address and phone number with Mrs. Evans, requesting her to inform him once Severus regained consciousness, before departing. After he left, the doctor had yet to arrive. Lily, with red eyes, flung herself into Mrs. Evans's embrace, tearfully recounting her unintentional mishap and good intentions that led to Severus falling into the river. Mrs. Evans comforted her darling child, assuring her that it was not her fault, and that she had called for help to rescue the boy. They continued their affectionate exchange for quite some time. Meanwhile, Penny had already exited during their emotional reunion, having left her book beneath the tree. On her way home, she thought she had seen a glimpse of coins by the riverbank. She hurried back, ensuring she made it home before the community doctor arrived. After the doctor examined Severus and prescribed some medicine, Mrs. Snape arrived after finishing her work, and upon hearing the news, she hurried to the Evans household after preparing dinner for her husband. After some pleasantries, Mrs. Snape gratefully took her unconscious son home. That night, both Lily and Penny developed fevers, prompting another visit from the community doctor, who prescribed antipyretics before leaving. Penny touched her feverish forehead, pondering how she could catch a cold in the summer months of June and July. Mrs. Evans, noticing that Penny didn't seem to be in good condition, focused her attention on Lily, only checking in on Penny occasionally. Lily recovered from her cold on the third day and bounced back to school. Meanwhile, Penny continued to sneeze. Her throat felt sore, and she was drenched in cold sweat, unable to pinpoint what exactly was wrong, only feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Mrs. Evans, observing this, immediately quarantined Penny's bedroom, forbidding her from leaving, and even requiring her to cover her mouth and nose with a cloth if she did. Penny picked up a cup of water from the table and sipped, her pale face regaining some color. The fever from the previous night had left her drenched in sweat, her body sticky and irritating, yet feeling too weak to tidy up. She chose to ignore the discomfort surrounding her. She leaned back against the bed, silently gazing at the ceiling. After an indeterminate amount of time, her stomach growled. The sun hung high in the sky, indicating that it was indeed late. The room was quiet, leaving Penny all alone in the house. She struggled to rise and sat on the bed, shuffling down the stairs in her slippers to search the kitchen for any remnants of food Mrs. Evans might have left behind. In the pot, there remained a few potatoes and tomatoes, along with some crusts of bread. Penny had no luxury to be choosy. After a brief heating, She swallowed the food hastily, and her persistently screaming stomach finally felt slightly appeased. Chapter 7. Delivering Medicine. After finishing her meager meal, Penny felt a surge of energy and ascended the stairs to replace the old bed linens with fresh ones before lying down to rest once more. Fever was indeed unpleasant, especially after enduring it for 3 or 4 days. She leaned against the bed with a book in hand, her gaze vacantly fixed upon the words on the page. Penny. Penny, are you all right? A somewhat sharp voice called from outside the window, beckoning the occupant of the bed. Penny sat up and pushed open the half-closed window, discovering a slender boy about 8 or 9 years old perched on the high branches of the sycamore tree in the yard, gripping the trunk with both hands, his face a mask of anxiety. Cough. I'm fine, Penny attempted to assure him, but a gust of wind caused her to cough, reddening her pale cheeks. The boy, with a sallow complexion yet dressed neatly, appeared to have had his unruly hair trimmed, and he was now gazing at Penny with dark eyes. I asked Lily yesterday if you were still unwell. Haven't you been taking your medicine? Severus queried, puzzled. After returning home, his mother had given him a vial of potion, which swiftly alleviated his discomfort. For the past few days, he had been lingering near the workers' school, longing to thank Penny for her brave leap into the lake to save him, but he had not seen her. Only after inquiring with Lily did he learn of her illness. His mother had thanked the middle-aged man the following day with gifts. Severus had accidentally fallen into the lake, and although Lily had been worried and caught a fever from it, he bore no grudge against her. They were children after all, and soon forgot the past to play together again. I ate something. It's just that I'm not well, Penny replied, coughing once more. She pursed her lips and asked, You're all right now, aren't you? Realizing her overthinking, she quickly added, You climbed so high. How could you be unwell? It's dangerous up there. Come down at once. I will be better soon. I understand. I shall return to find you once you are well rested, Severus replied, observing her for a moment before obediently sliding down the tree and darting away. Penny watched him depart with a heavy sigh. Turning around, she caught a glimpse of her disheveled hair and haggard face in the mirror, remnants of the morning's unwashed visage lingering in her eyes. Oh well, I'm tired. Let it all be, she murmured. Hastily, she went to freshen up and tended to her unruly hair, contemplating a time to have it cut short. This time, she chose not to lounge in bed, but instead draped herself in a coat while sitting at her desk reading, occasionally glancing outside at the greenery, which lifted her spirits considerably. Gradually, she became engrossed in the tales within the book, when suddenly, she heard the familiar rustling sound outside, followed by the boy's voice calling from below the window. Penny, are you still there? At the sound, Penny stood and looked down, spotting the boy, who appeared sneaky as he concealed something in his pocket while softly calling her name. What's the matter, Severus? Penny tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, leaning slightly out the window, her light-colored eyes filled with curiosity. I thought you would come tomorrow. Severus appeared nervous yet excited, a hint of color rising on his pale cheeks as he hastily withdrew an object from his pocket. I brought you a vial of potion from my mother. Drink it, and you shall recover, he declared, shaking a glass vial that was nearly the size of his hand, hesitating before adding, though there may be some minor side effects. Penny furrowed her brow at his words. Is that potion from Mrs. Snape? I do wonder how effective it is. She gestured for Severus to come to the door as she descended the stairs to open it. It's a restorative elixir. Drink it, and your ailment will soon dissipate. Severus explained, handing the potion to Penny before quietly sitting on the sofa in the living room, seemingly afraid of dirtying anything. The household had little to offer in terms of food. Aside from the community-sourced fresh milk, even the honey in the cupboard was nearly depleted. Penny poured a glass of milk for Severus to drink, eyeing the potion with intrigue. Severus took a sip of the sweet milk, visibly relaxing, and noticing she had yet to drink, he licked his lips and remarked, I've had this before. It causes your ears to smoke, and the taste as well. It's tolerable. It works quite quickly. Oh really? Penny looked up and chuckled as she noticed a ring of white froth around his lips. Seeing his puzzled expression, she quickly suppressed her laughter. How long does the smoking last? Will the effects differ for wizards compared to muggles? If I drink it, I might not be able to go outside. Although, she mused, she currently had no need to venture out. Severus tilted his head, uncertain, and replied, perhaps 1 or 2 hours. My mother said it's suitable for everyone. My father has taken it as well, but he fell silent, his expression clouding as he took another large gulp of milk. Penny nodded in understanding, deciding to wait until evening to drink it. If she took it now and someone saw her, she could very well be dragged into a scientific inquiry. Thank you, Severus, she said, smoothing her disheveled hair by her ear, offering a faint smile. Severus gazed at her smile, and the ears hidden beneath his dark hair suddenly flushed red. This potion is brewed by my mother. Aside from bringing it to you, I didn't really do much, he admitted shyly. As night fell, the kitchen of the Evans household was filled with the enticing aroma of toasted bread. Lily, is Penny still unwell? Mrs. Evans asked, donning thick gloves as she lifted the bread onto the counter. Lily paused her rhythmic swaying to the radio's music and nodded gravely. When I knocked on the door upstairs, Penny was still curled up in bed. Her voice sounded just like yesterday. She lowered the radio's volume, casting a glance at the bread while muttering, "Mommy, why are you making bread again? I want fried cod instead." Mr. Evans, seated on the sofa, tapping his legs as he read the newspaper, folded it up upon hearing Lily and cleared his throat. "If Penny is still unwell tomorrow, we should call the community doctor for a checkup. Being sick for too long is never good." Mrs. Evans nodded, spreading butter and jam on the sliced bread before heading back to the kitchen to fry eggs. Throughout the evening, no one suggested sending food to Penny in her room upstairs, as if she had been entirely forgotten. Once Lily had gone downstairs, Penny knew they would not return to check on her. She checked the door's lock once more before taking the restorative potion and drinking it down. The small lamp in her room illuminated her pale face, which gradually turned rosy. Steam seemed to rise from her golden hair, as if her head were aflame. Penny couldn't help but laugh at her reflection, and the weariness in her body slowly began to dissipate. She felt the heat in her mind begin to cool. Covering her smile with her lips, she returned to bed with a lightened heart. Outside, the night was enchanting, and the cicadas in the trees sang sweetly. It wasn't until the pedestrians on the street had all returned home that the night truly fell silent. In her dreams, Penny furrowed her brows, her pallid face flushed with color, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she felt the fever return. Yet it went unnoticed by anyone in the midnight hour. Chapter 8. Memories in the Mind. Penny felt an intense heat enveloping her, aware that her fever had returned. Could it be that the potion Severus provided had expired? He mentioned it was from Mrs. Snape, but who knew how many years it had been stored? Yet if her ears were smoking, surely it was still effective. As Penny's thoughts spiraled, a flash of white light crossed her mind, and her consciousness was drawn into a pristine white space, her fevered brain suddenly becoming lucid. "Who are you? Why are you in my head?" Penny gazed at the small girl in a white dress, no more than 6 or 7 years old, perplexed. Countless thoughts flickered through her mind, each one ultimately dismissed. The little girl, with her hair braided, conjured a beautiful flower crown and placed it atop her head, resembling a little angel. "I know who you are, Wenlu," the girl awkwardly pronounced a Chinese name, her innocent smile revealing a complex gaze in her light-colored eyes directed at Penny. Wenlu, Penny's pupille constricted. It had been ages since anyone had called her by that name. "Who are you? How do you know that name?" she demanded sharply, feeling as though if the girl were corporeal, she might tremble. The little girl giggled and, disregarding Wenli's agitation, began to twirl around her. "Wow. Is this what I looked like growing up? So beautiful," she remarked as she placed the flower crown on Penny's head, whispering softly, startled by the girl's words. Wenlu squinted at her, realizing that the girl's face was strikingly familiar, akin to an old photograph. The visage that belonged to the original Penny emerged in her memory. "Is it you?" Wenlu mouthed, finally articulating. "Are you here to reclaim your body?" The girl beamed with joy upon being recognized, but her expression quickly turned somber. "I don't want to go back. My parents haven't recognized you for so long, and I don't like them anymore," she said, scrunching her nose, her eyes misty. "When I fell into the water, I was already dead. Residing in your soul for so many years has been my fortune." Wenlu felt a sense of bewilderment. "Residing in my soul? But why can't I feel you?" The girl noted Wenli's confusion and rubbed her eyes. "I occupy a very small space. I usually tread carefully, not touching the edges." She gestured with her fingers, as if recalling something. "A few days ago, I wandered near the memory's edge, but yesterday, I was suddenly thrust deep into your soul. Even if it was just for a few seconds, it triggered a reaction of rejection. I thought you were dead. Can you see what happens outside while you're in my soul?" Wenlu asked, though her tone was more certain than interrogative. "So my prolonged fever is connected to you?" The little girl bashfully nodded, unsure which question she was answering, her eyes darting furtively towards her. Wenlu gazed back, puzzled by the girl's demeanor. "I touched some memories from the depths of your soul." "I didn't expect to grow so frantic," the girl admitted, her cheeks flushed. "If possible, when you have children, I hope you won't spoil them so much." Wenlu was taken aback. She was merely 12 years old, and discussing children felt premature. "Well, rather than talk so much, you should see for yourself. After all, they are your memories," the girl sighed, continuing, "I've been gone for too long, and having lived in your soul for so long, my essence has faded." Wenlu listened intently, This little girl was the true owner of the body. Even if she expressed a desire to relinquish it. What if she changed her mind? If she could return to the 21st century, that would be splendid. If not, she would be unable to even exist as a wandering spirit. Now, they found themselves in a situation of dual souls within one body. You haven't consumed me, nor have I integrated with you. Which could lead to the body's collapse, the girl explained. Knowledge she had suddenly grasped the previous night. Moreover, her gaze flitted toward Wenlu, contemplating a life within a fairy tale, growing up to become a villainous, long-necked ant destined to save the world. Perhaps that was best avoided. The reason I fell into the water was due to Lily's magical outburst. I don't blame her. She was only 5 at the time, the girl recalled. Her mind replaying the indifference of her parents towards Wenlu, and their favoritism towards Lily, her mood sinking. You know the situation at home. If you gain the ability, move out. I prefer being alone. Upon hearing the girl's words, Wenlu seemed to grasp something profound, a sense of inexplicable sorrow swelling within her. Are you leaving? Wenlu asked reluctantly, realizing that this might be the only person in the world who understood her origins. The little girl regarded Wenlu and gently nodded. Wenlu. I can feel my soul gradually dissipating. She grasped Wenli's hand, her gaze earnest. Even those destined by fate can make changes. I believe you can. She concluded with a gesture of encouragement. Wenlu smiled faintly, opening her arms to embrace the little girl. Do you have any unfulfilled wishes? She inquired softly. The girl's eyes sparkled momentarily, as if destiny were answering that question. I must leave now, Wenlu. Your life now belongs solely to you. And I hope you find happiness. Just as Wenlu wished to say more, the world spun around her, and she was expelled from that pure white space. Her once clear mind descending into chaos, fleeting images flickering through her consciousness. Doctor, how is my daughter? Why hasn't she awakened? The patient has a fever of 39.8 degrees. She has been administered an antipyretic. The sedative in the 4 is likely why she hasn't woken up. Mom, why has sister been asleep for so long? She was just fine yesterday. Amidst the cacophony, Penny gritted her teeth against the searing pain in her head and shouted, "Be quiet. It's so annoying." The surroundings fell silent for a moment before erupting into even greater noise. Doctor, the patient in bed 8 has awakened. Penny, don't sleep anymore. Let us go home. Before she could comprehend her surroundings, the uproar caused her head to tilt, and she fainted again, vaguely aware of someone wiping her cheeks and lips with something. Penny succumbed to slumber, her brow furrowed tightly from the fever, feeling as though she had dreamt back to the 21st century. Amidst the chaotic memories, some familiar names surfaced, tightening her lips into a straight line. When she awoke again, her eyes met a yellowing ceiling, the pungent scent of disinfectant lingering in the air. Penny felt utterly weak, her limbs devoid of strength, and the bed was surrounded by curtains, with no one nearby. Her throat felt parched, as if it were on fire, leaving her unable to call for help. Oh my goodness, you finally woke up. You've been out for 3 whole days. A nurse entered for her routine rounds, exclaiming in surprise upon seeing Penny's wide-eyed stare. If you hadn't woken up soon, the doctor would have thought you had mad cow disease. Water, Penny managed to croak, licking her cracked lips. Fortunately, the nurse was quite professional. She helped prop Penny up against the pillow and moistened a cotton ball with water to gently moisten her lips, feeding her small sips. Where are your family? I thought I heard you were supposed to have an adult stay with you in the hospital, the nurse remarked, then slapped her forehead in chagrin. How could I forget? You just woke up. Penny attempted to smile but feared the motion might worsen the cracks on her lips, so she continued sipping water while her stomach grumbled. The nurse regarded the obedient Penny, recalling her irresponsible parents, and silently sighed as she went to summon the doctor. The doctor measured Penny's temperature with a thermometer and listened with a stethoscope before nodding at the nurse. The nurse quickly recorded the information in the medical chart and followed the doctor to the next ward. It's not yet lunchtime. Once I finish my rounds, I will peel you an apple, she said, and after completing her tasks, she returned with fruit, slicing it into small pieces for Penny. Penny nibbled slowly, and after regaining some strength, she finally spoke, "Thank you, nurse." Her voice was hoarse and unrecognizable, startling her. The nurse gently patted Penny's head, fetched some grapes, and placed a cup of water by her bedside before returning to her duties. As night fell, Mrs. Evans arrived late with Lily in tow, clutching an industrial loaf of bread, presumably having been informed by the hospital staff that her eldest daughter could only go out for provisions after regaining consciousness. Penny, you're finally awake. You scared me half to death. Please don't go off saving people again. You ended up in the hospital yourself while the one you rescued is still bouncing around, Lily exclaimed in a rapid-fire manner, oblivious to Penny's physical condition as she plopped down on the hospital bed. Penny winced at the noise, her fingers pressing against her temples in exasperation, while her mind wandered to a memory of a pure, beautiful Lily. Goodness, this red-haired, green-eyed little lion has turned into an insufferable brat. All right, Lily. Let us allow Penny to eat something first, Mrs. Evans remarked, her expression grim. Not because of Lily's chatter, but rather due to the staggering cost of Penny's hospitalization, which amounted to £20 for merely a few injections of antibiotics and anti-inflammatory medication, a sum equivalent to her week's wages. Ignoring Mrs. Evans' predatory glare, Penny took the hard bread and began to nibble on it, not minding the unpleasant taste. She was simply famished. Mom, will Penny come home tonight? Lily inquired. Munching on grapes from the table, her curiosity piqued. I'll check with the doctor. If it's permissible, I'll call your father, Mrs. Evans resolved, determined to take Penny home regardless of the outcome, muttering that hospitals are hardly a suitable place. Penny chewed the hard bread, the crunch echoing in the room. As long as she was nourished and regained her strength, she could go anywhere. The doctor acquiesced to Mrs. Evans' request, and that evening, Penny was discharged from the hospital. The door to her bedroom stood ajar, the bedclothes untouched since her departure. As Lily yawned while passing by Penny, she showed no inclination to assist, her exhaustion evident as her eyes squinted into slits. Good night, Penny, she sweetly declared before darting off to bid her parents good night. Penny sighed, gazing at Lily's retreating figure with a multitude of complex emotions. Once she had tidied her room, the alarm clock by her bedside pointed to 10 o'clock, and the sparrows outside chirped a few notes before settling into silence. Only then did Penny find the time to sort through the chaotic memories swirling in her mind, recalling the frantic expressions of the little girl, her demeanor shifting to one of peculiarity. She had transformed into Penny Evans of the HP universe, the tall, slender woman known for her sharp tongue and long neck, merely a tool for raising the savior Harry Potter, the beloved nephew of her sister, the red-haired, green-eyed Lily Evans. Penny bit down on her quilt, contemplating why the aunt in the original narrative harbored such disdain for her sister and her sister's son. Perhaps the signs were all here? Who could endure having a biased parent and a naturally dark-hued sister, feeling insignificant at home, and often overlooked, only to grow up to unconditionally raise the son of the sister they loathed? Moreover, her arrival in this world stemmed from an incident where Lily's magical mishap caused the original body to tumble into the river, and the poor swimmer's soul departed this realm, leaving Penny to inhabit her spirit, which had completely vanished today. Penny found herself in a mix of excitement and melancholy. The exhilaration stemmed from being in a world of magic. How wondrous that was! Yet the disappointment lingered, for she was a Muggle, devoid of magic, unable to attend the sumptuous Hogwarts, and with the ominous presence of Voldemort looming, the magical world proved perilous, not to mention that the Muggle realm was hardly safe either. Lost in her thoughts, Penny drifted into slumber. The following morning, her door was rapped upon vigorously, Mrs. Evans' voice calling from outside. Penny, wake up. We're heading to school to report to your teacher. With that, she clattered down the stairs in her leather shoes. Penny sighed in resignation, pushing herself up from the bed, her body still feeling weak. Surely, parents could accompany their children for such matters as school reporting. During break time in the upper grades of the workers' school, Jane Jones gazed at the weary Penny with astonishment, surprised that she had made it to school. Your mother told me a few days ago that you were sick in the hospital, and I wanted to visit, but she said you hadn't woken up. I thought you were gone, Jane remarked with an exaggerated expression, leading Penny to the homeroom teacher, who had appeared rather grim that day, as though Penny were no longer among the living. Penny chuckled at Jane's antics, a warm wave washing over her. Yem me fine. It was just a fever that required hospitalization, but I'm much better now. She pinched Jane's arm, a hint of envy surfacing at the firmness of her muscles. I'm just here to report. I'll be back to school in a few days. Jane squeezed Penny's soft arm, grinning. Make sure to come back soon. Without you, I have no one to ask about math problems. Observing Jane's envious gaze, Penny flexed her arm. By the time you reach my age, you'll have muscles too. Penny regarded her with skepticism, unconvinced by the assertion. Jane, scratching her nose, nudged her into the office while she remained by the door. After Penny explained her situation, the teacher nodded kindly, and even thoughtfully inquired if she needed assistance catching up on the lessons she had missed. Penny promptly shook her head. Oh, how she wished for a moment of peace. In Chapter 9, The Boy and the Apple, it was fortunate that despite her illness, Penny was able to keep pace with her studies. The homeroom teacher, after reviewing her grades, felt more assured about her transition to St. Mary's High School. Penny was elated. Wasn't she advancing grades to escape the drudgery sooner? As she accepted the mail from the gatekeeper, she filled out the address to the school to avoid being discovered by the Evans couple regarding her side earnings. Upon returning home with Lily, Mrs. Evans sat wearily on the sofa, knitting a sweater, one of the few perks of working in a textile factory. In the past, upon witnessing her exhausted demeanor, Penny would have instinctively taken on the household chores and assisted with cooking. However, she had now learned to turn a blind eye. After all, her circumstances were not of her own making. She would only help with minor tasks, no longer the self-sacrificing individual she once was. Lily, blissfully unaware, nestled next to her mother, animatedly recounting the events of the day. "Mom, I'm not feeling well. I'll head upstairs," Penny said, her discomfort evident as she weakly leaned against the wall. Mrs. Evans merely lifted her eyelids, offering no response, continuing her knitting as if captivated by Lily's tales. Penny disregarded whether she received an acknowledgement, ascending the stairs with a determined tread, still clutching her chest in feigned weakness. After completing her homework, she calculated the time and headed downstairs for dinner. The Evans couple frowned at her, but said nothing. Penny's recent high fever had drawn the attention of the community children's management director, leaving them with no choice but to overlook her in favor of their lively and obedient younger daughter. After finishing her cheesy baked potato and nibbling on a loaf of bread, Penny cleared her dishes and retreated to her room. Lily pouted, dissatisfied as she watched Penny's retreating figure, quietly voicing her complaints to her mother. "Mom, Penny hasn't played with me lately." "It's all right. Isn't Penny feeling unwell?" Penny shut her door, catching the tail end of Mrs. Evans' patient reassurances to Lily, and sighed deeply, her feelings a tangled mess. In London, at 6 in the evening, the night still felt young. The streets were filled with young patrons heading to pubs or cinemas, though they moved in a hurried fashion, quickly disappearing from view. A small child cautiously dodged the streetlights, traversing the dimly lit areas, clutching a round object in hand. Penny sat at her desk, one hand propping up her chin while the other held a pen, busily jotting down ideas on paper as she endeavored to conceive a new story. Her previous submission had been rejected by a children's magazine, which lamented her lack of childlike innocence. As she grew increasingly agitated, scratching and re-scribbling, an object suddenly flew in through the window, striking her forehead. Irritated, Penny picked up the object that had hit her and discovered it was a note, faintly revealing her name. Puffing her cheeks in annoyance, she unfolded the note, and in an instant, her anger dissipated. Following the instructions scrawled on the crumpled paper, she opened the window. Outside, the dusk cast a dim light, and the branches of the sycamore tree in the yard began to tremble. Startled, Penny almost tossed her notebook out the window, but reason prevailed. "Penny, I'm here," called a boy's somewhat piercing voice as a frail figure emerged from the dense branches. Just like Lily soaring from a swing towards the sky, the slender boy swayed and tumbled through her window, landing solidly on the floor. Penny couldn't help but laugh at the sight, but seeing his pitiful expression, she quickly composed herself, though her eyes sparkled with mirth. "Have a seat. What brings you here at this hour?" she softly inquired, aware that daytime visits would have been more prudent. Thankfully, they were merely children. Had they been adults, such late-night visits would have been rather ambiguous. Moreover, the security seemed alarmingly lax. What if a burglar slipped in? Penny silently scoffed at the thought. Severus recalled his father, who, due to his mother's job and their affluence, spent his days drunkenly lounging at home, and he pursed his lips, refraining from answering her question. "I apologize for the last incident. I didn't foresee that the potion would harm you," he said, awkwardly scratching his cheek. He had discreetly visited the hospital to check on Penny, only to find her unconscious. "I saw that it worked well for my mother," he added, relieved she was unharmed. Severus produced the round object he had been safeguarding, a large, glossy red apple. "This is for you. I noticed they often give apples to those recovering from illness." Penny blinked in surprise, carefully accepting the apple, unsure of how he had procured it. "It's my health that's lacking, not your potion's fault. Potions are effective for me. Don't believe me? Let us try again next time I fall ill," she teased, slicing the apple in half with a small knife, consuming one half while offering the other to Severus. His deep black eyes scrutinized her, and upon confirming her sincerity, his tense shoulders relaxed. "How have you been? Did your aunt take you to school?" Penny inquired, biting into the apple and savoring its sweetness and crispness, prompting her to take another bite. Severus observed her cheeks puffing out, and was reminded of the little squirrel they had kept before their family fell into ruin, leading him to take a bite of the apple as well. "No, my mother said." Severus shook his head, recalling her words with a frown, "that studying at home is sufficient, and I'll go to Hogwarts when I turn 11. The education there differs from that of the Muggle world." He paused, lowering his gaze to continue eating the apple. Penny understood the unspoken implications of his statement. However, Attending school would at least allow him to escape the torment of his alcoholic father during the day and forge new friendships. She couldn't fathom what Severus's mother was thinking. Moreover, with Severus's prodigious talent for potions, if he were to acquire knowledge in biology, chemistry, and potion making, combined with his sharp intellect, he would undoubtedly become a formidable potion master. Yet, despite community efforts to confront Severus's mother, her stance remained unchanged, and it seemed unlikely that Severus would be able to attend school. Severus discarded the apple core into the trash bin, having intended to visit Penny, but ending up partaking in her snack instead. "Penny, I should take my leave," he said, climbing back to the window. Penny snapped back to reality, nodding in agreement, her expression peculiar as she observed his frail silhouette. "Why must you jump out the window? Can't you use the stairs?" Severus gazed down at the grass beneath the second-floor window, feeling his heart race, his palms slick with sweat against the window frame. Severus, why don't we take the stairs instead? I can escort you down," Penny suggested hesitantly as she noticed him freeze, reaching up to grasp the boy's slender wrist. His wrist felt delicate in her grasp, and she sensed the warmth emanating from him, a poignant reminder that their world was indeed tangible, and its inhabitants were not mere NPCs from a novel. Severus awkwardly descended from the window, standing obediently beside her desk. Penny, her eyes twinkling with delight, tiptoed out of the room, discovering that the Evans family and Lily were absent before beckoning to Severus. Outside the grand entrance of the Evans residence, Severus quickly vanished into the darkness, his slight frame blending with the night. The streetlights cast a warm glow over the neighborhood, providing a semblance of comfort amid the encroaching darkness. Penny returned to her room, pen in hand, and began inscribing her thoughts onto the pages of her notebook. Chapter 10. The Disliked Father. A snowfall blanketed the ground before Christmas in 1970, chilling the very air. The surface of the amusement park's lake had frozen over, allowing glimpses of fish swimming beneath the ice. A frail, dark-haired boy sat alone on a swing, engrossed in a book, clad in a somewhat worn oversized coat that accentuated his diminutive stature. He touched the shirt his mother had altered for him, a smile gracing his face, for at least now, his mother's gaze held no trace of his drunken father. The sound of polished shoes crunching over snow-dusted grass interrupted the serene atmosphere. "Hey Severus, look what I brought," a little girl exclaimed, her bright smile illuminating her face as she waved a cloth bag, her fiery red hair radiating against the overcast sky. "What is it?" Severus set his book aside, his eyes widening beneath his long bangs in curiosity. Lily opened the bag to reveal gingerbread cookies shaped like snowmen, a hint of pride on her face. "These are gingerbread snowmen I made with my mom. Christmas is tomorrow, and I wanted you to have some," she said, shoving the bag into Severus's hands, her freckles twitching adorably. "If Aunt Snape is busy tomorrow, would you like to come to my house for roasted lamb?" Having known each other for nearly 3 years, Severus had never accepted any of Lily's invitations, and this time was no different. He simply shook his head, taking a bite of the plump gingerbread snowman, the sweetness causing him to scrunch his face before swallowing, revealing the pickiness typical of children his age. "My mother said she would bring home a turkey tomorrow," Severus replied softly, the happiest he had felt in years echoing in his tone. Lily looked somewhat disappointed but nodded nonetheless, settling onto the swing beside him. She retrieved a small picture book from her pocket and began to read, her shod feet swinging in the air. "Lily, aren't you going to find Mia to play?" Severus asked absently after finishing the gingerbread snowman, recalling that Penny usually accompanied her. "Why isn't she with you today?" Lily blinked in surprise, her expression somewhat bewildered. "I didn't tell you Penny caught a cold a few days ago, did I? She's been coughing a lot lately. And Mom is hesitant to let her help with the roast beef." She thought about how, ever since Penny had fallen into the water and developed a high fever, she seemed pale and frail, spending her days hidden away in her room, leaving her mother less attentive to her needs. Severus pressed his lips together, his thoughts mirroring Lily's. Penny had rarely fallen ill in previous years, but this year, her sickness had increased since the water incident. "But she's all right. Isn't she?" Severus found himself unconsciously reaching for another piece of gingerbread snowman, the cloying sweetness spreading in his mouth. Lily, in a fit of agitation, scratched her head and swiftly turned a few pages of the illustrated book, murmuring in dissatisfaction, "How should I know?" With that, she closed the book and leaped off the swing, her heels making a faint sound as they brushed against the ground. "What book is that beside you?" she inquired, reaching out to poke it. The book's cover was a muted gray, adorned with a black cauldron emitting wisps of smoke, while the silver title flowed languidly, "Potions and Elixirs." Severus handed the book to Lily, which contained instructions for creating various ordinary potions and remedies against dark magic. He held the tome, anxious to avoid a repeat of the incident where Petunia had suffered from a high fever after consuming a potion. What is dark magic? Lily asked curiously upon encountering this unfamiliar term. Severus appeared somewhat troubled, contemplating for a moment before carefully articulating. Dark magic is a potent yet perilous form of sorcery. Some wield it to protect others, while others use it to inflict harm. He shut his eyes briefly, haunted by countless visions of casting a curse upon his intoxicated and abusive father. Lily nodded thoughtfully, flipping through the pages of potions and elixirs, voicing her doubts regarding the ingredients like snake fangs, slugs, and leeches. Am I expected to learn this too? She exclaimed in disbelief at the thought of brewing potions from such bizarre ingredients. Then, unable to contain her curiosity, asked, so have you studied dark magic? Severus shook his head, elaborating further. This book contains merely vague descriptions and a few mischievous minor curses. The more profound forms of dark magic are beyond our current reach. He swept aside the hair obscuring his eyes and regarded Lily earnestly, adding, moreover, we must attend school to master our magic and acquire our own wands before we can truly be considered wizards. We are also prohibited from practicing magic outside school. Should the Ministry of Magic learn of it, the consequences could be grave, potentially leading to Azkaban. He deliberately exaggerated the punishment to quench Lily's fervent curiosity. Lily nodded, seemingly absorbing his words. Yet her hands continued to peruse the spellbook. The atmosphere settled into a tranquil silence before she closed the tome. Severus, may I take this book home to peruse? She asked, her emerald eyes sparkling with anticipation as she playfully inquired. Upon witnessing Lily's eager gaze, Severus glanced at the book he had partially read and nodded slightly. As Severus returned home with a bag containing a gingerbread snowman, he could smell the unmistakable scent of alcohol wafting from within even before he opened the door, prompting him to wrinkle his nose in distaste. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a dimly lit yet relatively tidy small living room. A man with a hooked nose reeking of liquor slouched on a frayed sofa, hazily sipping from an empty bottle in a futile attempt to intoxicate himself further. Oh, you still know how to come home? The man slurred, turning to see his son, and mockingly added, why didn't you continue your date with that little girlfriend of yours? Just like your disaster of a mother, leaving me to revel in my misery. Severus's brow furrowed deeper. He had no desire to engage with the drunken fool, but anger bubbled within him at the man's flippant remarks. This is my home. Why shouldn't I return? The rent is still paid by my mother, he retorted sarcastically, swiftly ascending the narrow staircase, sneering, disaster? Disaster? You don't even realize the cause of your own ruin, do you? Blaming me and mother. What a coward you are. Severus narrowly dodged a bottle hurled at him, which tumbled down the stairs. He looked down at his father, whose face bore the marks of a life consumed by bankruptcy and alcoholism. His once clear eyes now clouded with malice. Old Snape staggered towards the staircase only to trip over the bottle and crash to the ground, cursing incoherently. Severus pressed his lips together, repulsed by his father's frenzied state. He turned and retreated into his bedroom, locking the door and barricading it with a dresser, finally allowing the tension in his shoulders to ease. Just a couple of years until he would leave for Hogwarts, liberating himself from this suffocating household. Chapter 11. Dried Roses. Upon bringing the spellbook home, Lily's immediate thought was to boast to her sister, Petunia, look. Severus lent me his potion book. Lily exclaimed as she plopped down beside Petunia, settling into a warm spot by the fireplace. Petunia coughed into her hand, continuing her 9th grade homework as she prepared to transition to high school next semester. What is this for? She asked, glancing at the book's black cover with feigned interest. It's potions and elixirs, all about potion making, Lily replied, opening the book and reciting. The polyjuice potion allows one to transform into another person, and it includes ingredients like lacewing flies, leech essence, and caterpillar juice. As she read, her own stomach began to churn. These potion ingredients are truly bizarre. Petunia's initially indifferent expression shifted as her pale complexion drained further, feeling nausea rise within her as she clutched her mouth and rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Haha, Petunia, if these potions work as described, drinking them might not be so bad. Lily's sweet voice rang out from outside the door, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. But they're meant for wizards. Who knows what would happen if a muggle were to consume them? Petunia squeezed her eyes shut in agony, her mind replaying images of leech essence, mouse spleens, and caterpillars, uncertain if such ingredients had been present in the potion Severus had previously provided her. Hearing the sounds of retching from the bathroom, Lily pouted in boredom, grabbed the spellbook, and clattered upstairs to play tea party with her dolls. On Christmas Day, Mrs. Evans prepared a delicious roast pig, the aroma wafting from the bakery. The modest living room was divided into 2 sections. One side where Mrs. Evans busily cooked, and the other where Mr. Evans leisurely sipped tea, Petunia arranged the silverware, which was only brought out for special occasions. Mr. Evans sat in a chair by the fireplace, listening to the radio, as he typically refrained from engaging in such matters, especially with his lovely daughter massaging his back. As the dishes were set on the table, the streetlights outside flickered on. Mr. Evans took a sip of beer, recalling the pride his co-workers expressed about their sons, and turned his gaze towards Petunia. Petunia, how is your studying going? Are you confident about getting into Abbey High School? His rare concern for his eldest daughter's academics was merely sparked by competitive spirit among his co-workers. If she wasn't ready, she could always repeat the year. After all, she was still young. His tone was sincere, yet his expression remained serious. Dad, I'm confident. I only received 1 B. The rest were all A's. Petunia replied after devouring a roasted mushroom. Oh, that's good to hear. Mr. Evans nodded in acknowledgement, slowly slicing his steak. The family enjoyed a harmonious dinner, relishing the diverse and delectable Christmas feast, blissfully unaware of the forthcoming economic crisis that loomed ahead. As January 1971 arrived, the cold weather persisted, with thick smoke billowing from the textile factory's chimneys, casting a gray hue across the sky, and dust settling onto pedestrians' heads, forcing them to cover their hair with scarves. Petunia discarded last year's calendar and hung up a new one for this year, marking several dates in red ink. January 9th, Severus's birthday, and January 30th, Lily's birthday, both conveniently falling on a Saturday. This implies that she must dedicate some time to preparing 2 birthday gifts. Regardless of how many thoughtful gestures Lily has, it is of little consequence. She merely yearns for her parents' affection. Coincidentally, Penny has no such need, thus she tends to disregard Lily's actions. Moreover, Lily is still intricately tied to this body by blood, and since the original owner has already forgiven them, she, as an outsider, will not speak out much. For minor matters that fall within her tolerance, she will not dwell on them excessively. Penny, what have you prepared for Severus for Christmas this year? Lily inquired curiously, her green eyes sparkling as her fingers absent-mindedly toyed with the art book, which also served as a birthday gift. Ever since their acquaintance with Severus, they began exchanging Christmas gifts, fearing that his drunken father might discard them, or that they might be stolen. They agreed to meet by the lakeside on a certain day to exchange presents. Penny had long been prepared but still replied, probably the same as last year. I'll gift him a scarf. Lily recalled the ugly gray scarf and burst into laughter. Penny, that scarf is truly hideous. Pink and blue would look far better, she exclaimed, pointing to her own scarf adorned with delicate green leaves. Penny glanced at the pink scarf, and a serious image of a small boy in tattered clothing wearing that pastel scarf flashed through her mind, prompting her to close her eyes in dismay. Lily clearly recalled that scene as well, laughing uncontrollably, her fiery red hair becoming tousled. The following morning, on the 8th, by the small river in the amusement park, Severus kept his distance from the water since his last fall, now leaning against a large tree. He seemed to have lost some weight, his chin sharper than before. Penny ambled along slowly behind Lily, contemplating the scene of Severus receiving gifts. Severus, happy early birthday, she said after they exchanged pleasantries and gifts. Severus's lips curled into a smile, his mood evidently lifted, for his mother had promised to take him to the amusement park in the city center the next day. Thank you, Penny. Here's a gift for you. Merry Christmas. He presented his carefully prepared gift to Penny and, upon unwrapping it, discovered a large gray scarf. Casting a delighted glance at her, Penny, engrossed in her unwrapping, failed to notice his gaze and discovered a box of dried flowers instead. Lifting one to her nose, she inhaled the fragrance of roses. As Lily savored the chocolates Severus had given her, she stole a glance at Penny's box, only to turn away upon realizing it contained a pile of useless dried flowers. Thank you, Severus, I truly love it, Penny beamed, her light-colored eyes shimmering under the sun's rays. Severus lowered his head, his ears, hidden beneath his long hair, gradually turning crimson. I'm glad you like it, he replied softly, wrapping the large scarf around his neck. With the January chill still lingering, the trio did not linger by the river for long before each returned home. Soon the end of the month approached, heralding Lily's 11th birthday. On this day, the family enjoyed a rare moment of harmony over breakfast when a series of tapping noises interrupted their morning tranquility from outside the window. Mrs. Evans was the first to glance outside, her expression turning slightly peculiar. A tawny owl perched there, clutching a letter in its beak, was now rapping on the glass with its talons. Perhaps Mrs. Evans had stared too long, as the other three soon followed her gaze. Upon noticing that they were watching, the owl ceased its tapping, tilting its head adorably, its large eyes fixed on the family. They had long anticipated an owl delivering a letter. Yet they did not expect it to happen so early. Chapter 12. The Acceptance Letter. The owl was let in by Mr. Evans, who caught the letter. It dropped onto the dining table with remarkable quickness. The owl circled the living room a few times before finally settling on an empty chair, its charmingly large eyes observing the quartet intently. "Lily, this must be the acceptance letter from Hogwarts," Mrs. Evans remarked, stroking the hefty leather envelope as she handed it to Lily. With uncontainable joy, Lily accepted it, swiftly tearing open the wax-sealed envelope. "Dear Miss Lily Evans," the letter began. "We are pleased to inform you that the term is set to commence on September 1st. We await your owl's reply by July 31st. Signed by the Deputy Headmistress, Professor Minerva McGonagall." The letter bore the seal of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. After reading the letter aloud, Lily scratched her head in confusion before handing it to Mr. Evans. "Oh dear, do we need to reply to the teachers at the magic school? It mentions that the school can send a guide for students. Otherwise, we wouldn't know where to procure your school books and equipment, Mrs. Evans speculated as she leaned closer to her husband to examine the letter, ultimately drawing that conclusion. They were both quite excited. Having only heard tales of such a school before, receiving the acceptance letter made them truly realize which fantastical realm their daughter belonged to. "Yes, Severus mentioned the same. We just need to reply to confirm the date and ensure we have sufficient funds, and then we can await the guide," Lily responded with a smile, proudly lifting her chin toward Penny. "You know that too, right?" Penny, who had been eating bread, was suddenly called out. She paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement after finishing her milk. "Yes, Mom and Dad, that's what Severus said." "Is he the boy from Spinner's End?" Mr. Evans interjected, his expression somewhat peculiar. "Yes, Dad, he is a wizard, and we will be attending Hogwarts together," Lily replied, her excitement flushing her cheeks. As she grasped the pen to write the reply, her hand trembled slightly. "Daddy, how should we write back? I can hardly wait." Mr. Evans instructed his wife to fetch something to feed the persistently hooting owl while he took the pen from Lily's hand, commencing the reply to Hogwarts. Considering that school started on September 1st, he decided to set the date for August 1st, just in time to purchase the magical books and equipment, and still have time to study at home. Having sealed the letter, Mr. Evans handed it to the owl, which took the envelope in its beak and flapped its wings, soaring out the window, leaving a few tawny feathers on the ground. "Goodness, this is utterly incredible," exclaimed Mrs. Evans, picking up a feather from the ground with a dreamy expression. Apart from Penny's inexplicable aloofness, the other two nodded in agreement. The Evans couple busied themselves inquiring about Hogwarts and discussing the wand, cauldron, and wizard robes mentioned in the acceptance letter. Penny, indifferent, merely smiled and left with her satchel. She needed to visit the library for research and check the post office for any letters addressed to her. The sunlight outside was somewhat glaring, and the thin layer of snow had melted to reveal the grass beneath. The breath she exhaled transformed into a white mist in the chilly air. Feeling the coldness in her lungs, Penny instinctively squinted her eyes and pulled her scarf up around her neck. Ever since her last fall into the water and subsequent fever, her body seemed to be more sensitive to the cold. As she walked, she contemplated lingering a bit longer in the library, knowing that while Mr. and Mrs. Evans agreeing to Lily attending Hogwarts was one matter, they still needed to address Lily's schooling in the Muggle world. They harbored the selfish belief that a diploma from the Muggle world would prove far more advantageous than one from the magical realm. Moreover, given that Lily would eventually reside in the Muggle world, they needed to concoct a plausible reason for her to study at home. Otherwise, Child Protection Services would come knocking at their door. Thus, the Evans couple had much to deliberate, and it would take some time before they reached a conclusion. Penny, with a handbag slung over her shoulder, hummed a cheerful tune, as she anticipated another payment for her writing. The route to the library would take her past a secluded amusement park, which was typically deserted except when it rained. Severus, on most days, would be found reading beneath the trees by the riverbank. He preferred solitude to the company of his inebriated father. Furthermore, with his mother at work, he spent the majority of his time outdoors to avoid making irreparable decisions, only returning home when it was nearly time for her to finish her shift. A cool breeze brushed against his cheeks, lifting his long hair to reveal his dark, expressive eyes and that pallid little face. "Penny, has Lily received her acceptance letter?" Severus, having taken the rare initiative to clean his hair and face, inquired eagerly, despite wearing a somewhat worn-out jacket with trousers rolled up several times and tattered sneakers. Yet, he stood tall and vibrant, akin to a stately pine tree, his countenance radiating enthusiasm. He approached her swiftly, his gaze fixed on Penny, his face alight with joy. Penny rubbed her chilled cheeks, smiling back. "Yes, Severus, she is probably still discussing it with her parents. I believe you would prefer to hear the good news from her directly. The innocence of children makes their emotions easily discernible. She could perceive the longing in Severus's eyes for a new life filled with promise, a life that would alter their destinies. A new chapter was about to unfold, one that would see them reveling in the magical experiences at Hogwarts for 7 joyous years. Severus brushed aside the fringe that obscured his vision and pursed his lips. I won't disturb her then. Mother was overjoyed when she learned of my acceptance to Hogwarts. He noticed Penny gazing intently at the scarf around his neck and felt compelled to explain. The scarf you gifted me got soiled by father, but this one keeps me warm as well. He wore an orange scarf adorned with a whimsical kitten design, which lent him a surprisingly youthful air. Penny recalled the scarf was a gift from Lily last year, with the kitten motif crafted by Mrs. Evans. That scarf suits you perfectly, Penny smiled. Though a pang of disappointment struck her, akin to the sensation of having a toy snatched away. I must head to the library now, we can chat later. She waved goodbye and turned to leave. Severus, perplexed by her sudden chilliness, absent-mindedly touched the scarf around his neck. He stood there, watching her retreating figure for quite some time before making his way toward Spinner's End, having come specifically to wait for her, neglecting even his usual reading material. Chapter 13. The place where dreams begin. Time flew by, and August arrived in no time. Penny successfully sat for her exams, and as her writing fees increased, St. Mary's School also sent her an acceptance letter. Upon receiving a response from Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall, with a serious demeanor, came to guide Lily to Diagon Alley. Accompanied by the Evans couple and Penny, Severus was also present. Even though he had visited Diagon Alley with his mother the previous month, he yearned to return. Professor McGonagall. Are you saying? Oh sorry, we're exchanging galleons at Gringotts? Lily, leaning against Professor McGonagall, inquired curiously once more. Indeed, Mrs. Evans, Gringotts is the safest bank in the world. Professor McGonagall nodded, her gaze softening as she observed the lively and charming Lily. The Evans couple listened intently. Everything about the magical world was a novelty to them. They disembarked from the underground train in central London, navigating through the bustling crowd before ascending the escalator. You brought the letter, right? The list of necessary supplies? Professor McGonagall asked Lily as they exited. Lily patted the pocket containing the letter, nodding affirmatively. She had heeded Severus's advice and packed it carefully. Excellent. Once we arrive at Diagon Alley, we will procure what is listed, Professor McGonagall replied. In truth, it's not a problem if you forget it. You can simply inquire with the shopkeepers, as they've been in business for centuries. The group arrived at Charing Cross Road, passing bookstores, record shops, and cinemas, yet failing to find any establishments associated with the magical world. Here we are, the Leaky Cauldron, McGonagall announced to Lily. We will enter from here. Penny gazed at the grand bookstore and record shop before her, feeling utterly bewildered. Where is the entrance to Diagon Alley, the place that holds all wizards' dreams? Penny. That pub is situated between the bookstore and the record shop, Severus remarked, watching Mr. Evans lead Lily inside, a hint of bashfulness crossing his lips. I'll take you in, don't be afraid. When he had come here with his mother, he had been astonished by how similar the tavern's atmosphere was to Spinner's End, filled with peculiar wizards. Penny naturally extended her hand, eager to discover what Diagon Alley had to offer. Severus hesitated for a moment before grasping her delicate, cool hand, his immediate reaction being the softness and chill of her touch. Let us go, Severus. Lily and the others are almost out of sight, Penny urged, noticing the absence of the Evans couple ahead, prompting her to hasten the daydreaming boy. Snapping back to reality, Severus silently led Penny into the pub. Penny watched in awe as Severus collided with the wall ahead, vanishing entirely, a spectacle she found enchanting until she herself passed through the wall, discovering it to be an old, worn entrance. The small pub was both dingy and cramped, with a group of patrons huddled in a corner, exhaling clouds of smoke, while others engaged in raucous drinking games, creating a cacophony of noise that felt both surreal and dreamlike. Professor McGonagall was conversing with the barkeep, and upon noticing their arrival, she guided Lily and the others into Diagon Alley. Penny had no time to marvel at the moving walls before she saw Lily and the others enter, and she hurriedly tugged on Severus's hand, sprinting to slip inside just as the wall closed behind them. Professor McGonagall led the group directly to Gringotts, intending to exchange galleons before shopping. As they stepped into Gringotts, Lily and her mother were startled by the sight of the ugly goblins, prompting Lily to quietly complain to her mother that the goblins were nothing like those in fairy tales. £5 for 1 galleon, sir, madam, a goblin stated at the counter, and exchanging 100 galleons incurs a conversion fee of 1 sickle. The goblin adjusted his spectacles, addressing the Evans couple. Mrs. Evans exchanged glances with her husband, They had consulted with Mrs. Snape about this matter last week, who had spent around 45 galleons on her purchases in Diagon Alley, most of which consisted of second-hand items. Upon learning that buying second-hand goods could save a substantial amount, they decided to consider purchasing some for Lily, albeit with concerns about their budget, which led them to exchange for 60 galleons. Penny inwardly marveled at the low exchange rate. The current gold price was still more valuable than the pound, leading her to ponder whether engaging in trade could yield a profit. "Penny, I've exchanged my money. Would you like to?" Severus produced his small vault and the money his mother had given him, converting for 2 galleons, eager to peruse the second-hand shops. Penny nodded in response, retrieving her own money to exchange for 5 galleons. "Very well, let us meet at the ice cream shop on the street in 2 hours." Professor McGonagall turned to Severus and informed him that she had learned from Lily that the boy had visited Diagon Alley. She then guided the Evans couple, along with Lily, as they wandered through the enchanting streets of Diagon Alley. "Severus, do you remember the way around Diagon Alley?" Penny, initially believing it to be merely a straight lane, soon discovered the myriad of winding paths, though she was uncertain of their destinations. "Do you recall? Where do you wish to go?" Severus murmured in response, his solitary visit lingering vividly in his memory. As Penny observed the bustling thoroughfare, filled with magical artifacts for wizards, a sense of bewilderment washed over her once more. "I don't know, Severus, it's all too wondrous," she whispered, acutely aware of her alien presence in this magical realm. Severus, perceptive to her dismay yet unaware of its cause, suggested, "Shall we visit the second-hand bookstore, or perhaps the Honeydukes for some sweets? After all, we both enjoy reading, and the candies are quite intriguing." Penny took a moment to collect herself, rallying her spirits before urging Severus to lead her to the bookstore. They sifted through a pile of old books, unearthing a few in decent condition, and happily clutched them as they proceeded to Honeydukes. Inside the sweet shop, they discovered the newly released blowing bubblegum, which could fill a room with bluebell-colored bubbles for days. Penny found it amusing and purchased some. Severus, meanwhile, gathered a selection of cream-covered almonds, toffees, chocolates, and pink coconut ice, momentarily contemplating a box of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, only to dismiss it upon recalling the bizarre flavors within. "I doubt you would appreciate the taste of your own hair," he remarked with a stiff expression, recalling an unpleasant experience at home with the beans his mother had bought. Penny, a good listener, chuckled and nodded before adding a handful of licorice wands to her collection, intending to share them with friends at school. As they received roasted sausages from a vendor at the end of Diagon Alley, and settled in at the ice cream shop to enjoy their treats, the Evans couple emerged, burdened with numerous bags and sporting weary expressions. Upon seeing Penny and Severus leisurely indulging, their expressions darkened further. Mr. Evans, suppressing his irritation, contemplated inviting Professor McGonagall for a brief respite at the pub, secretly yearning to taste wizarding ale. However, Professor McGonagall politely declined his invitation, bidding farewell to Lily and the others before vanishing around a corner with a flicker of magic. Under Lily's persistent coaxing, the Evans couple lingered a little longer in Diagon Alley, sampling its culinary delights before returning home with diminished enthusiasm. On the 30th of August, Penny hurried to send her manuscript to the publishing house and purchase several newly released magazines to tuck into her bag, before returning home amid a gentle drizzle. The Evanses were busy preparing Lily's belongings for school, and were also dealing with inquiries from teachers questioning why they had not enrolled Lily in secondary school, resulting in a chaotic household. Feeling out of place, Penny retreated upstairs to her room, suspecting her parents would prefer to shield their children from any signs of their distress. The door to Lily's room was ajar, and Penny could hear her joyous singing, revealing her excitement for the upcoming journey to Hogwarts. Settling at her desk in her bedroom, Penny opened the magazines she had just bought, scribbling notes and doodling, though her mind was troubled. Lily's departure for school signified the onset of a new chapter, and as the destined mother of the prophesied savior, her future promised to be vibrant yet fraught with peril. Compared to the magical Lily, her own concerns loomed larger. She was a powerless Muggle navigating a treacherous world, potentially left alone to raise the savior Harry Potter amidst the lurking Death Eaters after Lily's demise. "No," Penny admonished herself. "I must find a way to prevent Lily from associating with that Potter boy." As time flew by, September 1st arrived. Mr. Evans drove the family of 4 to King's Cross Station. Severus, accompanied by his mother, took the subway to London to catch the express train. They followed the throngs of people to the platform, making their way toward the ticket barrier between platforms 9 and 10. "Is this it, dear? I don't see the train you're supposed to board," Mrs. Evans questioned Lily, as curious onlookers glanced at the owl in their possession. Lily scanned the area and, with keen eyes, spotted a group of oddly dressed individuals, silently beckoning her family to follow. Mom, it's just like this. They passed through the wall. She whispered to the Evanses. We should do the same. Oh, very well, dear, Mrs. Evans replied, tugging at her husband's sleeve, prompting their luggage-laden trolley to move forward. Penny watched in astonishment as Lily effortlessly walked through the wall, followed closely by the Evans couple as they hurried after her. Blinking in confusion, she took a running leap, hoping she wouldn't misstep and collide painfully. Fortunately, Penny made it through successfully, and when she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the sight of a deep crimson vintage steam train, its dark smoke billowing over the heads of the chattering crowd. Penny, over here, Lily called, waving her hand, as the earlier carriages were already filled with students, prompting them to move toward the rear. I'm coming, Penny replied, biting her lip. Lily quickly found a seat, and after settling in, leaned out of the window to converse with her parents, her beautiful face brimming with reluctance. Just before 10 o'clock, Severus and his mother arrived fashionably late, carrying only the essentials, with Severus also clutching a bag containing a hamburger. Don't deprive yourself once you're at Hogwarts. If anyone bullies you, stand your ground. Remember, you belong to Slytherin, Mrs. Snape advised, dressed in an old khaki coat with her hair pulled back, her sallow face betraying a sigh. You can take care of yourself. Go on, my child. By the time they arrived, Penny and Mrs. Evans had already departed, leaving them without familiar faces to greet. Severus looked at his gaunt mother, hesitating before nodding, the tension of his tightly pressed lips revealing his inner turmoil. As a first-time away-from-home child, even though he longed to escape his unhappy household, a sense of homesickness lingered. Mom, I'm getting on the train. I'll see you at Christmas, he waved, clutching his suitcase as he boarded. Mrs. Snape watched her son's retreating figure, tears welling in her eyes that she could no longer contain, recalling a time when she too had been sent off in such a manner. After the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts, Lily was placed in Gryffindor, while Severus found his place in Slytherin, the two of them separated by a long table, gazing at each other as fate had decreed. Penny was oblivious to Mrs. Snape's tears at the train station. Instead, she was grappling with a pressing question. Why? As a high school student, must she join a club? Penny, join our dance club, suggested Jane Jones, who had advanced from middle school to high school alongside Penny, her exceptional grades earning them a shared class. But is there a cultural club? I want to learn Chinese. Penny conveniently overlooked Jane's comment about her height, and steered the conversation elsewhere. Surely that club wouldn't find me too young, right? Haha, after all, I was Chinese in my past life. Learning Chinese shouldn't be too difficult. Jane gave her a look that spoke volumes yet voiced her thoughts. The problem is, Chinese is too difficult, and there are too few members for the club to continue. Oh no, that is truly a heartbreaking tale, Penny lamented, and with Jane's encouragement, she reluctantly joined the dance club. During this period, Penny received letters from Lily and Severus, recounting their experiences at school, with an emphasis on the sumptuous meals and the castle's peculiarities. They also shared the amusing adventures of learning to ride broomsticks. Penny expressed her envy, though she dismissed the idea of broomstick riding, citing the discomfort it could cause. It was only when she finally tried it herself that she discovered the existence of a cushioning charm in the wizarding world, which made sitting on a broomstick as comfortable as perching upon a bicycle seat, effectively eliminating any awkwardness. However, Penny's endeavors in her dance club were far from smooth. After enduring painful stretches and splits, her days were filled with scolding Jane and avoiding her fellow club members. Just as she felt on the verge of tears, the Christmas holidays arrived, granting the school a 2-week respite. The onset of Christmas transformed London into a vibrant spectacle. Although it was lively year-round, the festive atmosphere was undeniably more enchanting. Initially, Penny found Christmas delightful, but as the years passed, the activities became repetitive, with only a handful of options for food and entertainment. Many venues were off-limits to children, rendering the season rather tedious for her. Coming from the technologically advanced and entertainment-rich 21st century, she found the holiday rather dull. The Evans couple had already undertaken a thorough cleaning of their home, anticipating the return of their youngest daughter, Lily, for Christmas, which would soon fill their quiet abode with laughter and joy. Their eldest daughter, Penny, was in high school and could only return home on weekends, often missing them due to extracurricular activities. This left Penny feeling somewhat resigned. Although there was no Chinese club at school, there were Chinese students with whom she could practice, providing a plausible excuse for her proficiency in the language, thus allowing her to spend less time at home. On Halloween, the relentless rain finally ceased, only to give way to light snow by 1 in the afternoon. Mrs. Evans had to simmer the beef in the pot a little longer to ensure it would be warm upon Lily's return. Penny tossed a log into the fireplace, feeling the bitter chill seep into her bones. At that moment, the sound of keys jingling heralded the arrival of Mr. Evans. followed by Lily's cheerful voice as she playfully called out to her parents. Chapter 15. Dried Violets. Perhaps the distance from home fosters growth. Upon Lily's return, despite her usual antics of vying for her parents' affection, she did not engage in her usual banter with Penny. As she enjoyed a lavish meal, she animatedly shared amusing anecdotes from school with the Evans couple, even presenting them with chocolate frogs she had purchased on the express train, slipping one into Penny's hand. Penny smiled wryly at the chocolate frog. Though it was indeed entertaining, its sweetness was overwhelming. After the meal, the two exchanged Christmas gifts. Lily beamed with delight as she received a pink butterfly hairpin, and proceeded to share stories about her house at school, including her grievances regarding the annoying Potter. Severus and I are in different houses. The Gryffindors don't seem to enjoy mingling with Slytherins, as if studying dark magic were something to be ashamed of, Lily pouted, displaying her displeasure. Penny quietly flipped through the 5th volume of Fantastic Beasts that Lily had gifted her, listening attentively to her complaints. I initially thought it was a misunderstanding, but it turns out those Slytherins really are unpleasant. They resort to curses against others. Isn't that dark magic? Even Severus is drawn to dark magic, as he spends all his time with them, Lily lamented. What she did not voice was that Severus was her only acquaintance at Hogwarts, and their occasional meetings were viewed by her housemates as interactions with an outsider. Do you believe learning dark magic is inherently wrong? If memory serves, you have a class on defense against the dark arts, Penny interjected, casting a sidelong glance at her. But that's different, Lily stammered, her face reddening at Penny's tone. He isn't a bad person, but everyone around him is. With that, she ignored Penny and dashed over to her mother, dragging her slippers along the floor. Penny sighed. It was true that Hogwarts was divided into 4 houses, yet all housed young witches and wizards who could shape the future of the magical realm. It seemed absurd to waste their time on mischief. Moreover, Hogwarts was not merely a school. It was a place to forge connections and seek companionship, akin to a second home. So why perpetuate divisions? On the 3rd day after Christmas, Lily rose early, excited by her father's announcement that they would be going ice skating. She hurriedly knocked on Penny's door, urging her to awaken. Penny, get up. Let us go to the ice rink. After receiving a response, she dashed downstairs. They had played on the Black Lake at Hogwarts before, but had been stopped by Filch. Penny squinted as she brushed her teeth and washed her face, finally making her way downstairs for breakfast. Eileen arranged for us to bring Severus along. Will the car accommodate us? Mrs. Evans spread butter on a slice of bread, glancing at her husband. Mr. Evans nodded after swallowing a mouthful of potato. I borrowed a car from Mr. Spencer. It seats 5. That's good. It's rare for Eileen to ask for my help, Mrs. Evans murmured. Penny suddenly recalled that she hadn't seen Severus in months, and had forgotten to give him a Christmas gift, not to mention that his birthday was just around the corner. After finishing breakfast, the doorbell rang. It was Eileen and Severus, both of whom appeared well-groomed, with Severus's hair looking particularly neat. Thank you so much. I must return home to care for my husband. Eileen expressed her gratitude to the Evans couple, hastily reminding her son before rushing back home. Good morning, Mr. Evans, Mrs. Evans, Severus greeted politely, his stiffness betraying his discomfort with social interactions. Yet normalcy in such matters was unavoidable. The Evanses greeted him with smiles, inquiring if he had eaten breakfast. Severus nodded, and Mrs. Evans slipped £3 into his pocket, suggesting he might want to buy a hamburger if he felt hungry. The Evanses left the 3 children to their own devices, heading off to prepare the car. Though belated, I wish you a Merry Christmas, Penny said with a light chuckle after greeting him. Thank you, Severus replied, this time not bowing his head as he usually did, but instead meeting Penny's gaze, his dark eyes reflecting her image clearly. However, Penny paid little attention, her focus returning to the Fantastic Beasts book Lily had gifted her. Severus pressed his lips together, striving to recall the etiquette he had learned in Slytherin, mimicking Lucius's gestures as he elegantly retrieved 2 gifts from his pocket. These are for you, Merry Christmas. He handed the orange-wrapped gift to Lily. His bizarre tone elicited hearty laughter from Lily, who cheerfully accepted the gift. This is for you, Penny. Merry Christmas, Severus said, placing the blue-wrapped present before Penny, his speech somewhat unhurried, leading one to believe he might be stammering. As Penny unwrapped the parcel, she discovered a box brimming with dried violets in hues of purple, white, and pink, those commonplace varieties seen on every street corner. Oh, thank you, Severus, I truly adore them. She found herself pondering whether to commend Severus for his frugality, or to label him miserly. Lily, holding a charming ceramic rabbit, couldn't help but chuckle at her sister's consistent gifts over the years. However, the Evans couple did not grant them much time to jest, as they popped their heads in from the car window, urging them to hurry. They spent a delightful afternoon skating at the city center, with Penny laughing and her eyes glistening, feeling almost impervious to the cold. After tiring themselves at the rink, they wandered about, indulging in various snacks before returning home. Severus observed Penny, her hair tousled yet her cheeks flushed with joy, hesitating momentarily before abandoning the idea of taming her wild locks. Chapter 16. Mundane Matters. Since Penny began penning stories, she had largely ceased her small ventures. By the time she entered high school, she had completely stopped. Although the Christmas holiday spanned only 2 weeks, the assignments were plentiful. "Lily, have you completed your homework?" Penny inquired curiously, accustomed to the doubling of assignments during holidays. Lily frowned slightly, finally recalling the homework left on her desk. "Oh, I finished most of it. I plan to ask Severus about a few unclear parts." She shut her comic book, leaped off the sofa, and dashed upstairs to fetch a bag. Penny bit the end of her pen, reminiscing about history, genuinely puzzled as to why she still needed to study world history. "Penny, do you want to join me? Staying home will be boring. Let us head to the library together," Lily suggested, donning her gloves. After pondering briefly, Penny declined the invitation. Her assignments bore no connection to the magical realm, and attending would only add to her worries. "You all go ahead. Remember to return early," Penny replied softly. Lily was now entirely a child, her capricious temperament often perplexing Penny. Without certainty about leaving this place, she couldn't afford to adopt a cold demeanor that might annoy others. Lily nodded and set off to meet her friends at their usual spot. Severus, seated beneath a small tree by the river with his potions book, seemed unbothered by the cold. He spent all year outdoors, except when it rained or snowed. "Severus, have you finished your homework?" Lily bounced over, her red hair swaying behind her. Severus glanced behind her, noting she was alone, disappointment flickering in his eyes. "I've completed mine. Haven't you finished yet?" "I was done by the 3rd day after returning." Severus looked at Lily quizzically, knowing school resumed in just 2 days. Lily felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. "I'm almost done. I just have a few things I don't understand, which is why I came to consult you. Let us go to the library together, Severus. I'll treat you to orange soda." Her voice was soft, almost coaxing. The boy frowned at her words but took his potions book and accompanied Lily to the library. Time flew swiftly. The joyous days of leisure came to an end, and soon it was time to return to school. Penny, unable to see Lily and the others off at the station, prepared sandwiches for them to enjoy on the train before heading to school. "Wow, beef-filled. My favorite." "Thank you, Penny," Lily exclaimed, eyeing the delectable sandwiches and cookies, before enveloping her sister in a hug. Penny, feeling uncomfortable, fidgeted with her fingers, suppressing the urge to push her away. She disliked such affectionate gestures. "All right, I'm off to school. Remember to share some with Severus," she reminded them. Lily nodded while munching on the delicious cookies. Aware that since Penny's health had declined, she had rarely had the chance to savor her sister's cooking. Observing Lily nibbling on the cookies like a squirrel, Penny sighed in resignation. Sometimes Lily was endearing, yet other times, she was quite exasperating. Perhaps children struggled to manage their emotions, but the occasional tantrum only heightened annoyance. When the Evans couple took Lily to the train station, Severus was also asked by his mother to accompany them. The two sat silently in the back seat of the car, the atmosphere thick with unspoken words. It wasn't that they lacked the desire to converse. The car's steepness made them dizzy, inducing a sense of nausea, despite having taken the motion sickness pills bought by Mrs. Evans. Initially, Penny was elated to return to school, having received a generous payment of $50 for her latest article, eagerly awaiting the day when the major newspaper would acquire the small one, allowing her to attempt writing a novel. However, her joy was short-lived as she was promptly whisked away to dance practice under the pretense of losing weight. Penny squeezed the soft flesh of her belly, feeling rather disheartened, and contemplated asking Lily if there were any weight-loss potions in the magical realm. She later penned a letter inquiring about it, but was met with vague responses from Lily, filled with complaints about that Potter boy. After skimming a few lines, she lost interest. Perhaps the longer one interacted with the magical world, the more entranced one became. She found her correspondence with Lily and Severus dwindling, their occasional letters becoming increasingly brief. Gradually, Penny ceased writing to them altogether. Amidst the hustle and bustle of her life, Penny smoothly transitioned into her 11th year, taking another step closer to graduation. As June came to a close, the 3-month summer holiday arrived, and Lily returned from Hogwarts after a long separation. They traveled back together on the subway, parting ways at the amusement park. Subsequently, Eileen Snape visited the Evans home a few times, bringing several bottles of healing potions as a gesture of gratitude for watching over her son. Mrs. Evans, well aware of the potion's benefits, graciously accepted the gifts and gently reminded Lily to treat her classmate well. Severus sat awkwardly in the living room, only sipping water when his throat felt parched, his lowered lashes concealing his envy. July in London saw a few sunny days, attracting many to the lakes for boating. Penny received an invitation from her friend Jane to go camping and rowing in Green Forest Town, akin to attending a week-long summer camp. Elated, Penny readily accepted and packed her belongings that night, spending an evening at Jane's for a sleepover party. By the time Lily realized her sister was absent, Penny had already ventured off to the neighboring town for fun. "Oh my goodness, why didn't Penny invite me? I want to play too," Lily lamented, poking at her peas with a fork, her lips pursed in displeasure. Mrs. Evans chuckled softly, reassuring her, "Wait until you're in high school. I'll take you on a trip once your father and I have our holiday." Mr. Evans, engrossed in the newspaper, nodded in agreement with his wife. Lily cheered with delight, finishing her plate of peas before running off to play with her friends from before Hogwarts. When Penny returned, tanned from her time outdoors, she learned of the trio's plans for an outing. "Oh, all right, have fun," Penny remarked, unsure of what expression to wear, merely blinking in congratulations. The Evans couple, perhaps feeling a tinge of guilt, left Penny with 20 for household expenses before embarking on their road trip with Lily. In the vast expanse of the house, tranquility reigned, save for Penny, who sat leisurely sipping her milk. The night enveloped the space, the windows sparkling with clarity. On her small bed, Penny slipped into a sweet slumber, illuminated only by the bedside lamp, casting the delicate shadows of her long eyelashes across her face, adding a touch of softness to her features. Outside, the wind rustled through the sycamore trees, while a slender figure appeared beneath the dim streetlight. Moments later, a vibrant purple four-petal lilac blossomed outside a nearby window, its fragrance wafting through the cracks into the room. The girl in bed turned over, nuzzling her face into the soft pillow, continuing her dream-filled repose. Chapter 17 Growth. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was the summer of 1973. That year, Penny achieved commendable results, securing admission to a respectable university, thus gaining a measure of influence within the Evans household. At least the Evans couple would include her in family discussions, even though she had little desire to participate. At 15, Penny observed her friends Lily and Severus, now 13, who had already enjoyed 3 pleasant years at Hogwarts. During occasional conversations with Lily, Penny heard her express disdain towards the notorious Potter quartet, her expression tinged with contempt. "Though they share my Gryffindor affiliation, they are utterly insufferable, constantly using spells to torment others. Filch, our school's caretaker, has been mercilessly harassed by the Potter group. Do they truly think that becoming Seekers grants them free reign?" Lily pouted, her disapproval evident. Penny calmly turned a page of her book, nodding noncommittally, while inwardly scoffing. After all, in the original narrative, she would eventually find herself entangled in a romance with the very Potter she now detested. Lily continued her tirade, oblivious to the fact that Penny would never relay her grievances to the magical world. Resignedly, Penny assumed the role of an emotional receptacle, until her friend Jane's call provided an escape. "Alien sightings? Not interested. A screening of Doctor Who? What time? Ah, splendid. I shall be there shortly." Penny hung up, offering Lily an apologetic smile. "Lily, I must take my leave. Let's discuss Hogwarts again next time." Lily gazed at Penny with a hint of longing. She too wished to partake in the gathering, but it was deemed an affair for adults, and she was not permitted to attend. As Penny mounted her bicycle and ventured out, she chanced upon Severus, who was crossing the street with a bag of books. Initially, she contemplated riding past him unnoticed, but she was called out before she could do so. "Penny, good afternoon. Where are you off to?" Severus approached briskly, his gaze momentarily faltering as he noticed her attire, a thin blouse paired with shorts, coloring his cheeks. "Ah, good afternoon, Severus. I'm off to the movies with friends," Penny replied, offering a polite smile to the now noticeably taller boy. It wasn't that she disliked Severus, it was rather his unpredictable temperament that perplexed her. One moment amiable, the next irritable, akin to the capriciousness of a girl experiencing her monthly cycle. However, while the latter was predictable, his mood swings were anything but. Before her stood a mild-mannered Severus, and Penny felt compelled to inquire, "Young lad, have you entered your rebellious phase prematurely?" Severus, unaware of the internal monologue swirling within Penny, maintained a stiff demeanor, particularly as her words about the movie outing jabbed at his heart like 1,000 tiny insects, prompting a discomforting cough. "I see. Enjoy yourselves," he managed, wishing to inquire how many would be joining her and how late they'd be out, but the questions felt too intrusive, so he simply offered a strained smile. Penny nodded at him with a smile and pedaled away. Severus watched her retreating figure, his path homeward altered as he turned in the opposite direction. Despite England being mired in economic turmoil, the vibrant nightlife belied any signs of decline. Aware that Penny, being a minor, could not partake in alcoholic beverages, Jane had thoughtfully procured some juice for her. The film was screened in an indoor basketball arena, surrounded by numerous young couples. Even in her corner, Penny found herself encircled by affectionate pairs. "Jane, why didn't you tell me this was a couple's venue?" she remarked, observing the fervent displays of affection before her. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, it was as if they were ravenous beasts, and Penny feared they might indulge in more than mere kissing. Jane leaned closer, whispering, "I thought you were aware. You are 15 after all." Just then, she stood and waved, signaling to a tall, burly young man approaching. "Hey Penny, this is my boyfriend, Kevin Thomas," Jane introduced, gesturing between him and Penny. Kevin nodded in acknowledgement before taking his seat beside Jane. Penny then understood Jane's choice of a secluded spot for their movie. She felt a wave of confusion watching the couple bask in their affection, ultimately deciding to leave. "Ah, Jane, I just remembered I have an appointment at the library. I'll take my leave now." She fabricated an excuse, grabbing a soda before departing. Jane, aware of Penny's fondness for the library, accepted her excuse without suspicion, kissing her boyfriend goodbye as she escorted Penny out of the basketball arena. Outside, the sun hung low in the sky, the streetlights yet to flicker to life, casting a hazy glow from the setting sun. A diminutive figure lingered at the crossroads, seemingly uncertain of which path to take, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Penny blinked, recognizing the familiar silhouette, questioning why he lingered instead of heading home. The bell of her bicycle chimed in the stillness of the street, startling the contemplative figure, who turned just as the streetlights illuminated the area. The gentle glow revealed a smiling girl, casting a soft light upon him, causing his heart to skip a beat. "Is that truly you, Severus? What brings you here?" Penny inquired, her eyes filled with curiosity, as she lightened the mood with a less serious question. "Are you headed to the gym?" "I'm lost, Penny," the boy replied, his voice hoarse, his dark eyes reflecting her serene visage. "I can't seem to find my way home." His lips pressed together tightly, hinting at a sense of injustice. Penny, upon hearing this, found no amusement in his predicament. After all, the streets of England were notoriously convoluted, capable of confusing even the most familiar of residents, let alone a young wizard accustomed to Hogwarts. Choosing between riding alongside him or walking, she ultimately opted to dismount and accompany him. "How fortunate. I'm heading home as well. Let us return together." Penny pushed her bike alongside her, walking down the street with the boy. The cicadas chirped incessantly from the trees, while the evening breeze brought a welcome coolness to the sweltering summer heat. Severus walked beside her, his gaze frequently drawn to her. He pondered, asking if she had enjoyed her day, why she had returned so early, and how coincidentally he had encountered his own vexation. The journey remained somewhat silent, with Penny uncertain of what to discuss, while Severus's mind felt muddled. Feeling fatigued, Penny noticed a small supermarket nearby, and decided to purchase 2 bottles of soda. "Here. They say this blue one is blueberry flavored." She opened the pink one for herself, the icy sensation bringing a smile to her face. "Thank you," Severus murmured, accepting the drink, the coolness of the bottle sending a pleasant shiver through his fingers. Yet he hesitated to open it. The two settled on a park bench, their bicycles abandoned to the side. After quenching her thirst, Penny's chatter flowed freely, and she engaged the boy in conversation, their dialogue weaving a tapestry of shared moments under the fading light of day. "Does the Black Lake at Hogwarts harbor mermaids?" "Indeed. But they are rather unattractive and possess a tempestuous temperament. I heard from Lily that your carriages operate autonomously. Are they powered by magic?" "No. There are thestrals in front of the carriages, which are seldom seen by many. However, Hagrid regularly feeds them." Penny nodded silently, although she was aware of this. She found it rather dull, and it also provided an opportunity to subtly inquire about the boy's relationship with the quartet. "Who is Hagrid? Is he your friend?" she asked curiously, tilting her head as if genuinely interested. Severus frowned at her inquiry, uncertain whether it was the question or something else that prompted his silence. After a considerable pause, he replied, "He is not my friend. He has a fondness for Gryffindor students and their notoriously troublesome quartet, who always seem to associate together. I simply do not comprehend why. If dark magic was invented, it must have a purpose. After all, aren't those Gryffindors the ones who use curses to torment others while incessantly proclaiming the evil of dark magic?" Penny listened intently, recognizing that everyone perceives matters from different perspectives, leading to diverse opinions. Moreover, with the ongoing conflict between Voldemort and Dumbledore, the organization that the public rallies behind naturally garners immense support. "So, have you ever used dark magic to harm others, Severus?" Penny inquired with a gentle smile, her tone affectionate. Of course not, Severus paused, fiddling with the soda can in his hand. I have never willingly employed dark magic. It has only been when I was cornered that I resorted to it. His voice dropped, and his long black hair obscured much of his face, concealing his expression. Penny, having pieced together the version she heard from Lily along with the original narrative, felt her heart soften. Students spend 7 years in school, especially in a gathering place for wizards, where future partners and companions are likely to be met. Thus, Hogwarts serves as their second home. When children have yet to form their worldviews, encountering an environment detrimental to their healthy growth can lead to incorrect notions, particularly since Hogwarts lacks a political curriculum, relying solely on students' self-development. They are left to navigate their challenges without guidance, often resorting to a tit-for-tat approach, perpetuating a cycle of violence. Therefore, one cannot fault Dumbledore for adeptly maneuvering through the magical world. There are few wizards with both strength and intellect. In truth, employing dark magic is not inherently wrong, as long as it serves to protect oneself against others. Penny sighed softly, offering words of solace, for as someone who had witnessed the boy's growth, she preferred that others bear the brunt of harm. The boy suddenly lifted his head, his bright eyes fixed on her, only for his gaze to dim once more. The girl was not a witch, nor was she at Hogwarts, and thus had little understanding of the circumstances. The evening breeze wafted gently and Penny felt a chill, her thin shirt inadequate against the biting wind. Goodbye, Severus. Next time you get lost, perhaps you could consult a signpost, she waved, pushing her bicycle into the neighborhood. Severus stood still, allowing the night wind to rustle his cloak, lingering for a moment before turning away. He took a sip of the blue soda in his hand. Its flavor was sweet and tart, mirroring his current state of mind. Chapter 18. Observing Changes. The midsummer night soon passed, heralding the commencement of Penny's college life, where her first lengthy novel garnered a modest amount of attention. Severus sat at the Slytherin long table, gazing at the starry sky above, reminiscing about that radiant smile. Are you thinking of that red-haired Gryffindor girl? Regulus inquired curiously while munching on a sugar pie. I heard from Sirius that Potter is pursuing her. You must be aware that our reputation is not particularly favorable. Severus pursed his lips and cast a sidelong glance at him, continuing his dinner. That fool, he mused. If it were him, he would have long since drawn a line between himself and that foolish Gryffindor mutt, sparing himself from daily exclusion from Slytherin's pure-blood circles. Just as Severus was lamenting the boy's brother, he encountered Lily while explaining potions, only for the foolish mutt to rise in defense of his brother, igniting a new wave of conflict. Although several ended up injured and required medical attention, fortunately, they all sustained only superficial wounds, appearing far worse than they truly were. Lily was nearly beside herself with rage. After all, who would appreciate speaking with friends only to have someone abruptly interject with nonsensical remarks and cast spells, resulting in chaos and ruining a perfectly pleasant weekend? This was not something anyone desired, especially considering Severus had fractured his foot. Upon learning the details, the heads of both houses took action. Professor McGonagall sternly deducted 20 points from Gryffindor and sentenced Sirius and his companions to a week of detention. Severus received a restorative potion personally brewed by Professor Slughorn, who instructed him to return to classes once he had healed. The outcome was fair, and at that time, Hogwarts maintained a semblance of balance. After finishing her dance practice, Penny returned to her dormitory to find an owl pecking angrily at the window. The dormitory was a 4-person room, and it was Friday, with the other 3 off enjoying their weekend. Penny approached and opened the window, scattering some breadcrumbs before the owl, and settling into a chair to read the letter. It was from Lily, detailing Potter's domineering behavior and Severus's unfortunate circumstances, alongside her own turmoil. Recently, Potter had become the seeker for the Quidditch team, and the witches enamored with him continually sought to embroil her in trouble, causing her significant distress. The letter was filled with the young girl's musings and complaints about the troublemaker, yearning for familial comfort. Upon learning of Severus's broken leg, Penny's brow furrowed tighter, understanding that the dual identity of both rival and enemy could easily overwhelm a teenage boy. She smoothed out the parchment and swiftly penned a response. Watching the owl take flight, she wearily pinched the bridge of her nose, contemplating that if Lily and Potter were determined to be together, she would distance herself as much as possible, perhaps offering subtle hints to encourage caution. This winter in England was particularly frigid, barely into December. Several heavy snowfalls had already occurred, and even the school's lake had frozen over with a thick layer of ice. Clutching a hot water bottle, Penny waited until her cold hands warmed before resuming her homework. She lamented once more how much easier life would be if she could wield magic. effortlessly resolving her tasks with a simple incantation. While lost in thought, a familiar tapping at the window caught her attention. The same owl was back, now dusted with a layer of snow on its feathers. Ever since the last time she had confided in Penny, Lily had taken to writing to her weekly. It was a pity for the owl, having to traverse a good portion of England to deliver messages. It had lost quite a bit of weight. This letter contained less criticism of Potter and his friends, and instead, a hint of budding romance, the tone considerably lighter, even playfully suggesting that Penny find a boyfriend in college. Penny sighed anxiously. It seemed their pairing was destined to solidify. Oh well, she thought. I shall simply observe how things unfold. This year, she had no intention of returning home for Christmas. The school would be hosting charity events, and she had signed up to participate. Rather than endure the cold demeanor and favoritism of the Evans couple, she preferred to devote her time to something far more meaningful. The Hogwarts Express sped through the biting cold, the thick blanket of snow outside shimmering with a silvery glow, while the young witches and wizards within the carriage engaged in lively conversation. Lily, the snow is so heavy today. I wonder if we have enough coal at home, Mary remarked anxiously, gazing out at the falling snow. Lily, upon hearing those words, recalled the fireplace at home, which, despite her best efforts to stoke it, could never rival the warmth of Hogwarts. She wondered if her parents had taken her advice and purchased a coal-burning stove. Uncertain of the answer, she felt assured they had prepared a sumptuous feast. With a twinkle in her green eyes, she smiled and replied. Mary, upon hearing this, shrugged her shoulders and began to gossip with the other girls in the compartment. Do you think Black is more handsome than Lupin? I think Potter is quite charming too, though he has a penchant for mischief. Oh, where's the charm in that? He spends his days bullying others. If it weren't for Barrett catching the golden snitch during that Quidditch match, they would have lost. Oh, I know. And remember how they folded a Hufflepuff student's ear? It looked so painful. The girls chattered animatedly, and while Lily found Potter's antics exasperating, his dashing demeanor on the pitch had undeniably etched itself in her memory. The four of them laughed and joked until the train reached its destination, reluctantly rising to disembark. At that moment, Potter caught sight of Lily, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he approached her, while Sirius rolled his eyes behind him, dragging his luggage along. Upon noticing him, Lily's smile faded, and with a heavy huff, she dashed towards her parents. Potter, his expression downcast, returned to Sirius's side, sighing as he accepted the luggage. Mrs. Evans embraced Lily tightly, showering her with kisses, murmuring about her having grown thinner. Severus stood a short distance away, watching the harmonious family with a pang of longing for his own mother. Once the three returned home, Lily glanced around, noticing the absence of one person. You mean Petunia? She's not coming back this year. She mentioned some school event she needs to attend, Mrs. Evans explained before removing her coat and bustling into the kitchen. Mr. Evans set about assembling last year's Christmas tree, and then drove out to procure colorful lights. Lily rolled up her sleeves and added logs to the fireplace, the warm glow of the flames illuminating her face, instilling a profound sense of tranquility. The Evans household radiated warmth and harmony as the family shared a cozy dinner. In stark contrast, the Snape household in Spinner's End was eerily silent, the dim, damp rooms devoid of any festive atmosphere. Severus, take some money and go get something to eat. Didn't he have time to prepare a meal? His mother, Eileen, said, cradling her injured forehead, unable to meet her son's piercing gaze. Severus inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger that simmered within, before accepting the money and quietly leaving. He heard his mother's muffled sobs behind him and kicked at the snow in frustration. She was always like this. After all, she was a witch. Chapter 19, Clarity. Severus casually purchased a hamburger to satiate his hunger, wandering aimlessly until he found himself beneath the great tree at the amusement park. Narrowing his eyes, he peered into the river, where only his reflection stared back. On Christmas morning, Lily received a gift delivered by Petunia's owl. After informing her mother, she excitedly exited with the present in her arms. The long river glistened like a silver serpent, its scales shimmering in the sunlight. Wow, you're really here. This is for you, Lily exclaimed breathlessly upon spotting Severus seated in the library. Merry Christmas. Severus looked up, hesitating before accepting the gift. He had not anticipated receiving anything so soon, and thus had not brought one in return. Lily, noticing his confusion, smiled and explained, Petunia isn't back for Christmas. She's participating in a charity event. The gift was prepared long ago. With that, she picked up a comic book to read. Severus remained momentarily dazed, realizing Petunia was in university and her absence was perfectly normal. As the clock struck 12, the shops began to close, including the bookstore. After bidding Severus farewell, Lily jogged home. The sky was devoid of snow, but the biting wind stung like knives. Severus had no desire to return to the dim, lifeless home. However, with the library closed for Christmas, he had nowhere else to go. Upon arriving home, he heard raised voices before even entering. I truly regret marrying you, you worthless fool. You only serve to irritate me. Hurry up and give me the money. A gruff male voice cursed, followed by the sounds of breaking bottles and shifting furniture. I have no money left, Tobias. I spent it all on your alcohol. Woe is me. Eileen's words were tinged with exhaustion. Ha, no money? Have you squandered it all on your lover? You're nothing but a wicked witch. Who would want you but me? Next time get out. No please. I've done all the dishes. I gave you every penny I had. Please don't throw me out. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. The man's fist struck the frail woman, her cries and pleas echoing out into the street. Severus felt his anger surge, his fists clenched tightly. Enough. All the money in this house comes from my mother. You're the one who should leave. He burst through the door, witnessing his drunken father yanking his mother's hair, simultaneously striking and kicking her in the stomach. Severus's vision turned crimson, and he seized the coal shovel resting by the door, swinging it at the man. As Tobias released his grip on Eileen's hair, he turned to face Severus with a sneer. You dare strike me? You little bastard, I am your father. The drunken man, burdened by his weight, seemed convinced that Severus would not dare to retaliate, advancing towards him with a swagger. Severus aimed for Tobias's arm, but the man's sudden movement caused the shovel to land solidly on his shoulder. To his surprise, Tobias cursed and grimaced, his eyes filled with hatred. Bastard whore. Just like your mother. Come on, if you have the guts, kill me. Come at me. He taunted, pointing to his head and inching closer to the boy. Severus's gaze flickered, his grip tightening around the shovel as he weighed the consequences of his actions. Just as he resolved to strike again, the rotund man stumbled before him, revealing the shaken Eileen behind him. Locking eyes with her son, Eileen dropped the chair she had been holding and rushed to check on her husband. Tobias, are you all right? Oh, it's my fault. Eileen examined her husband's breathing, relieved to find he had merely fainted, only to dissolve into tears once more. Severus, observing the embrace between the two, wore a look of dawning comprehension, then, filled with disillusionment, discarded the shovel and quietly left, closing the door behind him. What is home? What is family? Perhaps he would never truly understand. Light snow began to fall, blanketing the ground in a melancholic haze. Severus sat on a park bench, gazing vacantly at the festively decorated houses filled with laughter and joy. Where could he go? Where would he find acceptance? As he brushed the snow from his eyelashes, his stiff fingers felt something in his pocket, and he recalled that it was from Lily. One was a gift from Lily, the other from Petunia, a box of chocolates and a pair of gray gloves. Severus remembered Petunia's light-colored eyes, and felt an overwhelming urge to see her again. In the university auditorium, as the play Romeo and Juliet concluded, the audience filed out, leaving the hall empty. Behind the scenes, the actors removed their makeup, and Jen, hastily tidying herself, eagerly pulled Petunia out. Honestly, are we just extras? I was planning to go home for Christmas to celebrate my parents' birthday, but I doubt I'll make it now. Wrapped in her scarf, Jane continuously voiced her grievances, lamenting that they were unable to take the stage for the charity performance, despite having encouraged her brother to watch the show. Penny offered a resigned smile. After all, others had trained tirelessly for so long, and it was clear that newcomers like them would not be granted the limelight. Besides, playing a supporting role in a white dress still came with a monetary reward. Let us use this money to indulge in some delicious food, so our efforts over the past few days are not in vain. Jane quickly revived her spirits, chattering excitedly about where they should go to have fun. Aren't you going to accompany your boyfriend? Penny, hearing the crunch of her shoes on the snow, felt reluctant to venture out. The cold was simply unbearable. Weren't you just saying you'd visit me for Christmas? Jane scooped up a handful of snow, forming it into a ball, and hurled it at a nearby tree trunk. A resounding thud echoed as more snow cascaded down. Oh, don't remind me. His parents said they're going to Australia for Christmas, so he won't be here. Jane sighed, her disappointment palpable. Penny nodded in understanding. They truly were a wealthy and fashionable family. She too wished to visit places like Hainan and Sanya during winter. The two girls bought cups of hot cocoa from a roadside vendor, and with each sip, warmth spread throughout their bodies. As they strolled past a street, a sleek black convertible pulled up beside them. Hey Jane. Surprise. Merry Christmas. The driver removed his sunglasses, revealing himself to be Jane's boyfriend. He produced a bouquet of red roses from the other side and handed them to Jane, taking a sip from her hot cocoa. Jane was taken aback, joyfully embracing the roses. Wait, weren't you going to Australia? Kevin Thomas tossed aside the empty cup and twirled his girlfriend around in his arms. How could I possibly travel alone, knowing you're here? He laughed heartily, clearly pleased with her reaction. As the two exchanged sweet nothings, Penny stood awkwardly to the side, her toes nearly digging into the frozen ground. Oh Penny, I'm so sorry. Jane blushed as she jumped down from her boyfriend's embrace, apologizing to Penny. I might have to ditch you today. I'm really sorry. Let us go out to that restaurant together next time. Goodbye Penny, haha. I'll take Jane out for a feast next time, Kevin said, holding Jane's hand with a flourish. It's all right Jane, Kevin. I hope you both have a wonderful time. Penny replied, nodding in understanding as she watched them drive off in the convertible. Initially, she wondered if they weren't cold. But then she stomped her frozen feet and turned to leave. Goodness, Jane really has forgotten her friends in the face of romance. Penny thought to herself as she cradled her hot cocoa and settled into a 24-hour hamburger joint, contemplating how to spend the remaining time. Suddenly, amidst the crowd crossing the street, she spotted a familiar figure, long black hair and an ever-present black outfit. It had to be him. Chapter 20, Tears. Perhaps fatigue had clouded her vision, or perhaps her yearning to see that person was too intense. As she turned the corner and looked up, she saw the one she longed to embrace. The wind tousled the girl's hair, revealing her bright, clear light-colored eyes. Severus trembled as he approached the girl and enveloped her in his arms. Penny, let me hold you for just a moment, he murmured, inhaling the familiar scent of orange blossom from her hair, tightening his grip as though afraid she might dissolve into mist. Severus was uncertain of his own emotions at that moment, yet he felt a sense of relief wash over him as his heart, which had hung in the balance, finally found solace. Penny stood frozen, gazing at Severus, who resembled a lost puppy. Ultimately, she did not push him away. She gently patted his trembling back, her mind racing with questions about what could have transpired. Knowing he was usually so composed and reserved, such a display was not typical unless something significant had occurred. Severus was not short. He had grown to the height of Penny's ear, yet his clothing still seemed oversized. After what felt like an eternity, just as Penny thought her waist might snap from his embrace, he finally released her. Thank you, Penny, Severus rasped. Thank you for being here. And for not pushing me away. Penny, noticing his bashful demeanor, averted her gaze, ultimately settling on his mud-streaked shoes, wanting to inquire when he had arrived in London. Especially since the subway would close on Christmas Eve. Would you mind accompanying me for a bite to eat? It's rather dull spending Christmas alone. Penny suggested with a smile, gesturing toward the hamburger place where she had just eaten. Severus lifted his eyes, suddenly aware of the inappropriate nature of their embrace in such a public setting. He attempted to mask his embarrassment, but his expression betrayed him as he felt his cheeks flush, an instinctive urge to escape the scene overtaking him. Penny suppressed a laugh, words hovering on her lips that she could not bring herself to voice, eventually transforming into a soft sigh. Let us go, Severus. I'm quite hungry, she said, taking his hand and leading him into the restaurant. Severus did not resist and obediently took a seat across from her. Penny ordered a meal without asking for his preference, and added a cup of hot coffee to her order. Warm yourself. This winter is truly frigid, she said, glancing at him and then returning to her food. Thank you, Severus replied hoarsely, cautiously sipping his hot coffee. Once he felt a bit more comfortable, he quietly began to eat his chicken nuggets. Their meal concluded, and the hour was still early. Penny felt the movie tickets in her pocket, remembering Jane, who had ditched her for a date with her boyfriend, and she ground her teeth in frustration. Severus, how about we catch a movie? She proposed, waving the tickets in front of him. Under his puzzled gaze, she explained, I had plans with a friend, but she flaked out to be with her boyfriend. Severus hesitated, ultimately deciding to accompany her. However, before they went to the cinema, Penny found a shoe store that was about to close, purchasing a pair of shearling boots and asking the shopkeeper to wrap them in a gift bag. Merry Christmas, Severus. This is your Christmas gift, she exclaimed as she approached him with the gift box, urging him to try them on. Severus bit his lip, gazing deeply at Penny before finally trying on the well-fitting new shoes. They're quite nice. I do have good taste, Penny boasted, taking his hand and leading him to the cinema. As for the old shoes, they were, of course, stuffed into the gift box. After all, they could still be worn after a good wash. They watched a comedy film that had the entire theater erupting in laughter. Penny was thoroughly enjoying herself, covering her mouth as she giggled. Severus, clad in his warm, well-fitted new shoes, found his attention diverted from the film, his peripheral vision constantly monitoring Penny's movements, relishing in her radiant smile. As the film concluded, it was nearing 7 o'clock. Penny glanced at the sky and then at the boy beside her, hesitating before speaking up. Why don't you wait until the subway opens tomorrow to head back? It is Christmas, and those buses stopped running a while ago. Noticing Severus's expression remained unchanged. She felt reassured. You could stay at a hotel near my school. I can show you around tomorrow. It's quite picturesque. However, Severus did not respond. And a silence fell between them. Penny, I fear I may not have enough money to stay at a hotel, he replied glumly. Penny chuckled softly, shaking her head. A 14-year-old, likely a runaway. How could she expect him to foot the bill for a hotel? Don't worry about it. I'll cover it for now. And you can pay me back when you have the money, she said earnestly, adding, make sure to call your mother from the hotel later. She'll be worried if you don't come home tonight. As soon as the words left his lips, the boy vehemently retorted. She doesn't care about me. Her gaze is only for that drunkard. I am but Severus, her son, whose stubbornness is matched only by the melancholy and sorrow in his eyes. No one in that household has ever shown me concern. Upon witnessing his fervent reaction, Penny swiftly grasped the circumstances surrounding his departure from home, and could only offer a feeble consolation. Well, you must devote yourself to your studies, and strive to become a better version of yourself. That way, you shall attract those who admire and care for you. You will come to realize that Auntie and the others are merely ordinary people. Perhaps her haphazard words had a modicum of effect, for Severus merely responded with a heavy yet his lips remained tightly pressed, betraying an evident sorrow. The two entered the inn, and under the teasing glances from the front desk staff, Penny casually filled in a fictitious name before leading Severus upstairs. You shall sleep here tonight. Do not open the door for strangers, and wait for me to return at 8 in the morning to take you out for breakfast. Penny inspected the room, offering a few words of advice to the boy, who listened attentively, for it was his first stay in an inn. Glancing at her watch, Penny noticed that curfew at school was fast approaching. After confirming the time with Severus once more, she hurried downstairs to return to the school. Severus, gazing at the empty room, could still catch a whiff of the sweet scent of orange blossoms lingering in the air. He performed a quick wash in the bathroom, then lay on the soft bed, staring blankly at the ceiling for an extended period. Unsure of what thoughts occupied his mind, he picked up the new shoes Penny had purchased for him and entered the bathroom, scrubbing away the stains before gently drying them with a tissue. He used the warm air from the dryer to restore the shoes to a pristine condition, as if they were brand new. Cradling the shoes, he wrapped himself in the thick, warm comforter, and in the darkness he finally let down his guard, allowing a few silent tears to cascade down his cheeks. Chapter 21. Discussion. Penny was a punctual individual. Before 8 o'clock, she arrived at the inn, bearing 2 cups of hot cocoa and pork chop sandwiches. Severus, still groggy from sleep, opened the door, and only when Penny entered the room, sitting down with a cheerful smile, did he truly awaken. Penny, just give me a moment. I need to freshen up. He hurried into the bathroom, and upon re-emerging, droplets of water still clung to his chin, and his hair stood whimsically on end. Penny, in the midst of her breakfast, chuckled at the sight, finding the boy's appearance to be a striking contrast. Eat while it's hot. I bought it from my favorite place. You should give it a try, she urged, taking a sip of her hot cocoa. Severus settled beside her, savoring a sip of cocoa followed by a bite of the pork chop sandwich. It's delicious. Thank you, Penny. He pressed his lips together in appreciation, for this was the most exquisite meal he had enjoyed since returning to London. I'm glad you like it, Penny replied, her eyes crinkling in a smile as she graciously accepted his compliment. As they emerged from the inn, the streets were devoid of pedestrians. Penny led Severus through the school grounds as she had the day before. In this icy weather, there's not much to see. If we had come in summer, we could witness the swans swimming in the lake, she reflected, guiding the boy to the grand hall. The dance society I participate in often rehearses here, and our performances have even won awards. Of course, we are no match for those who study dance professionally, she said, pride radiating from her face. Severus listened in silence, occasionally nodding in agreement, yet his obsidian eyes remained fixed on the girl's movements. He could hardly fathom how such a delicate figure could shine so brilliantly on stage. Unbeknownst to her, Penny continued her enthusiastic introduction until, unexpectedly, her foot slipped, causing her to lurch forward. Quick as a flash, Severus grasped her arm, stabilizing her just in time. Though he staggered a few steps due to the momentum, he could feel her warm, rapid breath, the gentle caress of her fragrant, orange blossom-scented hair brushing against his cheek, and the softness of her slender waist within his grasp. Yet in mere seconds they had parted ways. That was close. They must have waxed the floor again. They really ought to put up a sign, Penny exclaimed, steadying herself against the wall and exhaling in relief. Thank goodness you were here, otherwise, I would have ended up in the hospital. Severus, Attempting to calm his racing heart, unconsciously rubbed his fingers together behind his back. I'm glad you're all right. Falling here in winter is no small misfortune. Penny nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing. The school was neither too large nor too small. Yet there always came a time when one had to finish exploring. The subway and buses began their morning operations, and a few individuals commenced their early routines. Penny waved goodbye to a departing red bus, while the boy, having left home, finally turned his steps toward his own residence. Let us not dwell on the surprise that greeted Severus upon returning home, nor the sigh of relief from the Evans couple, who merely hoped for his safe return. The following days passed in tranquility, as if his earlier departure had never occurred. His alcoholic father continued his drinking, and the living room remained shrouded in darkness. That day, your mother came to my house, knocking on the door, inquiring if you were there. She even searched by the lake, nearly collapsing in tears, Lily recalled, her expression turning reproachful as she glanced at Severus. No matter the circumstances, you cannot jest with your own safety. Severus turned the pages of the book in his hands, his long hair obscuring the derision in his eyes. Did she mention the reason for my departure that day? He murmured, his lips pursed, his tone icy. Were you not angry for missing the Christmas feast? Lily questioned softly, her gaze scrutinizing him. But that is not like you. Even when angry, you are far too reckless to leave without a word. Severus fell silent at her words. How could a girl nurtured in her parents' affection ever understand the plight of a boy living in the impoverished Spider Lane? Lily continued to chatter away, seemingly with an endless supply of topics, first discussing the Christmas gifts she had received, then shifting the conversation to Hogwarts. Have you joined that little group? She suddenly asked, recalling something. What? Severus replied, perplexed. Lily gestured with her hands, her face contorted in confusion. That dark magic society, led by Mulciber. Mary saw them tormenting fourth-year peers with dark magic. It's truly despicable. Severus paused in his reading, frowning as he countered her statement. It was an accident. It was those Potter brats who provoked them. They were attacking each other, and the spell inadvertently struck him. Potter and his gang were equally detestable. Self-important braggarts who thrived on attention. At the mention of Potter's name, Lily's stomach churned with the memory of his misdeeds. Yet she retorted, but that's dark magic. How can they use it to harm fellow students? Innocent and kind-hearted, Lily maintained a forgiving nature toward all matters, looking down upon those who bullied their classmates. When used correctly, dark magic can also protect. If spells exist, they serve a purpose. Severus sighed softly. Whether Lily absorbed his words or not, she fell silent, leaving him to his thoughts as she eventually departed. Severus remained alone in the bookstore for an extended period. Yet he turned not a single page of the book in his hands. Perhaps all the good fortune had culminated in that moment. As the calendar turned to May of 1974, Penny's novella achieved remarkable success, doubling her savings. What? You wish to purchase a villa? Mrs. Evans exclaimed, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment, leaning closer to speak in hushed tones. But you are only 16. Setting aside whether your funds suffice for a house, we cannot help but worry about you living alone. Evan's mother, as she spoke, seemed to convince herself, continuously lamenting the drawbacks of moving out and the complications of home ownership. Meanwhile, Evan's father remained silent, content as long as she did not ask him for money, and of course he had no desire for his daughter's wealth. Penny, having saved a sum for her own endeavors, concealed part of the truth regarding her reasons for relocating. She asserted that she was now enrolled in university, and that she had sufficient funds to cover half of the expenses, intending to pay the remainder in installments once she graduated and secured employment. A glance exchanged between the Evans couple confirmed their understanding that their eldest daughter was resolute in her decision to move out, leading them to cease their objections. Penny, remember, one must always take responsibility for the choices they make, Evan's father said with earnestness, gazing at his slender daughter. Penny nonchalantly nodded. She had shouldered the weight of her decisions far too many times already. In the midsummer of 1974, at the age of 16, Penny departed the Evans household, where she had lived for nearly a decade, on a sun-drenched afternoon. Chapter 22, A New Home. Upon hearing the news of Penny's move, Lily was somewhat taken aback. She could not fathom why one would leave the comfort of home. It was only when she accompanied Severus to visit Penny's new residence that she comprehended the wisdom of Penny's choice. As they entered the spacious hall, and admired the elegant cloakroom, Penny, this house is truly beautiful, and you have arranged it splendidly, Lily exclaimed, enviously observing the blossoming flowers in the small garden. Congratulations on your new home, Penny. This is a gift. Severus presented a meticulously prepared gift box to her. Penny smiled as she accepted it, unveiling a set of exquisite tableware adorned with bamboo motifs, which appeared utterly delightful. "Thank you, I adore it," she said, smiling briefly before rising to pour glasses of orange juice for Lily and Severus. Severus felt his ears flush and averted his gaze awkwardly. Lily, with wide green eyes, suddenly remembered her purpose and retrieved her own gift from her satchel. "This is my present for you, Penny. Congratulations on your new abode." Lily squinted with delight as she took a sip of the chilled orange juice, having selected the gift with great care. After expressing her gratitude, Penny opened her gift to reveal a beautiful turquoise tea set, clearly crafted with thoughtfulness. She placed the tableware and tea set in the kitchen, and suggested they dine at a restaurant on the adjacent street. Both agreed, and they made their way to the eatery. When their visit concluded, they all memorized Penny's new address, which was also in Cockworth, a mere 10 miles from the Evans couple's home. Lily was thrilled to have another place to play, frequently dragging Severus on the bus to the nearby library to read. On a particular day, Lily sought out Severus to work on their assignments, and they found themselves at a nearby burger joint. "I know herbology is fascinating, but it feels rather impolite to make me write so many essays," Lily complained, poking at her parchment, reluctant to compose a paper on Mandrake. Having just completed his own potions essay, Severus heard Lily's grumbling and took her paper to review it, crossing out erroneous descriptions and suggesting revisions. Lily nodded eagerly, quickly finishing her herbology assignment before tackling the transfiguration material. Observing this, Severus silently pulled out his notes from astronomy, compared to revising papers. He could not fathom why so much homework was assigned during the break. Perhaps the teachers were aware of the students' struggles, which is why they imposed such burdens. Meanwhile, Penny was also busy. Although she did not participate in dance society activities during the summer, the editor from the newspaper had pressured her for submissions, leaving her to rush her writing. Outside, the sun blazed brightly, while lush trees shaded the lake. By the river, Severus, seated on the grass with a book, noticed someone passing by, but the next moment, that person settled beside him. Frowning slightly, he looked up to see a familiar face smiling brightly at him. His pupils dilated in surprise as he exclaimed, "Penny, what are you doing here?" Penny unpacked her picnic basket, tossing a can of grape soda to Severus while she began to peel an orange. "It's so dull at home, and the sun is lovely outside, so I decided to have a picnic," she remarked, glancing at him with a twinkle in her eye. "I didn't expect to find you here. What a coincidence." Severus, savoring the cold soda, took a small sip, delighting in its sweetness. "Where's Lily?" "Normally, at this time, aren't you two discussing assignments?" Penny inquired, offering him a sandwich with curiosity. Lily and her aunt went to Diagon Alley to purchase new textbooks for the upcoming term, Severus replied, his brow furrowing, his gaze evasive. Penny suddenly understood. She had wondered why those two childhood friends were apart. After pondering for a moment, she shifted her focus back to her meal, occasionally engaging Severus in conversation. He too set aside his book, relishing the rare moments of their picnic together. "Did you spend the entire summer at home, or by the lake? Did anything interesting happen?" Penny asked lightly, gazing at the azure sky and verdant grass, feeling her worries about the editorial deadline dissipate. Severus, noticing Penny's radiant smile, felt his ears heat up, attempting to mask his flustered state by lowering his gaze to his soda. "Nothing interesting. I'm just glad my parents aren't fighting," he replied, tightening his lips, feigning indifference, though he was unconsciously crushing the soda can in his palm. Observing the boy's facade of bravery, Penny felt a sudden urge to embrace him, but the impulse seemed too abrupt. With a soft sigh, she redirected the conversation to Hogwarts, perhaps talking about a subject Severus excelled in. He spoke with enthusiasm about amusing incidents at school and his fondness for potions class. Penny rested her chin on her hand, captivated by the animated boy. It was difficult to reconcile him with the gloomy, greasy old professor from her past. "That's all," Severus stammered, feeling his heart race under Penny's focused gaze. "Severus, those experiences sound fascinating. It's a pity I cannot witness them," Penny mused, then reclined on the grass. Sunlight filtered through the branches above, casting dappled shadows on her face, prompting her to shield her eyes with her hand. "Why don't you lie down? It's exhausting to keep yourself so tense all the time," Penny invited, turning to look at the boy still seated. Severus quietly replied with an affirmative sound, awkwardly repositioning himself closer as he lay down. They rested side by side, their heads touching, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Penny closed her eyes amidst the soothing sounds, savoring the tranquility of the summer afternoon. Severus, finally daring to glance at her serene sleeping face, thought that while she might not possess Lily's vivacious beauty that drew attention, she resembled a summer morning glory, gentle yet resolute, her subtle fragrance only revealed upon close proximity. He felt a wave of warmth washing over him, especially in his palms, which were slick with sweat. Their hair was tousled by the wind, the light golden strands intertwining with the inky black ones. Severus, how about I give you a haircut? Penny murmured as she began to drift off. Severus, momentarily startled, felt his heart skip a beat. He hurriedly turned his head away, murmuring a low affirmative. Seeing her return to silence, he fixed his gaze upon the clear blue sky, contemplating the moment. Severus closed his eyes in a fit of anxiety. If only he did not reside in Spinner's End, if his father were not a drunkard, if his family were a tad more affluent, perhaps everything would be a touch better. Chapter 23 Climbing Trees. The next day, Severus appeared before Lily with his new hairstyle, earning a look of astonishment from her. How did I not notice before how pale your skin is? Lily circled around him, observing his fair complexion, while she touched her own tanned face with a hint of envy. Severus felt uneasy under her unwavering gaze, and instinctively turned his head away. After returning home the previous day, his mother had looked at him with the same expression, as if she were seeing him for the first time after living together for over a decade. Are you still going to the library today? Lily suggested, holding a chess set. How about we play a game to relax? Muggle chess was identical to wizard chess, except that the pieces in wizard chess were alive and would gesticulate during play, strategizing their own moves. With nowhere else to go, Severus agreed, and the two settled on the grassy bank by the lake, engaging in a delightful match, the atmosphere incredibly harmonious. As the game concluded, Severus narrowly triumphed over Lily, a smile tugging at his lips, his brow alight with joy. When Petunia approached with her sketchbook, she was met with the sight of this playful camaraderie between childhood friends. A sharp pang of discomfort piercing her heart, leaving her feeling both numb and itchy. Lily, ever observant, spotted Petunia and waved. Severus turned to look, pressing his lips together as his smile faded. Petunia strolled closer, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, and with a smile, inquired, Am I interrupting your date? Not at all. Severus and I are merely bored and decided to play chess, Lily quickly retorted, her cheeks flushing as she playfully patted the boy's arm. Right, Severus? Severus cast his gaze down at the arm she had touched, muttering a soft mm. Satisfied, Lily turned her attention to the item Petunia was holding, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Petunia, would you like to play a few rounds with us? Lily offered, shifting aside to make room for her. Observing their closeness, Petunia felt unnecessary and shook her head in refusal. No, I have other matters to attend to. I'll take my leave, she said, waving goodbye as she turned and hurried away. Once she rounded a corner, and ensured they could no longer see her, Petunia let out a few quick breaths. Perhaps this was how it ought to be. Wizards should be with wizards. She pondered, if Lily were to marry Severus, it would at least ensure her safety from peril, avoiding a fate dictated by prophecy. Petunia opened her sketchbook, caressed the images within, and ultimately decided to tear out a page, discarding the remnants into the trash bin. Severus, let us continue our game, Lily suggested, turning to him. The dark-haired boy, witnessing Petunia leave without a backward glance, felt a wave of panic wash over him. Lily, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first, he said apologetically, rising to chase after Petunia, only to find her already vanished from sight. Severus had no idea where she had gone, but the lingering scent of orange blossoms hung in the air as he paused before a trash bin. The summer sun blazed fiercely, and the cicadas buzzed incessantly in the heat. Ever since she witnessed her childhood friends frolicking together, Petunia had seldom intruded upon their time. Little did she know that Severus had lingered by the lake for several days, yet had not caught sight of her again, despite their infrequent encounters last year. These past few days felt as though he had endured an eternity. He longed to see Petunia, yet found himself devoid of a reason to seek her out. It dawned on him that if Petunia did not take the initiative to find him, he would have no chance of meeting her. He loosened his clenched fist and reclined upon the verdant grass. Jane, aware of Petunia's boredom at home, had urged her to travel to France. Forget it. I don't speak French, and I get dizzy on planes, Petunia replied while lounging on the sofa, occasionally flipping a page of the magazine in her hands. You could take the train, Jane suggested. Oh, alright, I know you get dizzy on trains too, right? Jane pushed away the coconut her boyfriend had offered, gesturing for him to keep his distance. Petunia forced a smile, recalling how she had experienced motion sickness in her past life, only to find it persist in this one. Enjoy yourselves, I'll hang up now, the mailman has arrived. She heard the sound of a car outside, exchanged a few more words, and ended the call. Petunia stepped outside to sign for a package, discovering it to be a newly published sample book. She flipped through it briefly before placing it on the table. Due to the sweltering heat, she had lazily prepared a sandwich for lunch and finished an entire tub of ice cream from the fridge. prompting her to consider some exercise to burn off the calories. Petunia made her way to the upstairs room by the window, a space she had converted into a dance studio, its walls dominated by a large mirror, the floor specifically designed for dance, complete with a bar for stretching. She sighed, wishing she could indulge in games or watch television, but lacking a smartphone and disliking both, she found herself resorting to writing stories and dancing instead. Donning her practice outfit, she placed her legs on the bar and executed a few stretches before wiping her brow and turning on the music. Outside, a pair of strikingly contrasting eyes gazed intently from a tree branch, observing the scene within. Severus felt his cheeks flush. He merely intended to check if Petunia was home. Yet he was taken aback to find her dancing in a form-fitting outfit, her long, slender waist swaying gently to the music. He noted to himself to remind Petunia to close the curtains while dancing, his brow furrowing. He then descended the tree and hurriedly rang the doorbell. Just as Petunia finished a song, she heard the doorbell and made her way downstairs. "Who is it?" she called, casually throwing on a jacket as she wiped the sweat from her brow and opened the door, her surprise evident upon seeing him. "Severus? What brings you here?" she exclaimed, welcoming him inside. Severus briefly overlooked her damp practice attire, his gaze sweeping over the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead and the blush adorning her fair cheeks, landing on her slightly parted lips, where he could faintly see the pink tip of her tongue. He hurriedly averted his gaze, only to find himself meeting Petunia's smiling eyes. Severus felt his complexion pale. In Petunia's eyes, he was merely a younger brother, akin to Lily. "What would you like to drink? Cola, soda, or tea?" Petunia rummaged through the fridge, oblivious to the boy's embarrassment. "Soda would be fine," he replied, pressing his lips together, mentally scolding himself for being so impulsive. Unsure of how to articulate his purpose for visiting, Petunia handed him a can of grape soda, popping open another for herself as she settled onto the sofa. "Is there something you need? Has Lily gotten into trouble?" she asked teasingly, casting a glance at Severus. He recalled Lily's plans to shop in London with the Evans couple, his lips twitching slightly. "I was hoping to borrow some money. I plan to brew potions to sell in Diagon Alley, but I'm short on funds for ingredients." Severus fiddled with the soda can in his hands, unable to lift his gaze to meet Petunia's. Petunia pondered for a moment, recalling Severus's talent for potion making and his future potential. Any money loaned would not be squandered. "All right, how much do you need? Consider it an investment in your business." "I'll need approximately 103 galleons and 7 sickles." "Why the odd amount?" "I'll just give you 110 galleons, but you'll need to write a contract." Severus's eyes widened at her words, and he looked up just in time to lock eyes with Petunia's gentle gaze, causing his heart to flutter. "Thank you," he replied in a hushed tone. "I will not let you down. I appreciate your trust and your care." Chapter 24. The blanket. After retrieving the galleon, Severus recalled that the preparation and brewing of potions required a suitable space, which left him in a quandary, cursing himself for his impulsiveness. Given the circumstances at home, bringing back more items would likely lead to old Snape either selling them or causing damage. "Penny, I'm terribly sorry, but may I temporarily store my supplies here?" Severus lowered his head, his cheeks tinged with embarrassment, having only considered the benefits of the potions, while overlooking the essential space for their creation, and the timely returns on investment. Penny, however, gave it little thought. She was simply pleased to know that she could leverage her talents for profit, especially considering Severus was merely 14. "Not a problem. I have space upstairs. But the basement is larger. I'll place the ingredients and tools there, where they won't easily be seen." Penny smiled, swiftly making the decision. As Severus heard the lightness of her laughter, his ears began to redden. The two of them set about preparing the basement, which was quickly tidied up. They ventured to Diagon Alley to purchase a new set of potion brewing essentials, a No. 2 copper cauldron, a silver balance, along with a set of crystal vials and glass tubes, expending a total of 30 galleons. Severus cherished the new tools, but his face fell upon learning their cost. "We could have used second-hand ones. This is such a waste," he muttered to Penny, only to be met with a popsicle shoved into his mouth. "Second-hand items are prone to breakage, and besides, they're for your use. If you ever want to upgrade, you can always sell the used ones," Penny casually replied, savoring her coconut-flavored popsicle. She had anticipated the high prices of the magical world, but was taken aback by just how steep they were. Thus, she felt compelled to invest a bit more in Severus. Severus found himself unable to argue, silently trailing behind Penny, enjoying the coolness of his popsicle as he watched her shop enthusiastically. Upon reaching Madame Malkin's robe shop, Penny suddenly recalled something. "You're starting 5th year, aren't you?" "Yes," Severus replied, glancing at her with confusion. Penny recalled events from the story and glanced at the frail boy, I heard Lily mention that 5th year involves the OWLs, which means it will be quite busy for you. Will you have time to brew potions? Severus's complexion paled slightly. He pressed his lips together, gazing hopefully at Penny. I will manage my time well. I won't let your investment go to waste. Penny sighed deeply, knowing that it was improbable for her investment to falter. But seeing the earnestness in Severus's eyes, she gently said, Severus, I believe you will not let me down. But I worry that you may not be able to bear the weight of it all. You are after all. Her gaze swept over him, finally resting on his pale, gaunt face. You are far too frail. I fear that heavy burdens may overwhelm your small shoulders. Severus's brow twitched. But he did not contest her words. He merely reassured her that he would take care of his health while balancing his studies and potion making. Very well. Do not overexert yourself. Nothing is more important than your health, Penny murmured, pulling him into the robe shop. Inside, the shop was not overly crowded. Penny leaned close to Madame Malkin to whisper something and gestured toward Severus, revealing a mischievous smile. Madame Malkin nodded with a warm smile, and led them to the fitting room. Here, this is for me. I don't need you to stiffen while Madame Malkin puts a robe on you, Severus observed, feeling the pins pricking into him. Penny wandered curiously around the shop, noticing a blush creeping onto Severus's pale cheeks, which made her smile broadly. I'll select a couple of suitable outfits for you. I read in a magazine that there are discounts, and they're just 2 ordinary school uniforms and a self-ironing, self-repairing robe. But this is too extravagant. Severus protested, his face flushed, yet Madame Malkin had already emerged with the bundled clothing, leaving him at a loss for words. Penny paid 15 galleons, instructing Severus to carry the large bundle of clothes as they exited the shop. Severus could have sworn that the bag contained far more than just 2 uniforms and a robe. We haven't even earned money yet you spend so much. Severus fretted, fearing that the potions he brewed might not yield a return, tugging at Penny to reconsider the purchase. Return what? If we take them back, they'll be second-hand. Besides, you are my representative. Penny pinched the soft flesh at Severus's waist, her tone discontented. What's wrong with me buying a few new clothes for our future potion master? Are you planning to abandon your partner already? Severus gasped at her pinch, his face reddening further at her words, feeling a delightful flutter in his heart. I will work hard, he stammered, feeling bashful at her praise, his long eyelashes fluttering rapidly as he tightened his grip on the bag. Penny, witnessing his adorable demeanor, couldn't suppress a chuckle. She found herself laughing more than usual that day. Severus's gaze was captivated by the smile of the girl before him. He licked his dry lips, feeling a parching thirst. As they had accumulated quite a bit of merchandise, Penny purchased a cart to carry their goods and, after some leisurely browsing, they finally left Diagon Alley. Perhaps due to the lavishness of Penny's gift, Severus arrived early the next day at her house, carrying a cup of water as he made his way directly to the basement. The boy, engrossed in potion making, was serious and focused, as if he had discovered the most cherished of toys, completely absorbed in another realm. Penny rested her chin on her hand, marveling at Severus's passion for potions while doodling in her notebook. Unbeknownst to her, in her blind spot, Severus's ears were reddening to the hue of apples. Feeling a bit bored, Penny yawned and laid her head on the table, drifting off to sleep. When she awoke, a blue blanket was draped over her shoulders. What would you like to eat? Penny glanced at her watch, realizing it was already 1 in the afternoon. Stretching, she rasped her voice in inquiry. Severus quickly glanced at her, halting his potion preparations to wash his hands. I'll join you in making it. He dried his hands, retrieved the blanket from the back of a chair, and added, you should wash your face first. There's ink on it. Penny, momentarily dazed, answered absent-mindedly before snapping back to reality and rushing upstairs. Ink? What in the world? Penny stared at the large black ink stains on her right cheek in the mirror, realizing just how delicately Severus had put it. Watching the flustered girl hasten away, Severus's eyes sparkled with amusement. He neatly folded the blanket and glanced around the empty basement, feeling the smoothness of a hair tie in his pocket. When Penny descended after washing her face, the kitchen was filled with the enticing aroma of frying bacon. She had been unable to find her hair tie, and had hastily used a ribbon to braid her hair, causing a slight delay. I'll make some sandwiches. Do you like carrots? Penny asked Severus, eyeing the prepared sausage and toasted bread. You've expended too much energy today. And I still have meat pies left. Severus flipped the bacon, relieved to see it wasn't burnt, and nodded at her words. I have no dietary restrictions. Penny smiled slightly, spreading butter and beginning to fry the meat pies. Picky? That's not an option. What right does someone from Spinner's End have to be picky? Severus glanced at her from the corner of his eye, a pang of bittersweetness filling his heart. They truly belong to different worlds. Chapter 25. Earning money. Severus aimed to brew as many potions as possible before school commenced, thus spending most of his time at the villa Penny had purchased. He became so engrossed in the notion of earning money that he neglected Lily's feelings. "What have you been busy with lately?" Lily intercepted him on the path out of Spinner's End, her expression tinged with displeasure. She had not spent time by the lake with Severus for over 20 days, and each visit to the library yielded no sight of him. Recently, while brewing potions, Severus noticed the furious expression on Lily's face, and believed that this matter was of little consequence to her. She would eventually discover the truth. "Brewing potions? At your home? Has your father accepted your identities as wizards?" Lily inquired, her curiosity spilling forth like an unending barrage. Severus, taken aback by the questions, was uncertain whether to reveal the villa where he brewed potions, his brow furrowed in contemplation. If you don't speak, I shall follow you relentlessly," Lily declared, planting herself firmly in front of the right turn, as if he would not be allowed to pass without an explanation. Severus pressed his lips together, and under the scrutinizing gaze of Lily's green eyes, he relented. "I brew potions at Petunia's villa," he said quickly, glancing at the old watch on his wrist. "I must leave now. Goodbye." As Lily watched him dash away, she stomped her foot in frustration, then quickly turned and jogged after him. The bus came around every 10 minutes, and the two boarded in quick succession. Lily settled beside Severus, a cheerful smile illuminating her face. Severus felt tense, yet he found himself unable to resist her presence. As the scenery blurred past, they arrived at their destination. With practiced ease, Lily approached Petunia's villa and rang the doorbell. Petunia, puzzled, opened the door, for she had given Severus a spare key, allowing him to enter unannounced since he often came to brew potions. To her surprise, she found Lily with her vibrant red hair and Severus behind her, her confusion deepening. "Lily, what brings you here? I mean, is there something urgent?" Petunia asked hesitantly, taken aback by Lily's rare visit. "Nothing urgent. I just missed you." Severus mentioned he'd been brewing potions here recently, Lily replied, omitting the fact that she had followed Severus. She embraced Petunia and stepped into the living room, noticing several scenic photographs adorning the table. Realization dawned on Petunia. Lily had learned about the potion brewing from Severus. But what was Lily doing here? She gestured subtly toward Severus, eager to uncover the truth. Severus looked apologetically at Petunia, not having anticipated Lily's tenacity. "I'm heading to the basement," he said, clearing his throat and hurrying downstairs. Lily's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she turned to Petunia. "May I go down and have a look? I can brew potions too, my potion grades are quite good," she said, beaming with pride. Petunia readily nodded, believing it better to be forthright than to obfuscate. "There's only one copper cauldron. The other is tin." She pointed to the small cauldron in the corner, inquiring if Lily would like to use it. Lily scrunched her nose slightly and nodded. Thus, the relatively spacious basement became crowded with 3 individuals. 2 young wizards brewing potions and 1 muggle reading a book. Lily chopped ingredients, occasionally discussing potion-making techniques with Severus, who would respond in hushed tones. After they finished chopping, they exchanged small silver knives, revealing a camaraderie that bespoke their childhood friendship, creating a remarkably harmonious scene. Severus's face bore none of the earlier exasperation from handling the ingredients. Rather, he appeared calm. Petunia leaned on her chin, doodling aimlessly in her notebook, until her restlessness led her to stand abruptly, the chair screeching against the floor. Severus and Lily turned to glance at her, both pairs of eyes silently questioning her sudden change. "I just remembered that the ice cream in the fridge is all gone. I'm going out to buy some," Petunia said, feeling awkward under their scrutiny, fabricating an excuse. "Oh, all right then. I thought you were just bored. Potion brewing can be rather tedious for someone without magic." Lily smiled at Petunia, her expression briefly hinting at pride before it vanished. Petunia examined Severus, who continued brewing potions, then glanced at the seemingly innocent Lily, as if the earlier conversation had never transpired. "Indeed, it can be quite dull," Petunia sighed, feeling disheartened and deciding not to linger with them any longer. "I'll head upstairs to watch television. You two should come up around lunchtime," she announced, leaving them to their potions as she ascended the stairs. Upon entering the kitchen, Petunia opened the fridge, hoping to quell her annoyance with a popsicle, but upon discovering it was empty, a fleeting look of confusion crossed her face. With no other option and a genuine craving for ice cream, she grabbed some change, donned a sun hat, and stepped outside. Fortunately, the supermarket was not far. She selected a few snacks and returned home with a bag in hand. Entering the living room, she found Severus rummaging through the room. A rare look of anxiety etched on his face. "What's wrong, Severus? Have you finished brewing the potions? Petunia inquired, setting down her bag and massaging her sore shoulders. Realizing how exhausting it was to carry something after being cooped up for so long, Severus glanced at Petunia, a glimmer of relief flashing in his dark eyes. I thought you were upset, he replied. Oh, I just went to buy snacks. Here, have some ice cream. It's far too hot today. Petunia, in good spirits, handed him 2 ice creams. Her earlier frustrations had dissipated during her shopping excursion, and she had come to understand a valuable lesson: not to let trivial matters upset her over a child. Severus accepted the ice cream sheepishly, and was nudged by Petunia to return to the basement. What malice could a child possess? It was merely boredom and jealousy that stirred within. Petunia did not venture back to the basement afterward. She waited until lunchtime, casually preparing a few sandwiches and sausages to bring downstairs. Let us eat something. You've been busy all morning, she said, placing the sandwiches on the table. Lily, feeling her stomach grumble, happily set aside her knife to eat. Severus, waiting for the potion to finish brewing, washed his hands before joining them for lunch. As they ate, Petunia sipped her milk while observing them. Petunia, aren't you going to eat? Lily asked, dipping a sausage into ketchup, her curiosity piqued. Severus, munching on a sandwich, kept his gaze fixated on Petunia. Sitting up straight, Petunia glanced at the synchronized duo, smiling as she took another sip of milk. I've already eaten. A chef can't be hungry. Neither of them suspected otherwise, returning to their sandwiches. In the following days, Lily occasionally visited the villa to chat with Petunia, and sometimes joined Severus in brewing potions. On one occasion, Petunia noticed Severus and Lily whispering together. She was unsure what Severus had said, but afterward, Lily visited less frequently. The potions sold at the apothecary in Diagon Alley finally yielded profits, and the two divided their earnings according to a 60-40 split. Petunia weighed the heavy bag, pondering what to do with the money. Severus chuckled at Petunia's money-mindedness, casting his gaze down at the 50 galleons in his hand, deep in thought. The potion business was a long-term venture, and they decided to reinvest their earnings. On a sunlit morning, the time arrived for Lily and the others to depart for Hogwarts. Chapter 26, Ear-Piercing. The rain in London had persisted for several days, escalating from a gentle drizzle to a torrential downpour, enveloping the city in a hazy mist. Cars sped by on the roadside, splashing large puddles that nearly drenched pedestrians. Amidst the grumbling of passers-by, a busy day commenced. Petunia hurriedly dashed into the classroom building, her umbrella shielding her from the relentless rain, which severely hampered her outings. Fortunately, the dormitory had a dryer. Otherwise, the dampness would have been quite uncomfortable. Until the eve of Halloween, the weather had finally improved somewhat. Penny delighted in watching others adorn themselves in festive costumes, but when her turn arrived, she resolutely declined. Oh, come on, Halloween occurs but once a year. Jane grasped Penny's arm, imploring her to join the street parade. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to join the fairy parade troupe? Penny, I beg you to come along. The mention of fairies conjured images of goblins from Gringotts, igniting an unexpected fondness for the enchanting fairies from her storybooks. Are they the fairies from Star Trek? She inquired, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Jane's eyes widened in disbelief. Of course not. They are half-elves from The Hobbit. While I do adore Star Trek, I am part of the fairy parade. Penny chuckled awkwardly, though she had no desire to partake in any parade. I struggle even to dress as a vampire, let alone a fairy. Besides, I have plans for Halloween. Jane shot her a suspicious glance, incredulous that the perennial homebody had plans. With whom? Judith from the baseball team or Rebecca from tennis? Or could it be Thomas from the astronomy club? That doesn't seem right. You don't fancy bookworms. Jane poked Penny in the side, narrowing her eyes to extract the truth. Penny was perplexed by Jane's knowledge of these individuals, but seeing her determination, she surrendered. I have a date with my sofa, television and soft bed, Penny teased, winking. With a 3-day holiday, she had no intention of squandering it on a dull parade. Jane appeared somewhat disheartened, casting a mournful glance at Penny before her eyes suddenly brightened. If you want to join the parade, then accompany me to choose an outfit and style. After all, you have nothing else to do lately. Penny could only grimace as she followed Jane on a shopping spree, ultimately earning herself 2 brand new ear piercings. Jane, trying on earrings, chuckled as she noticed Penny grimacing while touching her earlobe. Don't keep touching it, it could get inflamed. With resignation, Penny lowered her hand, experiencing discomfort for the first time from freshly pierced ears. Fortunately, Jane quickly assembled a set of accessories, predominantly in blue, though she gifted Penny a pair of pink tulip earrings, claiming they complemented her complexion beautifully. Penny graciously accepted and reciprocated with a silk scarf for Jane. You are simply too courteous, Jane said, wrapping her arm around Penny's shoulders and affectionately rubbing her cheek against Penny's fair face, enviously adding, "If only I had skin as lovely as yours." Penny smiled silently. Aside from her natural beauty, much of her allure was thanks to the potions brewed by Severus. After all, their collaborations included the glory potion and remedies for blemishes and acne, so she had naturally profited from their work. The day before the holiday, Penny packed her belongings and returned home. This rare break allowed her to luxuriate in bed, rising only when the sun was high in the sky. "Penny, remember to tune in to Channel XX. Our parade will be featured. Don't forget to watch for me," Jane exclaimed excitedly over the phone, fully rousing Penny, who had been brushing her teeth with squinted eyes. Just as she attempted to respond, the call abruptly ended. Likely Jane was busy notifying others. After brushing her teeth and nibbling on some biscuits for lunch, Penny dashed to the supermarket to purchase candy. There would be children visiting her home on Halloween. The pumpkin lanterns from last year were reused, bat decorations hung on the porch, and aside from the barren lawn, everything else seemed satisfactory. In the evening, the Halloween parade commenced amidst the jubilant shouts of children and the honking of cars. Penny switched on the television, and indeed spotted Jane among the procession. Dressed as a fairy with blue wings, standing out amidst a sea of green. The parade proceeded seamlessly, and after Penny distributed the final piece of candy, stunning fireworks erupted in the night sky. She felt swept up by the cheering crowd, a faint smile gracing her lips. The brief holiday swiftly came to an end, and people returned to their busy routines. Penny bit the end of her pen, racking her brain for the next plot twist. The return of the Dragon King? No. That wouldn't he do? She had already written about it in the last book. The rise of the half-elf, followed by marrying a princess and achieving the pinnacle of success? Jane, who had brought Penny lunch, observed her expression of frustration and silently suppressed the urge to inquire about her cousin. As soon as people became occupied, time seemed to fly, and before long, December had arrived. If asked which season Penny despised the most, it would undoubtedly be winter, as her aversion to the cold compelled her to bundle up like a ball. However, this winter seemed milder. She hadn't even worn her woolen shoes from the previous year, and Christmas was fast approaching. Jane, however, saw no issue, as the warm weather made it convenient for them to play ice hockey. "Look, number 33 on the red team is my cousin." Jane waved from the front row of the stands, teasing Penny. "Isn't he handsome? He's the most promising player to win the league in his sophomore year." Penny recalled players from her previous life who had suffered injuries or even died from ice hockey accidents, shuddering at the thought. Jane, noticing Penny's reaction, realized her cousin had no chance and silently apologized to him. Amidst the back-and-forth banter of the boys, although the red team won the match, they sustained their fair share of injuries, helping each other off the ice with bruised faces. Surrounded by the raucous cheers of the crowd, Penny forcibly pulled Jane away. She simply could not endure the frenzied atmosphere. "Honestly, how will you ever find a boyfriend like this?" Jane teased, playfully patting Penny's arm. "You're so delicate. You'll need a tall boyfriend to protect you, like my cousin." She attempted to give her cousin some points. Penny thought of the bull-like collisions on the ice and involuntarily winced. "I don't like it. The smell of sweat makes me feel faint. Otherwise, do you think I rejected Judith and Rebecca for no reason?" She understood Jane's insinuations, but had no intention of dating at the moment. "Is it because you have too much money or too little homework? Wouldn't it be better to date a few cute boys later?" Jane pondered, nodding in understanding. Wait a minute, what about Thomas from the astronomy club?" she asked, puzzled as she looked at Penny. "I'm not fond of hair that's too vibrant, especially with bright purple hair." Penny shrugged, slowly articulating her thoughts. Jane stared at her, speechless. It wasn't the boy's fault for being born that way. If Thomas ever learned that this was the reason for her disinterest, he would surely cry in the restroom. A few days later, with Christmas approaching, school promptly closed for the holidays. Penny wheeled her suitcase, filled with potion ingredients purchased from Diagon Alley, back home. Coincidentally, while browsing in a thrift shop, she stumbled upon a nearly new copy of Advanced Potion Making, which would typically cost 9 galleons if bought new. After haggling with the shopkeeper, she secured it for 3 galleons and 12 sickles, along with a few sheets of subpar parchment. Penny contemplated giving this as a Christmas gift to Severus. Although a new edition would have been preferable, she felt he might appreciate the handwritten notes in the book. Chapter 27, Discovery. This Christmas, Lily did not return home. She mentioned in her letter that she would be busy with assignments in the library, only sending gifts via owl. Penny surmised that she wished to avoid confronting the Evans couple, as Mrs. Evans had lost her job during the recent wave of unemployment. Returning home would inevitably lead to being lectured, and compounded with rising prices, The family's meals were no longer as bountiful, prompting her to remain at school. However, Mrs. Evans held a different perspective. As she selected fresh vegetables at the market, she cast an irritable glance at Penny, muttering incessantly, "You should take the time to visit home more often, both for your father and me. In this chaotic world, living alone is rather unsafe, especially with the soaring costs of living. Being together as a family could indeed save some expenses." Coincidentally, Penny, passing by, overheard this monologue and sighed. Placing her hand on her forehead, she wondered what offense she had committed to warrant such concern. Besides, with her share of the potion sales, she was living quite comfortably. "All right, Mother, I understand. Please continue with your tasks," Penny interjected, rolling her eyes as she interrupted Mrs. Evans. "I just remembered that Jane asked for my help with a model that remains unfinished, so I must take my leave." Without waiting for Mrs. Evans to finish her call, she seamlessly blended into the crowd and dashed away. The following day heralded Christmas, and Penny woke up early, yet the biting cold kept her nestled in her blankets. Lost in thought for quite some time. Last week, Severus had written to her, stating that for Christmas, he would complete his assignments while crafting another batch of potions to sell, after which he intended to take a respite. Penny was aware that he was about to enter the 5th grade, and it was only natural for him to pause potion sales in preparation for exams. As dusk fell and the world was aglow with lights, the boy's absence was still palpable. Penny did not dwell on it. She assumed Severus had been delayed by some matter. After dinner, she watched television for a while before succumbing to slumber. The next day, Penny found herself dozing at home, realizing that the person who was supposed to brew potions still had not arrived, which stirred her suspicion. Even if Severus had been held up, he would have certainly come by earlier the following day. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she donned her coat and gloves, braving the piercing cold as she stepped outside. As she passed the playground in the library, she took a moment to glance around, but she saw no sign of Severus, leading her to make her way directly to Spinner's End. Severus had awkwardly mentioned residing in the last house on Spinner's End, yet his vague tone clearly indicated he did not wish for his friend to visit. As Penny surveyed the dilapidated and diminutive houses surrounding her, she carefully sidestepped the litter on the ground, holding her breath as she hastened toward the end of the alley. Upon reaching the last house, she hesitated, her hand poised to knock, uncertain if Severus was home or in a position to receive her. Ultimately, she mustered her courage and knocked on the door. Having taken 99 steps, she could not falter on the last. After a few seconds, the sound of shoes scraping against the floor echoed from within, and the door swung open to reveal Mrs. Snape, her face gaunt and sallow. "Miss Evans, what brings you here?" she rasped, barely managing a strained smile. Penny felt a wave of relief wash over her, realizing she had not mistaken her target. "Is Severus at home? We had planned to visit the library together," she inquired softly, noticing the flicker of alarm in Mrs. Snape's eyes. After a lengthy pause, Mrs. Snape composed herself. "He is upstairs feeling unwell, and is resting right now." Penny regarded her with suspicion, unwilling to leave just yet. "It's all right, Severus is my friend. I do like to check on him. And I even brought him a Christmas gift." With that, she stepped inside, her demeanor cheerful as she stood in the small living room. Mrs. Snape pursed her lips, embarrassment etching her features. "I'll take you to see Severus, but the house is a bit untidy." She gathered some empty beer bottles from the floor into a box, then grabbed a key from the door and led the way. Penny followed closely behind, taking the opportunity to observe her surroundings. The light in the living room was dim, barely illuminating their path. The cramped space boasted an old sofa and an armchair, while a rickety table was cluttered with dishes, a few flies buzzing about. An unpleasant odor hung in the air, reminiscent of disinfectant mingled with human vomit. Penny sighed internally. It took a brave child to emerge from Spinner's End. They soon ascended to the 2nd floor, where Mrs. Snape approached a small door secured with a chain. Penny's eyes widened in astonishment as she witnessed her unlock it. Why would a mother confine her child's freedom? As the door creaked open, Mrs. Snape paused, caught in Penny's gaze. "I fear Severus might argue with his father, so I'll leave you two to talk," she stammered, retreating down the stairs, her weak explanation echoing in the silence of the room. Taking a deep breath, Penny slowly pushed the small door open. Inside, a dark-haired boy sat listlessly on the bed, gripping his wand and occasionally poking at the air, causing a few flies to drop to the floor. Penny found the scene both amusing and slightly melancholic. Severus had heard the key turn in the lock, initially assuming it was his mother bringing him food. Only when a familiar scent wafted to his nostrils did he realize who had entered. "Penny, what brings you here?" Severus stammered, hastily attempting to tidy his appearance, only to make it worse. A pair of dirty socks tumbled from the foot of the bed, prompting him to hurriedly hide them and crack open the small window for some fresh air. Unable to contain her laughter at his flustered state, Penny called out softly, "Severus," displaying a gentle smile. "I'm relieved to see you're all right." His cheeks flushed. Severus found himself unable to tear his gaze from her face. I told my aunt that you didn't come to the library, so I decided to check on you." Penny directly stated her purpose, hoping to prevent him from slipping up. Severus inhaled deeply, gradually relaxing. "I apologize. I should have gone yesterday. But my mother was worried I might run away and upset my father." Truthfully, she feared losing face and was concerned he might retaliate violently, so she locked me in. "That's all right. The ingredients are still there and won't run away. Your well-being is what matters," Penny replied, removing her gloves and stepping closer to take his slightly trembling hand in hers, maintaining her warm smile, though her voice softened. Severus let his gaze drop to their clasped hands. One was delicate and pale, the other weathered and calloused. Yet in that moment they were intertwined. "I truly apologize," Severus muttered, awkwardly pulling his hand away. He shut his eyes briefly, still mired in his troubles. "You should head back. I'll come by in a couple of days." Penny remained oblivious to his unease, thinking he merely wished to spare her from witnessing his embarrassment. "All right, here's your Christmas gift. Merry Christmas." With that, she enveloped him in a warm embrace, feeling his tension. With a soft chuckle, she handed him the present, reassuring him, "Take your time. Problems will inevitably find resolutions." Severus lowered his head, his greasy hair obscuring much of his face as he accepted the gift with a quiet "I'll take my leave now. Remember to come find me," Penny gently urged as she turned to descend the stairs. Severus watched her leave, and after a considerable pause, a thought struck him. He grabbed the small box hidden beneath his pillow and rushed out of his room, only to be halted in the small living room. "Mrs. Snape regarded her breathless son with a sorrowful expression. "Severus, stay home and don't go anywhere. Look at your father, look at me. This is a living example." Severus clenched the small box in his hand, his brow furrowing. "Mother, so you were aware?" He sneered, dismissing her and walking out the door at a leisurely pace. Outside, the glaring white snow was blinding, but he spotted the bundled figure ahead and resolutely chased after her. "Wait, Penny," Severus called, quickening his pace to catch up, thrusting the small box into her hands. "A Christmas gift." Penny awkwardly removed her gloves, eyeing Severus's thinly clad form with concern. "Thank you, Severus. Now hurry back. It's far too cold out here." She placed the small box into her pocket, urging the boy to return home. Severus, having delivered the gift, responded with a vague hum, his expression inscrutable. Penny observed his somewhat desolate figure and sighed silently. If the future potion master were not to endure such an environment, surely his accomplishments would be far greater. 2 days later, Severus arrived as promised, appearing somewhat leaner than before, with an even more somber demeanor enveloping him. The two refrained from discussing the events of that day, yet the quality of Severus's potions had significantly improved, and his appetite during meals had doubled. While handling a flobberworm, Severus posed a question to Penny. "What?" Penny asked, glancing at the squishy creature and rubbing her arms, which were dotted with goosebumps. "I believe this is not the opportune moment for inquiries." Frustrated, Severus discarded the headless worm into the trash, cleaned off the slime, and then replaced it with a daisy root. "I meant, have you ever seen a werewolf?" He recalled the school's furtive gang in Lupin, who vanished for several days each month, and began to share his thoughts. Penny scrutinized Severus, her vague memories suggesting that there was indeed a werewolf at Hogwarts. Currently, a werewolf student, in the future a werewolf professor, an inherently unstable factor. "I have not seen one. Even if I did, werewolves are far too perilous. If your school had a werewolf, I suspect the parents would go mad," Penny interjected, pausing her fiddling with the glass vials to patiently advise him. "You are outnumbered. If you encounter danger, a wand is your best defense." "But how could there be a werewolf at school? Headmaster Dumbledore is a powerful wizard. He would surely be aware," she suggested cryptically before shaking her head and heading off to cook. Severus stood before the cauldron, lost in thought as he gazed at the bubbling potion. Indeed, how could Dumbledore, as the headmaster, be unaware of such an obvious situation? In the following days, Severus diligently brewed potions and on the eve of term, sold out his stock in Diagon Alley. Penny patted her bulging coin pouch, then touched her noticeably thinning hair, nodding toward an equally fatigued Severus. "Have you considered, brewing some hair growth and weight loss potions?" Penny stammered, for she had never witnessed Severus concoct such simple elixirs. Severus fell silent for a moment. He was now nearly the same height as Penny, with thick, dark hair that brought him no concerns regarding this matter. Moreover, There were few overweight individuals at school, which rendered the topic a blind spot for him. However, Penny misconstrued his silence as disinterest in brewing such mundane potions, prompting her to withdraw into silence, contemplating a later trip to Diagon Alley. By the time Severus had gathered his thoughts, they had reached a fork in the road. Well then, goodbye, Severus. See you at Easter, Penny exhaled, revealing a faint smile. Regardless, it was Severus's prerogative to brew whatever potions he desired. She scolded herself for burdening him with such trivial matters. Goodbye, Severus replied sullenly. Penny, as was her custom, took the lead toward the station. Even after she had walked quite a distance, Severus remained standing there, upright, until after a long while, he slowly turned to walk in the opposite direction. His brow furrowed as he resolved to inquire at school about effective hair growth and weight loss potions. On the first day of term, a gentle rain began to fall as Severus made his way to the train station, this time accompanied by Penny. They stood at the entrance, amidst a throng of wizards, some pushing carts filled with goods. Aren't you starting school tomorrow? Severus inquired, placing the sandwich and milk Penny handed him into his satchel, curious about her unusual behavior today. Penny smiled mysteriously, producing a tightly wrapped bag from behind her, its contents concealed from view. This is a birthday gift for you. Happy birthday. She coughed lightly, explaining that in previous years, she had sent gifts via owl, but this time she wished to present it in person. Severus was momentarily taken aback, a gentle smile gracing his lips, yet he froze upon meeting her earnest gaze, devoid of ulterior motives. Thank you, Penny. I am truly pleased. Severus embraced her, nuzzling his nose against her neck. I am delighted you remembered my birthday, and I appreciate all you do to uphold my dignity. As people continuously brushed past them at the station, occasionally casting amiable smiles at the sight of their embrace, Penny gently patted his back. Perhaps the impression left by books had been too profound, or perhaps it was a glimmer of secret joy in her heart, but in any case, she yearned to alter the tragic fate of Lily and Severus. When the train emitted another low rumble, Severus was compelled to part ways. Be sure to tell Lily to write to me, Penny waved, acknowledging the absence of telecommunication among wizards, resorting instead to the most primitive means of correspondence. Severus nodded. He must strive harder. The recently held 82nd Magical School Potion Competition left him wondering who Professor Slughorn would recommend. In the spring of 1975, as the snow began to melt, an incident of moderate significance transpired in Spinner's End. The owner of the last house, Tobias Snape, a notorious drunkard, accidentally fell into the lake one dark night while utterly inebriated. As it was late and no one heard his cries for help, he was discovered drowned. Eileen, cradling her husband's corpse, wept inconsolably until she eventually fainted. Fortunately, the neighbors were kind enough to return him to their home. Upon Eileen's awakening, she was met with the silence of the room and the lifeless body of her husband. In a state of confusion, she gazed at the scene before her. And after some time, she finally penned a letter to her son at the prompting of a neighbor. Severus, attending class at Hogwarts, felt a sense of unease and nearly ruined a potion he was on the verge of completing. After submitting his potion assignment, he distributed the medical gloves Penny had gifted him to a few friends he conversed with, before returning to his studies. At lunchtime, an owl delivered a letter, and upon reading it his expression shifted dramatically. He abandoned his meal and hurried to the headmaster's office. Mary, who was close with Lily, poked her to draw her attention to the flustered figure of Severus departing the table. Look, he left without even eating. He must be up to no good, Mary concluded, having kept a watchful eye on the Slytherins since the last incident when Avery's gang had humiliated her with dark curses. Lily frowned, disagreeing with Mary's assessment. Severus merely has an interest in the dark arts. He hasn't done anything to you. Why don't you confront Sirius, who treated you that way before? Lily rebutted, directly addressing Mary's double standards. She had witnessed Sirius publicly humiliating Mary, leaving her to either attend class or hide in the dormitory. Mary was left speechless, her face flushing as she retorted, "That's not the same. He's handsome and wealthy, unlike that filthy little Snovellis." She paused and continued, "Besides, you've already climbed up the Potter family ladder. You must think so little of us." Lily stared incredulously, having never realized she was perceived in such a manner by her friend. "You're talking nonsense," Lily exclaimed sharply. "I won't play with you anymore." With that, her eyes reddening, she dashed away, her previously budding fondness for Potter extinguished as she muttered curses against him. Potter, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding nearby, sensed that someone had upset Lily, which left him equally displeased. Chapter 29 Submission. Potter's displeasure signified impending retribution for someone. He exchanged glances with Sirius, and in an instant, they devised a plan. As Mary traversed the moving staircase, she found herself ensnared, and to her dismay, Peeves hurled a foul-smelling egg her way, resulting in her inevitable tardiness. The unpleasant odor that clung to her did not go unnoticed by her classmates, who regarded her with disdain. Lily in particular recoiled, pinching her nose, for she had not forgotten Mary's earlier remarks in the hall. Potter, with an air of misplaced confidence, sauntered over to Lily, leaning nonchalantly against her desk with a grin, extending an invitation to join him for a weekend excursion to Hogsmeade. The surrounding students erupted into cheers, especially Sirius, who conjured a red firework with his wand, shouting, "Agree to it, agree to it. You arrogant braggart, troublemaker. I shall not acquiesce." Lily shot him a furious glare before retreating to the back of the classroom with her books in hand. Undeterred, Potter grew bolder, shamelessly taking a seat beside Lily, a rose mysteriously appearing in his grasp. Embarrassed and irate, Lily contemplated moving to another seat, but the class bell rang, compelling her to endure Potter's relentless attention. He propped his chin on his hand, gazing at Lily's profile with an infatuated grin. Lily, blushing fiercely, resigned herself to his gaze, knowing it would not cost her much in the grand scheme of things. Will a fortnight suffice? Slughorn mused, having learned of the events at Severus's home, granting him leave. You shall miss the potion competition. He regarded Severus with a wistful expression. It was indeed a notorious opportunity that would now elude him. Severus's lips pressed into a straight line as he nodded gravely. The disorder at home was overwhelming, should he not return. His mother's temperament would ensure that no arrangements for the funeral would be made. Do not fret. Your talent in potion making is exceptional. There will come a day when you shall rise above, Slughorn reassured him, patting Severus on the shoulder and leading him outside Hogwarts, where he grasped Severus's hand and disapparated away. The London sky was shrouded in a mist that did not deter the working populace. In a secluded alley, two figures appeared, unnoticed save for a passing stray cat. Severus bid farewell to the professor, his heart heavy with conflicting emotions as he boarded the subway back to Spinner's End. Upon reaching the entrance of Spinner's End, anxiety gripped him. Had his alcoholic father truly vanished forever, or was it merely a cruel jest from his mother to coax him home? Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward with a heavy heart. The familiar surroundings remained as filthy and dilapidated as ever, yet he felt as if he were walking upon a pristine marble floor. A glimmer of clarity illuminating his thoughts. The front door of his home stood wide open, the interior unchanged since his departure for school, save for the presence of a coffin in the small sitting room, surrounded by white flowers. There were no guests, no mournful melodies, only the sound of his mother weeping in sorrow. Well, Severus thought as he gazed at the photograph of the young man in the frame, at least my mother will find some ease now. Would she be able to reclaim her sense of self? 3 days later, Severus, with the assistance of community workers, conducted his father's funeral. The grave had been purchased before their financial ruin, appearing somewhat dignified. The priest presiding over the service was an elderly man from the church where he had often sold cookies as a child. The attendance was sparse. Apart from a few neighbors from Spinner's End, only the Evans family was present. Relatives of Eileen and her husband did not make an appearance, not even extending a word of condolence. "Mother, why have I never met my grandparents?" Severus asked softly, casting flowers onto the coffin as he watched the earth cover it. Eileen tightened her grip on her handkerchief, offering a faint smile. "Severus, your mother is a prince." Eileen seemed to comprehend the reasons for her parents' absence, yet her stubborn pride forbade her return to them. Severus had long been aware of the prince lineage through the wizarding family tree and library research. He could not fathom his mother's insistence. Did she truly prefer life in Spinner's End over a life of wealth? It seemed utterly absurd. He could not grasp such a notion, especially since his father had brought her no happiness. "You will understand in due time," Eileen murmured, wiping away her tears. Severus, irritated, listened to the priest recite scripture, frustrated by the incessant wailing. Did this scoundrel truly deserve such lamentation? As the shovel filled in the final mound of earth, Tobias Snape's last vestige in this world was firmly established within the cemetery. The crowd buzzed with commotion as Mrs. Evans approached Eileen, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. "Mr. Evans placed a hand on Severus's shoulder, solemnly stating, "Severus Snape, from this moment forth, you are the only man in your family. Remember to protect your mother. She has endured too much suffering." Severus's mind raced with thoughts. It was not he who caused her suffering. She ought to rejoice at her liberation from such anguish. Mr. Evans, accustomed to Severus's silence, shook his head and walked away. The world does not cease to turn for the death of one man, nor does life. There will always be departures. When Petunia hurried back, the funeral had already concluded. She arrived at Spinner's Inn searching for someone, yet found no trace of him. Contemplating, she recalled that during Severus's troubled moments, there was but one place he cherished. Petunia promptly turned and ran towards the old amusement park, for it was the quietest refuge at that moment. Upon reaching the lakeside, she indeed spotted that familiar dark figure, staring vacantly at the water's surface. Petunia took a moment to catch her breath before gently approaching and sitting beside him. "Severus," she called softly. The figure stirred slightly, and after a moment's hesitation, she leaned against his shoulder. "I finally found you. I apologize for arriving so late," Petunia said, fully aware that despite Severus's outward disdain for his father, he secretly yearned for his improvement, though the outcome was consistently disappointing. "Petunia, he will not return, will he?" "Indeed." Another silence enveloped them, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the wind. "Severus?" "Yes. I'm feeling a bit unwell. May I hug you?" Petunia gently turned his body towards her, wrapping her arms around him and resting her chin on his shoulder. Severus momentarily froze, feeling the warmth of her proximity, and his stiff heart softened. He opened his arms to reciprocate, his fingers gliding along the delicate curve of her back, inhaling the scent of orange blossoms wafting from her. It was as though his heart had found an outlet for its pent-up emotions. Severus's eyes stung. He despised that man, truly loathed him. Petunia sensed the moisture on her neck, her heart feeling as though it had been scorched, painful in its intensity. The silence and embrace continued until the sky gradually dimmed, and Severus's stomach began to grumble. "Shall we head back? Your mother will be worried," Petunia suggested softly, her shoulder growing weary. "She will not." Severus swallowed his retort, not wanting to see disappointment reflected in her eyes. "Very well, let us return. I feel somewhat cold and hungry," Petunia sighed, gently releasing the boy from her embrace and standing to leave. However, having sat for too long, her legs felt numb, and she stumbled back down, narrowly avoiding embarrassment as Severus caught her. "Then let us return," Severus said, shedding his coat and draping it over Petunia's shoulders, his pale, slender fingers intertwining with hers. Petunia's focus remained on her tingling legs, oblivious to the tender details surrounding them. Chapter 30, Concern. Hand in hand, they walked down the dimly lit street, the bustling crowd drawing them closer together. Penny adjusted her clothing, carelessly stepping on the tiled floor. "What do you intend to do in the future?" she inquired. A fleeting glance at Severus revealed little aside from his reddened eyes, devoid of any discernible expression. Severus turned to observe Penny's vacant earlobes, pursing his lips in silence. After a considerable pause, just as Penny believed he would remain unresponsive, he suddenly spoke up. "I plan to earn a good living so that my mother can take care of her health." Severus sighed with melancholy, hoping his mother would consider him and refrain from wallowing in sorrow. Penny nodded in agreement. Historically, Mrs. Eileen had either spent money on old Snape's drinking habits or saved for Severus's tuition, rarely indulging herself. Now that her husband had passed, she could focus solely on herself and her son. "But aren't you supposed to take the OWL exams?" "Let's discuss it after the tests. The money you've earned should suffice for a while," Penny remarked, her expression conflicted. The OWL exams were crucial for young wizards seeking employment post-graduation, and only by passing the OWL could one qualify for the Newt. Severus shook his head, gripping Penny's hand tightly, and offered a serene smile. "I wish to seize the happiness that is so close at hand." Penny's expression remained unchanged, her gentle smile still present, yet her heart felt a bittersweet pang, reminiscent of a parent watching their child grow. "Well then, good luck," she encouraged, mimicking Severus's gesture as they walked home hand in hand. Although Severus had taken a half-month leave, the time spent on the funeral was less than 10 days. He handed half of the money he earned from brewing potions to his mother, wishing to alleviate her burdens. Amidst Mrs. Eileen's tearful apologies, Severus returned to Hogwarts with a small bag in hand. Everything seemed altered yet unchanged. The marauding quartet still caused disturbances at Hogwarts, but something was amiss. Lily no longer held such disdain for Potter. The potion competition, which Severus had been concerned about, had concluded, with a student from Wagtail winning a golden cauldron as a prize. Severus stared at the golden cauldron depicted in the Daily Prophet, momentarily lost in thought, before being swept into Avery's clique. "What a pity you didn't attend," Mulciber remarked, gesturing towards Gryffindor. "Your red-haired witch participated as well, but alas did not win." Severus paused, furrowing his brow in exasperation. "That's Lily Evans. We're merely acquaintances." Mulciber and Avery exchanged knowing glances, the camaraderie between the red-haired witch and the dark-haired bat evident to any observer. "Truly, I have no affection for her," Severus insisted, observing their antics. "I have someone I like." The duo perked up, having each had several girlfriends while Severus remained solitary, often brewing potions or seeking Lily's company in Gryffindor. As they speculated on the possibility of a budding romance, Potter interjected, monopolizing the charming little witch, leaving Severus feeling even more isolated. Now, the solitary bat had found someone of interest, which piqued curiosity. Severus remained silent, waiting until he possessed sufficient strength to openly declare his feelings. It was not yet the opportune moment, especially given the intense divisions between purebloods and half-bloods, and the animosity between wizards and muggles. The school days were filled with busyness and discipline. Severus, relying on stimulants, slept only 5 hours each night, pushing himself relentlessly in both studies and potion-making. During weekends, many young witches and wizards ventured to Hogsmeade for leisure. Few students, like Severus, toiled away in secluded classrooms, absorbed in potion brewing and essay writing, while others reveled in the final joyous days of their 5th year. Lily had intended to comfort Severus over his father's passing, but was taken aback by his fervent dedication to study, prompting her to intervene. "Severus, look at yourself. You've become so gaunt. If I saw you at night, I would mistake you for a ghost," Lily exclaimed, conjuring a water mirror to reveal his sunken face and ghostly pallor. "I understand your father's passing is difficult, but you must take care of your health." Severus's dark eyes regarded Lily, and after a prolonged silence he finally lowered his quill. "Lily, when did you arrive?" His voice was gravelly, as if gravel were scraping together. Lily's eyes widened in realization. Hadn't he absorbed her previous words? "I said, if you continue to neglect yourself, by the time you return home for the summer, Penny may not even recognize you," Lily exclaimed, banging her hand on the table, nearly toppling the inkwell. At the mere mention of Penny, Severus's eyes sparkled momentarily. He cleared his throat and tucked his completed essay into his book. "Yem me fine." Just a bit taller, he retorted defensively, disliking Lily's tendency to report on him. Ever since his return to school, Lily had been inexplicably fervent. Previously only crossing paths during classes, yet now she sought him out at every opportunity. Potter, that troublesome thorn, had challenged him several times. Lily huffed, noncommittally nodding, revealing that Penny had indeed written to encourage her to look after Severus, fearing he might succumb to dark influences. Yet, she believed Severus would not be swayed by such trivial temptations. Noting that Lily stood before his desk, neglecting her meal in the great hall, Severus discerned she had ulterior motives. "Are you not going to meet that foolish lion? Or have you become so saintly as to concern yourself with whether other students are eating?" The thought of that troublemaker made Severus's head ache. Fortunate that he did not harbor feelings for Lily. Had he truly liked her, it would have been a complex situation. Lily's face flushed at his words. Angered by Potter's earlier antics, he had invited her to the grass, only to showcase his personal broomstick skills, nearly colliding her with the golden snitch. That reckless egotist. "If I ever believe he can act rationally again, I'll be a dog." Lily gritted her teeth, often pondering the reasoning behind his actions. Severus shrugged, having heard her lamentations countless times, yet he knew she would still go on the next outing, leaving him bemused. After a considerable time, Lily recalled her purpose for visiting. She withdrew a parcel and placed it on the table. "This is a package from Penny, one for you and one for me. She said it was too troublesome to send them separately, so she had my owl deliver them together," Lily explained, revealing the contents to be pastries, candied fruits, or fashionable Muggle trinkets, items she had received numerous times before. Severus nodded, gazing at the familiar handwriting on the parcel, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. Their conversation was observed by Potter, who seethed with indignation at the sight. "Damn that snotty pest. He shall not steal my lovely Lily away." Chapter 31. Writing letters. Sirius, brooding in silence, undertook a significant task, having learned from Potter's complaints that the beautiful Lily was still entangled with the little bat. In an attempt to champion his friend, he quietly mentioned the Whomping Willow to Peter as he passed the Slytherin table. Severus's ears perked up at the sound of that foolish dog, and upon hearing that pressing the knot could halt the willow, his expression turned grave. He recalled the rumors of Remus disappearing every full moon due to illness, and the news of Professor Dumbledore planting the Whomping Willow. Severus remembered Penny's assertion that Dumbledore, as headmaster, could not be oblivious to the presence of a werewolf student. Planting the willow was a means of protecting that werewolf. If he confronted the matter directly, it would ultimately be to his detriment. Avery, having finished a pie, noticed that Cypher was still poking at half a sausage. Following Cypher's gaze, he discovered once more the long table of Gryffindor. "You truly have a fondness for that witch," Avery scoffed, taking a sip of pumpkin juice before continuing. "Just look at Potter, clinging to her like a dog spotting a bone. I suspect your chances are quite slim." Cypher's dark eyes narrowed to slits. and he regarded Avery with a malevolent grin. Should I hear you utter such words again, I shall ensure your tongue adheres to your palate, rendering you mute. The ominous tone of Cypher made Avery retract his neck slightly. All right, but try not to gaze toward Gryffindor all day, Avery mumbled, daring not to speak further of the red-haired witch. Cypher, having come to a realization, cheerfully resumed his meal, even taking a piece of the most detestable carrot. A day later, Lucius stared blankly at the letter sent by a junior, his expression shifting from confusion to sheer elation. Lord, the results are in. Ignoring what Potter might be scheming to trouble Cypher, at least Dumbledore's head was beginning to throb. After several days of rain, London finally welcomed a sunny day. Penny gazed at the azure sky and crystal-clear waters, ultimately deciding to remain at school to continue her thesis. It was now May 1975, and through her relentless efforts and the professor's leniency, the time for her thesis submission and defense was approaching. Life progressed in an orderly fashion, and by July of the same year, Penny successfully defended her thesis and met the graduation requirements, marking the official end of her university life. Lily, feeling bored during the holiday, visited Penny's villa. She glanced at the pink graduation robe, a flicker of envy crossing her eyes. Did you attend the graduation ceremony? Was it enjoyable? What was it like? Lily inquired, as Hogwarts had only a handful of festivities, all of which had become tiresome for her. Penny changed the television channel and nodded in response, although she had yet to find a dance partner. As for Jane, she was still pursuing her master's degree, and had long since dragged her boyfriend off to study. Well, it was quite raucous, with everyone indulging in drinks. Penny recalled the post-ceremony revelry, shaking her head in resignation. In any case, you wouldn't have enjoyed it. Lily pouted at this, for Hogwarts had never hosted a grand ball, and her family had never thrown a party either. She had nearly forgotten what a Muggle gathering was like. So have you found a boyfriend? Lily asked, her curiosity piqued. Penny chuckled at her, retorting, and you? Have you found a boyfriend? Perhaps that boy named Potter? Upon hearing this, Lily's cheeks flushed, and she stammered in protest. Of course not. I can't stand him, but he is quite skilled at Quidditch. Noticing Lily's bashful reaction, Penny's internal alarm bells rang. With a serious expression, Penny fixed her pale eyes on Lily, scrutinizing her intently. Just as Lily emerged from her shyness, she was startled by Penny's unwavering gaze. What is it? She stammered. Penny contemplated that Lily spent nearly 9 months of the year at Hogwarts, and given the number of students enrolled there, future partners, friends, and career prospects would likely be formed within those walls. For outside the school, one would encounter fewer witches and wizards, and there was no purer friendship than that forged during one's school years. Lily, if you wish to date, that is acceptable, but it must not be that Potter fellow. Penny offered a rather clumsy excuse. You cannot marry someone who muddles through life aimlessly. Lily burst into laughter at this, her almond-shaped green eyes glistening with mirth. Penny, why don't you say that we can't marry a Muggle? Lily chuckled, struggling to catch her breath, finding Penny's reasoning rather apt. Aside from his Quidditch prowess, Potter appeared to be lacking in other respects. Observing Lily's reaction, Penny realized she was still in the throes of a hazy infatuation. However, Lily remained entrenched in the magical world, rendering Penny unable to intervene, and their relationship was not particularly close. In truth, Penny's deeper concern lay in the possibility that if Lily followed the original storyline, she might bear the savior Harry and ultimately perish, leaving Penny to raise a child as depicted in the original narrative, a feat she could hardly fathom. Despite the original story commencing a decade later, the true challenges of parenthood would only become apparent once one actually raised a child. Amused by Penny's worrisome demeanor, Lily erupted into laughter again, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and taking several deep breaths to quell her mirth. What are you worried about, Penny? I'm doing just fine. Although Potter can be arrogant and reckless, he is rather courteous to other girls and always finds ways to win my favor. It's quite entertaining if he could change and stop being so unpleasant and bullying others for no reason. Lily spoke, her bright green eyes regarding Penny as she expressed her feelings for Potter. Penny furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend the young girl's sentiments. Perhaps it was the confidence born from being favored that led Lily to disregard everything else, yearning for a boy to change for her, entirely consumed by her own feelings. Just as it was at home, the Evans couple favored Lily and overlooked Penny. However, if memory served, Potter's misdeeds had filled several of Filch's iron boxes with notes detailing his escapades, and they had clashed with Cypher numerous times. Penny pressed her forehead, recalling how Cypher had been hospitalized multiple times due to their confrontations, pursued as if they were enemies. I've already clarified things with Potter, Lily said, her face turning crimson as she lowered her voice. Cypher and I are merely friends. That's what Potter thinks. Penny nodded slightly, encouraging her to continue. Potter believes he is my suitor, but I do not. Her voice gradually diminished to a whisper, barely audible. What was that? Penny inquired, her brow furrowing deeper. Cypher had formed a small group with those studying dark magic, using dark curses to bully the other students, and they believed it to be humorous. I think Cypher shouldn't associate with them. Lily took a deep breath and declared loudly. Penny doubted her ears, patting her head and observing the agitated Lily. Sipping some soda to steady herself. Are you serious? Penny countered, recalling the notes detailing Potter's mischief and the incidents involving Cypher. Surely. They both should recognize the true bullies of the school. Lily earnestly nodded, relieved that Penny had finally grasped the situation. However, from my understanding of the magical world, Cypher merely enjoys studying dark magic, and isn't out to bully others, right? Penny continued, noticing Lily's nod. But Potter, he bullies others without cause, be they Gryffindor or Slytherin. Yet he has never bullied you, correct? Lily's face turned crimson, and she found herself at a loss for words. Lately, the situation in the magical world has been tumultuous. If you truly believe the school favors pureblood wizards over Muggleborns, then simply keep your friendship underground, ensuring they remain unaware. There's no need to continue provoking discomfort. Penny rambled on, finally concluding with that statement. Lily, feeling uncomfortable, scratched her cheek, offering a perfunctory nod before swiftly rising to leave. How did she know? Lily pondered. Utterly baffled, as she had never spoken of such matters to anyone. Penny sighed as she watched Lily's retreating figure. She had said all that needed to be said. The rest was now left to fate. Penny stood up to close the door, inadvertently overlooking the black fabric peeking out from behind a tree. Given the number of leaves crushed underfoot, it was evident that someone had been standing there for quite some time. Chapter 32, The Invitation. In truth, the conflicts within the Muggle world are not to be underestimated, especially when one considers the prevailing economic crisis and social welfare issues that frequently dominate the headlines, inciting fervent discussions among the populace. Yet these disputes tend to be of a downward nature, with the beneficiaries of the status quo opting for silence. Penny has also found herself affected by these circumstances, as evidenced by the numerous rejections she has received for her job applications. Even the newspapers she approached for internships have ceased hiring altogether. Initially, she sought to alleviate her boredom at home by seeking employment, only to realize that her home offered a greater comfort than the pursuit of work. A ball? Hadn't she already attended her graduation ceremony? As she languidly watched television, she received a call from Jane, informing her of a new round of balls. Jane chuckled, fully aware of Penny's reclusive nature, and patiently elaborated. Do you remember the Halloween parade I attended last year? Well, it happens to be the coming-of-age celebration for the organizer's daughter, and I fortuitously possess 2 invitations. I've heard there will be an abundance of handsome gentlemen present. Jane's mischievous laughter followed. I'll be taking my boyfriend, and I've sent the other invitation to you. Ha. Oh. Penny's wandering thoughts were suddenly yanked back to reality. She recalled the juvenile boys from the theater troupe and the attractive young men she had encountered during the parade, causing her to hesitate. Jane seemed to sense Penny's internal conflict and stoked the flames further. Even if you don't know any of the handsome gentlemen, you could always ask the celebrities for autographs. Jane listed the potential attendees, including Penny's favorite actress and author. Is that true? Penny exclaimed, astonished at the organizer's influence. Jane assured her of the accuracy of the information and shared the details of the ball's timing, reminding Penny to remember to bring a dance partner. Penny furrowed her brow in contemplation, realizing she had unwittingly created a predicament for herself. The August weather was rather warm, presenting an opportune time for boating. Sitting by the lake, Penny set up her easel, diligently capturing the image of a white swan foraging on the water's surface. Just yesterday, she had approached the neighbor's child to invite him to practice dancing for the ball, only to be met with a refusal in the morning, claiming he was afraid of his girlfriend misunderstanding the invitation. The most perplexing aspect was that she had never heard of this boy having a girlfriend. With a deep sigh, Penny pondered the situation. While 1 or 2 refusals could be chalked up to coincidence, the string of rejections from several others was decidedly unusual. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly joined by a breathless Lily, clutching a book in her hands. Lily, appearing to have forgotten the embarrassment from a few days prior when Penny had exposed her secrets, wiped the sweat from her brow and beamed at her. Penny, your painting is truly beautiful. Lily glanced at Penny's artwork before flipping through her book, seemingly intent on lingering. Fortunately, the tree near where Penny had chosen to sit provided a perfect shade from the sun. Lily squirmed in her seat, occasionally stealing glances at Penny, yet she seemed disinclined to focus on her reading. You should go to the library, it's too noisy here. Penny paused her coloring, as a caterpillar had begun to disrupt her concentration. With Penny finally acknowledging her, Lily's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Penny, Severus said he has someone he likes. Do you know who it is? Lily blinked innocently, clearly intrigued by the question. Penny frowned, slightly perplexed, and replied, if you don't know, how could I possibly know? Lily was momentarily taken aback, shifting nervously in her seat, her grip on the book tightening. I'm just curious. Aside from hanging out with Avery and his crowd, I haven't noticed him interacting with any girls. Lily blinked innocently, her voice dropping to a whisper. When he suddenly mentioned having someone he likes, it piqued my curiosity. The only girls we know in the Muggle world are you and me. Penny tightened her grip on her brush, contemplating the possibility of Severus harboring feelings for Lily. If they were to be together, perhaps the tragic events of the original story would not repeat themselves. She inhaled deeply, smiling softly. Perhaps it's one of the girls from your school. You spend most of your time at Hogwarts, and since you're not in the same house, it's understandable that you wouldn't have noticed. Lily nodded thoughtfully. Severus is quite good at keeping secrets. And what about you? Is there a boy you like at school? Penny casually inquired, packing her paints into her bag. At this, Lily's expression froze, and she quickly darted a glance at Penny, nervously broaching the subject of Potter. Not at the moment, she replied, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes flickering. In truth, she had just exchanged letters with Potter the previous day, and he had sent her a gift via owl, to which she had also replied. The emotional turmoil of adolescence left Lily vacillating regarding her feelings towards the boys pursuing her. Penny offered a non-committal hum in response, believing that as long as Lily didn't end up with Potter, it would suffice. Penny, do you think Severus might like you? Just as Penny was about to peel off the oil painting, Lily's question caused a corner of the artwork to tear, leaving Penny with a rather peculiar expression. What makes you think that? I don't like boys who are younger and more delicate than I am. Penny regarded Lily with a strange look, her thoughts escaping her lips. Lily began to count on her fingers, reflecting on the times Severus had interacted with both her and Penny. Even at school, their exchanges had been limited to mere conversations. All right, I must be quite foolish, Lily sighed, shifting the topic to another matter. After Severus's father passed away, he immersed himself in his studies. The last time I saw him, I almost mistook him for a new ghost at Hogwarts. Penny understood. In times of sorrow, one often seeks to occupy their mind with other pursuits, and for Severus, that meant relentless studying. I haven't seen him either. Summer is almost over. Penny frowned slightly, recalling that he hadn't even come to brew potions as promised. Could it be that his intense dedication to his studies was taking a toll on his health? I feel the same, Lily nodded in agreement. I wonder what Severus is so busy with, as I haven't even caught a glimpse of him. Penny tucked the torn painting into her portfolio, momentarily wishing to avoid it. At that moment Lily, displaying a newfound obedience, waited for Penny to finish packing her supplies before tugging gently at her sleeve. What's wrong? Penny turned back in confusion, believing their conversation had concluded. Lily gave an awkward smile, releasing her grip on Penny's sleeve and licking her dry lips. When are you going home next? Your parents miss you. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, clearly doubting the sincerity of her parents' words. Penny squinted, curious about what the Evans couple was up to. All right, she replied, let us go now. Really? You're not just saying that, are you? Lily exclaimed, her face brightening in surprise, as she had anticipated a lengthy negotiation. Penny said nothing further, shouldering her art supplies and leading the way. Lily hurried to catch up with her. The Evans residence appeared unchanged from before, save for the photographs on the table, which prominently featured Lily or her with the Evans couple. Mrs. Evans instructed Lily to go upstairs and tidy her room while she remained to entertain Penny. The silence stretched on for a while until, after Penny had consumed 2 glasses of orange juice, Mrs. Evans finally broke the stillness. Are you here to borrow money? Penny stared in astonishment at Mrs. Evans, who bore a troubled expression. An understanding dawned upon her regarding the recent strikes. Perhaps it was indeed a difficult conversation for Mr. Evans, prompting him to retreat and leave the matter to his wife. Penny calculated her savings and provisions, recognizing that as their daughter, there were certain things she could not refuse. She decided to offer Mrs. Evans half of the amount she had mentioned. Although Evans' mother felt a tinge of disappointment, it was certainly better than having none at all. A faint smile returned to her face as she carefully placed the signed IOU into the iron box. Penny declined her invitation to stay for dinner, shouldering her belongings and making her way home. Chapter 33. Acceptance of the invitation. As the time for the ball drew nearer, Penny found herself increasingly disheartened by the fact that none of the boys around her had managed to invite her. Meanwhile, the ever-observant Cypher sighed in resignation. Why, At his age, was no one approaching him? The midday sun blazed mercilessly, prompting Penny to seek refuge indoors, where she turned on the television. Her gaze, however, was not on the screen. Her thoughts were consumed by how to reject Jim, especially since the invitation had already arrived, and she still lacked a dance partner. Bob, Frank, and Mark. Penny counted the boys around her on her fingers, then absent-mindedly scratched her cheek. Surely, anyone could accompany her just to obtain a photograph and signature, right? Moreover, it would provide a perfect opportunity to check on Cypher. With a sudden spark of inspiration, she rose, applied some sunscreen, and ventured out with an umbrella. By sheer coincidence, the two met at the bus stop. "Cypher," Penny called out joyfully, rushing over as he halted in his tracks. "Do you have some time?" Cypher lowered his gaze, taking in Penny's flushed cheeks and fluttering eyelashes, feeling as though his heartstrings were being gently tugged. I just finished my tasks," he replied softly. Penny, upon hearing this, excitedly linked her arm through his, pulling him under her umbrella. "Let us go to my house. I have something to discuss with you." Cypher, taller than Penny, took the umbrella from her and listened patiently as she spoke. As she chatted, Penny observed Cypher, no longer merely a boy, but a young man, slightly taller and leaner since Easter, yet full of vitality, entirely unlike the ghostly pale figure Lily had described. The summer sun blazed fiercely. Apart from the shadows cast by the surrounding leaves, only a small patch of coolness existed beneath their umbrella. Despite the heat, Cypher's body temperature remained low, but the part of his skin closest to Penny quickly warmed to match hers. They stood closely together under the umbrella, engaging in casual conversation until they reached Penny's home. Once inside, Penny immediately activated the fan and retrieved some ice pops to share with Cypher, both indulging in the cool treat. As the warmth dissipated, Penny noticed Cypher's inscrutable expression and shyly smiled. "You, I." They spoke simultaneously, sharing a glance before breaking into smiles. "I'll go first," Penny said, clearing her throat and adopting a serious demeanor. Cypher, would you be my dance partner?" Cypher's pupils dilated slightly. After waiting several days, he finally heard the words he longed for. Noticing his prolonged silence, Penny awkwardly chuckled. "Well, if you're unwilling, it's fine. I have no objections," Cypher replied, gazing into Penny's light-colored eyes, deliberately enunciating. "I'm not very adept at dancing, so I'll need your guidance." "Wait, did you just agree?" Penny exclaimed, relieved. "It's just a dance after all." Cypher's acquiescence prompted her to assure him that she would be exceedingly patient in teaching him. To express her gratitude for his willingness to step up, Penny invited him to stay for dinner, albeit under the condition that he assist with washing and chopping vegetables. As Cypher peeled potatoes, a mischievous smile crept across his face, hidden from Penny's view. With only a week until the ball, their time was indeed pressing. Given that Cypher had never attended a Muggle ball, Penny first guided him through dining etiquette before taking him to a clothing shop to try on suits suitable for the occasion. "What you mentioned was actually taught at school," Cypher remarked softly, watching Penny tie his tie. Penny recalled that most students at Slytherin came from pureblood families, implying they were well-versed in noble etiquette. Thus for Cypher, a half-blood born into the Muggle world, assimilating would undoubtedly be a challenge. "You're quite impressive. I struggled for ages when I learned," Penny said as she adjusted his wrinkled shirt. "That's also why I usually shy away from balls, but this time, there are celebrities and authors I admire, which is why I want to attend." She felt a pang of sympathy for the once frail boy, having had an alcoholic father prone to violence. Though now deceased, the shadows of the past remained indelible. Yet, one must grow, and it was evident that Cypher was a flower blossoming amidst adversity. "Yes. I also believe I'm quite remarkable," Cypher chuckled lightly, grateful for Lucius' kindness during his initial days at school. Even after Lucius graduated, he had successfully integrated into Slytherin. Penny smiled as she pointed to Cypher in the mirror, then gestured to another suit on the rack. "Could you please try on that one? I think black suits you better." While black might seem dreary to other boys, on the understated Cypher, it accentuated his tall and austere demeanor. Cypher nodded and took the black suit into the dressing room. After selecting their outfits, a playful argument ensued over who would pay. "I invited you to the ball, so I should cover the suit," Penny insisted. "But I was the one who accepted, and I have money too." Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Cypher remained calm, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Ultimately, the cashier suggested they split the cost. Penny glared at Cypher as he seized her bank card, puffing her cheeks in reluctant agreement. They exited the clothing store in tandem, with Cypher jogging ahead to hold the umbrella over her. To evade the scorching sun, Penny had to slow her pace, aligning their strides once more. "Penny," Cypher began, "you've already been a tremendous help to me. I want you to know that I've grown, and am now capable of earning money. Upon hearing this, Penny looked up to meet his earnest gaze. Sensing that if she did not nod in agreement, he would persist in questioning her. Feeling a hint of defeat, she acknowledged that Cypher had surpassed her in height and conviction. A far cry from the pitiful, snot-nosed child he once was. I understand, Cypher. I'm sorry. I always thought of you as just a child. You're the same age as Lily. Penny sighed. Realizing that Cypher was not Lily, they were distinct individuals, each with their own thoughts and identities. Cypher remained silent, his gaze soft as he observed her profile, unwilling to be relegated to the status of Penny's younger brother. Across the street, a mother held her daughter's hand as they crossed, the little girl obediently walking beside her, ice cream in hand. Cypher, how has your mother been lately? Penny inquired, tucking her hair behind her ear casually. Cypher hesitated before responding, the silence stretching between them. At last he spoke. It seems that my father's passing left her adrift. After work, she often buys alcohol and drinks herself into a stupor. Recalling the despondent and vacuous expression on his mother's face, Cypher reflected that during his month home over the summer, their conversations had barely exceeded 10 words. Even during meals, they sat in suffocating silence. Had Penny known the situation, she would have informed Cypher that his mother might be suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, which could lead to depression if left unaddressed. Yet, she was unaware, thus missing the opportunity to alert Cypher and prevent the forthcoming tragedy. Chapter 34. The Kiss. That day, when Penny took the initiative to invite Cypher to the ball, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. If it weren't for the suit hanging in the room, he would have thought it was merely a figment of his imagination. As he tidied himself up in preparation to leave, Eileen stood in his path. Are you going out to find Lily again? Eileen inquired, her gaze resting on the neat and tidy shirt and trousers worn by Severus, a rare smile gracing her face. Severus shook his head, perplexed by his mother's persistent association of him with Lily. He rarely spoke of such matters at home. Penny is waiting for me in the park. Mom, I have to go, he replied, tightening his shoelaces before stepping out of the living room. Eileen sank into the sofa, her heart heavy as she watched her son's tall, slender figure disappear from view. She gazed around the cramped living room and its worn furniture, murmuring to herself, perhaps this is for the best. Yet, the only response to her musings was the silence that enveloped the room. In truth, during his time at Hogwarts, Severus had learned some dancing techniques from Lucius, as small balls were often held between the houses. Although he had little interest, he had attended a few, so he possessed a modicum of skill. They danced to the music in the villa's second floor, the mirror reflecting their graceful movements, creating a striking harmony. As the final notes faded, Penny bit her lip, trying to catch her breath. Even with the window open, the room felt stifling. Shall we practice once more? She suggested, fanning her flushed face with her hand, realizing she should have practiced by the lake where it was cooler. Severus nodded, his hand tightening around Penny's waist. And in an unexpected flourish, he lifted her off the ground and spun her around, eliciting a startled gasp from her. Caught off guard, Penny could only grip Severus's hand tightly, as she was compelled to continue practicing. For a fleeting moment, her muddled mind pondered whether the roles had become reversed. Should she not be the one in control? Thankfully, the practice went rather smoothly, and as the sun began to set, Penny's stomach growled, signaling the end of their dance session. The light upstairs was dim, and as Severus released their sweaty hands, a forgotten thought suddenly resurfaced. Penny, isn't there a hand-kissing ceremony before dancing? He asked, taking her hand and placing a gentle kiss upon the smooth skin of her knuckles. The unexpected question caught Penny off guard. All she could remember was the warmth of his kiss on her hand, and the brightness of his eyes before she drifted into a daze. Concluding the busy day with dinner, as she lay in bed that night, she pondered the hand-kissing ritual, vaguely recalling that it was not the back of the hand that was typically kissed, but she dismissed it, deciding sleep was more pressing. In a narrow living room in Spinner's End, a dim yellow light illuminated the space. Eileen observed her son, whose mood seemed buoyant, and her troubled expression softened. Have you decided it's her? She asked softly. Severus halted on his way to the stairs, turning to face his mother seated on the sofa, and slowly nodded. She isn't you, and I want to be like Dad, he said, voicing the thoughts he had long held within. I will strive to make life better. Eileen gazed at him for a long moment, until Severus thought the conversation had come to an end, when she suddenly rose and approached him. She handed him a triangular pendant shaped like a coiled serpent, hesitating as she spoke. This is the Prince family pendant. Every member receives one at birth. It was given to you by your grandfather. Severus looked at her with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. He had already researched at school and knew that the Prince family was an esteemed lineage in the wizarding world, with the current head being his mother's brother. Yet they had never met throughout their lives. Perhaps my actions once hurt your grandfather's feelings too deeply, but you are different, Eileen said, glancing at the pendant with a sigh. If you encounter difficulties in the wizarding world, take this pendant to your grandfather at Lethifold. Severus felt a sense of unease wash over him at such a heavy responsibility, furrowing his brow as he waved the pendant away. Mom, in 3 years I will graduate. And besides, my talent in potions is exceptional. I can make a name for myself in the wizarding world without their help. I will ensure you live a life of comfort, he declared emphatically. Those people had neglected him and his mother for over a decade. Despite their initial promises, they had likely forgotten them by now. Eileen's eyes glimmered with both pride and sorrow. She understood the truths that her child grasped, realizing that speaking of them would only add to her burdens. I have cleared out the basement. If you wish to brew potions, you can do so there. It is inappropriate to always stay at a girl's home. Eileen took a deep breath, pressing the pendant into her son's hand before stepping into the kitchen. Severus looked at the pendant in his hand, then gazed towards the kitchen, a whirlwind of emotions churning within him. The following morning, after finishing breakfast, Severus made his way to Penny's house. Penny, brushing her teeth, opened the door for him, marveling at his self-discipline, as she often indulged in sleep and relaxation. Let us review the dance steps today, and tomorrow we can perform a complete routine, she suggested, yawning as she recalled how strenuous yesterday's practice had been. Her arms and legs were still sore. Severus merely nodded at the sight of Penny lazily eating breakfast, content as long as he was her partner. Penny hummed a tune while changing her clothes, while Severus patiently awaited her in the dance studio, adjusting the music for their practice. He incorporated the hand-kissing portion into their routine, leveraging his height to guide the movements. Each time Penny witnessed Severus bowing and performing the hand-kissing gesture, the cool sensation against her skin made her instinctively retract her hand, only to have it gripped more tightly by his larger hand. The sky was overcast that day, the fierce sun hiding behind the clouds, making the dance studio feel even dimmer. Penny, Severus said, halting their movements. Hearing the deep, steady breaths above her, she looked up in confusion. A cool kiss brushed her forehead, and she found herself gazing into his starry eyes. In the next moment, her waist was firmly held, and Severus leaned in closer. Penny, he whispered, their breaths intertwining. He struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within him, yet he couldn't help but ask. I'm grown up now, I'm not a child anymore. Penny's heart raced at his words. She understood his growth, for otherwise he wouldn't have been invited to the ball. Severus sighed in frustration, lifting her effortlessly onto the small table where the music player rested, grasping her hand and kissing it repeatedly. I want to be like this with you, he said, rubbing her small hand against his cheek, bringing his face closer to hers. Their noses almost touching, poised for a kiss. Penny felt her throat dry. Do you even know how old you are now? She began to respond, but her words were silenced as his lips met hers. At first, it was a tender caress, marked by a careful restraint. But as Penny remained frozen in shock for too long, he bit down roughly on her lip, pulling her into a fervent kiss. Startled, Penny gasped at the sudden pain, and as she regained her senses, she realized she was overwhelmed by his unrefined approach. One of her hands was captured, while the other gripped Severus's collar tightly. Sitting on the table, she found herself unable to muster any strength. Without Severus's support, she would have surely toppled over. After what felt like an eternity, he finally released her lips, affectionately nuzzling her cheek. Penny, will you give me the opportunity to be your boyfriend? He asked. Penny squinted. Her swollen lips parted as she breathed heavily. Severus cradled her face, planting gentle kisses on her forehead, eyes, nose, and now swollen lips, longing for her response. Penny's heart had not ceased its rapid beating since the moment Cypher kissed her. She could hardly fathom that the boy would dare to kiss her, let alone confess his feelings. While her heart swelled with delight, it also brimmed with awkwardness. After all, he was 2 years her junior. Just as Penny opened her mouth to speak, the sound of the doorbell rang from downstairs. The visitor, hearing the music emanating from above, seemed to grow anxious at the lack of immediate response, pressing the bell repeatedly. Penny, Penny, are you home? I brought you some of the little cakes made by my mother. Lily's voice echoed from downstairs, shattering the intimate atmosphere on the second floor. Penny nudged Cypher, who was still holding her, and said, exasperated, let go of me, Lily's here. Startled by the hoarseness of her own voice, she felt her cheeks flush anew. Cypher raised an eyebrow, his expression barely betraying his amusement, and leaned in to place a gentle kiss on her lips. So, does that mean you accept my feelings? He seized the opportunity to inquire. Please give me some time to think, Penny stammered, overwhelmed by the persistent ringing of the doorbell and Cypher's relentless questioning. and could only nod evasively. Hearing her tentative reply, Cypher finally released her and took her hand, leading her downstairs to open the door. Penny buried her face in her hands on the sofa, her lips still swollen from the kiss, feeling grateful for Lily's interruption. Chapter 35 Dating. Seated on the sofa, Penny felt Cypher's gaze upon her, wishing she could bury her head in the cushions like an ostrich. "Cypher, what are you doing here?" Lily exclaimed, surprised upon seeing him. Remembering Penny's mention of the dance and the music from upstairs, she wondered if he was her dance partner. "Penny and I are practicing our duet. We're attending the ball in a few days," Cypher replied cheerfully, not minding the extra explanation. "Oh," Lily said, her suspicions allayed by Cypher's words. And she placed the little cakes in the kitchen before turning to Penny with a fresh question. "Penny, why is your face so red? Are you feeling unwell?" Penny, feeling flustered, fanned her face with her hands and laughed nervously. "Oh, it's just too warm. We've been practicing for quite a while." The more she spoke, the hotter her face grew, prompting her to cover her cheeks with her hands in embarrassment. "I understand," Lily nodded, recalling how the day was stifling despite the absence of sunlight. Seizing the opportunity as Lily prepared to leave, Penny nudged Cypher out as well, claiming it was convenient for him to head back. As Lily turned to depart, Cypher leaned in and planted a quick kiss on her cheek, darting away before she could react. Left in a daze, Penny stood frozen for a moment before finally covering her flushed face, murmuring as she closed the door. "What has you so cheerful?" Lily inquired curiously while waiting for the bus. "Oh, nothing much, just the thought of school starting makes me happy," Cypher replied, suppressing a smile as he recalled Penny's adorable, wide-eyed expression. He understood that if he didn't gently push her to confront her feelings, the emotions he harbored so deeply would likely remain hidden forever. Unconsciously, Cypher rubbed his fingers together, savoring the lingering sensation. Lily scratched her head in confusion. She had only just finished her paper a couple of days ago, and was astonished that school was beginning once more. That night, as Penny lay in bed, she reflected on the events that transpired in the dance studio earlier that afternoon. She touched her still swollen lips, her cheeks flushing anew. "Goodness, I'm not even a real 18-year-old. She chided herself, bewildered by how a kiss from a mere boy could leave her so flustered, especially one so inexperienced. The following morning, after washing up and heading downstairs for breakfast, Penny was taken aback upon opening the door to find a familiar face. What are you doing here?" "Good morning," she said awkwardly. Cypher raised the breakfast he held, arching an eyebrow. "I brought you breakfast, the lovely Miss Penny." "Surely. You haven't forgotten I'm your dance partner?" Penny offered an embarrassed smile, and opened the door wider to let him in. They ate in silence, the only sounds being the rustling of bread as they chewed. The dance studio appeared just as it had the previous day, save for the small table that housed the stereo, which was now absent. After completing several dances in silence, Penny hesitated before finally speaking up. "Cypher, I feel we may not be suited for each other," she said, meeting his gaze as she carefully chose her words. "Perhaps your feelings stem from your attachment to friends after your uncle's passing. Let us just pretend yesterday never happened. We can remain good friends." She hurriedly expressed all the thoughts she had organized the previous night, yet her eyes began to wander, aware that her words lacked conviction. What if they were effective, though? Cypher listened patiently until she finished, a faint smile gracing his lips. "You've misunderstood, Penny. It is you whom I like." His resolute declaration struck at the fragile walls of her heart, and she could hear it pounding once more. "Stop joking, Cypher. This isn't funny," she insisted, pressing her lips together in denial. As Cypher noted her evasive demeanor, his smile gradually faded. "I thought I had made my feelings clear enough yesterday." He held her firmly, lifting her chin to meet his gaze. "I would never misinterpret my own heart." Penny's face flushed crimson as she belatedly realized she had chosen the wrong moment and place to refuse him. She pushed against his chest, defending herself. "I've always seen you as a brother, and besides, there are no flowers or dates." Cypher chuckled at her words, pulling her closer, inhaling the sweet scent of orange blossoms, feeling as though the void within him was suddenly filled. "I have been sending flowers all along. As for dates, how about we go boating tomorrow?" he suggested, his voice low. Penny licked her dry lips, bewildered by how their conversation had shifted from feelings to a date so abruptly. However, with the ball approaching, there was no time for leisure. "But the ball is soon. We can't waste time," she weakly countered, listening to the steady thump of Cypher's heart. Cypher furrowed his brow in thought before deciding to navigate the ball first, believing that everything else could unfold gradually. He was patient. He kissed her cheek gently, letting out a heavy sigh. "Very well, I shall defer to your wishes." Penny observed the frustrated expression on his face, and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He was still just a boy after all. Perhaps after their relationship deepened, Cypher would realize his feelings for her were merely a dependency between friends and revert back to their original camaraderie? She comforted herself with this thought, immersing herself in the music once more. Cypher, perplexed by Penny's swift change in attitude, understood only that she had accepted him. Their thoughts were entirely misaligned. Yet they curiously intertwined. Once again, they found themselves at the lakeside, at the same old amusement park, but this time both were approaching the experience with different mindsets. Penny sat on the swing, chatting with Cypher, the metal chains creaking softly in the breeze. Just then Lily, intending to discuss her paper with Cypher, stumbled upon an odd scene. Filled with confusion, she wondered why two grown individuals were swinging. As Penny noticed someone beneath the tree, her smile diminished upon realizing it was Lily. Cypher, sensing Penny's distraction, followed her gaze and frowned, feeling as though their date was being interrupted. "Lily, is there something you need?" he asked, eyeing the parchment she held with feigned ignorance. Lily glanced at Severus, then at the hands they held. And a ludicrous thought crossed her mind. "Surely the two of you are not involved, are you?" She scrutinized their candid expressions and began to harbor doubts. Penny hesitated, torn between the desire to confess and the knowledge that if Lily found out, it wouldn't be long before the Evans couple was aware as well. "We are discussing the ball happening the day after tomorrow," Severus said, gently squeezing Penny's hand to reassure her, encouraging her to relax and familiarize herself with the dance proceedings. Lily observed them with a mix of skepticism and acceptance, ultimately choosing to believe. "Severus, could you help me review my potion essay? There are a few points I find rather perplexing," Lily implored, her eyes hopeful as she held out the parchment. Severus glanced at Penny, who smiled and nodded in encouragement, leading him to reluctantly rise to assist his future sister-in-law. Perhaps sensing something amiss, Lily began to find excuses to visit Penny's house over the next few days, lingering for hours on end. Severus, who had enjoyed moments of intimacy with Penny, now had to maintain decorum in the presence of a third party while they practiced their dance. Penny found it amusing to see Severus leave in a huff, and she turned to meet a pair of inquisitive green eyes. "Penny, confess honestly, is something going on between you two?" Lily, not blind to the displeasure reflected in Severus's occasional glances, wondered if their relationship was advancing too swiftly. Penny opened her mouth, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts, especially given the murky waters of their relationship. Observing her reaction, Lily made a decision. "I knew it. Every time you wrote to him while at school, he would greet me. So that's where the crux lies," Lily exclaimed in a fit of frustration, realizing her previous misconceptions. Penny, startled by Lily's outburst, regained her composure with a light smile and shrugged. "This is merely a matter between us, and besides, it's only a budding sentiment. Just pretend you didn't see anything." For the first time, Lily took a serious look at Penny. Her cascading hair, her elegant dress, and her soft features all accentuated her gentle demeanor. This was a far cry from the drab Penny she remembered. She had blossomed into someone remarkable and radiant. Severus did not seem worthy of Lily, who pursed her lips. The idea of a childhood friend becoming a brother-in-law felt rather peculiar. Penny shook her head in resignation. Though her feelings for Severus were familial, they were now tacitly acknowledged as a romantic relationship, and if Lily let her imagination run wild, it could lead to complications. "What does it matter who is worthy? What matters is compatibility," she said, observing Lily's pensive silence with a hint of amusement. The following day, Severus arrived at Penny's house at the agreed time, scanning the surroundings to confirm the absence of a certain figure before finally exhaling in relief. "I thought she might settle in here. Has she discovered our affair?" he teased, wrapping his arms around Penny and planting a kiss on her forehead. Penny playfully nudged his hand away, realizing she had failed to budge him, but hesitantly nodded in acknowledgement. "You're too young, and besides, I read in the Daily Prophet that Voldemort has a rather unfavorable disposition towards half-bloods and muggles." Penny's face twisted in concern. Her pale lips pressed tightly together. Severus held her closely, his fingers gently caressing her shoulder. "You won't join the Death Eaters, will you?" Penny expressed her dread at the thought of losing loved ones to the perils of the magical world, particularly Lily and Severus. Given Lily's past mistakes, which she had acknowledged and forgiven, Penny, as the inheritor of her legacy, could only do what was within her power. Despite their flaws, they could not simply allow them to perish. "I won't participate, Penny. Trust me," Severus assured her, having realized that the recent atrocities committed by Voldemort and their ideological differences made allegiance to the Death Eaters untenable. Moreover, the White Wizard Dumbledore's stance on Slytherin was far from favorable. He observed Penny's trembling eyelashes and contemplated that aligning with Lucius might suffice. Wealth and a modicum of influence could secure a comfortable life for him and Penny. Then you must guarantee it, Penny insisted, aware of Severus's usual adherence to his promises, using her identity as his girlfriend to elicit a commitment. Severus seemed to grasp her intentions, grasping her hand and kissing it, his expression turning serious. I promise, Penny. Do you need me to swear an oath? Penny considered this earnestly for a moment before shaking her head. You must remember your words. If you fail to uphold them, I shall never speak to you again. She blinked, feeling slightly embarrassed by her own words, her cheeks warming. However, the boy found her declaration charming and burst into laughter. Penny was lost in the reverberation of his laughter. Perhaps she could trust them, that fate could indeed be altered. The entire afternoon was spent practicing their dance steps, followed by discussions about the upcoming ball's arrangements. As for the next day, naturally, they planned to visit the amusement park to revel in the vitality of youth. However, plans are often thwarted, and that evening the rain began to pour, continuing unabated until midday the following day. Severus, feeling bored at home, braved the rain to visit Penny. What brings you here? Come in, your hair is drenched, Penny exclaimed, ushering him inside and fetching a towel to dry his hair. Severus sat quietly holding the towel, his smile evident as he watched Penny bring over a platter of fruit. I just wanted to see you, he replied, his voice slightly hoarse, his half-wet clothes and tousled hair lending him an air of a fragile beauty. Penny instinctively covered her nose, only to lower her hand sheepishly at Severus's puzzled look. At least use an umbrella. Look, you're bound to catch a cold now, she scolded, draping a blanket over him and sighing in exasperation. Unfortunately, her robust constitution meant she rarely fell ill, and without any cold medicine at home, she had to resort to making ginger soup in the kitchen. Severus remained silent, sipping the ginger soup while glancing at Penny, his eyes full of grievance. Penny sighed, wondering who was truly at fault here. Yet, Severus understood the importance of not transmitting his cold to Penny, curling up in the corner of the sofa like a forlorn puppy. Penny stifled a laugh as she turned his head towards her, pressing her forehead against his to check his temperature. You're fine, it's nothing serious. She pinched Severus's cheek playfully, adding, if you do get sick, just head to the basement and brew a potion. Severus grasped her mischievous hand, murmuring a low agreement. Penny chuckled as she withdrew her hand, intending to tidy up the kitchen. When she returned, she found Severus engrossed in a magazine he had discovered beneath the table. Why not watch television? Penny suggested, turning on the set and settling down beside him. Severus put down the magazine, shifting his gaze to the screen. I've heard that lovers watch movies together in solitude, he stated earnestly, adding preferably horror films, as they tend to deepen emotional bonds. Is that so? What horror film would you like to watch? Penny inquired, maintaining her playful demeanor, and choosing not to burst his bubble. Severus furrowed his brow in mild distress. His earlier comment about movies had been spur of the moment inspired by the magazine, and now he found himself at a loss for words when asked for specifics. Let us just watch something else, anything that's a movie, he suggested, winking at Penny, hoping she would forgive his ignorance regarding Muggle films. Penny nodded, raising an eyebrow as she scrolled through the tapes, ultimately deciding to play one. After a while, a few words appeared on the television screen, boldly declaring the movie's title, The Legend of the Werewolf. For a fleeting moment, Severus's body stiffened, and his eyes flickered with astonishment. Nonetheless, he gazed at the gently smiling Penny and reached out to grasp her hand. Their bodies gradually drew closer, and beneath the bright lights, they nestled under the same blanket, feeling each other's breath and warmth. Engrossed in the film, they were abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of the telephone. Chapter 36, The Start of Term. Penny glared at Severus, who was firmly holding her hand, before rising to answer the call. After listening to Jane's explanation on the other end, a peculiar expression crossed her face. Are you saying that the daughter of the parade organizer is traveling to France, and thus the ball will not be held? Penny repeated, and upon receiving a response, she began to feel a headache coming on regarding the preparations for her gown. To compensate for our loss, he will provide each of us with a 30-off card for all his restaurants, as well as reimburse the cost of the dresses. Jane conveyed the organizer's words. Remember to send me the invoices. I'll have someone process the reimbursements. This organizer is truly generous. Penny echoed a few affirmations, and exchanged a few more words before hanging up. Severus, who had been listening intently, felt no profound regret. In fact, he was rather grateful to the organizer, as this provided him an opportunity to confess his feelings. Penny shrugged at Severus, noting how unexpectedly the event had been cancelled. The two settled back down to watch the movie, occasionally discussing the plot, while Severus affectionately nuzzled Penny's cheek, feeling somewhat languid. By the time the film concluded, The rain outside had also ceased. Reluctantly, Severus embraced Penny before heading home. In the following days, although Lily no longer lingered at the villa for long, she often regarded Severus with a curious gaze whenever she encountered him. One day, while packing her belongings at home, an owl appeared outside the window, clutching a letter. She recognized it as a missive from Potter. A few days prior, upon learning that Severus and Penny were together, she returned home with a tumultuous heart, and coincidentally, Potter had sent a letter. With no one else to confide in, she shared her concerns with Potter, leading to increasingly frequent correspondence between them. As Lily opened the letter, she discovered it also contained notes from Black, explaining the bulging envelope. She sighed with dismay. Potter, that foolish egotist, had the audacity to claim he would teach Severus a lesson upon the start of term. Had Potter not considered that in every confrontation, both parties often sustained injuries? Yet the four of them seemed to visit the hospital wing more frequently. The start of term would usher in 5th grade, necessitating the purchase of new books. This time, Severus ventured to Diagon Alley alone, insisting that Penny not accompany him, even advising her against going alone. Why not? Is it because Voldemort has been active lately? Penny inquired curiously while savoring the ice cream Severus had brought back from Florian Fortescue's. It had been 3 months since her last visit, and she felt somewhat out of touch with the magical community. Severus nodded in agreement, explaining that he had noticed fewer witches and wizards in Diagon Alley, with some small shops shuttered, indicating they had likely received warnings to evacuate. Penny was not the type to seek danger, and upon hearing Severus's words, she abandoned her plans to scour the old shops in Diagon Alley. What about you and Lily? Will there be danger? She mumbled, her words muffled by the spoon in her mouth. Severus quickly finished his ice cream and, upon hearing her, nodded and then shook his head. Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world. If there is danger at Hogwarts, then I fear there is nowhere left to protect us, Severus replied proudly, wiping the ice cream from Penny's nose with a tissue. Every graduate of Hogwarts held this belief until Voldemort's assault on the school turned it into a scene of bloodshed. Penny inappropriately burst into laughter, but upon noticing Severus's serious expression, she cleared her throat and became more earnest. When we watched the werewolf movie, you behaved quite oddly. Especially considering you asked me what to do if I encountered a werewolf. She pretended to analyze. Then she got straight to the point. There won't be werewolves at Hogwarts, right? Not like the ones in the Forbidden Forest. Or else you wouldn't be so anxious. Severus took a deep breath, startled by Penny's keen insight. However, since it was somewhat aligned with his thoughts, he felt there was little to conceal. Indeed, I suspect the group of highwaymen, who happen to be Lily's classmates, Potter's crew, are involved. Lupin is a werewolf, Severus elaborated, recounting his observations of Lupin's disappearances during the full moon, and mentioning the Whomping Willow. He refrained from mentioning the letter to Lucius, not wanting Penny to perceive him as a snitch. Is that so? Then who planted that Whomping Willow? Penny pondered, resting her chin on her hand. Severus had investigated this matter and promptly provided an answer. It was planted by Professor Dumbledore. After saying this, his brow furrowed once more. Penny poked his hand with her finger, and when he shifted his gaze to her, she smiled softly. Don't frown so often. It doesn't suit you, she said, blinking her eyes gently. Professor Dumbledore surely knows about this. You should refrain from getting involved. I understand. But there's no but. Just discuss it within Slytherin or tell your close friends. Given the current circumstances, Dumbledore would likely prefer to maintain peace, Penny interjected with seriousness. Severus pressed his lips together, finding himself in agreement with her thoughts. Tomorrow is the start of term. Will you accompany me to the station? He inquired, drawing closer and holding Penny's hand. Penny mischievously blinked, recalling Lily's reminder, and slowly nodded her head. Yes, to see how you and Potter duel, she said with a smile, successfully catching Severus narrowing his eyes. Severus noncommittally hummed in response, resolutely disregarding the latter part of her comment. At the platform, the anticipated scene of a duel did not unfold. Rather, Penny observed Potter nestled beside Lily, engaging in warm exchanges. Was he like this at school? Penny mused, uncertain how to judge the situation. Severus shot a quick glance in their direction, shaking his head in disdain. Penny chuckled, grasping his arm and leaning into his embrace. Severus returned the gesture with a tighter hold, as the soft strands of her hair were tousled by the wind, tickling his chin. He gently stroked her hair, feeling a pang of reluctance. Take good care of yourself at school, Penny said, tilting her head to pat his chin tenderly. Severus's lips curled slightly upward as he leaned down to plant a kiss on her smooth forehead, giving her back a gentle pat. As the train whistled and departed, Penny bid farewell to her young boyfriend and wandered the city center alone. On the train, After a brief exchange of greetings with Severus, Lily took a seat with her friends in the front compartment. Potter followed closely behind, glaring at his arch-nemesis with a fierce expression. Learning that this snot-nosed brat had become Lily's boyfriend, he felt a twinge of relief that no one was competing with him for Lily's affection. However, after being adversaries for so long, some habits were not easily cast aside. Severus shrugged indifferently, settling into the rear compartment with his luggage, and casting a confundus charm to occupy an entire cabin alone. Life at school for Severus was spent studying, brewing potions, and attending meals, with the only annoyance being Potter's peculiar glances during classes with Gryffindor. During one instance when Lily sought him out for a calming draught, Severus pursed his lips and voiced his confusion. Has Potter taken leave of his senses recently? I would prefer he wield his wand and duel me. He found himself at a loss for words, contemplating whether he ought to secretly administer a potion should Potter be up to mischief. Lily, upon hearing this, lowered her gaze, unable to meet Severus's eyes. Surely, if he were to discover that she had confided their matters to others, he would be quite furious. Ah well, I'm not entirely certain, Lily replied vaguely, hastily turning on her heel and fleeing. Severus gleaned something from her demeanor, his brow momentarily furrowing before relaxing once more. Meanwhile, Sirius and his companions observed Lily engaged in conversation with Severus, but Potter's earlier bravado had dissipated. He merely shot a few venomous glares in their direction. When Lily regained her composure, she darted away, clutching the golden snitch, which flitted around her in a lively manner. Sirius, utterly bewildered and even shocked, recalled the boy who once brandished his wand at the slightest sight of a Slytherin. Had he fallen under the spell of the Dementor's kiss? Sirius scrutinized Potter's expression, hoping to detect any signs of the enchantment's effects, but upon finding him merely dazed, he grasped his shoulder and gave him a shake. What are you thinking? Look at me. Do I appear to be under the influence of the Dementor's kiss? Potter angrily swatted Sirius's hand away, flashing a grin at Lupin beside him. I merely learned something akin to your furry little flaw. At this, Lupin's smile faltered momentarily before quickly returning. Without further ado, Sirius directly inquired, what revelation could possibly have rendered you devoid of your usual mockery towards this novellus? Potter opened his mouth, glanced around, and his gaze settled upon Peter, who was cowering in a corner, ultimately opting for silence. Lily had instructed him to keep the secret, a pact solely between the two of them. It's a secret, Potter declared, tousling his unruly hair, a sweet smile gracing his face. Sirius huffed impatiently whenever Lily was involved. His friend appeared as though he had been struck by a love potion, his mind consumed by thoughts of the red-haired witch. Lupin maintained his smile, though the fatigue etched on his face revealed he had recently endured a full moon. The cuisine at Hogwarts was generally delightful, and as Severus savored the ice cream, thoughts of Petunia flooded his mind. Her lips were as sweet as the dessert. By the time dinner concluded, Severus lamented that Christmas was still a month away. It was rather disheartening to have just solidified their relationship only to be separated. Hey Severus, if you're feeling peckish, I've got chocolate frogs in my cabinet, Avery remarked, noticing the green-tinted Severus after finishing his essay. Severus, somewhat perplexed, replied, I'm not hungry. I believe we just finished dinner, Mr. Avery. You ought to take a look in the mirror. Your expression resembles that of someone who has gone 3 days without food. Avery shrugged helplessly. Severus found himself puzzled. Was it merely his thoughts of Petunia that rendered his expression so odd? Unable to comprehend it, he returned to his notes. December 1975. Petunia was roused from sleep by the clamor of her alarm clock. She reached out to silence it before burying herself back under the covers, slipping into a deep slumber once more. When she finally awakened, her light-colored eyes stared at the ceiling in a daze for a while before she sluggishly rose from bed. The winter chill permeated the air, but fortunately, the warmth from the fireplace, kindled the night before, lingered. She tossed in a few logs and some coal, and after a few adjustments with the tongs, the flames rekindled. Petunia despised both summer and winter. One was too hot, the other too cold, though that was a different matter when air conditioning and underfloor heating were involved. After a simple breakfast, she donned her thick down jacket and ventured outside to replenish her supplies and take a stroll around the church. Petunia packed some food from the restaurant to take home, and after sipping some red wine, she nestled on the sofa to watch television. The house felt a bit empty, leading her to ponder whether to adopt a cat. Just then, a tap at the window caught her attention, revealing a brown owl perched outside. Petunia recognized the owl, having delivered messages for her and Severus for several years. She placed some premium owl feed on the table, and eagerly tore open the letter, reading it with anticipation. Since Lily had discovered the nature of her relationship with Severus, the letters had significantly decreased, and when they did arrive, They were often filled with complaints about Potter's arrogance and recklessness. Had it not been for Severus's letters, she would have been unaware that Lily and Potter had begun to couple. Truly, some unions are destined by fate. However, this letter differed from the rest. It was a pink love letter imbued with a wizard's charm. My beloved, as I pen this letter, I realize they were right. You are the magic in my eyes, entrancing me in your world. Up to this point, the letter maintained a semblance of normalcy, but the ensuing content made Petunia laugh until tears streamed down her face. Who among the ordinary would compare their beloved's voice to the roar of a dragon, and likening it to a white peacock, where only the males display their plumage? Furthermore, the imagery of competing for the golden snitch while concocting a love potion, all the while inhaling the fragrances of orange blossoms and strawberry ice cream, was utterly absurd. Petunia wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Perhaps this was merely the whimsical language of wizards, though she found it hard to relate. After her fit of laughter subsided, she sat down to compose a reply. However, her message was succinct, merely acknowledging the dried flowers and the lark that she had previously received. When Severus read the letter, he was momentarily taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, the meaning dawned upon him. Consequently, he unleashed a torrent of sharp-tongued remarks towards Avery and Mulciber, mocking the authenticity of their romantic tales. Avery and his companion, fearing backlash from their peers, lamented that Severus was simply too dull to understand what girls desired to hear, ultimately retreating far from him, vowing never to meddle in his affairs again. Severus regarded their departing figures with suspicion, reflecting on whether he had indeed erred. In subsequent letters, he adopted a more measured tone, recounting the mundane aspects of his daily life, and even sending along flowers he had secretly gathered from the Forbidden Forest. While objectively commenting on Lily's experiences of being cornered at school, Petunia felt a sense of relief upon seeing this, encouraging Severus to focus on his studies, and she sent him some homemade treats and a new outfit, urging him not to stress too much. Lily also occasionally wrote to her, the letters filled with grievances about Potter and the rigors of their 5th year. Apart from writing essays and brewing potions, there was scarcely any time for leisure. Petunia chuckled softly and sent some treats in return as a form of consolation. Chapter 37, The Everyday. Christmas each year bore resemblance to the last, with Santa Claus, reindeer, and candies, not to mention the grand sales at various supermarkets and the release of films. Petunia had stayed up late the previous night watching television, resulting in her still being in bed well past 9 o'clock. Nestled in her fluffy blanket, she rubbed her cheek against the pillow, letting out a contented sigh. This leisurely existence was precisely the retirement life she had longed for in her past. Just as she sought a comfortable position to continue her slumber, the sound of a loudspeaker broadcasting Christmas carols wafted in from outside. Perhaps it was best to rise after all, Petunia sighed, reluctantly crawling out from under the covers. Since moving out of the Evans household, she had celebrated Christmas alone, free from disturbances. Yet today felt different. As the midday sun refracted through the icicles and into her home, the doorbell suddenly rang. Slipping on her slippers, Petunia peered through the peephole to find her dark-haired, dark-eyed boyfriend standing there. "Merry Christmas, Severus," she exclaimed, opening the door and leaping into his embrace. Severus's lips curled into a slight smile as he wrapped his arms around her. "Merry Christmas, Petunia," he murmured softly. After a brief embrace, they released each other. Petunia glanced behind him, noting the absence of luggage, indicating he must have returned from Spinner's End first. "What are your plans for the holiday? Brewing potions or diligently revising? I recall that in June you had the OWL examinations." Penny, gazing at Severus who was aimlessly wandering around the room, inquired. Severus placed a glass bottle filled with flames in each corner, and upon feeling the rising temperature, he nodded in satisfaction. "I am confident in potions, herbology, and defense against the dark arts. I must thoroughly review the other subjects," he replied as he returned to sit beside Penny, holding her cool hand. "Oh, what was that you just placed?" Penny asked curiously. Were it not for the prohibition against underage wizards using magic outside of school, she would certainly have insisted that Severus cast a warming charm in the room. Severus felt his cheeks flush slightly under Penny's clear gaze. He leaned down and kissed her cheek, softly murmuring, "Aren't you always chilly in winter?" I reinforced the glass bottles with a strengthening charm, and contain magical flames within them, which should last for about 3 months. Penny blinked, accepting the kiss on her cheek. Of course, she wouldn't ask what would happen after 3 months, as Easter break would come before then, and the weather would have warmed up by that time. Is there a cooling charm that could be used in such a manner? She wondered, feeling that she too could use some rescuing in the summer. Severus shook his head helplessly. It was best to preserve the flames. And he had never actually tried ice. Penny smacked her lips in disappointment, abandoning the thought. By the way, I haven't had lunch yet. Would you accompany me? She invited, noting that it would be strange for him to come home straight from the bus without having eaten. Severus smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering. In truth, there were indeed many enjoyable activities the two could engage in together, sharing meals, conversing, and occasionally snuggling up to watch television, making for a rather delightful time. Meanwhile, Lily returned home to find a gift sent by Potter. A scarf woven from unicorn hair that she had admired while strolling through Hogsmeade. The 35 galleons it cost had been too steep for her, so she had opted not to purchase it. To her surprise, the impetuous Potter had remembered and thoughtfully gifted it to her for Christmas. Lily stroked the soft fabric and smiled, her emerald eyes narrowing into slits of delight. Perhaps choosing Potter was not such a poor decision after all. His family held some stature within the magical community, and he harbored a deep affection for her. Lily found herself in a predicament. In the Muggle world, she lacked both qualifications and experience. If she returned to the Muggle realm after graduation, her life might not be as fulfilling as it could be in the magical world. Though the threat of Voldemort loomed over the magical community, the ability to wield magic and even work at the Ministry of Magic offered far greater prospects. If she could find a powerful partner, her life would undoubtedly improve. Many were venturing out during the Christmas holidays. Severus counted the galleons he had earned, depositing a large portion at Gringotts, using some to assist his mother with household expenses, and reserving the remainder as a dating fund. Eileen was busy polishing photographs when she noticed Severus preparing to leave, merely reminding him to return home early. Severus set aside his half-studied intermediate transfiguration book and, without a word, nodded before hastily departing. It was not that he wished to avoid conversation with his mother. Rather, there was little they could discuss. With his father's passing, Eileen was reluctant to speak of her life in the magical world, and their relationship had gradually grown distant. Severus hurried to the library, where he had arranged to meet Penny. Upon arriving at their designated spot with a rose in hand, he saw Penny approaching from across the way. "Penny, you look truly beautiful today," Severus said, a smile gracing his lips as he extended the rose toward her. Penny accepted it with a smile, playfully twirling her softly curled hair upon hearing his compliment, glad her efforts for the date had not gone to waste. "You look quite handsome as well," she replied, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "What shall we do later? Shopping at the supermarket? Dining?" Severus quickly recalled the rudimentary knowledge he had acquired about Muggle customs and glanced at his little notebook. "First we'll watch a movie, then have dinner. And afterwards perhaps stroll through the city center, or visit an amusement park." With the itinerary established, he took Penny's hand and led her onto the subway. Seated closely together, Penny leaned against Severus's shoulder, engaging him in hushed conversation. He clearly delighted in her affection, playfully squeezing her delicate hand. The subway was filled with young couples, and while they did not stand out, it was evident that attractive individuals garnered additional attention, with passers-by stealing glances at them. Upon arriving at the city center, they made their way to the cinema where they had booked tickets. As the film was about to begin, they grabbed popcorn and cola before entering. Severus, having brushed up on Muggle movies, opted for a horror film, hoping to elicit a comforting embrace from his girlfriend. However, Penny found herself laughing heartily, completely contrary to his expectations. Unbeknownst to him, Penny had watched countless horror films and parody videos in her past life, and the current film lacked the clarity of her previous experiences. Thus fear was not truly in her heart. As they exited the cinema, Penny sensed Severus's dejection and, puzzled, scratched her face. "What's wrong?" she asked with a light chuckle. Severus gazed at her several times before shaking his head and insisting he was fine. Penny blinked and decided not to press the issue. The film had run long, and the streetlights had long since illuminated the evening, casting a hazy glow beneath the neon lights. "Shall we go eat?" Severus inquired, glancing at his wristwatch, which indicated it was merely 6:30. Penny rubbed her slightly protruding belly, realizing she was not hungry and would not be able to eat much at a restaurant. The two surveyed the peeling paint of the safety railing, the crumpled hamburger wrappers and fries bags that piled up beside the trash can, the ketchup smeared on the seats, the bustling crowd, and the blaring music, sharing a look of mutual hesitation. How about we take a stroll by the river?" Penny suggested, glancing at the fluttering flyers and balloons being carried away by the wind. Severus found this to be entirely different from what he had envisioned. He remained silent, wearing a stiff expression. "Let us go, Severus," Penny urged, playfully explaining, "during the Christmas holidays, it's normal for adults to bring their children out to play. The noise and crowds are to be expected." Severus turned in the direction Penny was pulling him, realizing he should have anticipated this. After all, the Quidditch matches at Hogwarts were always loud, and the Muggle world was even more crowded. Apologies, it was my oversight, Severus said, lowering his gaze in apology towards Penny. She smiled softly, understanding that his intentions were good despite his lack of romantic experience. Hand in hand, they strolled leisurely along the riverside, occasionally admiring the water's surface and the lively throngs of people. Whenever their eyes met, they would share a sweet smile, enveloped in a warm and tender atmosphere. At 15, Severus remained slender and slight, yet he towered over Penny, who despite her growth, still found him to be quite thin. Perhaps it was the hardship of his childhood that had rendered him so frail. This realization tugged at Penny's heartstrings. Noticing her gaze upon him, Severus felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over him. Surely, she did not find him too scrawny? He recalled Lily mentioning that Penny preferred those with a more robust physique. Severus, you ought to eat more and take care of your health. You're far too thin, Penny remarked, comparing her wrist to his, which was only slightly thicker. How? With such a slender wrist, had he ever managed to lift her? Penny's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Indeed, Severus sighed inwardly. He had already increased his intake at Hogwarts, yet the results had only led to a slight height increase. He murmured in agreement, contemplating seeking advice from Lucius and the others. Their date concluded after Severus escorted Penny home. Though they had merely shared a meal and watched a film, the distance between them had notably diminished. Later that night, as Penny lay in bed after her evening routine, she reflected on the day's events, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and in her thoughts, she pulled the covers over her head. What to do, what to do? She has surprisingly begun to find the idea of having a little boyfriend rather appealing. Upon returning home, Severus immediately seized a quill and commenced writing a letter. He aspired to gain muscle. Indeed, he wished to become more robust, so as to provide a sense of security for the young lady. Awakened from their slumber by the incessant hooting of an owl, Regulus and the others were driven nearly to madness upon learning the reason behind the disturbance, lamenting the late hour that had robbed them of their rest. In the following days, the two refrained from venturing out on dates. Severus would visit Penny's villa to brew potions, often accompanied by his study materials. Seated on the sofa while Penny would lean against him, watching television or nibbling on snacks. Lily enjoyed a delightful Christmas holiday. Potter had sent her a two-way mirror, and they engaged in discussions about their essays and revision, making for a most fulfilling time. As the start of the term drew near, when her mother urged her to step outside and refresh her spirit, Lily happened upon the two, enveloped in pink bubbles, at the old amusement park. Seeing Penny made Lily feel somewhat guilty, as she had previously been venting about Potter to her. If Penny were to discover that Lily and Potter had grown closer, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to tease her. Yet, Penny had chosen to pursue a relationship with the financially disadvantaged Severus. Who was Lily to deny herself the freedom to forge friendships according to her own desires? Moreover, in terms of family background and status, Potter far surpassed Severus. With this thought, Lily straightened her posture and approached the two beneath the tree. Penny, Severus, what a coincidence to find you here, Lily greeted, her face radiant with a smile. Penny, slightly embarrassed, lifted her head from Severus's shoulder, her cheeks flushed as she replied, what a coincidence. Severus glanced at Lily with a cool demeanor, responding with a nonchalant "Hm," as he turned the page of his book. Lily was genuinely curious how Penny could tolerate the aloof Severus, considering they were in a relationship. Simply sitting together to study seemed rather dull. Penny, why aren't you two out shopping or dining on a date? Lily inquired, taking a few steps forward to sit beside Penny. Penny recalled the raucous amusement park from a few days prior, and the throngs of people, instinctively laughing. We've been, but isn't at Christmas break? There are too many people, she explained with a cough. Lily responded with an "oh," initially puzzled, but quickly realizing how she had forgotten that both of them preferred tranquility. Poor Penny and Severus, they would miss out on many delightful experiences this way. Casting a glance at the book Severus held, Lily noted it was titled Advanced Potion Making. Even during their date, they were engrossed in their studies. She truly found it difficult to describe the pair. After lingering for a while, boredom took hold, prompting her to dash to the library for some comics. Penny sighed, watching Lily's departing figure. The little witch with green eyes and red hair was truly dazzling. Severus, hearing her sigh, looked up with concern, asking Penny what's wrong. If you're too bored, I could take you to Diagon Alley. A Muggle might find it unsafe to visit Diagon Alley alone, but with a wizard accompanying her, it would be considerably safer. Moreover, considering Penny had mentioned feeling lonely at home and wanting a pet, Diagon Alley was the perfect place to acquire one, as no animals were more spirited than those found there. Would that be all right? Penny asked, her eyes lighting up with surprise, but a hint of worry crept in. Would now be a bad time? Severus closed his book, pondering for a moment before deciding to venture alone to the pet shop in Diagon Alley, and also purchase some protective charms against dark magic for Penny. I'll take you once things settle down a bit. He kissed her forehead, adding, the school hasn't been affected. I've nearly forgotten about the tense situation outside. Penny nodded in understanding, recognizing that Dumbledore had indeed done a commendable job of safeguarding Hogwarts. The following day, when the doorbell rang, Penny immediately knew Severus had arrived. While Lily would knock, only Severus would opt to ring the bell as a reminder. Upon opening the door, Severus reached behind him, producing a fluffy object and presenting it to her. When she discerned what it was, her eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, how adorable! It's a tabby cat, Penny exclaimed, accepting the little creature and scratching its chin, prompting the kitten to squint its eyes contentedly and emit a soothing purr. Observing Penny's affection, Severus silently exhaled in relief. This tabby was the result of much deliberation, after sifting through various choices like white, black, and blue cats, nearly leading the shopkeeper to believe he was being difficult. The kitten was not yet a year old and appeared utterly charming. According to the shopkeeper, it bore traces of the wildcat lineage, making it an unparalleled choice for a pet. It's a little male, Penny noted, scratching the kitten's belly and discovering its two little bells. Severus, do you think we should consider neutering him? Severus blinked in confusion at the gentle smile on Penny's face. Why would we need to neuter the kitten? Chapter 38. The Lucky Kitten. Penny was thoroughly enamored with the little tabby. She even crafted a cozy nook for it in front of the fireplace and purchased a cat villa from the pet shop. Let us name the kitten, she suggested, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, watching television while petting the cat. Let us call him Lucky. A smile graced Severus's lips, his eyes gleaming with mirth. Penny agreed, finding the name quite fitting. She held the kitten aloft, gazing at its elongated form, giggling, from now on, your name shall be Lucky. Do you like your name, little Lucky? The kitten's ears twitched as its round, innocent eyes met Penny's, letting out a few soft mews. Unable to resist, Penny leaned down, showering the kitten with affectionate kisses, burying her face in its belly, for the little creature was simply too adorable. Severus's gaze fell upon the kitten with a sharp intensity. He had intended to find a pet for Penny, yet this little creature was stealing his spotlight, a situation he had not anticipated. Sensing Severus's watchful eyes upon them, Penny lifted the kitten's paw and waved it at him. Little Lucky, this is your Papa Severus. Your cat food will all come from him. As she spoke, she playfully placed the kitten into Severus's arms, urging him to cuddle and stroke its tiny head. Severus felt his face flush at being referred to as Cat Daddy. If he was the cat's father, then surely Penny must be. He pondered this while observing the kitten with softened eyes. Naturally, he would dote upon the feline son he had brought home. Seeing the harmonious interaction between the two, Penny nodded in satisfaction. As for the term Cat Daddy, she had heard cat owners affectionately refer to themselves that way in her previous life. One of her female friends even encouraged her cat son to call her daddy. So she genuinely did not take it to heart. If only she knew Severus's true thoughts, she might have slapped her own mouth. Sometimes, saying too much could be detrimental. When Lily returned to Hogwarts, she had only acquired an owl, and later, when she had some extra money, she thought little of adopting a small pet. However, upon learning that Penny had taken in a little tabby, she hurriedly brought some fish treats to the villa, only to find the kitten had gone for vaccinations, leaving her without even a single strand of fur to touch. In Diagon Alley, Severus counted the potions he had brewed and observed the self-stirring cauldron. He planned to use up the remaining ingredients, intending to stay at school to study during Easter next year. On the eve of the term's commencement, Severus knocked on Penny's door with a box in hand. During his last visit to Diagon Alley, he had been unable to find suitable female protective items. He had written to Lucius for assistance, and today, the Malfoy family's eagle owl had finally delivered the package. What's this? Penny mused, as she noted that Severus had been gifting her quite a few items lately, and she had yet to think of how to reciprocate. Severus opened the box to reveal a silver serpent ear cuff, entirely silver in hue, with emeralds for eyes, looking quite charming indeed. This is a piece of jewelry designed to defend against dark magic, and although the individuals here are unlikely to come, I feel reassured with you by my side. Severus delicately retrieved an earring, tucking Penny's golden locks behind her ear before carefully adorning her with it. Penny's ears, touched by his fingers, transformed from a soft pink to a vivid crimson, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. She had never realized that her ears were such a sensitive spot. Once Severus had fastened the pair of earrings, Penny let out a discreet sigh of relief. She gazed into the mirror and noticed that the serpent's head perfectly clasped her earlobe, akin to a serpent feasting on a crimson apple. Severus, thank you. Turning her head, She discovered Severus watching her intently, and with a smile, she leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his cheek. Severus embraced Penny, returning the kiss on her cheek, saying, "No need to thank me. Your happiness brings me joy as well." Penny playfully poked the little kitten that had been watching them from the table, erupting into a fit of giggles. Joyful days are always fleeting, and before long, it was time for Hogwarts to commence. Despite her reluctance, Severus could only wave goodbye as he walked alone onto the platform. The group of 4 marauders emerged from the shadows after Penny had departed. "Sirius, Remus, did you see? This is precisely why I didn't wish to speak with you." Potter briefly introduced the girl who had bid farewell to the Slytherin girl, earning sympathetic glances from his companions. Lily maintained a reasonable relationship with her sister, and Severus also shared a decent rapport with her. Should he pursue a relationship with Lily? And if Severus were to undermine him with slander, while Lily listened to her sister's grievances, his romantic endeavors would surely falter. Sirius and Remus pushed the cart through the wall, observing Potter, who was anxiously tugging at his hair. Exchanging glances, they addressed the matter directly. James, have you considered something?" Remus hesitantly opened his mouth and continued, "You've likely already offended him. Lily's relationship with you has only progressed in the past 6 months." At this, Potter's expression darkened. So the Slytherin girl had already been complaining? No wonder his connection with Lily had been slow to develop. "James, try to see it positively. With the school year beginning, Lily will have less contact with her sister. If you put in some effort, perhaps Lily's heart will soften and she may agree. Moreover, if they were to succeed, they wouldn't be returning to the Muggle world." Sirius grinned, draping his arm around Potter's shoulder. Potter, considering this, nodded thoughtfully. After all, they were wizards, and the likelihood of Lily choosing to remain in the magical world post-graduation was greater. Remus offered a suggestion to Potter, whose face was flushed with anticipation. "Stop always trying to provoke Snape. Lily and he live in the same vicinity, and if she hears you speaking ill of him during the holidays..." Potter felt somewhat discontented. Since learning of the news last semester, he had refrained from provoking Snape. As for Lily, he was certainly intent on continuing his pursuit. After all, Snape had already been crossed off his list of rivals. Sirius had initially developed his disdain for Snape due to Potter, and seeing his friend make concessions, he refrained from commenting further. At most, he would be less inclined to use his wand against Snape during altercations with other Slytherin students. Peter, observing the lively conversation among the trio, rolled his eyes, thinking how it seemed as if they were gaining an advantage through provocation. It was unrealistic to expect Sirius and Potter to behave themselves. The secret intentions of the marauders went unnoticed. Yet the changes during their time at Hogwarts did catch the attention of certain individuals. Dumbledore felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing the newfound maturity in Potter and Sirius, indicating their growth towards adulthood. Meanwhile, Lily took pride in observing Potter's transformation, affirming her judgment was correct. However, she would never voice this opinion, as sometimes watching Potter's foolish antics was rather entertaining. In summary, students from other houses were quite eager to witness romance unfold, particularly when Potter and his 3 companions soared through the air on broomsticks, launching fireworks on the grass that spelled out "I like you, Lily," their faces flushed with excitement. Couples in love glanced at each other, then at the red-haired witch who stomped away, red-faced. Indeed, witnessing others in love was far more enjoyable. In truth, Sirius was not faring well recently, having been hit in the face during a confrontation with Slytherin students. His once impressive skills seemed to have abandoned him, and since the start of the school year, he had visited the hospital wing more times than he had in the previous years combined. Despite his outwardly rebellious demeanor and radiant smile, he harbored regrets about his hasty decision to run away from home. The reasons for Sirius's predicament were quite simple. Firstly, during the Christmas holidays, he had fled to the Potter household, only to be disowned by the Black family shortly thereafter, stripped of his inheritance and the Black surname, which was now to be passed on to the relatively obscure Regulus as the next heir. Secondly, Narcissa Black and Lucius Malfoy were set to marry, uniting 2 of the magical world's ancient families, both supporting Regulus as the future head of the family. These events had stirred considerable gossip within Slytherin for quite some time. However, upon reflection, a change in the Black family's heir could prove beneficial. Had Sirius ascended to the headship, he might have inadvertently handed the entire Black family to Dumbledore. Regulus's status within Slytherin rose significantly as a result. After all, it was unwise to offend a future head of a family. Those previously bullied by Sirius were now emboldened to retaliate, as he was no longer a member of the Black family. One could say it was a case of reaping what one sows. Seeing Sirius in such a predicament, Potter could only insist on maintaining their quartet's camaraderie, ensuring no one wandered off alone. Severus, engrossed in potion brewing, was oblivious to the unfolding drama, only hearing snippets during mealtimes from Avery and others. Upon hearing of Sirius's misfortunes, he couldn't help but chuckle. Avery pretended not to notice, even going so far as to order a butterbeer for Severus. "Can you spare me a few vials of your energizing and intelligence-enhancing potions?" Severus regarded him with a puzzled expression, nodding in acquiescence. "I can. But you could easily brew them yourself." Avery hesitated, realizing his own potions lacked Severus's quality, and those sold at the apothecary were quite expensive. It wasn't that he couldn't afford the potions, but Severus's were far more cost-effective. Severus smiled faintly, sipping his butterbeer. To be candid, not only at Hogwarts but also in Diagon Alley, the quality of his potions was highly regarded. "Severus, that is not how one insults someone," Avery grumbled through clenched teeth, thankful if his potions class only exploded a few cauldrons. "Will 3 vials suffice? If not, you'll have to wait until Easter to find me. Make it 5. If I don't stock up, I fear Mulciber will clear out your potions. 30 galleons, please." Avery's eyes widened in shock, and he cursed scoundrel. It was only 25 before. Severus shrugged, seeming to accept the title. "What can I say? I have a family to support. You might want to inform others looking to purchase potions." After finishing the remaining butterbeer, he patted Avery on the shoulder and left the leaky cauldron, leaving Avery behind, staring blankly at the beer. Was Severus just joking? Severus adjusted his slightly askew scarf and strolled along the cobblestone streets of Hogsmeade, passing couples who had just exited Madame Pudafut's tea shop. He stopped by Honeyduke's to buy some sweets, carrying a small parcel to the owl post office. As he watched the owls soar away, he wondered if Penny would like them. Meanwhile, Penny was bored, playing with the little kitten when a soft hooting sound from the window caught the kitten's attention. Amused, she reached out to scratch the kitten's head, then stood up to open the window, allowing the owl to flutter inside. The owl perched contentedly on its specially designated shelf, savoring its feed. Meanwhile, the kitten on the sofa wagged its tail and crawled forward, unable to resist the urge to pounce on the owl, despite having encountered it numerous times before. Penny, with quick reflexes, scooped up the eager little feline, realizing that if it were to bite, the one left injured would remain uncertain. Glancing at the sweets in the parcel, Penny deduced that Severus had made yet another trip to Hogsmeade Village, for it was indeed their coconut cream cakes that were delectable. She placed the assorted candies on the table, indulging herself with a piece of feather candy. Initially, she believed that Severus would lose interest in romance after a few months, yet nearly half a year had passed, and he only appeared more mature, albeit rather juvenile in certain aspects. His letters often conveyed detailed accounts of his daily meals. Penny pursed her lips. The innocent youth still had yet to master the art of kissing, believing that merely pressing their lips together sufficed. However, it was precisely Severus's naivete that inspired her with an extraordinary notion. Hogwarts did not offer a physiology class. How did those young wizards navigate their dilemmas? Lily had never mentioned her menstrual cycle, leaving Penny uncertain if she experienced discomfort. While Penny's mind wandered, she had already penned a reply. With the OWL examinations approaching, she decided to send some Muggle notebooks for Severus to utilize in class. The following day, as he enjoyed breakfast, the familiar owl swooped into the dining hall, circling overhead before dropping the parcel with a thud. With a swift levitation charm, Severus managed to save his bowl of porridge. "Wow, is that another package from your girlfriend? She sends you gifts every day. Doesn't she worry about exhausting the owl?" Avery inquired, his tone dripping with envy. Though they were of the same age and had both dated several girls, none of their relationships compared to the depth of Severus's bond with his girlfriend. Severus, unfazed, silently unwrapped the package. Inside were several thick, gold-edged leather notebooks, accompanied by a note urging him to take care of himself. Avery, munching on his fried egg, stole a glance at the softly smiling Severus, contemplating how love had transformed him. Reflecting on Severus's previously frigid demeanor, it was hard to reconcile it with the gentle, smiling youth before him. Who would have imagined the sharp tongue he possessed when provoked? "Those notebooks are quite lovely. Are they a new release from a literary brand? Do bring me a few." Avery's shrill voice cut through the air. Severus raised an eyebrow, brandishing a dark green notebook in front of him. "Aren't they splendid? They are all mine." With a smirk, he clutched the notebook and departed. Frustrated, Avery mashed his fried egg into bits, resolved to find a girlfriend. No, he would embark on that quest immediately. Chapter 39, The Bouquet. Penny's life had been rather leisurely, punctuated only by the occasional editorial deadline and strolls with the kitten. However, yesterday, a phone call from Jane shattered her tranquility. Jane announced her engagement, having accepted her boyfriend's proposal not long ago. They had set their wedding date for after Easter. Did you receive my invitation, Penny? I penned it myself. Jane's cheerful voice rang through the receiver. Penny, stroking the gold-embossed cover of the invitation, murmured in acknowledgement, surprised by Jane's early wedding plans. After a brief conversation to finalize the details, they ended the call. When the date on the invitation arrived, Penny donned formal attire and made her way to the hotel hosting the ceremony. Kevin Thomas's parents placed great importance on this wedding, securing the largest church in London and the adjacent hotel. Jane, I never imagined you would be the first among us to marry. Penny marveled at the stunningly adorned Jane, her eyes wide with disbelief. Jane requested her makeup artist to touch up her makeup, glancing at the little tabby in Penny's arms, hesitating to pet it, opting instead to tease it with decorative ribbons. My relationship with Kevin blossomed naturally. After years of affection, it was only fitting that we wed when the time came. Jane replied with a smile. I thought you might wait a few more years, Penny remarked softly. Jane playfully tapped Penny's forehead, her eyes crinkling with laughter. Perhaps I didn't love Kevin from the start, but he loves me, treats me well, and I can accept him. Even if we might grow to resent each other in the future, for now, we are happy. Jane spoke candidly, eyeing Penny, who seemed lost in thought. Will you be catching the bouquet later? I'll toss it to you. Penny shook her head, suggesting the flowers be given to someone more deserving, declaring, I still have time. Jane, aware of Penny's little boyfriend, shared a knowing smile. The wedding was grand, with friends and family from both sides filling the church, exchanging heartfelt blessings for the bride and groom. Penny watched as Jane, tearfully joyful, walked hand in hand with her father toward the groom, feeling a momentary sense of unreality. When Jane tossed her bouquet over her shoulder, the unmarried individuals in the congregation laughed, eagerly attempting to catch it. Amid the crowd, the bouquet inadvertently landed in Penny's arms, causing the kitten, struck by the flowers, to shake its ears and mewl in discomfort. Bewildered, Penny glanced down at the bouquet, then up at the jubilant crowd, momentarily at a loss for words. After the ceremony concluded and the raucous crowd began to disperse, Penny bid Jane farewell before following the throng out. Back home, she regarded the bouquet on her table, unable to discard it, so she placed it in a display cabinet as a decorative piece. As the Easter holiday came to an end, the young wizards lifted their heads from the piles of assignments. The sun shone more frequently over Hogwarts, heralding yet another Quidditch match. However, Severus, Avery, and others in their 5th and 7th years were barred from wandering or participating in Quidditch practices. Harry, as the Seeker, attended training, but with the OWL exams looming, most 5th years lacked the motivation to practice. Severus gazed at the exquisite chocolate egg on the table, adorned with an illustration of a dapper tabby cat, filled with star-shaped chocolates. He stared at it for a while, his expression softening. Avery passed by Severus several times, noticing he was nearly entranced by the chocolate egg. Are you going to eat that Easter egg? If not, I shall, Avery declared, reaching for the chocolate egg. Severus swatted Avery's hand away, but after a moment's thought, decided to share some of the star chocolates within. Rubbing his slightly red hand, Avery muttered something before popping the chocolates into his mouth. Not as delightful as Honeyduck's confections, but there's a hint of rose, apple, and pumpkin flavor, Avery commented, chewing thoughtfully. Severus found Avery's demeanor overly dramatic and waved him off. Avery shook his head, departing the empty classroom and heading towards the library, burdened by the recent surge of assignments requiring extensive research. Meanwhile, Severus had already utilized the Easter holiday to sift through materials in the tower, clarifying his future career path in conjunction with a pamphlet on magical professions, eagerly awaiting the headmaster's invitation to discuss his future employment. If given a choice, he believed a position as a healer at St. Mungo's Hospital would be splendid, as he excelled in potions, herbology, transfiguration, charms, and defense against the dark arts, achieving E grades with ease. However, attaining O grades across the board posed a challenge. Perhaps he ought to consider a different direction. Following Easter, Penny had written to Severus less frequently. On one hand, the OWL exams were drawing near, and on the other, she found herself increasingly occupied. When she received Lily's letter, she was somewhat taken aback. However, upon reading about the Blake family's callousness in expelling their child, the arduousness of the OWL examinations, the difficulty in selecting a magical career, and Lily's intention to vie for the position of prefect in the following year, she managed to maintain her composure. Yet upon reaching the end of the letter, where it mentioned her attempts to pursue a relationship with Potter, confusion washed over her. It was unclear what had prompted Lily to alter her perception of Potter, but it seemed that this couple had indeed locked themselves in. Penelope scratched her head, resolving to write to Severus to inquire about the situation. After all, just last month, Lily had been venting her frustrations in a letter, And now she was considering a romance? Severus, upon receiving the letter, was equally bewildered. He sought out the ever-knowledgeable Avery for clarification, and learned that Lily had accidentally fallen into the Black Lake while playing and without her wand. It was Potter who had spotted her and rescued her with a spell, possibly igniting some feelings in the process. Penelope, upon reading his reply, clicked her tongue and, after some deliberation, wrote back to Lily, urging her to think carefully, as embarking on a romantic relationship required caution. Lily heeded Penelope's advice, reflecting on Potter's past actions, ultimately dismissing the idea of romance, and deciding to observe for a while longer. By June 1976, the OWL examinations at Hogwarts had concluded, and the Quidditch matches were reaching their climax. The rivalry between Slytherin and Gryffindor remained palpable, while Potter and his friends ambled through the castle as usual, hurling jibes at those they found disagreeable and casting harmless prank spells. The corridors were bustling with 5th and 7th year students, liberated from the constraints of exams, resulting in several minor scuffles, amidst which Potter and his group were hardly conspicuous. Following the exams, the students received their reports and, led by Hagrid, boarded the ferry, eventually taking a train that wound through the forest and into the Muggle city, finally halting at a platform in London. Severus had changed out of his wizarding robes before arriving at the station, already gripping his suitcase as he approached the exit. He handed his ticket to the bald guard. Stepping out into the crowd, time often felt sluggish, yet it seemed to fly when one was engrossed in an activity. Severus's OWL results were delivered home by Owl, yielding 7 O's and 1 E across 8 subjects, meeting his expectations. Eileen, upon seeing her son's results, stared blankly at the parchment for a considerable time, before asking a rather perplexing question. Higher-level potion-making skills? Severus nodded, explaining that Slughorn at school enjoyed befriending promising students and had formed the Slug Club, though the headmaster did not accept apprentices. He had previously had the opportunity to participate in the inter-school potion competition, but lost it due to his father's sudden passing. After confirming his relationship with Penelope, he rejected Lucius's approach, realizing that the Death Eater's ideology was not suitable for him. In summary, without a background or support, his only path to achieving success lay in diligent study and enhancing the quality of his potions. From tomorrow onward, you shall learn to craft higher quality potions from me, Eileen declared with newfound determination, her demeanor significantly more assertive. Severus was taken aback momentarily, but soon regained his composure. It was entirely normal for his mother, being from the Prince family, to possess unique potion-making techniques. Her promise to teach him more advanced skills might be a result of his OWL scores meeting a certain threshold. "All right, mother," he replied, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he nodded solemnly. Eileen, catching sight of her son's smile, momentarily lost her train of thought. Ever since he began spending time with that Muggle girl, his expressions of joy had become increasingly frequent. "Yes," she responded softly. "Make sure to have a good talk with your girlfriend. I wouldn't want to give the impression that I'm keeping her away from you." Severus nodded shyly. Yet his mother's acceptance of his relationship with Penelope filled him with happiness. Hearing Severus's explanation, Penelope's thoughts took an unexpected turn. "Aunt Eileen is from the Prince family in the magical world?" she asked, puzzled, "but I don't recall any books mentioning that family." Severus recalled the scant information he had found in the Hogwarts library, and was at a loss for words. "Mother said the Prince Manor was closed before I was born, and the family rarely ventured out. She mentioned that I inherited my grandfather's potion-making talent, though I never met him and hold no sentimental attachment to the Prince family, so I can't comprehend the glorious past she speaks of." Penelope affectionately ruffled Severus's hair, her heart aching for him. "Poor boy. What difference does it make whether those relatives are alive or deceased?" Severus raised an eyebrow, capturing Penelope's mischievous hand and leaning down to kiss her. The little cat in her arms squirmed, leaping from the embrace of the two. It crouched on the carpet, licked its paw, and sauntered off to enjoy its cat food. After a year of courting, Severus's kissing skills had yet to evolve. He merely licked her lips like a puppy. Penelope found it amusing yet could not laugh, nearly bursting from the effort of stifling her giggles. "Penelope, you need to focus," Severus said, observing her body twisting with laughter, feeling defeated as he bit her neck lightly. Penelope winced but only laughed harder. "Severus, you're so adorable," she exclaimed, sitting upright, cupping his face with her hands, closing her eyes. "Let me teach you." Chapter 40, Gently. Severus's dark eyes remained fixed on Penelope, his pale face flushing at her candid words. Penelope chuckled softly, covering the young man's eyes with her hand, her crimson lips brushing against his slightly parted ones. She explored his cool lips delicately, gradually delving deeper into the kiss, their lips entwined. And at the moment their tongues met, She could feel his lashes fluttering rapidly against her palm. Severus stood still, caught between surprise and inaction, allowing her to take the lead as he responded with youthful innocence. Moments later, Penelope withdrew, removing her hand from his eyes. She caught her breath, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Severus, did you know that this is how kissing works? Severus gazed at Penelope, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, swallowing hard as he responded in a raspy voice, Seeing his dazed expression, Penelope chuckled helplessly. Shall we finish lunch before heading back? She stood, picking up the cat toy and placing it on the table, turning to call, come help me out, or you might just end up eating air. Severus watched her retreating figure, a smile curling his lips. It seemed that his restraint had been misconstrued as youthful ignorance in her eyes. Considering Severus needed to return to his studies, Penelope opted for a quickly cooked steak, and had him slice some tomatoes and carrots as side dishes. While Penelope washed the potatoes, she was suddenly enveloped in a slender yet firm embrace, a low voice whispering in her ear, Penelope, I want to kiss you. Stop it. We need to cook, she replied, playfully swatting at the hand around her waist, only to find herself pulled closer. Turning her head, she met Severus's determined gaze. He looked down at her, his dark eyes shimmering like stars. I want to kiss you. Having recently experienced the sweetness of a kiss, the boy yearned for more. Yet the girl interrupted him, teasingly responding to his request. Penelope, captivated by the movement of his lips, suddenly felt mischievous and unexpectedly turned to plant a kiss on him. Upon feeling her warm lips, Severus's breath hitched, but he quickly regained composure, grasping the back of her head to deepen their innocent kiss. Penelope's startled gasp was swallowed by the fervor of his passionate embrace. After what felt like an eternity, Severus finally released her, lingeringly grazing her lips with his own a few more times, still longing for the taste. Penny's cheeks flushed a rosy hue after the kiss, and she shot a glare at the boy, wondering how his kissing skills had improved so dramatically after just one encounter. Severus pressed his forehead against hers, chuckling softly, as sweet as the ice cream they had shared. The two were wrapped in a warm embrace when a burnt aroma began to waft through the kitchen. Suddenly, Penny pushed Severus away, exclaiming in dismay, oh no, my steak. In the end, Severus, under Penny's watchful glare, consumed the charred steak with great relish. In the days that followed, Severus diligently learned from his mother, while Penny discovered a new passion for photography, capturing moments with her camera. Lily continued to correspond with Potter. Her OWL results were commendable, but she knew she needed to strive harder if she wished to join the Ministry of Magic as an Auror. One day, after finishing her essay, she realized it had been over half a month since she had seen Severus, and decided to inquire about his OWL results. The streets of Spinner's End were littered with trash, creating a disheveled appearance, particularly in the summer when mosquitoes swarmed. Lily pinched her nose, puzzled as to why Severus, who had the means to leave, chose to remain in such a dangerous area. She had already reached out to him via owl in the morning, but just before stepping out, she remembered the option of using a telephone. Perhaps it was due to her prolonged stay at Hogwarts that she felt somewhat out of place upon returning to the Muggle world. Severus was clad in a black t-shirt and blue jeans, sporting a pair of slightly worn sneakers. His dark hair, a testament to his obsession with potion-making, appeared greasy, draping over his somewhat sallow face like curtains. Severus, over here. Lily called out, momentarily taken aback by his disheveled appearance, which she hadn't seen in quite some time. Severus glanced her way and sauntered over with a nonchalant demeanor. What is it? He asked, his expression indifferent. Feeling his coldness, Lily bit her lip, momentarily forgetting he was Penny's boyfriend, and soon felt a sense of relief. I wanted to ask how your OWL results were. Mine were quite good. With a bit more effort, I could join the ministry as an Auror. She beamed, pleased with her achievements. Severus, unfazed by her success, briefly shared his own results and, seeing that Lily had no further inquiries, turned to head back and continue brewing potions, his mother's recent guidance making him more adept at handling ingredients. Severus. Lily called out hurriedly as he began to leave. When he turned to look at her, she bit her lip and asked, do you really like Penny? What she truly wanted to know was why he had fallen for a Muggle, 2 years her senior, with whom he had little in common. Severus looked at her in surprise, his irritation evident. What do you mean, really? Can one feign such feelings? Or has spending time with the arrogant Potter dulled your ability to think critically? His sharp tongue was no surprise to Lily. She was unaware of how he interacted with Penny, but she was certain Penny had yet to witness this side of him. Penny must have encountered many handsome boys while studying in the Muggle world. Why did she choose you? You're not particularly good-looking or well-off. Did you slip her a love potion? Lily scrutinized Severus suspiciously, eager to search his pockets for a vial of enchantment. Severus, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, remained rooted to the spot, his dark eyes brimming with indignation. Have you spent so much time with that arrogant Potter that your intellect has become as dull as a troll's? He leaned closer to Lily, sneering. You should be grateful you are Penny's sister. Otherwise, I would make you experience the agony of being mute and afflicted for a fortnight. Lily's eyes widened in disbelief, her fingers trembling. You were behind the last Gryffindor poisoning incident, weren't you? Memories of numerous Gryffindor students visiting the hospital wing before Christmas last year flooded her mind. Madame Pomfrey had attributed it to food poisoning, and she had been relieved to escape unscathed. Now, it appeared that Severus had orchestrated the entire affair. Not entirely foolish. Severus scoffed, standing tall. Do you think they are good people? Half-bloods, Muggleborns, mudbloods, aside from casting dark curses at others. They are quite adept at using their words to inflict harm. Even if they cannot speak, they will resort to throwing rotten eggs and using broomsticks to torment others. Lily opened her mouth to protest, but her resolve faltered. They were just words, and Potter has changed. She could not speak for anyone else, so she focused solely on Potter. Change? I hope so, Severus retorted, his expression skeptical. Lily attempted to explain, but her tongue felt glued to the roof of her mouth. She moved her lips several times but could not articulate her thoughts. So, do you still wish to defend Potter? Severus raised his voice slightly. Lily, you are not even his girlfriend. He is not worthy. Lily fell silent, avoiding his scrutinizing gaze and focusing on the blades of grass beneath her. Their conversation ended on a sour note, and they did not see each other again during the entire holiday. Of course, Severus did not spend all his time studying with his mother. He also carved out moments to go on dates with Penny, even if they merely sat together, enjoying meals or watching television. He found immense joy in her company, relishing the warmth that contrasted with the coldness of his home. Penny, I ran into Lily a few days ago. She asked me about my OWL results, Severus said, feeding her a slice of apple while taking one for himself. Penny, engrossed in a pivotal moment on television, merely responded with a distracted ahm-ham. Severus pressed his lips together, feigning nonchalance as he continued. Lily said you don't really like me, and that I must have given you a love potion for you to agree to date me. I'm poor and unattractive, you must not think much of me. Upon hearing this, Penny's mind snapped to attention, and she turned to face Severus, who wore a look of feigned indignation. She's talking nonsense. I mean, of course not, she exclaimed, her eagerness causing her to choke on her apple, prompting her to quickly gulp down some water. Severus patted her back gently, his previously upturned lips retreating as she glanced at him. Penny wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling against his shoulder. You're not ugly at all. I like you. And you've been working so hard to earn money, she murmured, her voice growing softer. Initially, she hadn't been that fond of him, but setting aside the age difference, she found him a suitable partner in terms of personality and habits. Although not conventionally handsome, he became increasingly pleasing to her eyes. And knowing him since childhood made him a fitting romantic interest compared to others. My mind is quite clear. I know whether or not you've used a love potion, right? Severus? She leaned in and kissed his cheek softly, speaking tenderly. When Severus heard her say, I like you too, his mind momentarily blanked. This was the first time Penny had expressed her feelings so clearly, and upon hearing her subsequent words, he was overwhelmed with joy. He fought to contain his excitement, fearful of scaring her away. Yes, Penny, he replied, his bright black eyes locked onto her animated face, all his emotions coalescing into a gentle smile. Seeing him smile made Penny beam in return. The holiday soon came to an end, and Severus prepared to return to Hogwarts. With over a year until graduation, it was destined that he and Penny would spend less time together. Eileen stayed home, not wishing to intrude upon the couple facing separation, so she did not accompany Severus to the train station. I feel the school holiday is rather short, Severus remarked, his lips pursed, eyes filled with reluctance. He longed to kiss Penny, but there were too many people around. Unfortunately, the Muggle holiday is just as brief, Penny replied with a gentle smile, comfortingly patting the back of his hand. Chapter 41, Taking Action. Severus sat aboard the Hogwarts Express, gazing at the photograph of himself and Penny, carefully tucking it between the pages of his potions textbook. Avery and Mulciber traversed through the compartments, eventually locating Severus at the rear of the train, where they stowed their luggage and promptly occupied the seats opposite him. I say, Avery scratched the back of his head, seemingly hesitant to speak. Meanwhile, Mulciber had brought a plethora of sweets, which he piled on the small table, rubbing his hands in anticipation as he regarded Severus. As the new term commences, did you concoct any new spells over the summer? He inquired, his eyes sparkling with expectation as he recalled the upside-down charm that had him envisioning someone dangling upside down. Severus stroked his chin thoughtfully, merely watching him in silence. His most significant accomplishments during the summer, aside from delving deeper into advanced potion making with his mother, and refining the process of crafting the elixir of life, involved the advancement of his relationship with Penny. He had scarcely pondered anything else. Well, there was, Severus observed as his companions perked up, brandishing their wands and reciting the spell. Avery and Mulciber jumped in surprise, hastily examining their bodies, only to discover that their toenails had grown to such lengths that they threatened to pierce through their shoes. They quickly cast the spell to cease the growth, gazing mournfully at their elongated toenails. "What is the purpose of this spell?" Avery queried, producing a nail clipper to trim the 10-centimeter long nails, and restoring his shoes to their former state, finally exhaling in relief. "Is it intended to allow us to kick others in the face with our hardened nails?" Severus would certainly not divulge that the inspiration for the spell arose from witnessing a kitten being bullied by other cats, due to its insufficiently sharp claws. Although he had inadvertently employed physical magic to extend the kitten's claws, repelling the other felines, Penny's silken dress and curtains had borne the brunt of the incident. If a tooth can serve as a jinx to cause an enemy's toenails to grow uncontrollably, why shouldn't this spell do the same? Severus countered, popping a chocolate ball into his mouth. Avery, recalling the earlier awkwardness, nodded in agreement. If the target were professing their feelings or a girl, casting such a spell would lead to utter embarrassment. There's no need to direct it at the two of us. You can simply aim it at Avery, Mulciber muttered under his breath. Hearing this, Severus turned sharply, shooting him a glare, but before he could retort, someone had already taken action. "Very well. Next time I seek Severus, I shan't include you," Avery huffed, snatching the nail clipper from Mulciber. Mulciber stared blankly at his half-trimmed toenails, and after some persuasion, managed to borrow the clipper back from Avery. Severus shook his head in exasperation, bemused by their antics, truly noisier than a litter of kittens. "Did you know? Last Wednesday, my father spotted Professor Dumbledore at the Ministry of Magic," Avery stated, cleansing his hands before tossing a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. Severus had been exceedingly busy throughout the summer, and such tidings would not grace the pages of the newspaper. Avery continued without hesitation. "There's been a rumor circulating about a werewolf at Hogwarts. Initially, I was perplexed. Surely, there are werewolves in the Forbidden Forest? But it turns out they're claiming a werewolf is attending school with us, dining and attending classes alongside us." As he spoke, Avery instinctively touched the prickling hairs on the back of his neck. With so many students at the school, if a werewolf were to go berserk, it would be one thing if the professors managed to intervene swiftly. Yet if they failed to do so, Mulciber, feeling a chill run down his spine, urgently inquired as to who this werewolf might be. "How should I know?" Avery shrugged, clearly exasperated. "Dumbledore was summoned to the ministry. I assume we will soon learn more." Mulciber wrapped his arms around his sturdy frame, contemplating the unknown. He would prefer ignorance over the grim reality of cohabiting with a werewolf at school. Severus suspected that Lucius had begun to make his move. It had been over 6 months since he first caught wind of the situation, and only now had he set his plans in motion. Truly a cautious strategist. "Severus, are you not frightened?" Avery asked, unwrapping a chocolate frog and casually pocketing a card featuring Nicholas Flamel. Severus shook his head, delving into his copy of Advanced Potion Making. He merely harbored suspicions regarding Lupin's identity and had informed Lucius, but the ensuing developments were beyond his control. In a corner of London, an owl soared past the towering clock tower as it had done countless times before, delivering a roll of parchment to a villa with a blue-tiled roof before fluttering away. Penny opened the door to retrieve the newspaper, glancing at the front page, her drowsiness vanishing in an instant. The paper featured a large photograph of Dumbledore standing at the Ministry of Magic, his expression grave as he adjusted his glasses, the headline reading, "Is Hogwarts safe? What are Dumbledore's failures? The presence of werewolves leaves young wizards in distress." Could it be that Lupin's identity as a werewolf had been uncovered? Penny continued reading, discovering that the article contained only vague assertions, yet it was heavily laden with insinuation, implying Dumbledore's unfitness for his position and his negligence regarding student safety. The intent was unmistakable. The aim was to unseat Dumbledore from the headmaster's position at Hogwarts and even suggest his removal from the Wisengamot, stripping him of his title as Chief Warlock. Taking a sip of milk and nibbling on her bread, Penny perused the newspaper further. It must be said that Dumbledore was indeed a great wizard. However, his actions were not without fault. The circumstances surrounding Lupin's transformation into a werewolf were tragic, and Dumbledore believed that denying young wizards the right to an education was unjust, especially since the professors were all aware of the situation. After all, who would approve Lupin's leave of absence, and who would tend to his injuries? The commotion of his transformations on the night of the full moon would certainly have attracted the attention of the wizards in Hogsmeade. Even if Lupin had no intention of harming anyone, a werewolf, once transformed, acted without reason. Should an unsuspecting young wizard cross paths with him, the outcome would be dire. This train of thought led her to consider Severus and the quartet of Potters, who were indeed at odds. Should they be manipulated as in the original narrative, the consequences could be catastrophic. Unbeknownst to Severus at Hogwarts, he was meticulously pouring the concocted bruise-healing potion into 3 round vials, glancing at the eager faces of Regulus and the others, and grimacing in distaste. I must say, your potion brewing skills are commendable, yet you seem akin to flobberworms. Merely regurgitating slime in place, he remarked, turning to place the 3 vials into a small blue box, carefully tying it with a ribbon. Regulus and the others had grown accustomed to his sharp tongue, taking up other vials to fill with the remaining potion, each receiving a vial sufficient for half a month's use. This bruise-healing and dark circle-removing potion is splendid. Why not sell it? The Ravenclaws would surely adore it, Avery suggested, applying some under his eyes, where dark circles had emerged from his late-night escapades. Severus scoffed, gathering the small box and departing. What was his issue? Avery wondered, murmuring to Regulus while brandishing the vial. Regulus averted his gaze, unwilling to acknowledge the vexatious individual. Was Severus brewing this for monetary gain? No. He was doing it to win over his girlfriend. The Ollery perched atop the West Tower was bustling with young witches and wizards sending letters, the atmosphere lively with chatter as they made their way to the loft. Severus, keen-eyed, spotted Lily, her brow furrowed as she conversed with another young witch. He cast a brief glance her way before stepping into the Ollery. A grey owl hooted a few times, finishing the fish treat from its owner's hand before clutching the small box in its talons and soaring out the window. It needed to fly quickly. If it reached its mistress, there would be gourmet feed and mouse toys awaiting. Upon returning to the dormitory, Severus found Regulus and the others still engaged in conversation, each clutching a bag of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, their chatter incessant. He leaned in closer to discern their conversation, which revolved around who at school was most likely to be the concealed werewolf. Avery even speculated that Sirius might be the werewolf. After all, how could he have ended up in Gryffindor and subsequently been expelled from the Black household? He spoke with pride about this well-reasoned conjecture. Regulus, with a smile, showed no signs of irritation. After spending over a decade in the same household, who better than he to ascertain whether Sirius was indeed a werewolf? It was merely a source of amusement. However, wizards harbored a deep-seated disdain for werewolves. Apart from Fenrir, who obsessively fantasized about biting young witches and wizards to transform them into werewolves, the majority of werewolves resorted to thievery and robbery for survival. The wizards, who despised them, refused to offer any employment, perpetuating a vicious cycle. Moreover, during this tumultuous period, werewolves had allied themselves with Voldemort, engaging in combat against the Order of the Phoenix, leading to countless casualties among wizards and intensifying the animosity. With the media stoking the flames and the adults imparting their biases, young witches and wizards developed a mixture of fear and loathing towards werewolves. Was there truly no student at Hogwarts who had deduced the identity of the werewolf? The answer was affirmative. In the original text, Snape was able to piece together the connection between Lupin's disappearances during the full moon and his lycanthropy. Now, upon being alerted to the existence of a werewolf at school, the astute Ravenclaws quickly concluded that it must be him. Given Dumbledore's evident favoritism towards Gryffindor and his protection of certain individuals, those who had made the deduction opted for silence. Yet, while the students remained verbally mute, their hands flew over parchment as they wrote letters home, dispatching them like snowflakes. By the time Dumbledore returned from the Ministry of Magic, he found a mountain of Howler letters awaiting him, each batch piling up incessantly. Dumbledore pondered the upcoming visit from the Ministry and the ticking time bomb that was Lupin. He furrowed his brow tightly, questioning where the oversight lay. As evening approached, an exhausted owl finally reached its destination, skillfully entering through the small window and depositing a package onto the table. Penelope, contemplating an inquiry about Severus's news, was electrified at the sight of the owl. Without even checking the contents of the box, she fed it some biscuits and quickly tied her pre-written letter to its leg. "Thank you for your hard work. Next time, I shall buy you a new toy," she said, gently patting the owl's head and retrieving a small mouse toy belonging to a kitten. The owl, dissatisfied, let out a few disgruntled hoots before flapping its wings and departing. Chapter 42, Resolution. The owl, panting, flew back to Hogwarts, where the confined young witches and wizards were making their way to the professor's office, lanterns in hand. Severus awaited in the first-floor hall after finishing his meal. Due to the layout of the castle, The owl could not access the Slytherin dungeon. He knew Penelope would be worried after reading the recent newspapers, and since she had sent him medicinal ointment earlier in the afternoon, she would undoubtedly be eager to receive his reply. Thus he waited in that spot. Penelope's letters were filled with straightforward concern. She was desperately eager to know the current situation at school, as Lily rarely mentioned such matters in her correspondence. Severus chuckled softly, stuffing the letter into his pocket, knowing that once the ministry arrived, Hogwarts would be considerably safer. In stark contrast to Severus's calm demeanor, Lily was far more agitated. This year, having been appointed prefect, she had grown closer to Potter, and had learned of Lupin's werewolf identity. Now that identity was a ticking time bomb, and she feared that the ministry might expel her from Hogwarts for harboring him. James, while Lupin remains undisclosed, let him apply for withdrawal, Lily contemplated. Finally devising such a plan. If Lupin withdrew, the ministry would find no evidence of his existence, and even if they later uncovered his werewolf status, it would not implicate them nor Hogwarts. Potter, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow tightly. They had vowed to stand by each other, having trained diligently in their animagus forms. And Lupin was gentle and academically gifted. Wouldn't it be a shame if he could not continue his studies? Potter wrestled with this thought, torn, for if the ministry discovered that a werewolf was attending school, he could only imagine the torment Lupin would endure within their grasp. Even in his arrogance, he understood that 3 or 4 individuals could not contend against the ministry and the parents of students. The 4 heads of houses shared similar thoughts. They were all aware of Lupin's werewolf identity. Should the ministry investigate them, their futures would be irrevocably tarnished. Albus, what shall we do? Professor McGonagall spoke first, her lips nearly blistering from anxiety. Under pressure from parents and the Board of Governors, the ministry had rescheduled their visit for the following Saturday, coinciding perfectly with the full moon. Dumbledore, stroking his beard in silence, felt his plans unraveling. The ministry's methods for detecting werewolves were archaic. If he were to protect Lupin, his reputation would suffer, yet if he waited until graduation, he could recruit some werewolves into the order within the next 2 to 3 years. Conversely, should he fail to protect him, Lupin might harbor resentment and side with Voldemort, rendering all his machinations futile. Slughorn's expression darkened. From the outset, he had opposed allowing Lupin to attend school. Though he had several notable students, he would never gamble his future against that of a white wizard. While nothing had yet transpired, expelling Lupin might salvage some semblance of control. Dumbledore, the best course of action is to expel him, Slughorn articulated, his words laden with emphasis. The typically silent professors Flitwick and Sprout brightened at this suggestion, nodding in agreement. Professor McGonagall, reflecting on the matter, also nodded in approval. She held a deep affection for Lupin, a diligent and exceptional student, and recognized that his werewolf condition was not of his own choosing. If possible, she truly wished to shield him from external harm. Expulsion appeared to be the most peaceful solution, rather than allowing the ministry's agents to shatter Lupin's wand and forcibly remove him. Dumbledore sighed heavily, pondering where Lupin would go if he left Hogwarts. Slughorn, with a grim countenance, surveyed those around him, sneering silently. What did it matter if Dumbledore wielded absolute power at Hogwarts? The evidence lay within the school, and the ministry's arrival would leave them grasping at straws. Ultimately, Dumbledore opted for the safer route, sending Lupin home over the weekend, publicly stating that he was taking a leave of absence due to illness. Yet Dumbledore was reluctant to relinquish Lupin entirely, contemplating retrieving him once the storm had passed. Upon hearing this news, Potter felt a wave of disbelief wash over him, followed by a sense of relief. At last, Lupin was safe. Sirius had remained withdrawn for several days, but eventually persuaded Potter to take a leisurely ride on brooms around the castle. Meanwhile, Peter, lacking the gentle presence of Lupin to temper their antics, faded from their thoughts. At last, apart from the departed Lupin, their band of 4 had diminished further. Severus observed as the ministry officials conducted a thorough inspection of Hogwarts, leaving after sharing a meal with the students at Dumbledore's invitation. He sat in a corner, his previously furrowed brow now relaxed. With the werewolf threat alleviated, the group of 4 was reduced to just 2. Surely, this was a cause for celebration. Penelope, upon reading this news in Severus's letter and the newspapers, was taken aback by Dumbledore's decision to abandon Lupin. It was worth noting that in the original text, he had insisted that Severus remain silent about it. However, this development held little significance for Penelope. She was currently engrossed in exploring new interests. The differences between England and America were considerable, yet firearms were universally acknowledged as a symbol of freedom. Penny had long contemplated acquiring a firearm for personal protection. However, finding a suitable weapon, particularly one designed for women, proved to be quite a challenge. Given her stature, even a shotgun would send her staggering backwards several meters. This is why one might say that Jane is indeed an angel. Recently, during her travels in America, she brought back an appropriately sized firearm for Penny. With a gentle caress of the metallic body of the Beretta M84, Penny concealed it in a safe spot before venturing out to locate a nearby shooting club, thus commencing her daily routine of alternating between home, the supermarket, and the club. Before long, Christmas arrived, and Sever returned home early. After adorning the house with a festive tree, he stepped outside, gift in hand, dressed in thick layers. Penny wielded a small shovel to clear the snow from the yard, and in a fit of enthusiasm, even began to construct a snowman beneath the tree. A curious little kitten observed the expanse of white snow, tentatively extending a paw, only to retract it in surprise, licking its chilly foot with fervor. Penny laughed heartily, imagining the kitten, having never encountered snow before, mistaking it for a soft, white mattress. When Sever arrived, he beheld this delightful scene. The girl crouched at the doorway, playfully tossing snowballs to the kitten. "Good afternoon, Penny," he greeted, stepping through the gate and picking up a shovel to join her. Penny squinted up at him with a smile, gesturing towards a mound of snow that appeared rather unremarkable. "Let us build a snowman right here beneath the tree. Less lucky trample it," she suggested, her skills lacking as she gazed expectantly at Sever. Sever paused, glancing at her with a playful blink. "What reward shall I receive once the snowman is completed?" he inquired. Penny pondered, her brow furrowing slightly, as she had only prepared one gift. "You must build it first. If it turns out poorly, I shall not bestow any reward," she declared, moving toward him with her small shovel, removing her gloves to begin shaping the snow. Sever watched her attempt to compact the snow, only to see it crumble apart, prompting him to frown slightly. "You must pack it tightly, otherwise it will fall apart," he sighed, wiping the snow from her hands with his scarf and warming her icy fingers in his grasp. "Go inside and think of a reward for me. I will build it and call for you once it's done." "All right, Mr. Snape," Penny replied with a mischievous smile, tiptoeing to plant a kiss on his cheek before dashing indoors. Sever shook his head with a chuckle, and bent down to start constructing the snowman. It took shape swiftly, with branches for arms, yet it lacked a nose and eyes, appearing rather bare. "I have brought a carrot and some buttons," Penny chimed in cheerfully as she approached, attaching the snowman's features. Sever gazed at the snowman, now half as tall as himself, and at the joyous Penny, feeling a twinge of warmth in his heart. Soon, they retreated inside, where Sever settled by the fireplace with the kitten in his lap. "Once I obtain my apparition license, I shall be able to use magic at home," he remarked, glancing at the warmly dressed Penny. "With the warming charm and a weatherproofing spell, our abode shall be much cozier." Penny's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Not only will it be much warmer, but it will also be convenient and economical. Is it difficult to learn apparition? I heard from Lily that it takes 12 weeks of lessons, costing 12 galleons." She poured herself a cup of hot tea, feeling the chill on her neck from not wearing a thick coat outside. Sever scratched the kitten's chin, laughing lightly at her words. "It's quite challenging. One must pass a test to gain the license for apparition, and their essay risk of splinching. However, I always take it seriously, otherwise, my head might end up separated from my body, or my legs may not remain attached to my torso, with my eyes left behind." Penny shivered at his description, finding it far more terrifying than any horror film. "Then do not rush into apparition. If there's no urgent matter, you may use a broomstick instead." "But has your broomstick been certified?" Penny mused, envisioning Sever riding a broomstick, prompting a laugh to escape her lips. Sever's expression shifted slightly, his face growing somewhat flushed as he glanced at the kitten's twitching ears before whispering softly, "What? I mean, riding a broomstick doesn't require a license, nor does it need an owl's results." Penny noticed the reddening of Sever's cheeks and playfully pinched them. "Don't worry. If your flying skills aren't up to par, I shan't say a word. I was merely curious about what it feels like to ride a broomstick," she consoled. Letting out a disappointed sigh, Sever gently nudged the kitten off his lap and pulled Penny into his embrace. "Do you truly wish to try?" he asked, a flicker of hesitation in his gaze. Penny nodded. While the Muggle world is technologically advanced, human curiosity knows no bounds. Sever let out a thoughtful "oh," caressing her cool hand. "Next summer, when the Ministry lifts its restrictions on minors, I shall take you to experience it. That way, I can ensure to catch you if you happen to fall." He pressed a kiss to her palm, teasingly adding, "That way, I can guarantee to catch you." Penny blinked in surprise, huffing in a playful yet proud manner. "I dance. My sense of balance is impeccable. I wouldn't fall so easily." Sever lightly kicked the kitten that was gnawing at his pants, leaning down to kiss Penny's upturned lips, eager to claim the reward they had discussed earlier. The kitten, attempting to dig out a toy mouse from a crevice, found its efforts thwarted as the two on the sofa embraced tightly, lost in a fervent kiss. Chapter 43 Disappearance. After a playful bout, they settled together to watch television. In the warmth of the atmosphere, Sever brought up a matter. How about dinner at my house tomorrow? He suggested, gently squeezing Penny's hand to capture her attention. Penny hesitated, knowing that visiting Severus' home would necessitate interacting with Eileen. Since their relationship had become official, her encounters with Eileen had been limited to fewer than 10. Is this your decision or your mother's? She inquired, noting the subtle tightening of Sever's lips, indicating that this was indeed Eileen's idea. Is it mandatory? Sever hesitantly nodded, recalling the unusual seriousness on his mother's face, as she had insisted that this matter was of great importance. I refuse, Penny replied, her smile fading as she sat up straight, reaching for the remote to change the channel. The once warm atmosphere turned to silence. Sever grasped Penny's hand, bewildered by her sudden firm refusal. Why? Because I am not ready, Penny responded without hesitation, striving to ignore the hurt reflected in Sever's eyes. The mere thought of Eileen's chilly gaze towards her since she had become involved with Sever made her heart twist uncomfortably. Furthermore, it was merely a romantic relationship. They were not discussing marriage or meeting parents. Such matters were far too premature. Sever sighed in disappointment, acknowledging that Penny had the right to her decision, despite his own feelings. The atmosphere between them softened somewhat. However, Penny found herself re-evaluating their relationship. After Sever departed, Penny gazed at the snowman beneath the tree, lost in thought, before capturing its image with her camera. The following day, when Sever did not come to find her, she dismissed it as mere busyness on both their parts. With Christmas behind them, the London subway resumed its operations. Lily, recalling the promise made in a letter to Potter, donned her coat and hurried to Penny's villa, inviting her to join a trip to the city center. James has been quite curious about you. He has heard me mention you often, Lily said, linking her arm with Penny's, a bright smile adorning her face. Don't you want to help your sister out? Penny stared intently at Lily, as if trying to discern the flowers blooming on her face. Lily touched her cheek, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Penny nodded, playfully pretending to wipe her cheek. Are you saying that James Potter could potentially be my future brother-in-law? She asked uncertainly. Lily blushed and smiled shyly, choosing to remain non-committal about Penny's statement. But you used to dislike him so much, didn't you? This has always been a perplexing matter for Petunia, a school bully who terrorizes others, particularly a childhood friend who harbors affection for girls. How could these two possibly find common ground? Is this merely the law of the jungle, where the childhood friend stands no chance against the bully? That seems far-fetched. Lily, evidently recalling the derisive comments made in previous years regarding Potter's misdeeds at school, offered a sheepish smile. He has been transforming himself, refraining from bullying indiscriminately, participating in Quidditch, and even winning matches. This year, he has taken on the role of a prefect. Lily defended Potter, noting that his transformation has been significant, and his affection for her has spanned 6 years. Petunia pressed Lily down onto the sofa, regarding her with a serious expression. Noticing Petunia's intensity, Lily shifted uncomfortably. Are you truly certain it is him? Petunia inquired, as Lily hesitantly nodded. Petunia's stern demeanor shifted through various expressions as she struggled to maintain her composure. With so many young wizards at school, why not explore other options? Reflecting on the scarce suitable wizards at school, Lily shook her head with a smile. He genuinely likes me, she stated. Petunia fell silent at this, recognizing Lily's independence and her own considerations. What is suitable for her is undoubtedly the best choice. Furthermore, every relationship has its motives, and relationships built on mutual benefit tend to be more robust. A good marriage hinges on shared advantages. For instance, Potter is indeed making efforts to change for Lily, becoming more mature, stable, and responsible. Lily drew out her words. So are you agreeing to accompany me to the city center? Petunia snapped back to reality, not wishing to intrude upon this budding romance. Besides, she had encountered Potter several times since the start of school. She managed to smile. During this chaotic time, Potter had still managed to find time to date Lily. Surely, he wouldn't be pleased to see her as the unwelcome third wheel. You two lovebirds can enjoy your sweetness. I shall pass. I've grown weary of the city center, Petunia replied casually. Lily exhibited no signs of disappointment, merely nodding before standing up to depart. Just as she reached the door, she turned back to Petunia and asked, what is the status with Severus? He used to cling to you during the Christmas holidays. Petunia thought of Severus, who had vanished for several days, and shook her head. Lily thoughtfully stroked her chin, concluding, "You two haven't quarreled, have you? But your reaction doesn't suggest that. There's been no quarrel. We are simply both busy with our own matters." Petunia nudged Lily's arm, reminding her, "Aren't you supposed to be heading to the city center? The next bus will be arriving soon." Lily pressed her lips together, pondering the situation. One is her sister, and the other is her childhood friend. She hoped their conflicts would not ensnare her. "All right then, I shall take my leave." Lily waved goodbye. Petunia stood at the door, watching her vibrant red hair until she vanished from sight, before retreating inside. She too needed to seek out her missing boyfriend, wondering what he could possibly be doing. However, her attempts to reach him by phone were futile, as no one answered at his home. Thus she donned her coat and ventured to Spinner's End, only to knock for what felt like an eternity without a response. Ultimately, a neighbor, unable to bear her persistence, emerged to inform her that the family had left after Christmas. "When will they return?" Petunia inquired. "I don't know. I don't even know where they went," the neighbor replied. Disheartened by this news, Petunia refused to give up and made her way to the old amusement park and bookstore, yet still failed to find the person she longed to see. The following day, she sought out Lily, thinking that perhaps the special communication between wizards might yield some clues. Upon her arrival, she found the Evans couple absent. They seemed to have found new jobs, leaving them perpetually busy. "What a lovely bracelet," Petunia remarked upon noticing the ruby-studded piece adorning Lily's wrist, which accentuated its delicate, fair appearance. Lily smiled, touching the bracelet as she explained, "James gave this to me, claiming it can ward off dark magic." Noticing Petunia's lack of enthusiasm, Lily inquired about her visit. Petunia cleared her throat, attempting to sound casual. "Severus and his mother had some matters to attend to, so I came to chat with you." Lily responded with an indifferent "oh," not suspecting anything amiss. Thus, they engaged in a meandering conversation, with Petunia's brow furrowing involuntarily whenever Lily vented about her boyfriend. "Lily, has Severus exhibited any peculiar behavior at school in recent months?" Petunia asked tentatively, her curiosity piqued. Lily tilted her head in recollection, shaking it. "Nothing strange. Sixth-year students are simply busier with their studies on apparition, so we rarely see each other, except when sending letters at the Ollery." Petunia had to admit that despite being in a relationship for several months, she knew very little about Severus. Their infrequent meetings, and the divide between wizard and muggle made it challenging. "Lily, among your friends at school, do any of their boyfriends or girlfriends happen to be muggles?" Petunia asked, her lips tightening, her complexion paling. "Of course," Lily replied, somewhat puzzled, before a realization dawned on her. "Your situation with Severus isn't as unique as you think. The only distinction is that he is in Slytherin, where there is a strong disdain for muggle blood, or rather Death Eaters. In essence, at school, they kept their muggle partners' identities a secret." Petunia felt a little reassured by Lily's comforting words, but still found herself in a state of uncertainty. "So to put it another way, Severus is safer at school than at home, right?" Petunia looked at Lily, her uncertainty evident. Lily scratched her cheek, struggling to find words. Very few students in Slytherin maintain neutrality, particularly with Severus's exceptional potions talent. Yet Hogwarts is indeed the safest place. "Yes," Lily replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. Petunia's expression remained calm, but her fidgeting hands betrayed her inner turmoil. "I wonder how long it will be until Severus returns," she murmured. Lily's ears perked up, quickly dispelling Petunia's doubts. "I saw Aunt Eileen buying a large bag of items during Christmas. It seemed to contain clothes and jewelry," Lily recalled, glancing at Petunia with uncertainty. "When she saw me, she mentioned bringing Severus home, which puzzled me, as their house is right there in Spinner's End. Then Aunt Eileen said she was going back to Prince Manor, and wouldn't he be returning? Didn't Severus mention any of this to you?" Lily noticed Petunia's expression change, and her voice dwindled to a whisper. Petunia took a sip from her soda, using the moment to breathe deeply and force a smile. "I had only heard he would be leaving for a while. It seems I misunderstood," she chuckled awkwardly, continuing to sip her drink. Although Lily felt Severus wouldn't be so careless, she decided it was best not to delve further. As Lily toyed with her bracelet, she pondered whether someone as steadfast as Potter might indeed offer a greater sense of security. After finishing a bottle of soda, Petunia felt somewhat reassured, convinced that soda truly was a source of joy for the troubled. "Well then, Lily, I must head home now," Petunia said cheerfully as she tossed the can into the trash. Lily accompanied her to the door, sighing deeply over the absence of Severus. As Petunia walked home alone, her heart grew heavier with each thought. In the past, even living in the same town, there were times they lost touch. Now, with Severus missing and likely returning to Prince Manor, reaching him seemed a distant fantasy. Moreover, if Severus were to inherit the prince's name, how would his family react to his Muggle girlfriend? That remained an unanswered question. Penny sighed with a sense of melancholy, contemplating whether initiating a breakup would lend her an air of nonchalance and dignity. The prospect of being jilted by her younger boyfriend filled her with a profound sense of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Severus, engaged in conversation with his newly arrived grandfather and uncle, felt a warmth in his ears. He nodded towards his mother, who was looking expectantly at him. Although the potions room of the prince family differed from his expectations, it was certainly better than having none at all. Chapter 44, The Letter. Throughout the Christmas season, Penny had not seen Severus. Nor had she caught even a glimpse of his owl. "Oh little luck, when will your father return?" Penny lamented, cradling the small tabby cat. The cat, growing impatient, scampered to the window to play with the dangling tassels. A few days later, as Hogwarts reopened, Penny seized the opportunity of accompanying Lily to school to search for Severus at the station. Before entering, Lily nervously touched her nose. "Penny, there's something I forgot to tell you," she whispered in Penny's ear about the letter she had written to Potter, inadvertently revealing the nature of their relationship. Penny stared at Lily in disbelief. Truly, she was as tight-lipped as a jar. Lily chuckled awkwardly, raising her hand in promise. "I only told him. And I haven't let slip a word about you two at school." Implicitly, this meant that Potter was quite discreet, and given the shock she had initially felt, she had merely vented a bit when Potter's letter arrived. Sirius was staying at Potter's house, so if Potter knew, it would inevitably mean that Sirius was aware as well. As Penny pondered this, she encountered Potter, with his unruly hair and glasses, and the exuberant, dark-haired Sirius, who greeted her with a broad smile. It was often said that Harry resembled his father so closely that even Sirius would mix them up in the future. Penny was uncertain of the truth. But Potter was indeed a bright and cheerful young man. Watching their polite greetings filled with rebellious spirit, Penny smiled faintly. "Hello, Mr. Potter, Mr. Black," she replied with equal courtesy. Judging by their demeanor, one would never suspect their notorious behavior at school, and given the current circumstances, it was unwise to reveal her identity in such a public setting. As the saying goes, one does not strike a friendly face. Since they refrained from mentioning their antagonism towards Severus, she saw no reason to provoke conflict. Potter awkwardly ruffled his messy hair. Nothing could be more embarrassing than realizing that the sister of the girl he liked was the girlfriend of his adversary. With little to discuss, he gravitated towards Lily, engaging her in light conversation. Meanwhile, Sirius merely grunted, squinting as he trailed behind the group. As Lily and Potter were both prefects, they quickly boarded the train, heading to the prefect's compartment. Before boarding, Sirius glanced back at Penny, who was watching the entrance to the station, and smirked derisively. "Is this the one Snape fancies? She doesn't seem all that impressive." Unbeknownst to Penny, she was focused on scanning the crowd for Severus's figure. It was not until the train had signaled multiple times, with only 10 minutes until departure, that Severus finally arrived, hastening towards her with ravenous dark eyes fixed on her face. Yet, mindful of the observing Slytherin students, he dared not embrace her outside the train. "Wait for my letter when I get to school. Trust me, I never intended to leave without a word," he said hurriedly as they brushed past one another. Penny watched his hurried silhouette board the train, her questioning words caught in her throat. How could he have changed so drastically in just 2 weeks? Returning to Kirkwood Town, she was filled with uncertainty. Hogwarts held a feast at the beginning of each academic year, and by the time dinner concluded, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Severus furrowed his brow as he followed the throng back to the common room, listening to Avery's incessant chatter. "You startled me when you got on the train. If it were Halloween, you'd make a perfect vampire. By the way, I heard the secluded Prince Manor has begun to interact with the outside world. That potion family, though, has been in decline for decades. Doesn't it seem a bit late to emerge now?" Mulciber added some gossip to Avery's remarks, noting that although the Prince Manor had been closed off, some family members had been living under assumed names outside, albeit lacking the exceptional potion-making talent to make waves in the magical community, though they still dealt in ingredients in Diagon Alley. "I thought they were too discreet," Severus mused, realizing how well-connected pureblood families were. However, he was aware that the Prince Manor had long been in a semi-closed state, fully shutting down only after the scandal of his mother eloping with a Muggle. Moreover, there were no family members roaming under aliases. The manor housed only a few house elves, along with his elderly grandfather and uncle. Severus shivered at the memory of the countless days spent brewing potions in the manor, a passion he cherished. Yet it remained merely a hobby. Upon returning to the dormitory, the two continued their aimless chatter until they inevitably broached the subject of matchmaking balls and engagements. "Severus, when do you plan to marry your girlfriend?" Avery inquired, curiosity piqued about the girl whose name and appearance he was unfamiliar with, especially since his own family had arranged a match with a pureblood witch from a year or two below them. At the mention of this, Severus thought of Penny, who had merely solidified their relationship without any engagement, and he paused momentarily before shaking his head. I don't know. His time with Penny had been scarce. He had hoped to nurture their bond during the Christmas holiday, only to be summoned back to the Prince Manor. Furthermore, Penny's demeanor today seemed rather upset. Sensing Severus's confusion, Avery advised earnestly, when you meet a good girl, you should hold on to her tightly. Losing her to someone else would be unfortunate, don't you think? He nudged Mulciber with his elbow, who nodded in agreement. Mulciber had recently gotten engaged after a summer romance with a young witch, with their families hoping they would marry right after graduation. Severus thought of the letter he had sent, wishing Penny could understand his abrupt departure. As the castle descended into silence, save for the sound of Filch patrolling with Mrs. Norris, Severus fluffed his pillow, staring blankly at the emerald-green drapes. An owl, having flown out from the castle, veered towards Kirkwood Town before flapping its wings toward Prince Manor. Penny, at home, awaited the owl's arrival, grumbling as she turned off the light and returned to bed. Aileen, expressionless, opened the letter, reading it swiftly before using her wand to restore it to its original state, allowing the owl to continue its journey to Kirkwood. Observing the entire scene, old Prince sighed, smacking his lips, and felt compelled to speak. In my day, I couldn't stop you. Do you think you can stop my grandson? Severus is far superior to you back then. After years of contemplation, old Prince had come to terms with the fact that as long as his family was safe, everything would be well. He had once meddled too much. Aileen wore a troubled expression, for it was precisely to ensure that Severus's remarkable talent for potion-making would not go to waste that she had returned to the Prince Manor with others. If her son were to neglect his studies due to a romantic entanglement with a Muggle girl, it would indeed be a regrettable loss. Alas, alas, do as you please. Old Prince ambled away, hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head. As long as one was unafraid of Severus harboring resentment, one could indulge in whatever folly they desired. Aileen caressed her rejuvenated skin, a testament to her meticulous care since returning to the manor, reminiscing about the moments shared with her husband in their youth. Meanwhile, Penny, still in a drowsy haze, heard a rustling at the window. Grasping the baseball bat at her bedside, she cautiously approached the window, drawing back the curtains to encounter a pair of glowing green eyes. After a brief moment of panic, she managed to stuff the owl into the cage downstairs and switched on the bedside lamp to read the letter. Its contents confirmed her suspicions. Severus had indeed been abruptly summoned back to Prince Manor during the Christmas period, and after meeting his elder relatives, he had been tirelessly brewing potions, with scarcely a moment to rest, let alone write. Penny meticulously read the letter 3 times, folding the paper neatly and placing it in the bedside drawer. Lying in bed, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Severus returning to Prince Manor. No longer the pitiful little boy from Diagon Alley. Perhaps her thoughts had wandered too far, for she dreamt throughout the night. With a downcast expression, she finished her breakfast, pondering how to respond to the letter when the doorbell rang. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who might be visiting at this hour. The postman and milkman had only just departed. Upon opening the door, she was met with an unexpected visitor. Aunt Aileen. Penny blinked in surprise. Such an appearance was indeed rare. Aileen pursed her lips in silence, bypassing Penny to settle herself on the sofa by the fireplace. She gazed at the owl in the corner's cage, and the playful tabby with a complex expression in her eyes. Sensing the ominous atmosphere, Penny knew Eileen's visit was not a friendly one, yet she felt no fear. Here, Aunt, try this red tea. Both Severus and I are quite fond of it. Penny offered a nonchalant smile as she returned from the kitchen with a pot of tea and 2 plates of biscuits. Aileen took a delicate sip before placing the cup down. Penny poured herself a cup of tea, matching her patience against the woman opposite her. Ultimately, it was Aileen who broke the silence, producing a wooden box and placing it on the table, her wand held tightly in hand. Inside this box is a key to Gringotts, containing approximately 10,000 galleons. Aileen observed Penny's astonishment, a smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Penny found herself at a loss for words. What did this mean? Was she being offered money to persuade Cinderella to leave her son? The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, and the playful tabby, having tired of the cat toy, scampered to Penny's side, entwining itself around her leg. Aunt Aileen. I don't quite understand your intentions, Penny said, cradling the tabby in her arms, her face stiff. Aileen sighed, pointing her wand at the teacup. With the incantation, the teacup transformed into a mouse. The mouse squeaked a few times before scurrying under the table, prompting the tabby to leap from Penny's embrace, chasing the mouse wildly around the room. Wizards and Muggles simply cannot find happiness together, she murmured, pursing her lips. Consider the examples in the magical world. My union with Severus's father is one. McGonagall and her Muggle boyfriend intended to marry, yet it never came to fruition. You are aware of the Dark Lord's attitude towards Muggles. Should he discover your situation, it could put you in grave danger. Penny refrained from immediate rebuttal. These words held a kernel of truth, yet she was curious if Severus was aware of Eileen's sentiments. Have you discussed this with Severus? She inquired softly. Eileen fell silent, as if caught off guard. After a considerable pause, she levitated the mouse from the tabby's grasp, returning it to the table and transforming it back into the teacup. Regrettably, the once pristine teacup bore scratch marks from the tabby, rendering it somewhat unseemly. He does not know. Eileen's voice was barely a whisper, her complexion betraying her discomfort. I merely wish for both of you to find your own happiness. Penny nearly laughed in exasperation. Was happiness something one could simply seek out? Moreover, why was Eileen discussing this with her instead of her son? So long as your son agrees, I have no objection, Penny replied, her expression cold and her brow furrowed. If Severus did not take action, they might as well part ways. It was paramount to cut losses without hesitation. Yet Eileen appeared to take her words of potential separation as a sign of agreement, her brow unfurling as she sipped her tea with newfound cheer. This tea is indeed delightful, Eileen remarked, rising without waiting for Penny to respond and departing. Penny glanced at the box on the table, clutching it as she rushed out after Eileen, only to find that she had vanished from sight. Chapter 45. The Reason. Thus while at school, Severus received 2 letters. One from the ever-cherished Penny, and the other from his mother at the manor. Severus was perplexed. Logically, his mother should be preoccupied with assisting his grandfather in managing the potion fields. Why was she writing to him? However, his confusion was short-lived. As he laid eyes on Penny's response, his eyes widening in shock. His mother had expressed a divergence of opinion at such a critical time, having seemingly accepted their relationship. Why the sudden shift? As he made his way to the potions classroom, he remained in a daze. Avery nudged Mulciber, nodding in Severus's direction. What do you think is going on with him? Did he spend another night brewing potions? Mulciber, having noticed Severus receiving the letters, speculated it might be connected to his current state, yet shook his head, indicating he was at a loss. Avery scoffed, turning back to chop potion ingredients. Once potions class concluded and the students had mostly dispersed, Severus leisurely picked up his textbook, trailing behind. Lily awaited him at the door and she too had noted his distracted demeanor during class. Are you all right? She asked, concern etched on her face. Since the day he had inexplicably left, Penny had been in low spirits. Moreover, given that Severus and Penny had established their relationship, with their undeniable closeness, it was likely that he would become her brother-in-law, making it all the more crucial to mediate any discord between them. Even though Lily still found it hard to believe that Penny and Severus could be together, it had indeed happened. As Severus focused on her voice, his expression remained sour. Did you write to her? She inquired, a hint of worry in her tone. Severus blinked, his dulled mind sharpening. I did, he replied, his brow furrowing as he tightened his grip on his book, having encountered some minor troubles. Lily stifled a laugh. The sight of a composed Severus fretting over his romantic entanglement struck her as amusing. Do you find my words amusing? Severus crossed his arms, his tone icy. The atmosphere seemed to chill in response. Lily quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head, and after a few coughs, returned to the matter at hand. You are far too insecure. If my boyfriend treated me this way without a proper explanation, wouldn't he hesitate to find another? She thought of Potter, scratching her face uneasily. Only moments ago, she had managed to send him away. Severus pressed his lips together. Penny's letter spoke of their mother going to see her, and it mentioned that if they didn't wish to be together, they should part ways. There was no hesitation or regret in those words, and the thought alone gave Severus a headache. Are you suggesting you want to replace Potter? Everyone at school knows they would jump at the chance to keep you close, he retorted defiantly, a scoff escaping him. Lily's face flushed with anger as she stomped her foot. You only bully that reckless fool. Would you dare say such things in front of her? Lily does not indulge Severus. With just a few words, she exposes his true nature. Who could withstand such sharp tongue when facing her? Severus looked at her with a puzzled expression, as if to inquire, who are you? Very well, remain silent then. But I have heard that a book enthusiast has come seeking you. Lily shrugged, revealing a tantalizing piece of gossip. Severus could no longer maintain his composure. If it were a female admirer, Lily would certainly keep it to herself. He feigned calmness, insisting, it's merely a book fan. You should focus on your own matters with Potter. With that he strode away briskly. Lily shook her head disapprovingly as she watched his retreating figure. Meanwhile, Penny had indeed encountered the book admirer, though his name was rather intriguing. Mr. Dursley, it is a pleasure to know you appreciate my work. Penny greeted him with a polite smile, producing a pen to sign his book. The young, robust Vernon Dursley wiped his hands with a napkin and cautiously accepted the book, his gaze persistently drawn to the enticing donuts on the table. Penny sighed, recognizing him as a true gourmand. Miss Evans, do you have time this evening? We could catch a movie together. Vernon endeavored to divert his attention from the tempting pastries, delivering his well-rehearsed invitation. Penny paused momentarily before shaking her head. I'm sorry, but I've been quite busy lately. She capped her pen, donned her scarf, and prepared to leave. Besides, I have a boyfriend. Disappointment flickered across Vernon's face. He had developed a fondness for the young woman, yet she did not reciprocate his feelings. Oh, very well, I apologize for my presumption, he said as he watched her walk away, finishing the 2 servings of donuts alone. Upon returning home, Penny found her little tabby cat comfortably nestled in its bed, and she couldn't resist the urge to wake it. Little Lucky, did you know that the book admirer I met recently isn't nearly as overweight as described in the original? I never expected to cross paths with you again. She gently stroked the cat's fur, chattering away for a while. The little tabby, desperate for peace, covered its ears with its paws, thinking, Mother, you're so noisy. I just want to sleep. After her monologue, Penny rose to attend to other matters. As night fell and the air turned crisp, in the Prince manor, Eileen turned the pages of a tattered photo album, caressing the image of her husband, who had once been so full of life before their downfall. She recalled the man who had succumbed to alcoholism and domestic violence, as if it had all been a bad dream. Old Prince gazed at the flickering candlelight in Eileen's room, hesitating before he raised his hand to knock on the door. Eileen was not surprised by her father's arrival. She sat at the table, silently tracing the photographs. Severus has written to me, Old Prince began, stroking his beard thoughtfully. You meddled in this matter. Severus and that girl share a deep bond. Why would you want to intervene and push Galen away? Old Prince's expression conveyed his discontent. Was he not simply courting trouble? Moreover, if his grandson were to leave, where would he find him? Eileen suddenly looked up, her dark eyes reminiscent of Severus's, gazing intently at Old Prince. Who said I wanted to separate them? I merely handed over a key to the vault. Eileen regarded him for a long moment before hoarsely asking, was it not so? Your words sound distinctly threatening, and a family need not rely on marriage alliances. What matters is mutual affection, coupled with our support. I understand, Eileen replied softly, which is why I sought confirmation. I wish for them to go further than I ever could with Tobias. Old Prince raised an eyebrow, nearly plucking out a few strands of his beard. Did this imply that her elopement with that man stemmed from a lack of confidence on his part? Was it fair to compare those circumstances with the present? Every year, many witches were burned due to accusations from their husbands. His lips twitched, fatigue settling on his face. Eileen, this is different. Father, Tobias is buried in South Mountain Cemetery. May I transfer him to the Prince family plot? Eileen interjected gently, this way, I can spend more time with you. Old Prince felt a lump in his throat as he gazed at his daughter's blurred face in the candlelight, struggling to suppress his emotions, and managed a muffled agreement. Once Eileen received her answer, a radiant smile illuminated her face. Thank you, Father. Old Prince sighed, discreetly wiping away a tear as Eileen lowered her head. It is often said that rain is the tears of clouds, thus the clouds of England are seldom in high spirits. Penny shook the raindrops from her umbrella, feeling delighted as she held a package from the bookstore. This meant another payment would soon be deposited into her bank account, adding to her savings. However, while one rejoiced, another lamented. The Evans couple was enveloped in an unshakable gloom. Let us go see Penny. We've already borrowed from her twice. What else one more time? Mrs. Evans set down her knitting and called to her husband. Mr. Evans had recently injured his leg while repairing the roof, and was confined to the house, resulting in a loss of income for the family. He irritably crumpled a newspaper and tossed it into the trash, his face a mask of impatience. Go see her? Didn't you say you wouldn't? He frowned deeply. Borrowing from her twice has already been generous. Do you really want to ask again? Mr. Evans's brows were tightly knitted. It was she who had declared she would rather starve than seek Penny's help. Yet now it was she who sought her daughter's assistance. Back when Penny lived at home, her demeanor had been so unkind. Now it seemed she had grown brazen. Mrs. Evans's face contorted in frustration, her emotions a tumultuous blend. Who do you think I'm doing this for? It's for this family. She nearly shouted, her neck veins bulging as she appeared to be holding back something. And you still blame me? You think you're so favored? I kept her at home, and you never stopped me. Neither of the couple would admit fault. their gazes locked in a silent battle. Ultimately, Mr. Evans capitulated, falling silent for a moment before squinting and asking, "All right then, if you insist. You must give me a reason." Mrs. Evans closed her eyes, struggling to speak of a past incident. "Do you remember when Lily was 5? And the magical surge harmed 7-year-old Penny?" She nodded as he acknowledged her with a brief nod. "When you went to call the doctor, I held Lily, trying to soothe her, while checking Penny's breathing. Just before you entered, her breath had stopped for nearly 5 minutes. She may have been in shock. The doctor said her brain had been affected. Anything could have happened." She hurriedly recounted. "Fortunately, in the end, she was fine." Mr. Evans widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is that really the reason?" Mrs. Evans took quick breaths, her mouth opening and closing. "You know how Penny always competed with Lily. Even when I bought Lily new clothes, she would insist on having them too. That time, when Penny demanded Lily's new pair of shoes, and Lily became upset, that was when the magical surge occurred. After that incident, she seemed transformed, no longer competing or fighting, but diligently studying and even starting a small business. If it weren't for her unchanged preferences, I would suspect she had been possessed by a demon. No, she is the demon. Have you not noticed? Ever since that day, misfortune has plagued our family, droughts, food shortages, layoffs. She is a harbinger of disaster. Is this why you constantly took Penny to church and confined her in the small room?" Mr. Evans had always believed his wife was haunted by the near-death experience with Penny, leading her to avoid Penny altogether. Consequently, he favored Lily. Of course, he liked Lily more. So when Penny became obedient and sensible, refraining from quarrels with her sister, he felt a sense of relief and did not involve himself too much in his wife's methods of discipline. However, after Lily transformed into a witch, there was no sign of fear from the mother. Moreover, could a mere child truly wield control over such calamities? "She was not my daughter at all. The one who returned was a demon," Mrs. Evans murmured to herself. She would rather believe that Penny was a demon than accept that her favoritism had led to the demise of little Penny. Mr. Evans pointed his finger in the air, rendered speechless. "So you think she is a demon, yet you still seek to borrow money from her?" He furrowed his brow. Mrs. Evans took a deep breath to compose herself, stating, "She owes us this. Had I not sent her to the cross, she should be eternally grateful. I saw her new book in the newspaper. It's the perfect opportunity to borrow money from her. No, this time I shall demand £10,000 outright." Mr. Evans, filled with trepidation and conflict, knew that, in comparison to their daughter, his wife was of greater importance. The following day, the Evans couple arrived at Penny's villa. Mrs. Evans casually put forth her demand for £10,000, completely devoid of the gentleness displayed on previous occasions, let alone the notion of signing an IOU. Alas, someone's plans were swiftly thwarted, as they were met with outright refusal. "I will not lend you anything," Penny stated, her expression void of emotion as she regarded the Evans couple. The adage of third time's the charm did not apply here. The initial 2 loans were acts of goodwill, and not once had they mentioned repayment until now. To come once more, demanding £10,000, was akin to treating her as a fool. Chapter 46. The Demon. Mrs. Evans was momentarily taken aback by Penny's demeanor, and upon regaining her composure, her expression soured. She had assumed her request was a foregone conclusion, only to be rebuffed by her daughter, rendering her words before her husband a mere jest. "Did you not notice your father's injured leg? Instead of lending a helping hand, you choose to act as if you are blind to it. How heartless can you be?" Mrs. Evans exclaimed in anger. "It's merely £10,000, you can easily afford it." Penny leisurely examined her fingernails, her expression indifferent. "You speak so lightly. Perhaps you should refrain from seeking me out. It would be wise to repay the money from previous loans." She cast a pointed glance at Mrs. Evans, implying, "You might consider seeking Lily. She has provided you with a wealthy son-in-law. After I moved out, you made no effort to assist. Yet you have sought me out several times since. You once insisted on facing the consequences of your choices. Do the same apply to you, my dear mother?" Mrs. Evans was rendered speechless, her husband remaining silent, merely observing the exchange. Penny took a sip of tea, clearly indicating her refusal to lend any money. Mrs. Evans's face tightened, her knuckles cracking ominously. She could not fathom the shift in Penny's demeanor, a transformation she had not anticipated. "Our home is struggling. If you were to provide £10,000, I would pretend your previous remarks were never uttered." She inhaled deeply, her complexion a shade of iron. Penny arched an eyebrow. Was her message unclear? Or did Mrs. Evans misconstrue her previous refusals as a sign of weakness? "When I say I won't lend you anything, I mean it. And furthermore, I have no money," she retorted with a cold huff. "How can you claim to possess no funds? I have seen your new book advertised. And what of it? You wretched, heartless, ungrateful creature. After all I have done to raise you, this is how you treat your own flesh and blood. I should have sent you to the cross to face the flames. Mrs. Evans was utterly incensed by Penny's dismissive attitude. Penny was perplexed. How did refusing to lend money make her a wretched being? And what was the significance of the cross? It seemed she had not committed any heinous crime. One may eat their fill, but one must not speak carelessly. Since elementary school, I have garnered scholarships for my academic achievements. Aside from providing me with shelter, you have scarcely spent on me. It was only when I was gravely ill that you were compelled to invest in my care. Penny thought to herself. Fully aware of the truth, should matters be brought to light, it was uncertain who the truly malicious and heartless individual would be. However, Penny soon discerned the answer amidst Mrs. Evans's incessant tirade, though it was quite absurd. You are not my daughter. You are a demon. You should have perished at 7, having ceased to breathe for 5 minutes. Why do you linger as a specter in my life? Mrs. Evans, already fuming, finally unleashed the pent-up words she had harbored for years. Penny froze momentarily, taken aback by the label of demon. How peculiar. Was she not referring to the time when the original body fell into a coma for days, due to Lily's erratic magic? She had analyzed the situation, and concluded that had she not intervened, the original body would likely have become a vegetable. Moreover, at that time, she had yet to inhabit Penny's body. A demon? Had she been a demon, she would have dragged them down to hell the very day she awoke. Penny wearily pinched the bridge of her nose. Mrs. Evans shot her a disdainful glance, bordering on hysteria. That is because I took you to church. You listened to the scriptures and drank holy water, and the priest advised me to minimize contact with you. Otherwise, the drought and famine you bring would have long since claimed our lives. Penny's body jolted at this revelation, finally grasping the root of Mrs. Evans's animosity. She glanced at the silent Mr. Evans. From his calm demeanor, it was evident he at least knew something of the matter. You certainly listened well. No wonder you didn't bother to retain me when I moved out. Yet now you come seeking a loan? Are you not fearful of borrowing the curse? Penny taunted with a smile. Mrs. Evans gazed greedily at Penny, her bloodshot eyes bulging slightly. If you wish to avoid my summoning the priest to exterminate you, it is simple. Provide me with £10,000, no 30,000, no 50,000 pounds, and this matter shall be resolved. She licked her dry lips, completely severing ties with Penny. However, Penny paid Mrs. Evans no mind. Her fingers drummed on the table as she focused intently on Mr. Evans. Father, do you also consider me a demon? Penny grinned, revealing her sharp canines. Let us not forget, Lily is a witch. It was a radiant smile, yet her eyes betrayed an icy indifference. Mrs. Evans continually huffed, as if her nostrils were congested. It is futile to inquire. You are a scourge. Had it not been for you, our home would not be in such disarray. Even £5,000 would be a paltry sum. Mr. Evans's gaze flickered between his estranged eldest daughter and the beloved, promising youngest daughter, leading him to a swift decision. Enough, dear, cease your words. Penny, we wish to borrow £10,000 from you, he interjected, cutting through his wife's relentless tirade. His leg would heal swiftly once their daughter returned with a potion. Yet he also sought to gain something from Penny, which was why he had kept silent. Now, with Lily involved, he could no longer feign ignorance. Mrs. Evans grumbled for a while longer before finally falling silent, her expression dark, yet her eyes remained fiercely fixed on Penny. Penny said nothing, quietly producing a firearm from her waist and placing it upon the table. The faces of the Evans couple paled, fear etched across their features as they stared at Penny. Penny reveled in their reaction, her finger poised on the trigger. You have all declared me a demon. Surely I must act accordingly. Her gaze shifted between the two, a frown tugging at her brow. If anyone else provokes my ire, I shall not hesitate to eliminate them. After all, I am a demon, am I not? Her tone was light-hearted, the gun's muzzle wavering from side to side. Penny, how dare you? Mrs. Evans's voice pierced the air, shrill enough to make the family's tabby cat raise its head and bare its teeth at her. Penny regarded Mr. Evans, who remained as steadfast as a rock, and erupted into laughter. Count to 3, and immediately vacate my residence. Furthermore, do not forget to return the money you owe me, she declared, her smile sweetened with a hint of menace. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to ensure that both of your legs attain a certain symmetry. Mrs. Evans cleared her throat twice, jolted back to reality by 2 sharp pinches from Mr. Evans. Deep down, they believed Penny had the audacity to do this. Yet they had grown accustomed to her demands over time, leaving them momentarily hesitant. Get out. Must I begin counting? 1. Mrs. Evans gazed at the ominous barrel of the gun pointed at her, swallowed hard, and with trembling legs, assisted her husband to rise. 2. The couple staggered to the door, opened it, and stepped outside, finding themselves engulfed in the rain by the time she reached 2. Penny stood silently by the door, watching as they departed. Today, she had successfully driven them away, but what about next time? Perhaps it was time for her to contemplate a change of residence. At St. Mungo's Hospital, on the 4th floor of the potions and plant poisoning department, Eileen coughed lightly, removing the handkerchief that covered her mouth and nose. Is my illness truly beyond treatment? She inquired again of the healer. The middle-aged healer cast a diagnostic spell, furrowing his brow as he shook his head. If it were an intestinal issue, we could simply extract it for examination. However, your ailment resides within your lungs, and it is rather perplexing. Perhaps you should attempt consuming a potion to manage it. The healer spoke candidly. Observing her despondence, he added, you might consider visiting a Muggle hospital. They do possess some remarkable capabilities. Eileen offered a bitter smile. If Muggle doctors could cure her, she would not have returned to Prince Manor with her son. Unbeknownst to her, what began as an innocuous cough had escalated into a severe pulmonary condition. All right, I understand. Thank you. Eileen expressed her gratitude to the healer, stood up, and exited St. Mungo's. Old Prince had been waiting at the entrance for a considerable time, and hurried to greet his daughter upon her emergence. How did it go? What did the healer say? He asked anxiously, unaware that his lifelong work in potion making could not save his daughter's life. Eileen shook her head in silence, and just as she was about to speak, another fit of coughing seized her. He merely mentioned taking potions to manage it. She pressed her lips together, choosing not to elaborate further. Old Prince felt helpless in the face of his stubborn daughter, and resigned, took her hand to disapparate away. Upon their return to the manor, Old Prince instructed the house elf to bring tea and light snacks, and they sat in the garden, engaging in conversation. When do you plan to tell Severus? He asked, scrutinizing his daughter's expression. Losing a father may not affect him much, but what if he were to lose you as well? Eileen gazed down at the plate of her favorite pastries, her eyelashes fluttering rapidly. He still has you, father. That is the very reason I returned. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, dripping onto the table as she choked back her sorrow. I deeply regret not heeding your advice. Eileen's confessions were punctuated by tears that fell like lead upon Old Prince's heart. Old Prince stroked his beard in silence, his thoughts clouded. Severus possessed an exceptional talent for potions, yet he bore no prince lineage. Thus, many matters remained beyond his reach. Moreover, his son had voiced his discontent regarding his recent actions. With a heavy sigh, Old Prince succumbed to his melancholy, his murky eyes filled with confusion. Recently, Severus had been somewhat unsettled. The last time he exhibited such behavior was upon receiving news of his father's demise. In the dormitory, Severus retrieved a letter penned by his mother, repeatedly scrutinizing it under the flickering candlelight, as if seeking to uncover hidden meanings within. Hogwarts had endured several days of rain, transforming the skies into a gloomy overcast just before the Quidditch match commenced. Severus occupied a secluded corner of the Slytherin stands, flipping through the Quidditch through the ages while discreetly observing the match between the Slytherins and Gryffindors. In truth, he had little interest in such spectacles. However, he had promised Penny that he would teach her to ride a broomstick during the summer, necessitating his covert study of the skills. Chapter 47. Explanation. Lately, Severus had been inattentive during classes. Although Avery relished the opportunity to copy his potion's homework, the multitude of errors rendered it absurd. On this particular day, Avery noticed that Severus had consumed all the cereal in his bowl yet remained oblivious, continuing to spoon air. His patience wearing thin, he finally exclaimed, "What on earth is going on with you? If it weren't for your relatively normal speech and ability to eat and sleep, I would suspect a Dementor had siphoned away your soul." Avery rolled his eyes, aware that the time for practicing apparition was critical. If he failed the exams in June, he would have to wait for a retake, and with the 7th years preparing for their NEWT, time was of the essence. Severus set down his spoon, pressed his lips together, and pondered. He had been contemplating the implications of his mother's actions, as she had seemingly accepted his relationship with Penny before their return to Prince Manor, rendering her sudden change of heart rather suspicious. Moreover, Penny had ceased responding to his letters. He had even commandeered Lily's owl, sending out dozens of messages, yet none had received a reply. Hogwarts lacked any real-time communication tools, such as telephones. "Avery, can you procure a two-way mirror?" Severus mused before shaking his head. "If you could obtain one, the entire school would already have them. I shall find a way on my own." Rising from his seat, he cradled his book as he contemplated whom he might approach for assistance. Avery, taken aback, hurried to catch up with Severus, his expression one of irritation. What do you mean? Do you underestimate my capabilities? Severus glanced at him in surprise and nodded. Can you acquire a pair of two-way mirrors within 3 days? Avery shook his head but then nodded. The creation of two-way mirrors is intricate and costly. My family possesses one, but it is reserved for emergencies. We usually rely on owls or Patronus for communication. Then never mind. Let us hurry to class. We have lessons soon. Avery's bravado dissipated, his head drooping as he urged Severus onward. Severus acknowledged him with a grunt. Noting that most of the students around him were not yet graduated, aside from Lucius, none of whom he knew well. Diagon Alley offered the option to order two-way mirrors. But the wait would be lengthy, and by the time they arrived it would be too late to gift one to Penny. Meanwhile, after expelling the Evans couple, Penny enjoyed a brief respite. The couple appeared to have reached an unspoken agreement. As long as Penny did not pursue them, they would conveniently forget their debt. Penny basked in the sun with a small tabby cat. Yet all her good spirits evaporated upon receiving a call from her editor. All right. I will submit the manuscript promptly, she replied, exhaling heavily as she tugged at the cat's ear. Her mind drifted to the venomous glare Mrs. Evans had cast upon her as she departed. To safeguard her newfound tranquility, Penny hastily packed her belongings and relocated to central London overnight. The villa's alarm system remained activated, and she had set traps within. Any intruder would surely face dire consequences. Initially, Penny intended to enlist Jane's help in finding a new home. But Jane's family had gone skiing in Switzerland. Thus, Penny was left to glean information from the neighborhood children, while perusing listings from real estate agents. The funds sufficient to purchase a detached villa in the small town could only afford her a 3-bedroom apartment in the city center. After a moment of contemplation, she opted for a well-secured community with a pleasant environment, depleting a significant portion of her savings. As for the villa in the small town, she chose to retain it for potential appreciation, planning to rent it out or occasionally return for a brief stay. In the following days, she busied herself with the renovation of her new home, coincidentally missing the barrage of letters from owls. Once her tasks were nearing completion, Penny returned to the villa in the small town to retrieve some belongings. As she approached the villa, the first thing that caught her eye was the mailbox, overflowing with letters, alongside a small pile of the Daily Prophet at the doorstep. Just as she was about to open the mailbox to clear it out, she noticed a familiar owl soaring towards her from a distance. It was Lily's owl, clutching a letter in its talons. Well, there it was. The culprit behind the mailbox's overabundance. Penny glanced at the sender of the letter in her hand, and then at the owl that had dropped the letter and taken flight. Exasperated as she rubbed her forehead, she tossed a ball of yarn for the little tabby to play with, and settled onto the sofa to open the letter. Not wishing to see Severus's name just yet, she tore open Lily's correspondence, only to be greeted by the familiar handwriting, all penned by her boyfriend. She cast a fleeting glance at the thick bundle of letters, feeling a pang of guilt. The joy of purchasing a new home had made her forget that she was still in the midst of a quarrel with Severus. In his letter, Severus apologized for his mother's overbearing nature, and expressed concern over her silence for the past fortnight. Mother has long accepted our relationship, but upon returning to Prince Manor, I do not know what has prompted her change of heart. Yet, my feelings remain steadfast. Throughout life, we make countless decisions, and until we see the outcomes, no one can know if those choices are right or wrong. I do not wish to regret missing out on you. So please believe me when I say I will communicate effectively with Mother. Penny, please reply to me as soon as possible. Yours, Severus. Penny sighed deeply, observing the similar sentiments echoed within the stack of letters. Beneath the gray overcast sky, the neon lights flickered, while the owl, for what felt like the umpteenth time that month, deftly navigated around a sign with a hole in it, soaring towards the town. Upon spotting the villa's lights flickering on, the gray owl abruptly halted, gripping the letter tightly as it prepared to deliver it to the mailbox. The illumination within the villa indicated the return of its mistress, and thus, it sought to enter for a delightful meal. Pecking at the window, it endeavored to catch the mistress's attention. Penny opened the window, and the gray owl hooted a few times, perching on the bird stand and raising its claws. Noticing that the mistress remained still, it hooted impatiently once more. It had been over 10 days since she last saw it, and realized it looked a bit thinner. She was momentarily taken aback and quickly retrieved the letter, scattering some owl feed into a dish. The little tabby had ceased its attempts to pounce on the owl, instead gnawing on a plush toy filled with catnip, sprawled on the carpet, playfully kicking it with its paws. Penny pondered the frequency with which she had encountered the owl that day. Surely, these owls were not rotating shifts to deliver letters, were they? With that thought in mind, she picked up her quill and began to respond, detailing her recent upheavals and the reasons for her silence. She briefly alluded to the situation with the Evans couple, mentioning that although they had solidified their relationship, there were matters Severus could not involve himself in. In her letter to Lily, she inquired whether she was aware of Mr. Evans's broken leg, and recounted their visit asking for money. Once she finished her letter, Penny was in no rush to send it off. It was evening, and the owl would need to return to Hogwarts and its Ollery. It would be wiser to keep it at home for the night, departing in the morning. Severus, gazing at the translucent fish swimming past the wall, felt a gnawing sense of unease. He was uncertain whether Penny was still upset with him, or whether she would respond. In the afternoon he had written to Lucius, requesting assistance in procuring 2 mirrors. The funds for the purchase had been cobbled together from his small savings and allowances given by his grandfather. He hoped Lucius would expedite the shipment of the mirrors, allowing him to maintain contact with Penny. Heaven knows, Penny's recent silence had made him feel abandoned. Severus lowered his eyes to the parchment, where he was meant to be writing an essay on potions assigned by Slughorn, of which he had only completed half. He felt his progress was sluggish. As his thoughts were preoccupied with Penny, he yearned to finish the essay swiftly so he could retire for the night, anticipating the return of the owl at dawn. After freshening up, Avery emerged to find Severus once again fixated on the black box. "You should hurry and wash up, it's nearly lights out," Avery reminded him. Severus merely grunted in response, placing the hair tie back into the black box, which held the various gifts Penny had given him over the years, all secured with protective and anti-theft charms. Avery had once been curious enough to attempt to open the box, only to be cursed and find his palm swollen like a croissant. "Avery, tell me, what do you think could cause a sudden change in one's mother's temperament?" Severus inquired before lights out. Avery scratched his tousled hair, uncertain. "Perhaps it's due to some sort of shock, like our family going bankrupt? Or my father having an illegitimate child? Or maybe my mom discovered the vault was robbed." Avery's examples were vivid and illustrative, yet they were not the answers Severus sought. Severus recalled how his mother had been taking Muggle medication before returning to Prince Manor, and afterward, she drank potions brewed by his grandfather. Although she appeared less frail, she still looked weak and pale. He wondered if his mother was suffering from a grave illness that she was reluctant to share with him, fearing it would cause him distress. But what did this have to do with Penny? Moreover, if his mother were indeed gravely ill, why not visit St. Mungo's for a checkup and seek treatment? Unless she was afflicted by something beyond the ordinary. Severus dared not pursue that train of thought further. Feeling his heart race and his hands tremble, he attempted to rein in his emotions, but found it impossible. He remembered how, as a child, his mother would gently stroke his hair, urging him to be brave and strong. Despite enduring the beatings and verbal abuse from his alcoholic father, she had been the sole warmth and support in his young and fleeting life. It was only upon meeting Penny that his world began to bask in sunlight. Yet, a mother is irreplaceable, and Severus was filled with trepidation and helplessness, unsure of how to proceed. The following morning, Severus awoke with swollen eyes. He applied some anti-swelling ointment, and the dark circles vanished in an instant. He had already written a letter to his grandfather and borrowed Avery's owl to send it, praying that his fears would not be realized. Severus sighed, putting down his quill, filled with resignation. Just as he glimpsed a bright and promising future, he was faced with the impending loss of another loved one, which was not what he had hoped for. Severus's gaze remained fixed on Professor McGonagall, yet his thoughts wandered elsewhere. Chapter 48. The Mirrors. Old Prince shook his head at the letter, knowing that his astute grandson would discern the underlying anomalies, though the truth would be somewhat harsh for him. Should he reveal it now? Old Prince stroked his beard and glanced at his silent daughter, hesitating. Perhaps it would be wise to allow him some time to process it. Regarding Severus, Eileen felt she had owed him too much. Recalling the earnest gaze of his dark eyes that had promised to provide her with a better life, she hesitantly nodded. "When Severus returns from break, I will explain the situation to him personally." Eileen coughed, fatigue etched on her face. Old Prince quickly fetched a potion for her to drink, tenderly grasping her frail hand, yet still voicing his concern. "What about the girl Severus likes? I understand your worries, but simply throwing 1,000 galleons at the issue isn't a small sum for our family." Old Prince paused, continuing, "Furthermore, Voldemort isn't particularly fixated on the Prince family." Eileen forced a smile, fully aware that her father's concern was not solely for Severus and his girlfriend, but rather for the substantial sum of 10,000 galleons that had been thrown away. This sum, which she had signed over via a gift contract, had been deposited directly into an account opened in Penny's name at Gringotts, intended as a family fund for Severus and Penny, a sum that the Prince family could never reclaim. She discreetly glanced at her father, Had it not been for his sympathy towards her plight upon her return, he might not have considered parting with such a considerable amount of money now, especially since she had never disclosed the details of the contract to anyone. Perhaps this was the reason for old Prince's obstinacy. He believed that the money could still be retrieved. Severus and I resided in Spinner's End, a place often referred to as a slum. Across the river lay more affluent families. The girl there had earned a fortune from her writing, living comfortably. It would be more advantageous to offer her a sum of money to demonstrate our family's standing rather than to allow a poor boy to pursue her. Eileen lowered her gaze, dabbing at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, weaving a tale of sorrow and despair. Although a portion of the Prince family's wealth was indeed hers, whether she could ever access it remained uncertain, for her brother was not one to relinquish easily. Her father, the patriarch of the Prince family and once a prominent figure in the wizarding world, now appeared weary and aged. His eyes reflected a mixture of helplessness and sorrow. He did not fully agree with his daughter's actions, yet found himself unable to counter her. Old Prince sighed. I understand your intentions for Severus, but they are still so young. Having too much wealth is not necessarily a boon for them. Dad, Severus is a remarkably gifted wizard. He merely needs the space to grow, and in due time, he will become a master potion maker, Eileen replied. Her words implying that Severus's worth far exceeded that of a mere 10,000 galleons, urging him not to dwell on the matter. Old Prince regarded his daughter, a flicker of struggle evident in his eyes, ultimately conceding, very well. I realize I cannot sway your decision. I shall discuss this with your brother. Eileen nodded in agreement. Her father's acquiescence indicated that the matter had been successfully navigated, and her brother's concerns were trifling. Meanwhile, in another location, Severus engaged in discussions with his friends regarding the upcoming apparition examination. The subject of apparition was dreary and tedious, and Avery disdainfully waved the promotional flyer in his hand. He had already passed the test several times and was confident of success. I turned 17 in April. I will undoubtedly pass on the first attempt. This advanced class is unnecessary for me, Mulciber shrugged. The two then shifted their conversation to weekend plans for purchasing stationery and tailoring new robes, as their current attire had grown rather short. Why must robes be plain? If only they could feature dark patterns, they would be both stylish and comfortable, Avery grumbled, casting a glance at Severus, who was engrossed in his studies. Don't you agree, Severus? Severus, preoccupied with awaiting a response from his grandfather, absently murmured in agreement. Satisfied with the reply, Avery resumed discussing other matters with Mulciber. As night descended, Severus had yet to receive a response from his grandfather, but instead found a letter from Penny, who had been out of contact for over half a month. His emotions became a tumultuous mix as he eagerly tore open the envelope. Upon reading that the Evanses were seeking money due to an injury, his expression darkened. After confirming his suspicions, he subtly inquired about her family through Lily, realizing that the Evanses had always favored their younger daughter, Lily, while displaying a distinct coldness towards the older Penny. As an observer, he found the couple's behavior rather troubling. Moreover, if they had injured their leg, they should have gone to the hospital. At the very least, they could have written to Lily to send some potions for a quicker recovery instead of troubling their eldest daughter. However, it was somewhat comforting to learn that Penny had not neglected to respond out of anger towards him, but rather due to her preoccupation with her writing. Severus contemplated sending her the two-way mirror that Lucius had gifted him. This mirror would enable communication regardless of distance, completely bypassing any counterspells. After dispatching the package containing the mirror via Owl, he found himself constantly touching it, eagerly anticipating Penny's face appearing within its depths. Yet as the clock struck midnight, fatigue weighed heavily upon his eyelids, and he still saw no sign of her. February's weather remained brisk, with the breath of passers-by manifesting as white mist in the air. At last, Severus received a letter from his grandfather, who did not deny his suspicions but stated that he would provide answers upon his return for Easter. Severus felt a weight settle upon him. He was uncertain if he could bear the truth once revealed. Despite his inner turmoil, he remained steadfast in his studies, resisting the urge to dash back to the estate. When Lily received the letter from Penny, she was utterly bewildered. Her parents had not informed her of the recent events at home, nor had they directly approached Penny for money, a staggering sum of £50,000. She felt compelled to question her parents' sanity. Furthermore, seeking aid from Penny only to be cast aside seemed a futile endeavor. Lily had always been the favored child, lavished with affection, to the extent that she had never fully grasped her own fortune. In her childhood, Lily found Penny bothersome, believing she sought to compete for their parents' attention. Whenever Penny attempted to showcase her talents, Lily would feel a sense of dissatisfaction, viewing it as a threat to her own standing. However, as the years passed, Lily began to understand the dynamics at play. She recognized that her past actions may have hurt Penny, and became aware of the injustices Penny faced. Yet, their sisterly bond had grown distant. Had Lily not persistently approached her, they might have remained mere strangers. It was only later, when Severus and Penny began their relationship, that Lily came to realize the depth of Potter's affection for her sister. She started to comprehend that what she had once taken for granted had been a quiet sacrifice on Penny's part, revealing her own selfishness and immaturity. Rubbing her wrist, Lily packed the freshly brewed bone-mending potion alongside the letter, which contained her saved galleons. She hoped her parents would cease their harassment of Penny. She understood her parents' favoritism towards her, but wished they could appreciate Penny's choices and refrain from interfering in her life. The Evanses, confronted by the end of a wand, felt a twinge of fear. Realizing that Penny truly did not care for them, and having received Lily's warning, they quickly abandoned their intentions of causing any further trouble. On a sunny afternoon in the quaint town of Cokeworth, Penny reclined in a rocking chair, basking in the warmth, holding the two-way mirror gifted by Severus. She was pleasantly surprised by his prompt response and the extraordinary gift. Gently tracing her fingers over the intricate patterns on the back of the mirror, she felt Severus's thoughtfulness. Penny tapped the back of the mirror and gazed at her reflection, but Severus's face did not appear. She recalled the instructions in his letter about using magic to communicate, provided both individuals held the mirror. Yet she was not a witch. How could she possibly connect with Severus? After pondering for a moment, she decided to write to Severus, informing him of her situation to alleviate any misconceptions about her feelings. His effort to acquire the mirror for their communication clearly indicated his intentions. As for Aunt Eileen from Prince Manor, a gentle smile graced Penny's lips. She remained unaware of Eileen's true motives behind the generous gift of 10,000 galleons. However, the bond between her and Severus is one that no one can comprehend or interfere with. Penny carefully enclosed her written letter in an envelope and waved to the owl playing in the water, instructing it to deliver her message to Hogwarts. Severus found himself in a state of bemusement upon receiving her reply. It was indeed his oversight, prompting him to hastily rush to the library in search of information. He touched the two-way mirror in his pocket, envisioning Penny on the other side, equally awaiting the day they could converse. Although the distance between them was significant, this mirror allowed them to share more moments together. Finally, after a day of diligent searching, Severus discovered the solution to his predicament. Upon returning to the dormitory that evening, he hurriedly entered the washroom after Avery emerged, locking the door behind him. He quietly recited the incantation to the two-way mirror, which soon illuminated with a vivid image. Initially, there was only darkness, followed by the sound of mewing. He recognized it as the cry of the little tabby cat, accompanied by the sound of paws scratching against the glass. "All right, Lucky, come down, but don't scratch the mirror." Penny held the feline tightly in her arms before picking up the mirror to inspect it, revealing the familiar visage of Severus. Severus was amused by Penny's astonished expression, and he smiled gently. "It's been a while, Penny." Startled by his deepened voice, she blinked, wondering if her little boyfriend had finished his voice change. "You've suddenly transformed. Are you adjusting well?" Severus, noticing her confusion, offered an explanation. Penny nodded, secretly wishing to hear him recite a sonnet with that voice. However, she couldn't help but notice the dimness behind Severus. Her curiosity piqued. "Where are you now? Why is it so dark?" In response, Severus cast a spell to illuminate the modest room, revealing his surroundings. "I'm in the washroom at the dormitory. It's crowded outside, making it inconvenient for us to talk." He prudently covered the small window on the door, ensuring that their conversation was shielded from prying ears. Penny rested her chin on her hand, encouraging him to continue. "I'm relieved to hear you're well. I saw in your letter that Aunt Evans was causing you trouble. I feared you might be in distress." "I'm fine. In fact, they were quite frightened by my gun," she replied playfully. As they conversed, Penny's gaze remained fixed on Severus's face, which still appeared gaunt and pale, suggesting he had not been brewing potions recently. Severus felt his cheeks flush under her attentive scrutiny, recalling the events of the previous Christmas holiday, and steadied himself. "During the Christmas holiday, I didn't intend to leave without notice. When I returned home that day, my mother packed my bags and took me away. After arriving at Diagon Alley, we used apparition to reach Prince Manor. At that time, I was unaware of my mother's intentions. I thought we were merely visiting relatives, only to discover that my grandfather intended to test my potion-making skills. I had no knowledge of how to leave, and was stuck there for 2 weeks. I had no idea about your mother seeking me out. I would have certainly tried to stop her," Severus remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Penny, who remained composed. Penny blinked in resignation. In truth, She had long since ceased to be angry, and had merely been offended by a few remarks worth a fortune of 1,000 galleons. You were already at school then. How could you have stopped her? Aunt Eileen didn't do anything to me, and besides, she was right in her concerns. You are a wizard and I am a Muggle, which is understandably a point of concern for her, she retorted, scratching the chin of the little tabby cat. Severus awkwardly rubbed his nose, pondering the possibility of his mother's illness, and sighed. Why do you seem so downcast? I should be the one feeling lectured, shouldn't I? Penny lifted her gaze to meet his troubled expression, amused. After some contemplation, Severus decided to confide in her about his mother's situation. If something truly were amiss, she would understand his absence. Penny listened intently, reflecting on how character transformations in melodramas often stemmed from trauma or terminal illness, surmising that Severus's mother might be facing a similar fate. She pondered how Aunt Eileen, who had previously been so indifferent, suddenly showered her with money. The underlying reasons were now clear. So, you can only confirm this when you return for Easter? Penny inquired. Severus nodded, acknowledging the tendency of adults to shield children from the truth, believing them to be oblivious. Penny simply responded with an "oh," and the atmosphere grew silent once more. Suddenly, the sound of a bell chimed from the other side of the mirror. Severus realized it was nearly curfew. Penny glanced at her watch, noticing it was already past 10. We should pause our conversation here. You need to rest, she advised Severus. He looked at her, who seemed unchanged from before, and pressed his lips together. We haven't broken up, have we? His tone was laced with uncertainty and caution. Penny narrowed her eyes, asking dangerously, do you want to break up with me? Severus quickly shook his head, fearing she might revert to her previous 2-month silence. Penny took a deep breath. How long ago was that talk of breaking up? That's good then. You should rest. We have classes tomorrow, she replied gently. Severus nodded, wishing her good night. Penny smiled softly in return, also bidding him good night. The image in the two-way mirror faded, returning to its ordinary reflective state. Penny gazed at the mirror for a moment, then cautiously locked it away in her cabinet before rising to return the little tabby cat to its cozy spot. On March 27, 1977, the Easter holiday commenced, and Severus found himself once more at Prince Manor. His uncle Femia personally greeted him, peppering their journey into the manor with inquiries about how long he intended to stay, and whether he would inherit the prince surname. Severus remained silent throughout the conversation, frowning as Femia's comments grew increasingly absurd, suggesting that perhaps he should remarry after finding someone suitable for his mother. Uncle, I am a Snape, and my mother is quite content on her own, he finally said. Femia, undeterred, simply chuckled. That's of no consequence. Regardless of your surname, you will always be my nephew. Severus was perplexed by his uncle's concerns. They had not returned to settle the Prince family estate. As they traversed the hall and stepped into the garden, Severus greeted his grandfather and aunt, who were basking in the sun, squinting against its brightness. Good afternoon. Grandfather and aunt, he politely acknowledged. After exchanging pleasantries, he made his way to the room where he would be staying. Eileen was trimming the leaves of a plant, her pallor still evident, yet she appeared somewhat invigorated. Upon seeing Severus return, a smile graced her face. Severus, how has school been? You must be preparing for your apparition license now. How is your studying going? Eileen set aside her scissors, instructing a house elf to bring tea and pastries. Settling down at the stone table to enjoy a light snack, Severus placed his luggage down and sat beside her, not immediately responding but savoring a sip of tea to clear his throat. If you hadn't concealed your illness and sought out Penny, I believe I would have performed much better in my studies, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. It was not his intention to be rude. He was simply irked by the fact that he was the last to learn of these matters. Eileen leisurely blew on her hot tea, taking a small sip. Noticing Severus's discontented expression, she chuckled and shook her head. Some things cannot be overheard, Severus. You must have turned 17 by now, she gently inquired, pointing to the wand at his waist. Severus remained silent, quietly retrieving his wand and casting a few spells to prevent eavesdropping. Eileen nodded in approval, reassured that even in her absence, Severus would manage well on his own. Mother, if there is something you wish to discuss, please do so. I shall be quite concerned, Severus uttered, furrowing his brow as he gently clasped his mother Eileen's frail hand. Eileen exhaled softly, fully aware that this day would inevitably arrive, though she had not anticipated it would come so swiftly. Due to prolonged exposure to the work in Spinner's End and the textile mill, I have contracted lung cancer. Neither the Muggle doctors nor the healers at St. Mungo's can eradicate it. I can only take medication to suppress its spread and prolong my life. Gazing at the now grown and handsome young man before her, Eileen tenderly stroked his hair. It is for this reason that I brought you back to Prince Manor, Severus. Do not blame your mother. Severus remained silent, observing his mother's sorrowful expression, feeling a sense of helplessness. Mother, what about your health? He hesitantly inquired, pulling out a handkerchief to offer her. Do not worry. I shan't perish just yet, Eileen replied, wiping her dampened eyes and averting her gaze from her son's concerned face. Although the doctors had not explicitly stated it, she knew deep down that her time was likely limited to a few years. Yet, with the aid of potions, the future remained uncertain. By the way, please convey my apologies to Penny. I hope you can get along well with her. Do not let financial matters trouble you. Eileen leaned closer to Severus and whispered, I have placed that 10,000 galleons in Gringotts, signing a transfer contract. Only Penny can retrieve the funds. That is your family's financial foundation, and I could only see some advantages while your grandfather is feeling lenient. Otherwise, your uncle would surely cause a stir. Severus sighed inwardly, noting his mother's clumsy attempt at diverting the topic, yet he felt compelled to comply. Upon my return, my uncle inquired if I would be residing permanently at Prince Manor, and whether I might change my surname. Severus, recognizing the gravity of his mother's demeanor, added, I declined, mother. I am Severus Snape. Perhaps I could add Prince as a middle name. Eileen chuckled at Severus's response, nodding in approval of his decision. The Prince family had no need for an outsider to inherit. She mused inwardly, considering that as an outsider with such remarkable potion-making talent, her brother would likely have reservations. During this period, I cannot leave the manor. I shall prepare some items for you tomorrow. You should visit Gringotts and perhaps catch up with your little girlfriend, Eileen said, her expression lightening as she playfully teased her son. Severus could only nod, observing how much brighter his mother seemed since returning to the manor, perhaps suggesting that distance from his drunken father and a return to familiar surroundings had alleviated her gloom. The following day, Eileen presented Severus with a basket brimming with chocolate eggs, each adorned in delightful colors, the smallest no larger than a thumb, and the largest akin to an apple. I made these. They contain little toys. Take them to Penny and see if she likes them. Do not wander about unnecessarily. Return early, Eileen instructed, gesturing towards the thumb-sized egg with a knowing smile. Severus nodded slightly, bidding farewell to his grandfather as he departed along the path from the manor. As he walked, Severus reflected on his mother's words, understanding her subtle hint to gift the smallest chocolate egg to Penny. At the cottage in Cokeworth, Penny was painting a resurrection egg. Initially, she had intended to reside in the city center, but upon Severus's suggestion of a ride on a broomstick, she opted to remain in the town. Fortunately, cats cannot eat chocolate, Penny exclaimed as she swiftly swatted away the paw of her tabby cat, and rose to retrieve a can from the kitchen cupboard. Next time, I shall cook shrimp for you. You can have the shrimp heads while I enjoy the meat. A perfect partnership. The tabby cat eagerly devoured the tuna, oblivious to her words. Penny gently stroking the cat's head, delighted in its purring as she resumed her painting of the colorful eggs. When the doorbell rang, she was in the midst of painting a small bat. She quickly dotted the bat's eyes and hurried to answer the door. Upon seeing Severus clad in a sweatshirt and jeans, her face brightened. I knew it was you. Lily visited yesterday. Penny stepped aside to let Severus in, catching a whiff of the medicinal scent that clung to him. These are the eggs my mother made for you. Open the smallest one. There may be a surprise inside, Severus said, placing the basket on the table and curiously examining the egg Penny had just painted. Penny was somewhat taken aback. It was rare for Eileen to send her eggs, suggesting that the earlier 10,000 galleons had a deeper significance. Why is there a little bat on the egg? Severus inquired, pointing at the freshly painted design. Penny, who was unwrapping the egg Eileen had sent, looked up with a smile. Don't you think the little bat is adorable? She replied, blinking and tilting her head. Chapter 50, The Broomstick. Severus glanced at the tabby cat, and then back at the bat on the egg, silently placing it down. Penny laughed heartily as she cracked open the chocolate shell of the small egg, revealing a black ring inside. The ring was unadorned but clearly feminine, embellished with vine-like engravings. Holding the ring, she hesitated as she looked toward Severus. He recalled his mother's significant smile upon his departure, and awkwardly rubbed his nose. This ring, like your earrings, is designed to defend against dark magic, he explained as he accepted the ring, feeling its magical aura. Penny responded with an amused "oh" and a teasing smile. I thought it was a gift for me, she said, slipping the ring onto her finger. It was slightly large, but the ring had a shrinking charm that quickly adjusted it to fit perfectly. Severus gazed at the ring for a moment, contemplating Penny's suggestion. He touched his wand at his waist, recalling the promise he made during Christmas, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Didn't you mention wanting to experience flying on a broomstick? Now that we have ample time, I shall take you to try it, Severus said, a grin spreading across his face as he brimmed with anticipation. Penny hesitated, but it's broad daylight, and with the Easter holiday, there are likely more people about. A broomstick is quite a conspicuous target. Sensing her apprehension, Severus helped her into her coat while softly reassuring her, I have turned 17, allowing me to perform magic outside of school. With a disillusionment charm and an invisibility charm, we can easily conceal our presence. Severus planted a gentle kiss on Penny's cheek, encouraging her to relax, and cast a warming charm and a protective charm against wind and dampness within her room. Penny felt a warm sensation envelop her, unlike the warmth from a fireplace, reminiscent of air conditioning from her past life. How marvelous, she remarked. A single charm solves my winter chill. Severus chuckled, shaking his head. The warming charm requires reapplication every hour, and excessive use can lead to thirst and discomfort. It has its pros and cons. Our school relies heavily on fireplaces. He thought of the little wizards at school, their hair dusted with snow, and felt a mix of emotions. Penny nodded slightly, allowing Severus to guide her out the door. The tabby cat wished to accompany them, but it had made plans with other cats to play in the woods, resignedly licking its paws as they departed. Penny observed the familiar streets, curious about where Severus would take her to fly on a broomstick, especially since they did not possess a broomstick. To Spinner's End, I have many belongings still there, Severus replied, glancing at Penny. He intended to use magic to hide the house and reinforce its defenses, ensuring that no unwelcome intruders could steal anything. Will you be living at Prince Manor permanently? She inquired. No, I find it uncomfortable there. When will you move back? Whenever I wish. Severus wore a serious expression. Despite the grandeur and opulence of Prince Manor, his heart yearned solely for the modest abode nestled in Spider Alley, a place steeped in the memories of both his anguish and joy. The two soon arrived at Spider Alley, where the house was adorned with festive Christmas decorations. Severus instructed Penny to wait downstairs while he ascended to the second floor. Moments later, he descended, brandishing a broomstick measuring over 1 meter in length. Its condition somewhere between new and worn. The broom appeared unremarkable, and had it not been for Severus's ownership, Penny might have dismissed it as an ordinary cleaning implement. He handed the broom to the inquisitive Penny, and withdrew his wand from his belt. You sit and rest for a moment. I shall cast a few spells on the house. Penny hesitantly touched the broom's thin handle and glanced at the protruding branches, skeptical of its ability to fly. However, her doubts were soon dispelled as Severus completed the incantations, and prepared to take her for a ride. Upon stepping outside, Penny cast a lingering glance back, watching as the last house in Spider Alley gradually faded from view. They trod along the cobblestone path, turning a corner, and continuing onward. Penny spotted a tall, withered tree, and they arrived at an abandoned amusement park. After ensuring the coast was clear, Severus produced his wand, and began to recite a spell directed at Penny. What kind of spells are these? Penny wrinkled her nose. Let me layer a warming charm and a wind protection charm, along with a cushioning charm to ease your adjustment. Severus explained patiently, layering shielding and concealment spells upon them. All right, get on, sit behind me. He mounted the broom and gestured for Penny to join him. Feeling a flutter of nervousness within, his flying skills had taken countless attempts to hone, often at the expense of his previous passengers. If I were to say that I regret this decision, could we return home immediately? Penny rubbed her cheeks nervously, her voice trembling. It all seemed far too perilous. Lacking protective measures. Severus gazed into her eyes, which reflected a mixture of desire and apprehension. He understood her feelings. After all, it was her first flight, much like his own initial experience filled with trepidation. Do not worry. I shall protect you, he reassured her, his voice brimming with confidence and resolve. Penny studied his dark eyes and bit her lip. All right. Ultimately, she chose to trust Severus, taking several deep breaths before settling onto the broom behind him. Severus felt her hands gripping his clothing tightly, acutely aware of her fear. He gently patted her hand, signaling her to relax. You must be careful. My life is entrusted to you. Penny's voice quivered slightly. Severus felt warmth in his heart at her trust. Rest assured, my dear. Hold tight to my waist. He murmured softly. Penny, without hesitation, wrapped her arms around his waist, nuzzling her face against his back. With a sense of elation, Severus guided the broom into the air. Feeling the tightening grip around his waist, his smile widening. Remembering Penny's earlier caution, he initially kept their altitude modest, only 2 meters off the ground. Once she seemed accustomed, he ascended higher, reaching for the treetops. Penny felt the rush of wind against her face, clutching Severus's waist tighter, too frightened to open her eyes. Sensing her anxiety, he decided to slow their pace, allowing her to acclimate. Do not fear, Penny. Open your eyes and behold the splendid scenery, he encouraged gently. After a moment's hesitation, she finally opened her eyes, her grip on his waist tightening further. Below, she witnessed a kaleidoscope of houses whizzing past, the distant sun, and the billowing clouds above. Her trepidation began to dissipate. It felt akin to flying on an airplane, albeit without beverages or restrooms. "Well, this sensation is truly marvelous," Penny exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. Severus nodded in agreement, recalling his own exhilaration during his inaugural flight around Hogwarts. "All right, let us continue our journey," he prompted. Penny nodded, tightening her embrace around Severus's waist, signaling her readiness. He piloted the broom higher, accelerating considerably. Penny experienced the exhilarating rush of the wind, reveling in the joy of soaring through the vast expanse, her heart racing with excitement and happiness. As the broom gained speed, their figures gradually vanished into the sky, leaving behind a trail of laughter and cheers that echoed through the air. After flying for over 20 minutes, Penny's stomach began to rumble. An hour had elapsed since lunchtime. Severus recognized his oversight and swiftly sought a secluded alley to land. Their flight had not taken them far. They had merely looped around the outskirts, so they quickly located a signpost. "I've heard there's a delightful burger joint nearby. Shall we go there?" Penny suggested. Recalling a previous outing with Jane, Severus nodded slightly, having no objections. He had ample funds and was open to any culinary delights. However, after a few steps, Penny observed Severus holding the broom and hesitated. Carrying such a large broomstick through the streets is rather cumbersome. "Not to worry, I have a concealment charm. They cannot see it," Severus replied nonchalantly, prioritizing Penny's comfort. Ultimately, Penny opted for burgers and hot dogs, joining Severus on a park bench to enjoy their lunch. Watching a sparrow sip water from the park's pond, she sipped her cola, feeling a wave of discontent. "What has caused this sudden melancholy?" Severus inquired, noticing her gloomy demeanor. He placed a slice of cheese from his burger onto hers. Penny turned to see his gesture, momentarily taken aback before laughing. While a single burger did not require that much cheese, the fact that he remembered her preference warmed her heart. "I read in the Daily Prophet that a large-scale operation is underway. Once war begins, bloodshed and casualties are inevitable," Penny stated, taking a hearty bite of her burger as she gazed at Severus, who was also enjoying his meal. "I hope you do not get involved, if it cannot be avoided. Please remember to take care of yourself." Penny understood that Severus, being in Slytherin, could not dictate certain political alignments. If it came to that, surviving was paramount. If, and I stress if, that day ever arrives, we should consider fleeing to another country and perhaps summon Aunt Eileen, she pondered, convinced their fate could not be that dire. Voldemort was likely fractured into pieces by now. She certainly did not wish for Severus to suffer under the Cruciatus curse, especially since Lily was targeted due to a prophecy. Severus listened in silence. While he admired her, he could discern the weight of the situation. His mother seemed reluctant for him to become embroiled in the strife of the noble families. "I understand, Penny. That gentleman does not regard someone of my stature as significant," he murmured, sipping his cola. Penny scoffed inwardly. The double agent from the original story was highly regarded by both Dumbledore and Voldemort, far from being inconsequential. However, she believed that with her presence, Severus's fate would not be as tragic. And as for Lily, it appeared she would indeed marry Potter, a thought that troubled her. Chapter 51, Enlightenment. This year's Easter proved challenging, as Lily returned home after the Evans couple's financial pleas, earnestly attempting to dissuade them for quite some time. However, Mrs. Evans possesses a unique logic, nodding in agreement to her younger daughter's words while keeping her true thoughts a closely guarded secret. Witnessing her mother's obstinacy, Lily felt a deep sense of helplessness. "Mother, both Penny and I are your daughters. In our childhood, it was my immaturity that caused Penny to fall ill and be hospitalized. You have been far too indifferent towards her. This time you have spoken such excessive words. If it were me, I would not even bother to respond to you." Lily gently shook her mother's arm, adopting a playful tone as she added, "Mother, can we not focus on living our own lives? With Penny having moved out, you should be more concerned about me and Dad." Seeing that her younger daughter also failed to understand her, Mrs. Evans wiped away her tears and resorted to the same rhetoric she used against Penny. As someone who had received a wizarding education at school, Lily was hardly intimidated by her mother's fabricated tales of demons. Besides, what behavior of Penny's resembled those bloodthirsty creatures? With a sigh, Lily reflected on how, no wonder, Penny had once written her a scathing letter. Had this situation been taken seriously, the consequences would have been dire. Lily was aware that her mother had always harbored a dislike for Penny, even bordering on aversion. Though she had once inquired about the reason, Her mother had deflected with various excuses, and eventually, Lily ceased to pursue the matter. Yet, years had passed, and with Penny having moved out for several years, Mrs. Evans's attitude towards her remained unchanged, and this instance seemed even more egregious. Lily, you must understand, I only wish for your well-being and safety. She is a demon. If it weren't for her trying to steal your things. Mrs. Evans attempted to console Lily, but her feeble words only deepened the chasm between them. No, mother. You are not acting for our sake. You are doing it for your own. I know you favor me, but you cannot speak of Penny in such a manner. What has she done to deserve this treatment? Just because of her childishness in the past? Lily exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother, you should trust the doctor's words. It was merely a temporary shock. Haven't there been reports of people waking up before burial? Please refrain from making such statements. Aside from you, Penny is my closest relative. Lily, oh Lily. Mrs. Evans looked at her tear-streaked daughter, frantically wiping the corners of her eyes. Some of their relatives had lost their male members to the battlefield, and even those who returned succumbed to various causes, leading to a dwindling family tree. As Lily had pointed out, if they were to pass away, Penny would be her only remaining family. Mrs. Evans was not oblivious to this fact, yet she could not overcome her internal barriers. Seeing Lily's red-rimmed eyes, she could only nod with great difficulty, her revulsion evident in her gaze and the twitch of her lips, clearly indicating her immense resolve. Lily understood that it was unlikely she could alter her mother's mindset with mere words. She could only take things one step at a time. With a troubled sigh, she realized her mother had clung to this belief for over a decade. A few days prior, Severus had taken Penny for a ride on a flying broomstick, and instead of rushing back to Prince Manor, he had settled in Spinner's End. At mealtime he called Penny, inviting her to dine with him, of course, with him preparing the meal. On that day, Penny brought some fruits and fresh vegetables, leisurely strolling past the old amusement park, when she caught a glimpse of Red by the riverbank. Hey Penny, wait for me, Lily called out as she jogged towards her. Noticing Lily's eager approach, Penny realized she had been waiting specifically for her. What's the matter, Lily? Penny halted her steps, inquiring as Lily drew near. Gasping for breath, Lily averted her gaze slightly. Happy Easter, Penny. Are you going to see Severus? She greeted, glancing at the vegetables in her hands. Penny nodded, quietly awaiting Lily's next words. Lily took the bag of vegetables from Penny, signaling her to continue walking as they spoke. Lily followed in silence, unusually composed. You've been reading the Daily Prophet. You must have noticed the recent changes in the situation, right? Lily recalled discussions from the previous semester at school and frowned. The atmosphere at Hogwarts was far from tranquil. Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix was the last hope for the wizarding world. Penny, do you think I should join? Lily asked, tilting her head, her expression filled with uncertainty. The young witches at school were preoccupied with their own troubles, while the Gryffindors were particularly reckless, unable to keep secrets. Furthermore, Potter and his friends had directly told her they would join the order upon graduation. Given the current family situation, her mind felt utterly chaotic, leaving her without a confidant. Penny did not immediately respond to Lily's question. She gazed at her for a while before gently asking, if you don't join the Order of the Phoenix, will you be in danger? Lily paused, nodding and shaking her head. I don't know, Penny. Penny pressed her lips together and continued. If you don't remain in the wizarding world after graduation, instead hiding away somewhere and not joining the order, you could return after the crisis has passed. Well, what? Isn't that a bit too serious? Lily stammered. Although the Death Eaters had caused some casualties, it hardly warranted hiding away, especially since she was a Gryffindor. Evasion was not in her nature. Is it only when danger truly strikes that one should flee? Do you understand the importance of being prepared? Is your pride more important than your life? Penny's tone grew urgent. But James and I have made plans together, Lily stuttered, her cheeks flushing, her voice becoming hesitant. What plans? Penny pressed. Lily shyly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. James and I are dating. Penny responded with a non-committal casually remarking. You and James Potter are dating? When did this happen? Just recently. We've gone on a few dates, Lily replied, her cheeks less flushed, but a smile playing on her lips. At that moment, Penny felt a strong urge to play the role of the meddler, yet feared that it might provoke a rebellious reaction from Lily, causing her to sigh softly. You both are wizards and adults now. I do not wish for you to sacrifice your happiness, but you must think this through seriously. If you join the order upon graduation, you could be targeted by Death Eaters and worse, lose your life. If you don't join, find a place to hide until the danger passes before coming back. Penny furrowed her brow, having laid out her advice. Whether Lily heeded it was entirely up to her. Lily fell into contemplation, recognizing the validity of Penny's words. yet feeling that Penny was being overly anxious. She lifted her head and smiled at Penny. "All right, I'll be cautious. The moment anything feels off, I'll run." Penny responded with a non-committal noting that it was only 1977, and the turmoil had just begun. She glanced at Lily, who appeared relaxed, compared to a wand. She held greater faith in the lethality of firearms. Perhaps she could. Severus had prepared lunch at home and checked the time, noting that Penny was 15 minutes late. Just as he was about to rise to look for her, there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Lily standing there, a frown crossing his face, his eyes filled with disdain. Lily beamed with a radiant smile, holding the vegetables Penny had bought. And upon seeing Severus, she waved cheerfully. "Severus, I'm here. Come help me in." Penny called from a distance, her Muggle-repelling charm having shielded her from view. Previously, it was customary for Severus to meet her at the designated time, or for her to navigate her way in by feeling along the rope. Unfortunately, she had forgotten the rope inside the house yesterday. Upon hearing a sound, Severus's face broke into a faint smile. He cast a nonchalant glance at Lily before sidling past her. "Allow me to consult my mother about any incantations that might render the house visible to a specific individual." Severus took the fruit bag from Penny's hands and led her into the house. Lily observed their affectionate interaction, feeling a pang of envy, reminiscent of the clingy James, whom she sometimes wished she could cast a forgetfulness charm on to mitigate his incessant neediness. Yet, in this moment, she found herself missing him. With a sigh and a sense of melancholy, she placed the vegetables on the table, greeted the pair, and turned to leave. They exchanged glances, but chose not to call her back. Severus set the fruit on the table, then turned to embrace Penny, kissing her gently on the cheek. Penny reciprocated, planting several hasty kisses on his face. After a brief moment of playful antics, they finally sat down to dine. Once their meal was finished, Severus and Penny washed the dishes together before settling on the small couch to watch a movie. Penny leaned against Severus's shoulder and selectively shared bits of her conversation with Lily. Severus, deep in thought, remained silent for a time. Eventually he broke the stillness, saying, "I am of mixed heritage and may choose to remain neutral, while Lily is a Muggle-born witch. She faces a choice. Either join the Order of the Phoenix or, as you suggested, find a place to hide." The Death Eaters harbor a natural disdain for Muggle-borns, promoting the notion of magical supremacy, while espousing the theory of blood purity, often employing brutal methods against Muggles. At this point, Severus glanced at Penny, feeling an uncharacteristic sense of guilt. "I've seen those things in the newspaper, Severus. Those actions are not yours," Penny reassured him, patting his hand. "This war is unavoidable, and the future is uncertain. While I may know some things, it requires belief from others. I am not a witch after all." Penny's eyes sparkled with a flickering idea taking shape in her mind. "Severus, I mean to say, our family may possess the bloodline and gift of a seer. Do you believe that?" Severus regarded her with his dark eyes, remaining silent, prompting her to attempt a spontaneous prophecy. "Do you know what might means?" Chapter 52, The Guardian Beast. Penny's prophetic aspirations were temporarily set aside, as she had a more pressing matter at hand. "Really, Penny, we are wizards. Why must we practice with Muggle firearms?" Lily lamented, rubbing her sore wrist. She had already spent half a day at the shooting club, and the weight of the bulletproof vest was heavy and restrictive, causing discomfort in her chest. Penny removed her goggles and looked at Lily with exasperation. "Do you think your spellcasting speed surpasses that of a bullet reaching your head?" She patted Lily's shoulder while loosening the straps of her wrist guard. Lily's brows knitted together as she jogged to catch up with Penny. Although bullets were quick and powerful, she wondered if it was not somewhat absurd for a witch to wield a handgun in battle. Penny smirked at Lily's verbal musings. "What's the harm? You can wield your wand in one hand and a gun in the other, casting spells with your lips while pulling the trigger with your hand. Before your opponent even realizes, they'll be on their way to the next world." Lily found her logic compelling and fell momentarily silent, envisioning a duel where while others were busy chanting spells, she could simply pull the trigger, eliciting a laugh from her. Emerging from the changing room, Lily rubbed her still aching wrist, pouting. "Why isn't Severus here?" She huffed, displeased. "We're all at school, after all." Penny rolled her eyes. Bringing someone today was a last-minute decision. "If I had brought 2 people, I wouldn't have been able to afford the card I had." "Who says he isn't coming? You see him every day. On days when there's nothing happening, you two can still write essays and practice attacking spells at home." Penny laid out the situation clearly, adding that Severus could cook for them at home. "Now come on, I'm starving." She not only urged verbally, but also quickened her pace. Lily stomped her foot but hurried to keep up. "I need to brew a potion to relieve my wrist pain. Thankfully, it's only every other day. If it were daily, I'd be worn out," she murmured, casting a forlorn glance at Penny. Penny sighed in exasperation, wondering for whom she was doing all this. Moreover, the firearms she had requested from Jane were still en route. They would likely arrive after they returned to Hogwarts. "Fine, if you're feeling exhausted. I'll just bring Severus along." Penny, slightly annoyed by Lily's complaints, shot her a glare. Lily quickly chuckled and pulled at Penny's sleeve. "No, that won't do, Penny. I was just joking." Lily knew better than to take things for granted. Penny had already been remarkably generous despite her family issues, and this firearms training had refreshed her outdated notions. Why would she refuse such an opportunity? Penny hummed in acknowledgement, observing Lily several times, and upon seeing her sincere attitude, nodded in satisfaction. "I had a friend bring you portable handguns. It's up to you whether to keep them at home or take them to school." Penny spoke softly, acknowledging the inevitability of conflict in the magical realm and the necessity for self-defense. Lily nodded vigorously, reverting to her usual chattiness. The following day, Penny brought Severus to the shooting club. The gentleman in charge of handing out guns couldn't help but make a few jovial remarks upon seeing the attractive pair. "Penny, is this your boyfriend? He seems quite decent, though a bit on the slender side. He ought to train more," he said, demonstrating his own abdominal muscles, pectorals, and biceps while recommending his gym. Suppressing laughter, Penny shook her head, collected the guns, and led Severus into the shooting room. Severus, squeezing his soft arms, cast a disgruntled glance at Penny, who was smiling behind her goggles. "Do you think I should give it a try?" he asked, donning the goggles before Penny had a chance to fire. Penny hesitated, contemplating how if Severus were to train and develop muscle, he would undoubtedly transition from a long-range wizard to a close-combat warrior. The thought elicited a peculiar excitement within her. Noting Severus's increasingly discontented gaze, she cleared her throat. "If you want to practice, you can wait until summer. Your school term is about to start." Severus remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. In the following days, Severus and Lily alternated their visits to the shooting range. The previously reluctant Lily, upon grasping a gun, transformed into a spirited individual, eager to expend every bullet in the shooting gallery, even experimenting with the AK and Uzi. "Penny, this gun feels fantastic," Lily exclaimed, emerging from the shooting room with a mini Uzi, her eyes sparkling like a dragon discovering treasure. Penny had also tried the mini Uzi. It boasted a magazine of 30 rounds, low recoil, and significant firepower, truly a close combat marvel. However, its short range rendered it less effective for long-distance confrontations, where it could easily be outmatched. "This isn't suitable for you," Penny cautioned, shaking her head, "at least not while at school." Lily sighed in disappointment, retreating to gather more bullets for another round in the shooting room. Penny practiced for a while before retreating to the lounge for a drink, as she had ample time to hone her skills. For now, it was best to allow Lily to continue her practice undisturbed. Unfortunately, as the two prepared to head home, rain began to fall outside. Just as Lily contemplated using her wand to conjure a spell to part the rain, she looked up and spotted Severus rushing towards them under an umbrella. He glanced first at Penny, then at the two umbrellas he held, tossing one to Lily before wrapping his arm around Penny and stepping into the downpour. Lily stood there, holding the umbrella in a daze, watching the two of them, who were lost in their own world, and sighed sadly before opening the umbrella and following them. 2 days before the end of their holiday, Penny decided to halt their training, allowing them a day to rest at home in anticipation of returning to school. Severus also planned to take this opportunity to visit Prince Manor. Although he had been in contact with his mother via owl, some matters could not be easily conveyed in mere words. Before that, however, Severus resolved to show Penny something. A Patronus? Penny tilted her head in contemplation. Was it a protector against Dementors? Severus nodded, his expression revealing a hint of anxiety. It was an advanced form of magic, known as the Patronus charm, unique to each wizard. He drew out his wand, explaining that Dementors fed on hope and joy, plunging people into despair. Thus, a Patronus serves as a shield between the wizard and the Dementor. Penny blinked, her confusion evident as she gazed at Severus, uncertain of why he was discussing this. While casting the incantation to summon a Patronus, wizards must summon their happiest memories. Severus's dark eyes softened as he gazed at Penny, gently stating, "You are my greatest joy." With that, he waved his wand, declaring, "Expecto Patronum." A silvery mist erupted from the tip of his wand, and a dazzling silver figure burst forth, swirling around the room. It took the form of a silver cat larger than a tiger, darting past curtains and chandeliers before finally landing gracefully on the plush carpet, its large silver eyes fixed on Penny and Severus. Slowly, it approached Penny, nuzzling against her leg, only to inadvertently pass straight through her. Meanwhile, the small tabby cat, who had been on alert since the Patronus's emergence, leaped off the sofa, hissing and swiping at the towering Patronus. Lucky! Don't be afraid, I'm fine, Penny reassured, tentatively reaching out to touch the Patronus, only to find it felt like grasping at air. Yet the little tabby remained defensive, baring its teeth at the majestic silver creature. Convinced that its mother was being stolen away, Severus guided Penny aside, observing the Patronus playfully engaging with the tabby, while Penny looked at the collected Severus, her mind swirling with questions. Does the Patronus have its own consciousness? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Severus nodded and then shook his head. He was uncertain but noted that the Patronus he summoned seemed quite lively. But it's adorable, isn't it? Lucky likes it too, he said, squeezing Penny's hand and planting a kiss on her cheek. It is formed from our joyful memories, and Lucky is part of it. Penny shot him a sidelong glance, half convinced by his whimsical explanation. Time spent in such delightful moments is always fleeting, and soon it was time for Severus to depart. Penny retrieved a small basket, one he had brought a few days prior. I've made some colored eggs. The blue one is for you, and the green one is for Aunt Eileen, she instructed. Severus accepted the basket, placing it on the table, and pulled Penny close for a warm kiss. After a lengthy moment, it was only when Penny playfully punched his arm that Severus reluctantly released her. Penny, take good care of yourself at home, he said, wiping away a tear from the corner of her eye and kissing her cheek. Wait for me until I graduate. Penny's eyelashes fluttered as she understood the unspoken words behind his sentiment, yet she was not ready for marriage just yet. There were no flowers, no candlelit dinners, not even a proper ring, but that was not the crux of the matter. The most pressing concern was that Voldemort had yet to be dealt with. Penny touched his chin, revisiting a conversation left unfinished. Each founder of your school left behind relics, right? Indeed, Severus replied. I dreamt once of an old eagle hidden in the room of requirement, though it was shrouded in dark energy. Severus paused, chuckling softly. Penny, the eagle is the emblem of Ravenclaw, and the room of requirement is a secret chamber within the school. You might have just had a dream, he mused, then added. The founder of Ravenclaw left behind a diadem, adorned with an eagle spreading its wings. Severus regarded Penny with skepticism, pondering if she truly possessed the bloodline of a seer. Sensing his doubt, Penny kissed his chin reassuringly. What's so difficult about it? If you don't believe me, simply verify it at school, she replied nonchalantly. Severus muttered an agreement, suddenly curious. Where is the room of requirement? I'm not sure, but there's a massive tapestry of a giant doing ballet, she replied. Chapter 53 Believe. Severus found himself believing a fraction of Penny's dream. Yet the reality of the situation would only reveal itself once he returned to school. Regardless, he left with the colorful eggs Penny had made, and thoughts of leaving Prince Manor could wait a while longer. Mother, if the time comes, can I bring Penny to the manor for safety? Upon returning home, Severus noticed a hint of color returning to his mother's cheeks, and discussed the impending situation with her, posing a critical question. Severus had contemplated leaving England, but the thought of abandoning his homeland, where he had spent over a decade, required immense courage. He considered waiting until after graduation to assess the situation. If the worst were to transpire, he would take Penny to the manor, and should it become unbearable, they could leave for Australia or elsewhere. Eileen had made it a daily ritual to read the Daily Prophet, enjoying the insights it provided into the outside world, while hoping to find amusing anecdotes to pass the time. However, her son's remarks left her astounded. The upperclassman she once admired, a remarkably handsome and composed young man, had transformed into someone who abused the unforgivable curses and clung to blood purity. Most frighteningly, he had become a leader. Eileen recognized that his actions would profoundly affect many, as news of Muggles being brutally murdered had recently surfaced. If left unchecked, tensions could escalate, potentially leading to a horrific war. Severus, of course you can, Eileen said, shaking herself from her reverie and patting her son's hand lightly, her tone lighthearted. Your grandfather was always astute in assessing the situation. The manor remains semi-closed off for a reason. He fears such a day might come. Severus exhaled in relief, thankful that his greatest concern had a possible solution. He would attempt to warn those he had befriended at school, and then let things unfold as they may. As the sun set and rose again, the day of returning to school arrived swiftly. Lily did not allow Mr. and Mrs. Evans to accompany her to the station. Instead, she bid them farewell at the entrance. Given the uncertain state of the wizarding world, the presence of Muggles in such a setting was ill-advised. Penny, too, chose to return to their small home in London after seeing Severus off at the station for the same reason. In the compartment of the train, Lily and her friend were engaged in conversation, her gaze inadvertently drifting to Severus as he passed by the aisle. She felt a familiar ache returning to her wrist. Despite both of them practicing their marksmanship simultaneously, Severus appeared entirely unfazed. He walked straight towards the rear of the carriage, where Avery, Regulus, and others had already gathered. Regulus, have your parents registered at the Ministry of Magic? Severus casually inquired, listening to the grumbles regarding the quartet of highwaymen. Regulus paused, perplexed. What's the purpose of registering at the ministry? He responded, Sirius has already been disowned by our mother. Severus stroked his chin, observing the bewildered expressions of the three, and briefly explained the inheritance laws of the Muggle world. Knowledge gleaned from a legal book Penny had shown him in his youth. Regulus nodded, somewhat understanding yet still confused. But our family has always been this way. Those who are disowned might receive a small allowance. Yet they inherit none of the true possessions of the Black family, he remarked, his voice barely above a whisper, though audible to those in the compartment. Severus was uncertain how to respond, as the Snape family had little of value for him to inherit. If Penny were present, she would undoubtedly remind him that the Black family had perished entirely, and the ancestral home had been gifted to the Order of the Phoenix by Harry. Avery interjected, seizing the moment, your brother's situation differs from theirs. If he were to return home and plead with your parents, perhaps even shed a few tears, he might not regain all the inheritance, but given your parents' favoritism, he would likely receive some consideration. Avery tossed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth, leaving the thought unpursued. Regulus appeared to grasp the concept but pondered the fact that, since Sirius's departure last Christmas, their parents occasionally mentioned his name, often with disdain, further validating Avery's words. Severus found himself in agreement with Avery's sentiments. Muggle television and novels had exhausted these themes. However, he recalled Penny's eye-rolling remarks upon discovering that simply burning the name off the tapestry resulted in disownment, a faint smile tugging at his lips. If merely burning a hole leads to disownment, what if one day the Black family home accidentally caught fire, and the tapestry was destroyed? Wouldn't the entire family be disowned? Thus, the tapestry was merely a symbolic artifact. Sirius's disownment was merely a reflection of the family's profound disappointment in him. School life proceeded as usual. Yet Severus found himself with a newfound amusement. The quest to discover the entrance to the Room of Requirement. He sought the tapestry featuring the foolish Baruffio attempting to teach a troll to dance on the 8th floor. Yet the elusive room remained hidden from him. On this particular day, clutching a book, Severus ascended to the 8th floor, mindful of the fact that the headmaster's office was located on this level. However, someone had arrived before him, already standing before the vast tapestry. Upon spotting the disheveled hair and jarring laughter, he recognized the two individuals immediately. The May skies of London were perpetually draped in a fine drizzle as a small tabby cat climbed the steps, shaking off droplets before prancing into the apartment. Penny, hearing the chime of the wind chimes by the door, adeptly retrieved a towel and approached, scooping up the damp little feline. The weather in May was not particularly cold, yet Penny had kindled a fire in the hearth, albeit a modest one. After wiping the tabby's paws clean, she set it down to indulge in its cat food. Today, the little creatures were particularly busy. Owls flitted through the drizzle, delivering letters, and upon spotting their mistress, one became animated, cooing excitedly. Penny offered it some treats and feed. Placing a mouse toy nearby, satisfied with its lively demeanor, she settled onto the sofa to peruse a letter. Upon discovering that Severus had found the Room of Requirement and learned how to enter, she realized that half of their plan had succeeded. The remaining challenge lay in whether he could locate the diadem. Yet what could be achieved once the diadem was found? She only knew that the soul fragment could be destroyed by the basilisk's venom and Gryffindor's sword, neither of which she possessed. Would she have to entrust the items to Dumbledore? Sighing in resignation, Penny grappled with the dilemma of whether to disclose the Horcrux matter to Severus. Should he inquire? How would she possibly explain it? She could only respond in her letter, advising Severus to be cautious of the dark aura surrounding the diadem, to avoid direct contact when he found it, and if possible, to simply remember its hidden location. When Severus received Penny's letter, he pondered while stroking his chin. The dark aura was undoubtedly the result of dark magic. Avoiding physical contact would suffice. Yet the latter part of her message baffled him. What did she mean by remembering its hidden location? In light of Severus's recent peculiar behavior, wandering the castle instead of brewing potions, Avery and the others decided to follow him, unwittingly uncovering a secret of the castle. So you've been searching for the Room of Requirement these past few days? Avery remarked, scrunching his nose at the sight of the disheveled chamber before him, his voice tinged with incredulity. This is the Room of Requirement. Severus awkwardly touched his nose, noting several heads peeking out from behind him, silently cursing his lack of vigilance for not noticing their presence sooner. The room of requirement is generated based on individual needs. I sought a location housing a rare potion book. Perhaps my request was too vague, thus it presented me with this place. He explained with a hint of exasperation, deeming further elaboration unnecessary. Consequently, Avery, Mulciber, Regulus, and another boy clad in Ravenclaw robes began to explore the room of requirement, collectively expressing distaste for the heaps of clutter. Severus contemplated revealing the method to access the room of requirement to them. Regulus, I found the way. And it has a connection to your brother, he mentioned, recounting the events of that day, successfully observing the change in Regulus's expression. That's understandable, given our troubled relationship, Regulus replied, forcing a smile as he kicked at a rusted sword on the ground. Severus narrowed his eyes, but chose not to comment further. None of this stuff is worthwhile, Avery complained, glancing around, licking his lips. Let us head out and rethink what we need. Regulus conceded, all right. I honestly can't think of anything we need. Mulciber and the others chuckled at this, realizing they might as well continue their treasure hunt amidst the towering rubbish heaps. However, their notion of searching did not involve manual digging, but rather waving their wands in pursuit of interesting items. Mulciber quickly unearthed several bottles glimmering with a sinister light, yet he promptly discarded them. Come see, there's even a troll specimen here, exclaimed the boy in Ravenclaw robes, his astonished voice drawing the attention of the others. They turned a corner to behold a 3-meter-tall troll specimen. Wow, it looks far uglier than in the books, Avery remarked, grimacing at the lifelike troll. Regulus nodded in agreement. And the scent is remarkably preserved. Severus pinched the bridge of his nose, feigning a search for a few relatively intact potion books, then urged the group to exit. Glancing at his watch, he spoke clearly, the apparition training is about to commence. Avery, Mulciber, are you certain you wish to remain here? The two, upon hearing their names called, exchanged glances before waving their wands at each other to dispel the lingering odors, then mumbled as they made their way to the door. Regulus and the other boy followed suit, though the latter carried a cage containing a skeleton with 5 legs. This must be a 5-legged creature. I read about it in a book, declared the boy in Ravenclaw robes. Indeed, little baddie, let us take this to Professor Kettleburn. Perhaps the contents herein are related to his proposal regarding Regulus. Severus, clutching the potion book, felt a stir of anticipation. If even a 5-legged creature could locate it, surely there were other treasures amidst that refuse. Chapter 54, The Key to the Door. Penny alternated between 2 residences, primarily residing in the city until the cacophony grew unbearable. When inspiration eluded her, she would retreat to the small town for a while. The little tabby approved of this arrangement. While she thrived in the city with her entourage, the town offered her numerous more places to explore, allowing her to linger into the night without haste to return home, and share tales of urban splendor with her rural acquaintances. Since their previous discourse on future circumstances, Severus had taken to including snippets of gossip from friends in his letters, eagerly awaiting Penny's responses. One day, after practicing apparition with Avery and the others, he fortuitously encountered Lily exiting Madame Pudafut's tea shop. Lily, biting her lip, brushed past Severus. The atmosphere at school had become rather tumultuous, and she dared not engage him openly in conversation, fearful of derision from fellow Gryffindors and Slytherins alike. Severus cast her a fleeting glance before proceeding with Avery and the others to the scribulous writing implements. Where is your notebook? I haven't seen you use it, Avery remarked, raising an eyebrow at the stack of textured parchment and several bottles of color-changing ink Severus was purchasing. My dear fellow, I believe you are human. Not a Neanderthal. It should be etched in your memory that this was several months ago. Severus shot him a look of exasperation. How could he be so foolish? Mulciber stifled a laugh at Avery's expense. He had endured this teasing for years, yet never seemed to learn. Avery scratched his head, admitting that extended practice with apparition had rendered him somewhat dull. Last month's apparition exam was quite the ordeal. I still can't believe I passed it on the first attempt. Ha, I am truly brilliant. They had ventured to Hogsmeade via apparition, conveniently stopping outside the 3 Broomsticks for a drink of fire whiskey, before continuing their exploration. Oh, of course we can attribute that to our coming of age, Severus remarked, eager to conclude this conversation. He gathered his selected quill and parchment to proceed to the counter for payment. As they walked along the street, their destination was the apothecary. I genuinely do not comprehend why the school cannot procure supplies collectively, Avery lamented slowly. Each time their potion class depleted its ingredients, they were compelled to make a trip to the apothecary, often banding together in groups to purchase supplies, which could be acquired at a lower price if bought in bulk. Mulciber rolled his eyes at him. Then why don't you speak to the headmaster? He shrugged. I've heard you lament this for years, yet I see no action from you. That essay splendid idea. Severus nodded slightly, adding, if you truly find it difficult to articulate your thoughts, I could brew you a calming draught to prevent you from rambling incoherently before the headmaster. Avery, feeling chastised, fell silent, gazing at the falling snowflakes, lamenting the unfairness of the world. Severus, however, had no time to indulge Avery's antics. He turned to Mortimer and inquired, will you accompany me to the 7th floor later? Mortimer nodded. Having recently sent a rusty suit of armor home, his father had replied, urging him to check for any ancient artifacts inside. Thus he was eager to accompany Severus to the room of requirement. Avery, of course, would not miss the chance for treasure hunting, his unruly hair standing in stark contrast as he joined their quest. Severus had previously attempted to use the summoning charm to locate the diadem but had failed. The room of requirement seldom relinquished its treasures to other wizards easily. Ultimately, through relentless effort, Severus discovered a half-figure statue of an elderly man covered in spots, adorned with a tattered wig and an ancient, faded diadem perched atop his head. Severus squinted at the diadem, its appearance closely resembling the legendary Ravenclaw diadem, engraved with a small inscription, "Wisdom beyond measure is man's greatest treasure." The diadem seemed to exude a certain allure, and unable to resist, Severus felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch it. "Severus, look what I have found!" Avery exclaimed excitedly, a gemstone necklace from 2 centuries ago. He hadn't anticipated that the seemingly ordinary red gem, once subjected to a revealing charm, would turn out to be an artifact from 2 centuries past. Well, what of it? My discovery of a crystal ball is from 3 centuries ago, Mortimer retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Hey, yours is merely a broken crystal ball, my friend. Mine is intact. Who knows what it has been exposed to, or whether it bears a curse. Tread carefully. The two chattered animatedly, their voices echoing throughout the room of requirement. Severus, jolted back to reality by their bickering, wiped the cold sweat from his brow. The diadem was indeed sinister, and no wonder Penny had repeatedly warned him against touching it upon discovery. It must be heavily cursed, Severus thought with certainty. He had intended to invite Avery and Mortimer to inspect it but, recalling the gravity of the situation, merely cleared his throat. Once their attention was drawn, he pointed to the statue. "This is what I found. Do not confuse it with your discoveries." Avery and Mortimer glanced at the dusty old statue and the rusted diadem. Indifferent, though internally they scoffed at Severus's poor taste in selecting unremarkable and worthless items. Had they known the diadem was a millennium-old relic belonging to the founder of Ravenclaw, their expressions would surely have been priceless. Seeing their lack of interest in the diadem, Severus breathed a silent sigh of relief. However, its conspicuous presence was worrisome. He glanced around and resolved to conceal the statue and diadem together. Mortimer, observing his actions, was filled with confusion but, recalling his earlier embarrassment, resumed searching for artifacts. Soon, with the dispatch of another letter, Penny learned of the diadem's existence. After much contemplation, she took up her quill and instructed Severus to investigate the restricted section for any texts concerning the salvation and destruction of souls, as this was a matter of life and death. Upon reading her letter, Severus was not particularly astonished. After all, an item that could incite such desire was undoubtedly imbued with powerful dark magic. Yet, he could not fathom how a school's diadem could be linked to matters of life and death. "Penny, do not inquire. It is merely a vision from my dreams. Everything is predestined." With the matter of the diadem concluded, Penny felt a weight lift from her heart, and began to ponder other concerns. It is often said that tranquility precedes the storm. Following a period of chaos instigated by the Death Eaters, they had vanished from the magical realm for some time. Yet today, the Daily Prophet reported alarming news, as several Aurors tasked with apprehending criminals had been brutally murdered. Their identities were either half-bloods or Muggle-born wizards, all leaning towards Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix. It was evident that those responsible for their deaths could only be the Death Eaters or others. Penny furrowed her brow. In this light, the period of turmoil in the magical world was about to commence. Fortunately, Severus and Lily remained at school. After all, there was a distinction between the school and the outside world, and at least within the confines of the school, they were safe. Penny surmised from the newspaper and Severus's thoughts that the Death Eaters primarily operated in the heart of London and near its iconic landmarks. Her quaint town was somewhat distant from the city center and lacked vibrancy, rendering it less susceptible to any repercussions. As she read Severus's letter, which mentioned his desire to take her to Prince Manor during the summer, a gentle warmth filled her pale eyes. Perhaps the Borlita by her bedside had been replaced with an Uzi and a mini revolver, she mused, rising to the phone to call Jane. After Penny resolved her firearm concerns and sat down to enjoy a delightful dinner, an unexpected visitor tapped against the glass. She gently moved aside her playful tabby cat, which was eager to pounce on the strange owl, and detached the letter tied to its leg, casually scattering some breadcrumbs for the creature. The owl hooted a few times, its round eyes fixated on the small fish snacks on the table. The tabby mewed a few times, leaping onto the table to nibble on the fish while keeping a watchful eye on the owl. Penny, however, had no time to intervene in the antics of the two little creatures. She was frowning as she opened the letter from Prince Manor. The letter was from Eileen, expressing her concerns about the potential impact on the Muggle world following the events she had seen in the newspaper and her worries for Penny. Enclosed was a small pouch, which candidly contained a necklace fashioned into a key. Eileen explained that if Penny found herself in danger, the key would activate and transport her to safety. She also elaborated on the previous ring's protective properties against ordinary wizard soul-sucking spells and the Obliviate charm. In essence, she urged Penny to wear both items at all times and never to remove them. Penny pursed her lips, perhaps coming to a realization. Eileen's fluctuating demeanor was indeed perplexing, but her intentions were pure. She was more than willing to be a good girlfriend, lest Severus find himself in a difficult position. The next day, Eileen at Prince Manor received a reply from her son's girlfriend, accompanied by a locked iron box secured by a lock. As Eileen opened the letter, her expression grew increasingly peculiar. Firearms she had seen on television and in real life, and prior to their visit to Spinner's End, they had possessed several, all of which were confiscated after their bankruptcy. Now a Muggle gun had found its way to her via the owl. As she retrieved the key from the envelope and unlocked the box, the cold metal sent a shiver through her fingers. Firmia Prince happened to be searching for his sister Eileen, and, upon arriving at her courtyard, found her staring blankly at an iron box. As he approached, he realized it contained firearms wielded by Muggles. As someone who navigated both the magical and Muggle worlds, he possessed a vague understanding of certain Muggle artifacts, but was not well versed in them. Firearms, in his eyes, were merely extravagant trinkets. "Eileen, we are wizards. Get rid of these Muggle objects at once," Firmia said disdainfully, watching Eileen toy with the gun. "A wand is far more useful. Let us not discuss this further." Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind sliced by his ear, and a large hole appeared in the tree behind him. Firmia touched his chilly ear and noticed a smear of red on his fingers. He gulped, his trembling finger pointing at Eileen. Eileen gazed at Firmia, a smile playing on her lips. "Brother, what would you do if I shot you in the head or heart?" Chapter 55, Conversation. Firmia had been gesturing for quite some time, and seeing the gun still aimed at him, his right hand instinctively moved towards the wand at his waist. Eileen chuckled, remaining seated with an air of calmness, leisurely polishing the gun with a cloth from the box. When the elder prince, waiting for his daughter and son, ventured into the yard, he was met with the sight of his daughter cleaning a gun while his son's gaze followed the weapon, his hand poised over his wand. The elder prince had seen guns before, but his memories were rooted in times long past, leading him to believe Eileen was merely trying to scare her brother. "Enough of this nonsense," he said, furrowing his brow as he glanced at the pair. "Let us go to the study. We need to have a serious conversation." Eileen engaged the safety on the gun, glanced at her disgruntled brother, and tucked the firearm into her waist. As night fell, the only sounds were the howling mountain winds and the wings of owls flying beneath the moonlight. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, young wizards busily consumed their breakfast. It was time for the owls to deliver letters, and Severus leisurely finished his bowl of porridge, already accustomed to the morning chaos. Today, 2 owls flew before him, one from Prince Manor and the other his own. He first opened the letter from Prince Manor, discovering that his mother had received the gun sent by Penny and his grandfather's plans for the estate's future. Severus found himself somewhat bewildered by his grandfather's intentions. The Prince family, being renowned potion makers, remained desirable allies during wartime. Despite their decline, they could easily seek refuge with a powerful faction to restore their family's stature. However, considering his uncle's mediocre potion-making abilities and his pair of children, he could understand his grandfather's concerns. Just as he was about to open Penny's letter, class time approached, and he had to tuck the letter into his pocket and follow Avery to class. As the professor lectured, Severus discreetly placed the letter within his spellbook, glancing at it. Penny had merely provided a brief description of the key necklace, and mentioned a few things she had been up to recently, concluding the letter swiftly. With the weekend approaching and no need to attend apparition training or exams, Severus decided to visit the room of requirement to chat with Penny and show her the hiding place of the diadem. "Congratulations, you passed the apparition exam," Penny exclaimed as she activated the two-way mirror, her first words directed at Severus. A slight smile graced his lips, although he had heard her words once in the letter. Hearing her gentle voice brought warmth to his heart. It was quite easy. My friends all passed on their first attempt as well, he modestly replied. Though pride shone through his demeanor, especially since Potter, that foolish lion, had failed on his first try. Penny chuckled, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She rested on the sofa, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed into Severus's dimly lit surroundings, stealing glances at the bright sun outside the window. What's going on over there? It's rather dark, she remarked, blinking. It seemed quite different from the washroom in his dormitory. Severus revealed little mystery, turning the two-way mirror around. This is the room of requirement. That large heap is a trove of items that young wizards have hidden for centuries at Hogwarts. As he spoke, he navigated through the cluttered space towards the cabinet concealing the diadem. Penny gazed at the heaps of dilapidated furniture, worn books, and towering piles of restricted items, her mind racing with the desire to rummage through the treasures. Truly, Hogwarts has a legacy that has accumulated such a trove of curiosities, she sighed in wonder. Severus nodded in agreement, recalling how he had previously unearthed useful dark magic and potion books from that mass of thousands of tomes. Regrettably, time was short, otherwise he could have discovered new spells. This is the cabinet where I store the diadem, he said, pointing to a battered wardrobe, carefully using the levitation charm to extract its contents. Try not to fixate on that sapphire. I suspect it may be the source of dark magic. Upon hearing Severus's warning, Penny quickly shifted her gaze to the diadem, adorned with wings of an eagle, composed of numerous tiny diamonds. The rust on its surface obscured its allure, yet the millennia of history imbued it with immense value. I had thought you might give it a thorough cleaning. Penny was well aware that only a drab appearance would deter the covetous glances of others, but she believed that wizards did not share such concerns. People are naturally drawn to beautiful and exquisite things, and Severus was no exception. After all, it was a relic of Ravenclaw, and despite having vanished for centuries, many sought to possess it, particularly those families relentlessly pursuing the mysteries of Ravenclaw. Severus explained this, and then concealed the item with his wand. He had informed Penny that he had employed several detection spells, yet none could unveil the dark magic embedded in the diadem. Moreover, he had soaked it in a potion effective against dark magic attacks, to no avail. Penny tilted her head, rubbing her cheek as she inquired whether, if they were utterly oblivious to the dark magic atop the diadem, they might consider using Muggle substances like sulfuric acid, acetone, or hydrochloric acid to corrode it. She contemplated melting it away, wondering if the fragments of the soul would dissipate along with their vessel. Severus paused, contemplating that it might be worth trying if he could take the diadem out for further study. I previously sought the headmaster's signature to access the restricted section, but I did not find the book you mentioned regarding souls. The shelves were rather bare, he remarked, pursing his lips as he rummaged through the clutter. This is quite peculiar, Penny. The study of dark magic typically involves tormenting the mind and body. Thus, research concerning souls should not be scarce. He recalled Albus Dumbledore, who had been familiar with the castle for decades and had cultivated the Whomping Willow, while allowing werewolf children to attend school. Surely, the headmaster held the authority to remove books from the restricted section? Penny understood he would not find anything, for after Voldemort's rise, Dumbledore would have undoubtedly removed any potentially dangerous texts to prevent further calamity. If I cannot find it, then I shall not pursue it. Perhaps it was merely a figment of my imagination, she teased, winking playfully as she retrieved a necklace crafted into a key, asking, would you like to see the gift from my aunt? Caught off guard, Severus's gaze was momentarily blinded by a burst of white. He quickly averted his eyes, though his ears and neck betrayed him, flushing crimson. Sit still. I am curious to see if it is the little black cat pendant chosen by my mother. Once Penny had settled herself, he lifted his gaze. Penny had already removed the necklace from around her neck and dangled it before the two-way mirror. How did you know it was a little black cat pendant? She exclaimed, her face pressed against the mirror in astonishment. Had it not been for the exaggerated expression on her face, Severus might have been more inclined to believe her performance. He reached out through the mirror's surface to gently touch her cheek, feeling a wave of joy. Of course, I chose it with my mother. I told her our cat son Lucky is quite adorable. No sooner had he spoken than a chorus of meowing echoed from the other side of the mirror. Penny lifted the little tabby cat, raising its paw and grinning mischievously. Come Lucky, let us show your dad. The tabby blinked its round eyes and mewed in response. And when the person across the mirror remained silent, it playfully scratched at the glass. Cough, little Lucky, have you been well behaved at home? Severus inquired, covering his mouth with his hand as he chuckled, his dark eyes sparkling with amusement. The little tabby, hearing a voice at last, perked its ears and recalled the bothersome owl, voicing its grievances with a series of plaintive meows. Penny, observing the tabby's antics, could not help but facepalm. All right. If your dad knew you wanted the owl to take you flying, it would have gladly obliged with its claws, but you nearly got it eaten by a fox. She attempted to dislodge the cat from her lap. The little tabby, undeterred by embarrassment, continued to mew enthusiastically, seeking justice from its mirrored father. So, the reason it hid in the owlery for several days upon its return was because of this? Severus regarded the tabby with an odd expression. Penny nodded, explaining that had she not coaxed the owl with an abundance of treats and toys, their encounters would have always resulted in conflict. Yet this is all your fault. Penny pouted, resting her chin atop the cat's head. Who told you to play with it using the levitation charm? Now it's obsessed with flying, and no birds dare visit the garden to feast on the worms. My camellia leaves are nearly devoured. Of course, this was an exaggeration. With Severus's herbicide, the pests had long since fled. Severus awkwardly rubbed his nose. Wasn't he it because the little tabby wanted to stake its claim against another cat? I merely used the levitation charm to help it avoid a beating, but I hadn't anticipated then we shall have its treats. The other half shall be compensation for the messenger, Severus declared after a moment of silence, reducing the tabby's rations. The little tabby was still oblivious to the unfolding drama, continuing to nudge Penny's face with its paw. Penny laughed heartily, wiping away tears of mirth. Severus's punishment was indeed quite amusing. After releasing the tabby, she wiped her eyes. Having already exacted her punishment, it was just that the little tabby had an insatiable desire, always attempting to ambush the messenger. Severus shared her smile, genuinely relishing Penny's vibrant spirit, which never succumbed to despair about the future. They exchanged silly smiles for a while, lost in their shared joy. Once I'm on break, I shall take you to Prince Manor for a visit, Severus asserted, gazing intently at Penny, a hint of grievance on his face. My roommates and juniors are all getting engaged. They each have a fiancé. The implication was clear. He too desired a fiancé, unwilling to be left behind. Penny blinked, feigning ignorance. Going to the manor for a visit? That sounds delightful. I've been eager to experience a manor in the magical world. I'll bring my camera to capture some photos. Severus sighed in resignation. His pursuit of romance would be a long and arduous journey. Chapter 56, The House. After conversing with Penny for a while, Severus concluded their dialogue through the two-way mirror, preparing to sift through the pile of books once more in hopes of uncovering a rare magical tome. Meanwhile, Penny seized the little tabby, tossing it into the air before catching it again. Watching the little cat's excited meows, she continued her playful antics. As June drew to a close, the Quidditch match had reached its conclusion, with Ravenclaw emerging victorious. On the grass, Severus sipped from a bottle of chilled pumpkin juice, while seated beside an ecstatic Avery. Even though more than a week had passed since the match, they had yet to recover from their defeat. Just wait. Next year, victory will surely belong to Slytherin. Avery murmured, noting that the Ravenclaw captain would be retiring from the Quidditch team in the second half of the year to focus on their NEWTS. We must participate too, Avery. Have you forgotten? Mulciber shot him a look, though this time, at least they hadn't lost to Gryffindor, merely forfeiting their 3-year championship streak. What of it? The amount of homework has been increasing exponentially. Homework is nothing. The 7th years are completely out of their minds. They're not even allowed to make noise in the common room at night. Just thinking about experiencing that myself sends shivers down my spine. Not to worry. I brought some hair growth potion. Young Barty and Regulus, seated in the shade, were playing wizard chess and expressed their trepidation upon hearing the discussion. Having just completed their OWL exams, Severus shrugged helplessly. His flying skills had improved, yet he still did not take a liking to the sport. However, he would likely be more excited about attending a potion competition than participating in Quidditch. Before long, their conversation shifted topics. What do you all wish to do after graduation? Avery casually inquired while fiddling with his badge. Severus shot him a look, recalling that he had already stated his intention to join the Death Eaters, to follow the Dark Lord he admired. Why the sudden shift in inquiry? Mulciber unexpectedly glanced over, uncertainly remarking that he was aware of Cyver's long-standing desire to visit St. Mungo's, while Cyver merely clicked his tongue in response. Avery, upon hearing this, chuckled with a hint of mischief, his intentions unchanged as he primarily sought to inquire about Cyver. Cyver, are you truly certain you do not wish to join us? Attaining greater power and status is not something you have always yearned for? Avery observed his surroundings, leaning in closer before speaking. Cyver hesitated momentarily before decisively shaking his head. He now had family and a beloved, and the Death Eaters' ideologies starkly contrasted with his own. Joining them would be tantamount to courting death. I am better suited to being a potioneer. Such tranquil work is more befitting of me. Cyver returned the emptied vial to the grass, his tone light. Should you wish to place any orders for potions, I shall offer a discount of 20%. He rummaged through his satchel, retrieving a tome on potion making to peruse. Avery opened his mouth to interject, but Mulsaber sharply nudged his arm and gestured with his eyes for him to remain silent. Once the leisurely outdoor activity concluded, Cyver was the first to depart the grassy area. Avery and Mulsaber chose not to return, instead strolling along the banks of the Black Lake. Avery turned to Mulsaber, irritation evident on his face. Why did you not allow me to continue? If we could persuade the highly talented potioneer Cyver to join the Death Eaters, our chances of being valued would increase significantly. Moreover, we would gain access to a plethora of potions at no cost. Is this not a win-win situation? How could you overlook such matters? Mulsaber understood in his heart that coercing someone to join was morally indefensible, and Cyver was no longer the lost and destitute half-blood who had just entered school. He had developed his own ideals and goals, and was no longer as bewildered and helpless as before. The weather is splendid today, Mulsaber replied, diverting the conversation. His gaze fixed on the serene surface of the lake, though rain was forecasted for the days ahead. Avery, perplexed by Mulsaber's response and sensing no inclination for elaboration, stormed away in frustration. Mulsaber hesitated before turning to find little Batty in the shade. June's weather was bright yet stifling, devoid of much festivity. After 2 visits to Hogsmeade, the young wizards of Hogwarts welcomed the onset of summer vacation. Cyver, having changed out of his wizarding robes in the train compartment, pondered whether to visit his mother at Prince Manor first or to go to London for some shopping before using apparition to reach Penny's home, engaging in conversation there before returning to Prince Manor. However, regardless of the myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, all were abruptly halted when he lifted his gaze and saw his mother smiling at him from afar. "Mother, what brings you here? How is your health?" Cyver jogged over, and upon noticing his mother's rosy complexion, he swallowed his concerns. Eileen patted Cyver's shoulder, marveling at how the once frail and diminutive boy had grown into a tall youth. "I went to purchase some medicine and thought I would check in, as the train was nearing its destination," Eileen explained, noticing Cyver carried only a single suitcase. She refrained from questioning further, and led him towards the exit. Cyver silently followed, and once they reached the bustling street, he quietly shared some happenings from school with his mother. "You did well. I am pleased you have not been swayed," Eileen nodded approvingly. It was only those blinded by power and desire who would recklessly follow a lord known for inflicting pain. Moreover, the semi-closed environment of the school meant that the young wizards were at a critical stage of developing their values. Prolonged exposure to a singular ideology could easily lead to brainwashing, stripping them of clarity and discernment, thus resulting in foolish decisions. Cyver remained silent, questioning whether he had truly been swayed. Of course not. He had merely discovered his own dreams later on. "Mother, I plan to invite Penny over for a few days during the summer," Cyver stated, pressing his lips together. Eileen noticed the spark in her son's otherwise calm black eyes at the mention of Penny, feeling a bittersweet mix of emotions. "I have already spoken with your grandfather and uncle. They will keep a watchful eye." "Very well." Another silence ensued. "I purchased a house for you in London, in the same neighborhood as Penny." Eileen observed Cyver's silent demeanor and continued, "You should take the time to acquire some furniture." Cyver lowered his gaze, contemplating her words, and glanced at her in bewilderment. "Mother, are you suggesting I leave the manor?" Cyver was somewhat perplexed. They had only recently returned to the manor. His mother's health had just stabilized, and the situation ahead was uncertain. Departing now hardly seemed prudent. It was not that he was unwilling to remain at the manor. Rather, his grandfather desired his assistance in brewing potions for sale, allowing him to learn the craft while spending time with family, which posed no issue. Eileen firmly tapped Cyver's arm, her expression indicating displeasure. "Are you foolish? When I say to buy furniture, you should simply do it. Honestly, you are already in a relationship. Yet you remain clueless about buying a house." She suspected her son had become somewhat dim-witted from studying magic at school, as even animals understood the need for a nest, while he seemed to contemplate nothing at all. Cyver awkwardly rubbed his nose, taken aback that his mother had already considered this for him. Originally, he had intended to inspect the house after graduation. "I understand, thank you, mother." Cyver pressed his lips together and embraced the slender Eileen. Eileen was momentarily stunned before gently patting her son's back. After years apart, the mother and son finally began to draw closer again. By the time they returned to the manor, laden with their purchases, the sun had already set. Old Prince gazed incredulously at the multitude of shopping bags in their possession. Had the house elves at Prince Manor all vanished? Surely, These items were already prepared at home. Father, these are for Syver's girlfriend. She may not be accustomed to wizarding supplies. Eileen clarified, directing the house elves to tidy up while waving her wand to arrange the room. Old Prince opened his mouth to say something, but recalling his previous promise, he could only remind them to remember to dine in the dining room. Days turned into weeks, as Syver diligently brewed the potions from his grandfather's orders while conversing with Penny through the two-way mirror. Eileen meticulously arranged the room she had prepared for Penny. Once everything was nearly completed, Syver finally set off for Penny's home. In the quaint town of Cockworth, Penny, having just finished her shooting practice, encountered a smiling Lily on her way back, a large bag of snacks in her hands. Judging by the logo on the bag, it was undoubtedly purchased in Diagon Alley. The two girls, fortuitously walking the same route, strolled side by side. During their conversation, Penny learned that Lily had just returned from shopping with her boyfriend. Penny, James has invited me to visit Potter Manor. Do you think I should go? Lily asked, frowning in deep contemplation. She understood that if she decided to marry James, visiting beforehand would be prudent. Moreover, after spending some time together, if they found themselves incompatible, they could part ways amicably. Penny found it quite coincidental that Syver had also invited her to his manor. Though their intentions differed, they were ultimately headed toward the same destination. The decision rests with you, Penny shrugged, intrigued by the ancient manner of the magical world, her camera at the ready. Lily, feeling agitated, scratched her head. Many girls in her year were either discussing marriage, or had fiancés waiting to graduate and wed. She and Potter had been entangled for several years. If they did not settle down soon, it would be increasingly difficult to find someone suitable. Penny, when do you and Syver plan to marry? Lily blinked curiously at Penny. Penny smiled but refrained from answering. And what about you and Potter? When do you plan to marry? Perhaps this visit to Potter Manor will lead to your engagement. She tossed the question back to Lily. Lily pouted her lips but refrained from countering. In her heart, she concurred with Penny's sentiments. After all, which boyfriend would constantly invite his girlfriend to meet his parents and inspect their estate? However, her parents also expressed a desire to visit the Potter Manor to broaden their horizons, a matter she had yet to discuss with James. I don't know, but last Christmas, his parents did send me gifts, Lily sighed, acknowledging that James's parents, being somewhat advanced in age, were rather eager about their son's marriage. Penny, recalling the items sent by Aunt Eileen, nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 57, Conversation. After discussing the manor visit with Lily during the day, Severus appeared at the doorstep that evening. From behind, he presented a bouquet of roses, smiling as he said, "These are for you. Tell me if you like them." Penny accepted the roses, planting a kiss on his cheek. "I adore them, though it's quite rare for you to gift me fresh flowers instead of preserved ones." She arranged the roses in a vase, adjusting their position with her hands. Severus wrapped his arms around her waist, planting a kiss on her cheek. "Those dried flowers were meticulously chosen by me, and they never wither. Now that I can wield magic, these real flowers will not perish either. Even if they do, I can always procure more beautiful ones." Penny let out an ambiguous hum, recalling how exquisite the gifts he once presented to Lily were, all dried flowers year after year. While they were indeed beautiful and fragrant, the effort expended was not the same. "I would prefer you to gift me something different each year. I truly like the ceramic puppy you gave to Lily. She ridicules you every year for only presenting me with dried flowers, humph." As she reminisced, her words were tinged with a palpable bitterness. Sensing her discontent, Severus quickly turned her to face him directly, resting his chin atop her head. "The gift I bought for you was from Flourish and Blots. An elderly gentleman mentioned it represented the 12 zodiac signs along with the 4 gentlemen. So I acquired a set. I intend to gift you one for each festival," Severus said, kissing her forehead and chuckling softly. "Only your gift has me perplexed. Have you never pondered the meanings of those flowers, my dear Penny?" Penny averted her gaze, feeling embarrassed. She had indeed never delved into such details. And who would casually examine them? "When you first gifted me dried flowers, I thought you didn't like me," she murmured, having discarded the dried flowers as mere decoration after realizing they lacked fragrance. "How could I not like you? From the moment I laid eyes on you, you filled my heart and mind," Severus said, their foreheads touching, his pale eyes reflecting only her. He closed his eyes in satisfaction. He vividly remembered meeting Penny when he was 5, shortly after arriving in Spinner's End. His father was perpetually intoxicated, abusing his mother, who was consumed by tears as she tended to him. As a quiet and unassuming child, he was naturally overlooked. He still recalled the heavy snowfall that day, his frail body suffering from the cold and fever. Hungry and ill, he wandered the streets, seeking affection from adults, only to eventually collapse outside the Evans residence. "Penny, upon hearing this, recalled that she had recently arrived in this world. While taking out the trash, she stumbled upon a small boy in a disheveled state, prompting her to feed him some medicine and food, even giving him one of her thick coats. For that coat, Mrs. Evans had scolded her for half a month. "Oh, that boy was you," Penny said, scrutinizing Severus in an attempt to reconcile his current form with that of the small boy. Severus pursed his lips, reluctant to revisit those dismal days filled with beatings and hunger, interspersed with the sorrowful cries of his mother. "It was me, you know." From that day on, the angel in my mind took shape. He gazed at Penny softly, as if affirming something profound. Penny's face flushed crimson, her heart torn between embarrassment and emotion. "All right. I understand. Please don't continue," she said, covering Severus's mouth with her hand, feeling increasingly self-conscious. Severus's dark eyes sparkled with mirth as he nodded in response to her glare. After his repeated assurances not to utter such peculiarities, Penny finally withdrew her hand. "Are you aware that Potter has invited Lily to his manor?" Penny quipped, tossing a bottle of soda at him, and pressing another cold bottle against her flushed face. Severus nodded, stating that Potter had even come to boast about it, which made him grit his teeth in annoyance. "Potter has finally shown some sense, refraining from making this matter public throughout the school," he remarked, taking a sip of soda as he spoke. "Though Potter is indeed insufferable, one cannot deny his magical prowess, and with Lily supervising him, he is indeed growing." Penny offered a candid assessment. Severus blinked but did not refute her. Since Remus Lupin's departure, the turbulence at school had temporarily subsided. However, Dumbledore's actions had validated many parents' suspicions. Some were searching for Lupin's whereabouts, while others sent daily howling letters to the Ministry of Magic, and the Daily Prophet had published similar articles. In summary, Dumbledore's once spotless reputation had acquired some blemishes. "Are you prepared to accompany me to Prince Manor?" Severus inquired. Penny clutched a cushion to her chest, tilting her head in contemplation. "I have some free time lately. However, I worry that when they discover I'm a Muggle, they might not take a liking to me." She spoke half-jokingly. Aunt Eileen appeared cold and indifferent, yet her attitude towards Penny was relatively acceptable. Conversely, her exuberant grandfather and uncle from the Prince Manor, being from a pureblood family, would have different perspectives. It was one thing to verbally accept her. It was another to exhibit peculiar behavior. Severus had already pondered these concerns. Aside from her uncle's reluctance, the rest of the family seemed tolerable on the surface. "No worries, my mother and I have our own independent quarters. My uncle's family lives at a distance. Apart from brewing potions and dining together, we hardly cross paths," Severus reassured, raising an eyebrow. Noticing Penny still hesitating, he added, "While at the manor, I will be your guide. If you dislike it, I can take you away at any moment." Penny's brow furrowed momentarily, her eyes blinking in disbelief. "Really? What if I upset your family?" Her words lacked sincerity, as if she were merely going through the motions. Severus understood her meaning and nodded, resting his chin on his hand. "My grandfather wishes for me to revert to the Prince surname to establish a more legitimate claim to remain at the manor, and study the inherited potion recipes. I know he wants someone to uphold the Prince family in a century, but my uncle is unwilling. If I revert, half of his inheritance would be claimed by me." Penny winked at him, encouraging him to elaborate. Severus chuckled at her inquisitive demeanor, clearing his throat. "I did not agree, nor did my mother. The three of us argued. And in the end, I acquired an additional middle name." "So, you are now Severus Prince Snape?" Penny asked, her lips twitching. "My dear, you are quite astute." She observed how Severus had returned with a newfound eloquence. The two sat on the sofa, bantering while watching television, the atmosphere remaining amicable. A small tabby cat slipped through the door and, upon seeing Severus, joyfully approached him, rubbing against his leg. Severus lifted the little calico cat, gently tapping its nose. "Little one, nearly plucked my owl bald in your quest to soar through the skies," he chided with a feigned stern expression. Yet his hands moved with tender care as he scratched beneath the cat's chin. When it rolled over to expose its belly, he indulged in a thorough, affectionate stroking of its fur. Petunia watched the playful interaction between the man and the feline with a soft smile, then rose to retrieve her camera, capturing the heartwarming scene. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the streets filled with pedestrians hurrying homeward. Severus glanced at the time, rolled up his sleeves, and entered the kitchen, deftly tying an apron around his waist. "Let's see what we have in the refrigerator." Curry, carrots, potatoes, chicken," he murmured while rummaging through the ingredients, ultimately deciding to prepare a curry rice dish. Petunia leaned against the kitchen doorway, her gaze fondly fixed on Severus as he busied himself. Indeed, a man engrossed in his tasks possesses a distinct charm, she mused inwardly. "Petunia, Why don't you watch some television for a while? I'll have this ready shortly, Severus suggested after finishing with the onions, turning to look at her. Petunia met his eyes, approached him, and gently brushed the stray strands of hair from his forehead before producing a hair tie to secure his nearly shoulder-length black locks. Why wait until after the meal to call me? She quipped, picking up a potato to peel. If I had polyjuice potion on hand, wouldn't it be simple to take on your appearance? Then I would simply become you, Severus retorted, accepting the potato and beginning to slice it. The thought sent a shiver down Petunia's spine. While the idea held a whimsical appeal, it was certainly not something she wished to experience. I had another dream recently. She swiftly changed the subject. Assuming it involved Hogwarts, Severus paused his stirring and listened attentively. It must have been around November? I dreamt we were sitting in front of the television watching the news when the host was taken hostage by aliens, who then delivered an extensive speech. Petunia recounted with animated excitement. Of course, this was not an actual dream, but a memory from her previous life. A prank event that remained unsolved even at the time of her transmigration. Upon hearing the references to November and television, Severus deduced it had nothing to do with the wizarding world, though the mention of aliens piqued his curiosity. That sounds rather intriguing, he remarked, adding a pinch of salt to the pot. If such a thing truly occurs, remember to record it for me to see upon my return. Watching Severus serve the curry rice, Petunia nodded in agreement, spoon in hand. Half an hour later, she lounged comfortably on the sofa, while the sound of running water emanated from the kitchen. By the time Severus finished washing the dishes, Petunia was already yawning. I shall look for books on using magic for household chores and culinary arts when I return to school, Severus proposed, cradling Petunia's head on his lap and stroking her soft hair. Severus, you're so thoughtful, Petunia murmured drowsily, her voice laced with a sagile tone. Severus's ears twitched slightly, and he felt a tickle in his throat, prompting him to cover his mouth with a light cough. Petunia, let's visit the manor tomorrow. Mother and I have prepared a room especially for you, he suggested. After a moment of silence, during which Severus assumed she had fallen asleep, a languid voice finally responded. Chapter 58. The manor. Severus and Petunia arrived via a one-time use portkey, landing on a secluded country path. While Severus managed to remain upright, Petunia fared less favorably. Are you all right? Here, have some water, Severus soothed, patting her back as they waited for her to recover. Ugh, you didn't warn me it would be this dreadful, Petunia gasped after regaining her bearings. It feels as though my insides have been squeezed together. Yet, she acknowledged the portkey's efficiency. One moment they were in their familiar living room, the next amidst a sparsely populated forest. Portkeys are relatively safer. Apparition would have been far more unpleasant. Next time, I'll brew some restorative potions to have on hand, Severus offered, concerned by her severe reaction. Petunia nodded, leaning on his arm as they proceeded. Who knows when we'll need to use one again, she muttered under her breath. Severus responded with a resigned smile, clasping her chilled hand firmly. After a short walk, they reached a thorny thicket overgrown with weeds and scattered rubble. Noticing Severus intended to press forward, Petunia hesitated. Severus, there's a bramble patch ahead. No path, she exclaimed, squeezing his hand to halt him. Severus gently squeezed back, his eyes fixed on a nearby signpost and a narrow, winding trail beneath it. It's all right. Passing through leads to another route. This area is enchanted. Only those of the prince bloodline can discern the true entrance, he explained. Seeing her lingering doubt, he added, once you're in the manor and sign the contract your grandfather provided, you'll be able to perceive these things as well. In truth, since entering the country path, he had been contemplating how such contracts could be applied to their future home. Petunia eyed the thicket skeptically, struggling to believe the vivid illusion was wrought by magic. This exemplifies the inconveniences between muggles and wizards, she thought, but at least there are solutions to mitigate such difficulties. With a soft she allowed Severus to guide her into the thicket. After a brief journey, they stood before wrought iron gates, which opened following a series of intricate actions from Severus. The gates are protected by defensive enchantments and rarely open freely. I usually take a discreet passage, he mentioned, leading her inside where the gravel driveway had been meticulously cleared by house elves. As they approached the entrance hall, Petunia nervously touched her crossbody bag, which contained gifts prepared for meeting the family. The bright sunlight outside caused temporary blindness upon entering the dimmer interior. A 2-meter-long crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, and light blue walls adorned with numerous picture frames, though few contained moving subjects, greeted them. As Severus escorted her in, 4 figures rose from their seats. Welcome home, Severus. And this must be your girlfriend? Hello, I am Severus's grandfather, old Mr. Prince greeted jovially, clearly pleased with his grandson's choice. This is a gift for you. May you enjoy your stay at the manor, he said, presenting a small box containing a vial of golden-hued potion. Petunia expressed her thanks and offered her own gifts, a set of teacups from the Muggle world and tea leaves purchased from Fulu Street. Eileen's approach was simpler. She embraced Petunia and gifted her a pair of bracelets imbued with protective charms. In return, Petunia gave her a maple leaf brooch, identical to one owned by the Queen. Though the Fermia couple harbored discontent, their expressions remained cordial after prior preparations, and they offered a handkerchief and a scarf. Eileen frowned slightly. She had opposed her brother and sister-in-law's presence, but her father had insisted. Their meager gifts only reinforced her displeasure. Aware of the underlying tensions, Petunia tactfully exchanged her originally planned gifts for scarves and gloves. May you swelter in this summer heat, she inwardly grumbled, maintaining a polite smile as she sat beside Severus. The Fermia's faces darkened at the sight of the gifts, but under Mr. Prince's watchful eye, they forced smiles. After an awkward exchange of pleasantries, house elves served a lavish meal. Petunia enjoyed the dinner thoroughly. The house elves' culinary skills were commendable, though she lamented the absence of Chinese cuisine. The Fermias departed shortly after the meal, unwilling to witness the patriarch's doting attention on his grandson, and eager to attend to matters at home. Mr. Prince engaged Petunia in light conversation, inquiring about her life and preferences. Eileen whispered something to Cypher, and upon seeing him nod in agreement, she cleared her throat. Father, it's rather stifling indoors. Perhaps Cypher could take Penny for a stroll around the estate? After making her suggestion, Eileen cast a meaningful glance at Cypher. Old Prince observed their silent exchange with amusement. He waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. I'm getting old and forgetful. I nearly overlooked your need for some private space. Off you go. You may sit in the little pavilion in the garden. Cypher nodded, taking Penny's hand as they rose to leave. As they wandered through the garden, Penny marveled at the enchanting flora that could only be seen by those in the magical realm. Your family seems quite amiable. I do wonder if they speak ill of us once we leave, Penny remarked, eyeing a luminescent lantern flower. Cypher plucked the flower and placed it in her hand, noticing her delight as she toyed with it. Well, I believe Uncle Fermia would be thrilled to hear your words, he replied. In truth, if personal interests weren't at stake, everyone would likely appear virtuous. Since the day he returned to Prince Manor, his uncle had consistently created minor inconveniences for him, and it was only through careful vigilance that he managed to avoid disaster on more than one occasion. Although there had been a respite after learning of his grandfather's intentions, the gears in his mind continued to turn, and he had once even contemplated a closer familial bond. These matters remained unspoken to Penny, fearing they might trouble her. Shall we take a look at the room my mother and I prepared for you? Cypher suggested, his lips pressed together, a hint of embarrassment evident. Penny, who would be staying at the estate for a week, was indeed curious about her future bedroom, especially since it was tailored specifically for her. That sounds wonderful. She nodded eagerly. Which direction should we go? Cypher pointed the way, and they walked side by side along the cobblestone path. The warmth of their bodies transferred through their arms, and Penny, feeling the heat, couldn't help but shift slightly away. Noticing her discomfort, Cypher grasped her hand and, under her disapproving gaze, cast a cooling charm. With such delightful magic, why didn't you use it sooner? Penny teased, feeling the refreshing chill wash over her. Cypher cleared his throat, promising to be more attentive next time. He mused to himself that winter was indeed the season for closeness. Chapter 59. A day spent together. Upon entering the room adorned in soft pinks, even the cups were a delicate shade of rose, Penny felt a bit dazed. Cypher, is something wrong with my eyes? Why is everything so pink? She asked, rubbing her eyes and staring at the lace-trimmed tablecloth. Cypher, equally bewildered, recalled that during discussions with his mother, such decor had not been mentioned. I had just started changing the curtains when I visited you. Perhaps the house elf made a mistake. If it weren't for the sign at the door, I wouldn't have realized this was your room. It's lovely, albeit a tad too pink, Penny said after surveying the spacious room. Oh look, there's a door here. With a swift motion, she opened the door beside the wardrobe. On the other side lay a room in hues of silver, green and black. Recognizing the familiar coats hanging on the rack, she realized it was Cypher's room. As she cast him a bemused glance, Cypher coughed and quickly locked the door. Penny, let me explain, he stammered, pulling her hand gently. This room is meant for the fiancé of the male heir, so. Oh, Penny drawled, her tone teasing, a remnant of the medieval traditions upheld by old families. I see. With that, she eagerly opened the door and began exploring Cypher's room. Unlike her fragrant space, Cypher's room was tidy and devoid of any unpleasant odors. If one could detect a scent, it would be that of potions brewing. Despite his absence for several months, not a speck of dust clung to his belongings. thanks to the diligent house elves. When she spotted a black box beside the desk, curiosity piqued. "What's this? You've even locked it up?" she inquired. Cypher bit his lip, his cheeks flushing slightly in the dim light. "That's my box for potion recipes," he admitted. In truth, it was filled with mementos she had given him, each one carefully preserved. Penny blinked, smiling as she entwined her arm with his, continuing her exploration of the room. "Could you light the candles? It's a bit dark in here," she suggested. Cypher nodded, opting not to summon a house elf. With a few swishes of his wand, the candles flickered to life. However, Penny soon lost interest in the room, noting that the layout was quite similar to her own. She fiddled with the camera at her waist and looked up at Cypher. "Let us take some photos. The ancient manor and the medieval castle both have such distinct atmospheres." Though Prince Manor had seen better days, its centuries-old heritage and the care of house elves exuded a quiet, understated luxury, far removed from the ostentatious displays of nouveau riche. "All right. Let us first check out the pond by the water's edge. The flowers there are stunning," Cypher said, gently tucking a strand of Penny's golden hair behind her ear and planting a kiss on her fair cheek. Penny returned the affection with a resounding kiss on his cheek, taking his hand as they retraced their steps. At dinner, the couple was notably absent. An old prince explained that they had urgent matters to attend to. Penny was indifferent. After all, they were merely two inconsequential figures. Throughout the meal, old prince cast glances at Penny, seemingly wanting to convey something, yet ultimately refraining from speaking. Prince Manor was vast and beautiful, but devoid of television or games to occupy her time. Even though she could listen to the radio, the content was unintelligible to her. Observing Penny, who was struggling to stay awake while engaging in conversation with old Prince, Eileen sighed inwardly. "Cypher, why don't you take Penny to freshen up? After a long day, I'm sure she is quite fatigued," she signaled to her son. Cypher nodded, taking Penny's hand as they bid farewell to the others and exited the parlor. Penny yawned and glanced up at the starry sky, noting the full moon shining brightly. Cypher, holding a lantern, carefully wrapped his arm around her as they walked along the cobblestone path. "Cypher?" "Yes," he replied, glancing back at Penny, who had trailed off. "I feel like time could stand still in this moment. It's so peaceful and harmonious, and everyone seems to be well," Penny murmured, her voice soft and dreamy. "Indeed," Cypher responded in a low tone, tightening his embrace around her waist. They strolled together to the bedroom, but upon approaching the bathroom, they faced a dilemma. As a room designated for an engaged couple, there was only one bathroom, adorned with an enchanting frosted glass door, conveniently located between their bedrooms. "I'll go back to my room to check my potion book. You go ahead and take a shower," Cypher suggested, rubbing his nose, his ears turning crimson. He couldn't help but wonder what his mother had discussed with the house elf. Penny squinted in acknowledgement, too tired to pay attention to the door's appearance. She groggily entered the bathroom, splashing her face with water to awaken herself. Glancing at the frosted glass, her cheeks flushed slightly. She opted for a quick shower over a bath, casting a longing glance at the tub large enough for diving, and used the magical shampoo provided. As Cypher listened to the sound of rushing water, a series of images flitted through his mind, leaving him inexplicably warm. He bit his lip, struggling to focus on the potion book before him. By the time Penny emerged, fragrant and refreshed, a considerable half-hour had passed. Upon arriving at the manor, Penny had packed a change of clothes, yet as she opened the wardrobe, she realized her anxiety was unfounded. Several garments had already been prepared in her size. Thus, she wrapped herself in a towel and ventured into the bedroom, rummaging through the wardrobe until she unearthed a pink silk robe. It was quite the discovery. Penny felt too exhausted to voice any complaints as she donned the robe, drying her damp hair with a towel. "Severus, I'm done with my shower. You should hurry," she called through the adjoining door to the figure engrossed in a book beneath the flickering candlelight. "It's a pity there's no hairdryer. Had I known, I wouldn't have washed my hair." Severus responded with a grunt, rising to take the towel from her hands and gently pressing her into a chair. "I shall dry your hair with magic. You ought to rest." His voice was husky, laced with a teasing undertone. Penny murmured, feeling a delightful itch in her ears. With a flick of his wand, Severus cast a spell, and her wet hair swiftly dried, cascading smoothly over her shoulders. As she ran her fingers through her silky locks, a wave of joy washed over her, and she wrapped her arms around Severus's waist. "You're so wonderful, Severus. What would I do without you? So, remember to remind me to buy shampoo for the bathroom when we go back." Severus caressed the hair on her shoulder, and as his fingers brushed against her smooth skin, he couldn't help but linger. "I'll go take a shower now, Penny. Good night." He pressed a kiss to her lips and, clutching the towel, disappeared into the bathroom. Severus's steps were neither hurried nor slow. If one overlooked his flushed cheeks and quickened breath, they might assume nothing had transpired. Penny sat dazed at the edge of the bed, then, realizing the situation, stifled a silent laugh, thinking him quite the shy boy. Severus adjusted the water temperature from warm to cold, needing to exercise restraint. The moment was not yet right. After spending nearly half an hour showering, he emerged with a towel wrapped around his head. Upon noticing the lump beneath the silvery green covers, his previously steady composure faltered. "Penny, wake up. Your room is over there," he murmured, biting his lip as he gently shook the girl curled beneath the blankets. Penny blinked sleepily, her eyes landing on the boy clad in a towel, and impulsively extended her arms toward him. "Severus, it's a bit cold over here, you're much warmer." She urged him to touch her icy hands, her suspicions about the house elf's preferential treatment resurfacing. Severus felt her chill, and instinctively cupped her hands in his own. "I'll check, if there's a problem. I can fix it with magic." He tucked her now warmed hands back under the covers, and stood to inspect the room. After Severus's thorough examination, and a few incantations, the space grew warmer. Penny nestled against him, and he carried her next door. "Good night, Severus." Her voice was muffled, thick with sleep and almost playful. Severus tucked her blankets snugly around her, and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Good night, Penny." Chapter 60. Casual conversations. When Penny awoke in the morning, she found herself amused by the events of the previous night. Despite their long-established relationship and profound intimacy, they had never broached the subject of sharing a bed, making last night the closest they had ever slept together, merely a door apart. She stretched and got ready, opening the door before Severus called for her. After indulging in a lavish breakfast, Eileen encouraged her son to continue showing Penny around the manor. "Your grandfather has my assistance. You should enjoy some time with Penny," she said, waving them off. Severus and Penny exchanged glances before meandering through the estate. "Aunt Eileen seems much brighter these days," Penny remarked, kicking a pebble at her feet. Severus nodded in agreement, a smile dancing in his eyes. "Since Father's passing, perhaps she has come to terms with things. She seems much more resilient now." He had previously explained the incident involving the 10,000 galleons. Otherwise, Penny would not have remained so calm in Eileen's presence. As they discussed galleons, Penny recalled her recent conversation with Lily, who expressed excitement about visiting Potter Manor, wondering how things were faring there. "Are there many wizarding families with estates in your magical community?" she inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Not many. Some appear shabby on the outside, yet possess vast and splendid interiors, while others have fallen into disrepair, lacking even a proper house. The Weasley family, well, they are quite well off," Severus replied, recalling his fortunate visit to the Black family home, where the art of undetectable extension charms was masterfully applied. Perhaps he and Penny could also expand their home with such magic. Penny nodded thoughtfully, recalling that Arthur Weasley had eloped with Molly, which meant their family had not received support. That dilapidated home was the result of their years of hard work. "I assumed that old noble families were all wealthy, much like the Malfoys, who have a grand estate in the suburbs and even keep white peacocks." She chuckled. "In truth, Prince Manor is quite decent. But it's all dedicated to growing herbs. There's no time for raising exotic animals. Most wizards reside in bustling areas. Just look at St. Mungo's and the Ministry of Magic. They're in densely populated locations. Plus, with rapid technological advancements, some Muggle inventions far surpass magical alternatives." Severus guided Penny to a stone table where house elves timely delivered tea and snacks for their leisurely breakfast. "Is Street Mungo's considered a neutral ground?" Penny sipped her red tea, finding its taste reminiscent of the brew they made at home, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Indeed, in the event of war, there will inevitably be injuries, and potions and healers will be hotly contested. To avoid favoring either side, they designate Street Mungo's as a ceasefire zone." "I wish to work at St. Mungo's after graduation," Severus declared. His exceptional talent for potion making attracted both overt and covert attention from peers at Hogwarts. Yet he resolutely stated his intention to pursue a career as a potioneer at St. Mungo's, essentially rebuffing their invitations. Even Voldemort would not seek to mark an ungraduated half-blood, no matter how adept his potion-making skills might be. Could he surpass Voldemort himself? The young wizards at school were reluctant to offend a future master of potions, and thus chose to alter their approach, biding their time. Penny found Severus's plans commendable. Yet as a Muggle, she feared the implications if Death Eaters discovered her identity. The danger would escalate dramatically. To avoid constant anxiety, aside from utterly vanquishing Voldemort, her only option was to flee. In the event of war within the magical realm, chaos ensues, and someone will surely take advantage. The Death Eaters have giants and werewolves, while the Order of the Phoenix has too few Aurors. Penny sighed, her tone heavy with concern. Novels are one thing, reality is another. If Voldemort were to triumph in this world, where would I go to weep? Severus nodded, acknowledging the validity of her concerns, given the current situation. The likelihood of the Order's victory seemed rather slim. The Death Eater's influence primarily resided in Britain, while Germany and France, closely connected to the British wizarding community, had their own issues. Germany had faced a dark wizard who was ultimately defeated by Dumbledore, and Penny noted that France's relations with Germany and England were complicated due to Grindelwald. For instance, in the original story, Karkaroff defected after Voldemort's disappearance and sought refuge in Germany, eventually becoming the headmaster of Durmstrang. This suggests the Death Eaters still retain some power there. If, and I emphasize if, that day were to come, I would head to France in advance. If you've made a decision, I could buy a few extra plane tickets. Or better yet, you should just apparate, Penny mused, torn between preserving her life and remaining in her homeland, ultimately choosing safety. Sipping his red tea, Severus Snape sighed resignedly. Things have yet to reach that stage, Penny. That individual, while somewhat ruthless and possessing a penchant for torturing muggles, still retains a semblance of reason. I concede that your foresight is commendable. He fell silent, unable to continue, and closed his mouth in frustration. With firearms at the ready, in a dire situation, a single shot to the head might prove to be the most favorable outcome. Penny pursed her lips. Severus, feeling uneasy, rubbed his neck, uncertain whether she was referring to the notion of a headshot for Voldemort or the possibility of suicide to evade torture after capture. Chapter 61: The Engagement. After residing at the Prince Manor for a fortnight, Penny expressed her desire to return home. What? Is it that you are uncomfortable here? Severus inquired, holding her hand, as he had already envisioned how to spend the next fortnight of summer with her. Penny shook her head, asserting that it was precisely because she had grown too accustomed to her surroundings that she longed to return home. Moreover, if she delayed any longer, their beloved little cat would soon become a stray, wandering without a home. Upon hearing this, Severus's expression stiffened slightly, realizing he had forgotten about their feline son. He cleared his throat discreetly and squeezed Penny's hand adorned with the ring. I shall take you somewhere, he stated without further explanation, leading her away. Penny had grown accustomed to Severus's occasional silence, smiling as they walked. It was only upon arriving at the alchemy room, which Severus had previously mentioned, that she felt a twinge of curiosity. What are we doing here? She wondered, observing the suddenly ignited candles shaped like mermaids, appearing rather grotesque. I have something for you, Severus said mysteriously, winking at her. Please close your eyes. Penny regarded him with suspicion but complied, trusting that Severus would not harm her. Seeing her eyes shut, Severus hurriedly instructed the house elf to prepare the room. Once the alchemy chamber was adorned with flowers and candles, exuding a hint of romance, he retrieved the ring he had crafted at the manor. The ring was a simple silver band, embellished only with a rose motif. Penny, you may open your eyes now. Upon her gaze meeting his, Severus knelt on one knee, one hand holding a rose, the other presenting a box containing the ring. What is this? Penny asked, her peripheral vision catching sight of the transformed alchemy room, leading to a realization. Penny, I understand that you are not inclined to marry so soon. But would you consider getting engaged to me? I fear losing you, so may I have a title to call you my own? I will spend all my earnings on you and promise to protect you forever. Severus gazed at her with hope, his face and neck flushed, recalling that this romantic proposal strategy had been suggested by Lucius, as girls often desire a charming proposal. Engagements, while not marriages, bestow the legitimacy of a fiancé title. After a moment of silence, seeing the sweat bead on Severus's anxious forehead, Penny smiled and nodded. Severus liked her, and she liked him in return. Even if it wasn't love, they were still young and could address the future in due course. All right, she playfully winked, extending her left hand. Now please put it on. If you are unwilling, it's perfectly fine. We can always revisit this later. Penny, did you just agree? Severus exclaimed, seemingly unable to believe his ears, staring at her in astonishment. He had prepared himself for a protracted battle of wills. What? Do you not wish to be engaged to me? Penny feigned displeasure, shaking her delicate fingers. No, no. I am simply overjoyed, Severus replied with a somewhat silly grin, unceremoniously shoving the rose into her empty hand and slipping the ring onto her left ring finger. Penny flexed her fingers. Having just adjusted to the ring on her right hand, now she had another on her left. I intentionally designed it to be quite simple, so you can wear it daily. Moreover, it is enchanted with protective magic to safeguard you at all times. Severus gently kissed the back of her hand, his face beaming with joy. Penny felt uplifted by Severus's radiant smile, delighted that he was so focused on her. "You've given me a ring. But I haven't prepared one for you." Penny gazed at the glimmering ring in the candlelight, pursing her lips. Severus had anticipated this. He produced a matching ring from his pocket, the rose design replaced with a camellia. "Here, Penny, please help me put it on." He nudged her cheek affectionately. Without further ado, Penny took the ring and placed it on Severus's finger. "Hello, my fiancé. Hello, my dear fiancé." They exchanged smiles and embraced sweetly. During dinner, when Aileen noticed the matching rings on their hands, she understood the situation. Old Prince, following his daughter's gaze, stroked his beard and spoke first. "I was just about to mention your engagement. As long as you both have your own arrangements, that's sufficient." He continued, shifting the conversation. "I regret that you two are in this predicament. Given the current circumstances, we cannot openly invite others to the manor for the engagement feast." Old Prince spoke the truth. Even though Severus was half-blood, marrying Penny, a Muggle-born, necessitated concealing their relationship to avoid exploitation by those with ulterior motives. Penny nodded in understanding. Informing their parents and close relatives was sufficient. After all, reputation pales in comparison to safety. Severus, however, pressed his lips together tightly. While he had never witnessed Lucius and his wife's grand engagement banquet, he had attended their wedding, which had been lavish and unparalleled. He did not wish for his engagement to Penny to be so simple, but reality dictated otherwise. "Then let's have a meal together next Monday," Aileen said kindly to Penny. "You may invite your family, and we shall finalize the engagement date." Penny nodded, maintaining a neutral expression. She did not intend to invite the Evans couple. And as for Lily, she would assess the situation. Upon waking the next day, Penny moved the ring from her ring finger to her middle finger, admiring her reflection in the mirror before exiting her bedroom. Severus also transferred his ring to his middle finger, grasping Penny's hand as they compared their rings. "Stop looking. Do you want me to take a commemorative photo?" Penny said with a smile. Severus nodded slightly, appreciating her suggestion. "Let us just capture our hands. And I'll include a pocket watch in the shot. Since I'll be at school for another year, I can't risk taking your photo there. This will suffice as a consolation." Penny rolled her eyes but complied with his request. Severus watched her intently as she diligently adjusted the camera, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. He suddenly embraced her, capturing her lips in a kiss. After some playful antics, Penny shook the pocket watch, reinforced and enchanted to ignore distractions. "Look down, I'll put it on you." She blinked, playfully tapping his shoulder in mock annoyance. Severus leaned in to kiss her swollen lips again, chuckling as he crouched down. Meanwhile, Aileen, waiting for them to join her in a game of wizard chess in the greenhouse, decided it was time to accompany her father in brewing potions. Penny, feeling shy under Aileen's gaze, summoned the house elf to bring her some red tea and snacks. Severus joined Aileen in the chess game, while Penny beamed at the two, creating a picturesque scene. Conversely, the atmosphere at the Potter Manor was rather tense. Lily and the Evans couple had returned home, leaving only the three of them in the manor. "Well, Sirius has gone to Diagon Alley to give his best friend some space," James remarked patiently, explaining to his parents that Lily's family had not acted with malice. "Not acting with malice? If your mother and I weren't wizards, I dare say we would have been knocked senseless." Fleamont and Euphemia exchanged glances, expressing their discontent. Originally engaged in a pleasant conversation with the Evans couple, the atmosphere suddenly turned chaotic, as they began to perceive the two as malevolent beings, almost chasing them with knives. Indeed, they had fallen prey to a confounding potion. Potter continuously nodded, elucidating the reasons behind their irrational behavior. He harbored his own doubts. Although the potion's dosage was minimal, it was sufficient to affect the Evans couple. Fleamont let out a derisive snort. While he held no prejudice against his daughter-in-law as heritage, he was disheartened by the lack of support it offered his son. "Lily is a good girl, but I implore you to consider the engagement with utmost caution." Fleamont feared that their future grandchild might inherit the madness, a fate he wished to avoid. Unlike the Black family, Potter hung his head in despair. His affection for Lily was genuine, and it was merely an unfortunate incident caused by the potion. Why must it be treated so gravely? If Severus were aware of this, he would undoubtedly comment on the misfortune of the Evans couple. Upon learning that Petunia had instigated trouble with the Evans, he believed that using magic against them was too lenient, and had surreptitiously infused their usual perfume and hair wax with a hallucinogenic concoction, leading them to babble nonsensically in their daily lives. However, that incident had occurred during Christmas, and now that summer had arrived logically, they should have exhausted the supply by now. Lily did not suspect Severus, thinking it might be Petunia's retaliation, but upon reflection, the timeline did not align. Recalling her own experience in brewing a hallucinogenic potion for class, she ultimately concluded that it must be her own oversight. After comforting her parents, she retreated to her bedroom, where she conversed with James through a two-way mirror. Upon hearing about Potter's parents' reaction, Lily's heart tightened, and tears welled in her eyes. "I'm so sorry. I never imagined they would react this way. The hallucinogenic potion's origin is unknown," she explained sorrowfully, lamenting how their meeting had been so thoroughly ruined. "Are uncle and aunt all right? Please don't cry, Lily," James fumbled to console her. "I love you, and that's all that matters. They can't dictate my choices. If it comes to it, I'll fast and run away." Lily sniffled and shook her head. "No, uncle and aunt care about you. And my parents indeed appeared rather frightening at first. I was startled as well, not realizing it was due to the potion's effects." James marveled at Lily's understanding nature, feeling increasingly that his parents were overthinking the situation. "Rest assured, Lily, I will persuade my parents. My little princess, please stop crying. It shatters my heart." James scratched his head, wishing he could instantly be by Lily's side. Wiping her tears, Lily softly murmured her agreement. Sighing with relief, James chatted with Lily for quite some time before reluctantly ending the call. Meanwhile, Petunia was unaware of the turmoil on Lily's side. She faced her own pressing dilemma. "Severus, I've run out of sanitary pads," she said, glancing at Severus, whose ears had turned crimson. "Could you please buy me some? You know what brand I use." She had only brought a single pack for emergencies, never anticipating to be away for so long. Severus touched Petunia's cool abdomen and nodded in silence. "I'll have the house elf prepare some brown sugar water for you. And I'll fetch some pain relief potion," he said, covering her with a blanket as he intended to inquire with his mother about possible remedies. Severus apparat to a nearby town, returning with a box of sanitary pads. Seeing Petunia was feeling a bit better, he sought out his mother. "Well, let me ponder this problem carefully," Eileen said, tapping the table, her brow furrowed in thought. While the matter could be resolved, it was not without its complications, and for the time being, Eileen could not devise a solution, leaving her son with some pain relief potion to take back. Seeing Severus return looking dejected, Petunia couldn't help but laugh. "I learned some healing spells at school. Let me check your health, and with some potions for recovery, you'll improve in no time," Severus began, reciting incantations as colorful lights enveloped Petunia, swiftly yielding results. "This is a hot water bottle. The manor has no electricity, so you'll have to make do." Using a reinforcement charm on the water bottle, Severus personally fetched hot water for her. Petunia felt warmth not only on her abdomen but also in her heart. Sometimes, one could be easily satisfied. Due to Petunia's health, the proposal for both families to dine together before the engagement banquet was postponed. After learning that Petunia had a witch sister, Old Prince wrote a letter dispatched by Owl. However, the response was a rejection, citing the illness of the Evans couple as a legitimate reason. Illness? What an unfortunate coincidence. Petunia suppressed a smile, feeling downcast. They have always been quite healthy. How could they fall ill? Old Prince handed the reply to Petunia before departing the little garden. After returning from the Potter estate, they fell ill after visiting several churches. How strange, Petunia mused, deciding to write to Lily for clarification. Severus, reading the letter in haste, turned to Petunia. "Would you like me to inquire? Your current condition isn't suitable for using the flu network." In truth, he was more concerned about the engagement banquet that had yet to take place. If Petunia were to back out, he would be at a loss for words. Petunia nodded, envious of the wizards who could accomplish so much with ease. Half an hour later, Severus entered the manor cradling a small tabby cat. "Little Lucky, how did you catch it?" Petunia exclaimed, joyfully receiving the kitten, showering it with kisses and hugs. She had initially wanted to bring it to the manor, but it had wandered off to socialize with other cats. At the White household, when I arrived, it was busy teasing a dog with a sausage, Severus explained. Petunia gazed at the innocent blinking kitten, and playfully tugged at its fluffy ears. The little tabby mewed and leapt onto the ground, frolicking in the small courtyard outside. "Have you clarified the situation? What happened?" Petunia asked curiously, retracting her gaze from the kitten chasing butterflies. Severus hesitated, revealing a complicated expression. "Last year, didn't they come to bully you? I just..." Severus briefly summarized the hallucinogenic potion incident, adding, "I didn't use much. At most, they rambled nonsensically in front of outsiders for a while." This notion had originated from Petunia's mention of social death, as everyone seemed to place great importance on their reputations. "And what about their illness?" "I don't recall the hallucinogenic potion having that effect," Petunia teased, winking at Severus. "Well, they believed they encountered a demon, and upon returning, they went to several churches for baptism and exorcisms. It was entirely self-inflicted. Chapter 62, The Engagement Banquet. Upon discovering the reason for the Evans couple's illness, Petunia burst into laughter. Didn't Lily explain it to them? How could they allow themselves to be tormented in the churches? She cast an appreciative glance at Severus, pleased that he stood up for her. Severus accepted the praise without hesitation, nodding slowly as he recounted the amusing events that transpired at the Potter estate. As told by Lily. Petunia raised an eyebrow at his words. How unfortunate. It seems my reputation as a demon has truly frightened the Evans couple. I believe they've become quite delusional. Had there been a real demon, they would have been the first to perish, Severus concluded. Could a demon who bewitches others allow the Evans couple to live so comfortably? Maintaining her smile, Petunia mused that had she not lived under the red flag in her past life, she might have genuinely harmed them. Uncle and Aunt merely suffered a scare. They are currently hospitalized for observation, and Lily assured me she would arrive on time. Severus, knowing Petunia wished to exclude the Evans couple from the engagement banquet, promptly informed Lily. Penny tilted her head and glanced at him, chuckling softly. I initially didn't wish to invite Lily, considering that without any family present, I feared your uncle might have yet another conversation with the old gentleman. Severus recalled his petty uncle, Femia, and shrugged helplessly. Let us not dwell upon them. My dear fiancé, allow me to read you a novel to pass the time, he declared, retrieving a Muggle novel and leaning back on the sofa to read. Penny rested her head on Severus's lap, her eyes gradually closing as she listened to his deep voice. Severus gently stroked Penny's head, carefully carrying her back to the bedroom. After tucking her in, he prepared to leave when the corner of his shirt was tugged. Severus read. Sleep. Penny murmured softly, her eyes still shut. A sigh escaped him within the room. He gently extricated his shirt from her grasp, gazing at her serene sleeping face for a moment before turning to depart. Once he had left, Penny cracked her eyes open a fraction, nuzzling into her soft pillow, a smile gracing her lips as she drifted back to sleep. Time flowed like water, and soon the day of the engagement banquet arrived. Lily gazed at the understated yet luxurious manner, a twinge of envy blossoming within her. Though the Potter family also boasted an ancient lineage, their wealth stemmed from a lubricant business, and as most were graduates of Gryffindor, they lacked a certain subtlety and restraint. Penny roamed the garden with Lily, still an hour before mealtime. Are Mum and Dad all right? How are things progressing with you and Potter? As they walked along the cobblestone path, turning into a nearby gazebo, Penny inquired. The Evans couple was not her primary concern, rather, she was curious whether Lily and Potter might argue, potentially leading to further changes. Lily's expression darkened, a hint of sadness crossing her brow. But recalling it was Penny's engagement day, she forced a smile. Mum and Dad are fine. I brewed them some calming potions, and they are no longer rambling. Lily briefly glossed over that topic before turning to another matter. Penny, you and Severus. When do you plan to marry? Given the current situation, I fear you cannot register at the Ministry of Magic. For most, an engagement not only solidified the couple's relationship, but also established the wedding date and financial matters. Which is why Lily posed the question. What are you thinking? We are merely engaged, Penny chuckled, shaking her head. Marriage is at least 3 to 5 years away. I certainly do not wish for an early marriage. What about you? When do you plan to wed Potter? After graduation? Or will you seek a job first? In the original narrative, Lily married into the Potter family immediately after graduation, joining the Order of the Phoenix to combat Voldemort, ultimately giving birth to the prophesied child a year later. Since she could not alter events, she could only pray that Lily would learn to merge Muggle weaponry with magic. Lily blushed at the mention, having lived in the magical world for so long that she had become quite alienated from the Muggle realm. Hogwarts was indeed the place where she encountered the greatest number of wizards and experienced the purest emotions. Moreover, she had recently accepted James's proposal. Her visit to the Potter residence was to discuss the engagement and wedding, but she had not anticipated her parents complicating matters. Nevertheless, James's unwavering affection would surely lead to a resolution. We haven't decided yet, especially after what happened at the manor. I hope James's parents won't take it to heart, Lily stated, lowering her gaze to sip her tea, clearly disinterested in continuing the conversation. Penny nodded in agreement, pleased with the notion. If marriage were delayed by a few years, then children would certainly follow suit, perhaps allowing them to evade the impending doom. The engagement banquet was scheduled for 5 in the afternoon, just before dusk. House elves illuminated the manor, dispelling the encroaching darkness. It was not so much a feast as a lavish spread of delectable dishes, inviting both families to partake in a meal. Severus's side consisted of Eileen, Old Prince, and Femia's family of 4, while Penny had only her sister Lily in attendance, making the gathering seem somewhat imbalanced. Just as Aunt was about to make a snide remark, Uncle shot her several warning glances, compelling her to begrudgingly silence herself. The two children, caught under their father's stern gaze, shrank back timidly, focusing on their dainty snacks. Eileen briefly introduced Lily to the others before engaging in conversation with Penny. Old Prince kindly asked Lily a few questions before inviting everyone to begin dining. The meal unfolded with joy for both hosts and guests. At least Lily felt that Penny was not neglected, and the palpable affection between Severus and Penny enveloped her in a rosy haze, leaving no room for doubt about their bond. That evening, Lily stayed at Prince Manor, albeit some distance from Penny's quarters. She accepted the arrangement, as it would be inappropriate to intrude upon the couple's time together. However, when Penny returned to her bedroom, she was taken aback to find that the two previously separate rooms had been combined into one. Their desks and wardrobes remained, yet the bed that Severus and she had shared for over half a month was nowhere to be seen. Replaced by a large bed adorned with heart-shaped petals in the center of the room, she turned to Severus, seeking an explanation. "It must be a command from the house elves. We are officially engaged now, so we no longer require separate beds," Severus remarked, his cheeks flushing slightly, having not anticipated such a turn of events. If it weren't for grandfather's orders, it must be mother's. In any case, they were left with only one bed. "Well, that reasoning is somewhat acceptable," Penny mused, her gaze drifting towards the grand bed, questioning whether suggesting they share it would seem immodest. Yet it mattered not, for they were indeed engaged now. "Perhaps I should sleep on the sofa tonight, until you become accustomed to it," Severus quickly offered, adding, "I will instruct the house elves to return the bedroom to its original state tomorrow." Penny glanced at the earnest Severus, then at the sturdy sofa, and slowly nodded in agreement with his proposal. "Ah, what a considerate young man," she thought, snuggling into the soft bed, relishing the comfort of the blankets. The attentive boy, lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling, wondered if Penny had indeed invited him to share the bed. Surely she must have? Yet no one answered, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. The following day, Severus sought out the house elves to discuss the matter, only to learn that it was a family tradition. They adhered to the rules and would not change them lightly. Penny smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further, as it was not she who would be sleeping on the sofa. Thus, they spent 2 or 3 days sharing one sofa each, and Penny couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the youth with dark circles under his eyes and a shadow of stubble on his chin. One day, while seated on the sofa engrossed in a book, she found the content so dull that she yawned several times. Noticing Severus had yet to return, she decided to take a short nap on the sofa. When she awoke in a daze, she discovered Severus bending over, holding the book she had been reading, preparing to lift her into his arms. "You're awake? It's already quite late. You should return to bed," Severus said softly, seemingly banishing her drowsiness with his voice. Penny wrapped her arms around Severus's neck and leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek, playfully saying, "Take me to wash up, please. Sleeping on this sofa has given me a sore back." At her words, Severus's hand found her waist, gently massaging it as he carried her into the washroom. After a simple wash, Penny returned to the grand bed, where Severus sat beside her, ready to provide a bedtime service. "Severus, let us sleep in the bed from now on. It's quite spacious and sufficient for both of us," Penny suggested, blinking her eyes softly. "This bed accommodates not merely 2 individuals, it could easily host another pair." She genuinely believes that if she had spent several days on the sofa, Severus would have been patient, but were their positions reversed, she would undoubtedly have executed a midnight ambush. As Severus read his novel, he stumbled over numerous words, his ears and neck flushing crimson at her remarks. "Severus, are you unwilling? Or would you prefer to slumber on that wretched sofa?" Penny huffed, rolling over in the blankets, until she found herself in the center of the bed, leaving Severus with a view of her back. Severus tightened his grip on the book, a subtle smile tugging at his lips as he noted Penny's indignant huff. After a lengthy pause, Penny sensed movement from the other side of the bed and silently smiled, realizing he had finally taken the first step. As the candles in the room flickered dimly, the atmosphere grew tranquil. "Good night, Penny." Severus's soft voice resonated within the confines of the room. "Good night, Severus." Severus listened intently as Penny's initially rapid breath slowed to a serene rhythm. After a considerable time, he gently turned to gaze at her tranquil face, unable to suppress the urge to lick his parched lips. He understood the implications of their engagement. He longed to marry Penny immediately, yet she was the girl he had yearned for a decade. At such a pivotal moment, he could not allow his desires to jeopardize their future happiness. In certain respects, Severus embodied a blend of boldness and conservatism, influenced by his mother and the magical community. His gaze softened with tenderness. He would not be like his parents. His wife and children deserved the very best. Penny found the pillow rather high and, unable to find comfort, shifted until she settled on the edge of the bed's pillow, finally drifting into a contented slumber. Severus observed her cherubic face and the pillow she had largely commandeered, letting out a gentle sigh of both affection and resignation. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her close, and planted a kiss upon her forehead before succumbing to sleep himself. This was their first night sharing a bed. Yet it felt as though they had been familiar for many years, devoid of any discomfort, and they both slept soundly. Upon awakening, Penny was unperturbed to find herself nestled in Severus's embrace, though he found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament, unable to partake, yet longing for more, while his cold showers multiplied. To spare his feelings, Penny stifled her laughter. Noticing his struggle to contain himself, she decided to lend a hand. Subsequently, it seemed as though Severus had been enlightened, grasping the unspoken camaraderie shared among couples who ventured to the forbidden forest for clandestine meetings. Blissful moments are fleeting. After a month at the manor, Penny was genuinely set to return to the quaint town. If she lingered much longer, Severus might well lose his focus on revising for Newt's exam. Ask old Mr. Prince if there exists a potion that can obliterate a malevolent soul, akin to what I spoke of in my dream, Penny murmured as she exited the manor. She had always felt an unsettling sensation of being observed within the manor's confines. Severus attributed it to the invisible house elf. Yet she remained unconvinced. All right, I will remain vigilant. Severus had been searching for such things for some time, recognizing that although Penny's prophetic dreams had faltered on occasion, most had proven accurate. For Severus, who understood the existence of seers within the magical realm, this revelation was profoundly shocking. He consistently urged Penny to keep this ability concealed, for exposure could be perilous. Penny responded with a cheerful affirmation, wrapping her arms around his and clutching the key as they began to navigate their surroundings. The town appeared unchanged since her departure, save for a newly opened grocery store, genuinely owned by a Chinese proprietor. Penny fixated intently on the shop for an extended period, causing the staff to suspect she intended to rob the place. Shall we procure some snacks? Severus inquired, leading her inside. The grocery store was modest in size, approximately 15 square meters, with shelves stocked with Chinese goods alongside items from their own country and others. Penny selected 5 canisters labeled by Luo Chun tea and some white sugar, planning to concoct a milk tea upon her return. After settling the bill, the watchful staff bid the pair farewell, their tense shoulders finally relaxing. This tea is of Chinese origin. Do share some with the aunties when you return, Penny said, leaving 1 canister behind and handing the rest to Severus. Concerned he might suffer from insomnia due to the tea's polyphenol, she cautioned him. This tea brews quite differently from black tea. Do not drink it before bed. Severus diligently noted her words, holding Penny's hand as they strolled down the street. If you miss me, come to visit. If you're exceedingly busy, we can communicate through the two-way mirror. Remember to study diligently at home. Penny stood on her toes to kiss Severus's lips, laughing lightly as she dashed away. Severus watched her open the door, waving cheerfully as she departed, and he reciprocated with a slow wave of his own. At Prince Manor, Severus divided the tea, keeping a canister for himself, and silently retreated to the potions room for study. When he returned to the dim, empty bedroom, a sense of emptiness enveloped him. Yet his melancholy was interrupted by a cat's meow. Glancing down at the tabby cat rubbing against his leg, he resolved to take it to Penny the following day. Chapter 63, The Christmas Feast. Time flies swiftly and imperceptibly. The season of a new academic year has arrived, and Hogwarts welcomes a fresh cohort of young wizards. The number of new Slytherins has not surpassed 2 digits. Severus was somewhat astonished to discover that his Uncle Femia's eldest son had been sorted into Ravenclaw. He had presumed that his cousin's shy demeanor would lead him to Hufflepuff. Avery and Regulus, along with others, gazed at the engagement ring on Severus's finger. Their eyes ignited with curiosity. However, the start of term feast was evidently not an opportune moment for inquiries. Thus, upon returning to the dormitory, Severus found himself encircled by them. After a lengthy interrogation that satisfied their thirst for gossip, he finally managed to extricate himself. While the atmosphere within the school remained calm, external turmoil reigned. As Death Eaters wreaked havoc, no longer concealing their brutality, those with keen ears began to inquire early on. Yet the news was far from reassuring, with reports of wizards and muggles disappearing or perishing beneath their wands. Each morning, the great hall echoed with the arrival of owls delivering the daily prophet or letters from family members. The newspaper published reports on these disturbances, though they were predominantly minor skirmishes. Although fear gripped many, and Hogsmeade Village had been closed, parents refrained from coercing students to return home, allowing them to focus on their studies. They understood that within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, protected by Dumbledore and formidable defensive spells. The children were safer than they would be at home, hence they did not insist on their return. Regulus's countenance paled as he read the news. A reflection of the summons he had received from Voldemort during the summer, marked by the searing pain of the dark mark. The memory of that torment still sent shivers down his spine. Previously, he had envied Lucius for being chosen by Voldemort and receiving the dark mark before graduation. Yet Regulus realized that Lucius's situation was markedly different. Receiving the mark prematurely was a form of punishment against the Black family. Regulus cast a glance at the Gryffindor table, silently lamenting the fact that Sirius had run away to reside with the Potters, thrusting the Black family into the public eye. Severus noticed Regulus's sudden pallor, a barely perceptible frown crossing his features as he swiftly finished his porridge and headed off to class. Once few remained at the table, Regulus regained his composure, hastily downing half a cup of pumpkin juice before dashing toward the classroom. The influence of Voldemort has expanded with alarming rapidity, and the Death Eaters have become synonymous with death itself. Now when people discuss him, they do so with utmost caution, constantly glancing around, fearful of a sudden appearance by a Death Eater. The Order of the Phoenix has ascended from the shadows to the forefront, engaging in open confrontation with the Death Eaters. Meanwhile, Slytherin students at Hogwarts find themselves in increasingly precarious situations, with some from Gryffindor seizing any opportunity to attack solitary members of their house, resulting in utter chaos. The Badgers and Eagles have retreated to a safe distance, yet they too fall victim to the malevolent curses cast by Gryffindor, who seem to have lost their sanity, all the while claiming to uphold justice. The outcome has been mutual destruction, with the hospital wing scarcely finding a moment of respite over the past few months. Even though Dumbledore has attempted to intervene, the young witches and wizards, already influenced by the wartime atmosphere, heed no counsel, their tumultuous behavior only escalating. Severus observes the farce with a detached gaze, feeling a sense of incredulity towards the unfolding drama. Upon returning to Prince Manor, he has gained a deeper understanding of the bloodlines among the wizarding families through his grandfather's explanations. Even without his grandfather's insights, he has learned from his readings that these families are interlinked through marriage, with their generational hierarchies often in disarray. It is worth noting that the Prince family, in its prosperous days, also engaged in alliances with various noble families. This bickering and warfare is nothing more than kin fighting kin, with fatal consequences. The Ministry of Magic, resembling a mere ornament, incessantly sends inquiries or letters seeking Dumbledore's opinions. Had it not been for the extraordinary measures taken by Barty Crouch, director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, allowing Aurors to use the unforgivable curses against the Death Eaters, the number of the missing would undoubtedly be greater. Despite the external tumult, nothing can disrupt Severus's resolute determination to study diligently. If he aspires to become an apothecary at St. Mungo's post-graduation, he must excel in his final examinations. Over the past 2 years, Hogsmeade has been sporadically closed, depriving young witches and wizards of leisure activities. With little else to occupy themselves, their attention has turned to the festivities of Halloween and Christmas. Professor Flitwick continues to adorn the Christmas tree, relishing this task, while the other professors do not contest with him. In the corridors, Severus glances at the heavy snowfall outside, his thoughts drifting to Penny's health. Her extremities always grow icy in winter. Accompanying him, Mulciber and Avery converse quietly about their plans for the Christmas holidays. When Voldemort's name arises, their eyes gleam with fervor. Each individual possesses an innate desire for power, status, wealth, and indulgence. They are acutely aware of the peril in serving Voldemort, yet the potential rewards are considerable. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. As the next generation of pureblood families, Mulciber and Avery find neutrality impossible. Their lineage has already dictated their allegiances. Severus's ears perk up at their discussion. Initially, he too entertained thoughts of following Voldemort, but with Penny's arrival in his life, coupled with his mother's awakening, he abandoned that notion. Observing the vibrant Avery and Mulciber, Severus purses his lips. Voldemort's current aggressive expansion is increasingly brutal. Lacking the initial rationality and gradual approach, joining recklessly would be unwise. When Avery inquires about Severus's plans, he reveals his premeditated response. I intend to travel to Germany and France to study under some of the potion masters there. Severus states nonchalantly. Then I will submit my application to St. Mungo's. My dream is to become an apothecary, and I am currently researching ways to improve the Wolfbane potion. Avery and Mulciber express mild acknowledgement, having grown accustomed to his unwavering dedication over the years. If you succeed in your research, remember to enlist my assistance. There are plenty of werewolves, and it would not be safe for you to hold on to that recipe alone, Mulciber cautions. Indeed, Avery concurs with a nod. That esteemed gentleman has gathered giants and werewolves under his banner. If you can succeed, he would surely be pleased. Mulciber shoots Avery a look of exasperation. Are they discussing the same matter? He was suggesting that Severus collaborate with him to reap significant profits. What a foolish serpent. Severus remained silent, merely smiling faintly. During the summer, Penny secured a position writing for a newspaper in London. Now, with Christmas break upon them, she initially planned to return to her small town, as nothing beats the warmth of a house with a crackling fireplace. However, on Christmas Eve, she received an invitation from Eileen to spend the holiday at Prince Manor. Although London was not blanketed in heavy snow, a gentle flurry had dusted the streets. True to form, Severus first visited his grandfather and mother upon arriving at Prince Manor, intending to enjoy a grand Christmas feast before heading to Penny's home. As he stepped into the manor, he immediately noticed the key to the door being handed to him by his mother, signaling that this Christmas would indeed be filled with joy. Severus and Penny are engaged, so it is only natural for them to celebrate the holiday together. Eileen, watching Severus depart with a joyful demeanor, reflects on the beauty of youth. The apparition was swift, transporting him to Penny's modest apartment in the blink of an eye. This time, Penny ensured to catch her little tabby cat, lest it roam wild during their stay at Prince Manor. Lily had also been invited to the manor by Potter for Christmas. Severus, as he cast a warming charm for Penny, helped her pack, noting that what could be resolved with a single spell, he preferred to assist with personally. Penny blinked in surprise at his words. After their previous summer's unfortunate parting, could this Christmas bring about a successful engagement? She didn't inform me, Penny remarked. It was when we arrived at the station. My uncle and aunt were there to pick up Lily. Potter, eager to solidify his attachment to Lily, whisked her away to the manor. With a house elf present, they would be fine, Severus explained, though his brow furrowed slightly, his hands hastening their folding of clothes. Penny's face registered astonishment. Had Potter truly considered Lily's welfare? To take her to the manor without notifying her family beforehand could tarnish the Potter's reputation in the eyes of Lily's family. Potter is far too reckless, Penny muttered. He is the only child of the Potters and their late-in-life son. He has been overly indulged. If he insists, he likely believes they will acquiesce to his whims. Severus commented casually, stuffing the tabby's treats into the suitcase. I'm not worried about that. Penny shook her head, cradling the little tabby who was eager to explore outside. Sighing, Gryffindor wizards naturally lean towards the Order of the Phoenix. If Potter and Lily become engaged, then Lily will certainly. Moreover, Lily had previously discussed this matter with her. Otherwise, she would not have permitted them to practice spells. Even though the old families possess numerous means of self-preservation, they cannot withstand the machinations of those with ulterior motives. Severus ruffled Penny's hair, his gaze holding a complex expression. He was unsure if she had experienced another unsettling dream. Who can predict the future? Respecting the destinies of others is paramount. Some individuals simply refuse to heed counsel, rendering further words futile. Severus took Penny's hand, retrieving the key to the door. Do not ponder too much, she is a witch. His reassurance had some effect, and Penny nodded slightly, clutching the tabby close as she grasped the key. Prince Manor appeared largely unchanged since her last visit, save for the Christmas decorations adorning the trees closer to the hall. My grandfather mentioned that the manor is just for us few. It is merely for family, Severus explained. Penny greeted Eileen and the others cheerfully before making her way to the bedroom with her luggage. She gazed at the candles swirling around the Christmas tree, the stars, and the animated figurines, releasing the tabby cat. You mustn't wander too far, or you'll miss out on all the delicious treats. Penny gently tapped the head of the little tabby cat, releasing her grip to let it chase after the squawking animal toy. During dinner, Uncle Femia's family was also present, though tonight he spoke rather more than usual. Severus, your brother has only you as a relative at school. You must take good care of him, he admonished. Femia personally poured a glass of wine for Severus, his face etched with concern. He is timid and somewhat dim-witted. I fear he may be bullied. Just as parents deeply consider the future of their children, so too did Femia. In these tumultuous times, he genuinely feared that his son might be deceived and rashly align himself with Voldemort. Severus was taken aback, seeing that neither his grandfather nor mother interjected. He accepted the wine and nodded slowly. There's no need for concern, uncle. My cousin is quite suited for Ravenclaw. He has a great fondness for books. Severus cast a glance at his bashful cousin, whose head was nearly bowed to the table, affirming this promise. Upon hearing this, Femia's expression lightened somewhat. He fished a box from his pocket and pressed it into Penny's hand. Child, this is an engagement gift for you and Severus. Haha, I have little else to offer. But this advanced Felix Felicis is brewed by my own hand. If you ever find yourself facing a difficult choice in life, a single drop will suffice. He gestured with his fingers, indicating just a tiny amount. Penny cast a glance at Severus before expressing her gratitude and accepting the gift. Seeing Penny smile as she received it, Femia felt a sense of relief wash over him. Half an hour later, the dinner guests dispersed. Penny sat by the fireplace, shaking the small vial containing the Felix Felicis, seemingly trying to discern its contents. Severus, holding a potions book, settled beside her. Observing this little treasure seeker, he remarked, "A bottle of intermediate Felix Felicis is worth 150 to 300 galleons, and advanced Felix Felicis is priceless. This time, Uncle Femia has been quite generous, to my knowledge. He has successfully brewed advanced Felix Felicis only twice, once 9 years ago and once 5 years ago. So," Penny leaned into Severus's embrace, chuckling, "have I come out ahead this time?" "Indeed, dear Miss Penny." Severus gently kissed the corner of Penny's lips and whispered, "However, your beloved fiancé can brew even more potions. So do not be overly astonished." Penny's lashes fluttered as she gazed into Severus's deep-set eyes, decisively wrapping her arms around his neck to claim some privileges of a fiancé. As the kiss concluded, she found herself cradled in Severus's arms, casting a frustrated glance at the youth, who still had strength to spare. "Severus, you have that anti-swelling ointment at the estate, right?" Penny coughed softly, her voice hoarse as she inquired. Severus silently adjusted his position, nodding as he held her. "All right then. Remember to look for it for me," Penny muttered before rising to find a suitable place to stow the Felix Felicis. However, some matters were not so easily quelled by Severus. Just as he sighed in relief, Penny returned after placing her belongings, a novel in hand to pass the time. Unaware of Severus's peculiar demeanor, she plopped down onto his lap, inadvertently poked by something hard. "Severus, what do you have hidden in your trousers?" Penny blinked, a teasing smirk playing on her lips. She observed Severus's neck and ears flush crimson, laughing mischievously. How could she forget that Severus was a young man full of vigor? Realizing he had been caught, Severus resigned himself to the situation, wrapping his arms around Penny and pleading. 20 minutes later, having washed her hands, Penny resolved to refrain from teasing Severus so carelessly in the future. Chapter 64, Progress. Severus found Penny's presence both delightful and torturous. He experienced the fervor of youth fully through her. Erin, witnessing her son glued to Penny's side, could only shake her head in exasperation. "My dear boy, you are now of age, free to pursue whatever you wish." She pondered whether to gift her son some educational books, especially in the absence of a father. Thus, as Severus exited the potions room, he was intercepted by his mother at the door, who thrust several black-covered books into his hands. "Find a discreet place to read these. Cough, and do try not to let Penny discover them." Erin quickly added, "You must maintain a sense of balance." Vishink Herson understood her intentions. Erin turned and hurried away. Severus watched his mother's retreating figure in confusion, curiously opening one of the books before opting for a hot shower during what should have been his nap time. The potion in the cauldron bubbled ominously, releasing an unpleasant odor into the potions room. Severus stirred counterclockwise a few times but could not salvage the concoction. "Damn," he muttered under his breath, realizing that his earlier reading had distracted him. He drew his wand, aimed it at the cauldron, and after a cleansing spell, pinched the bridge of his nose before starting the potion anew. Thankfully, he was alone in the potions room. Had anyone witnessed his blunder, he would likely be teased mercilessly for days. Once he completed the potion, it was time for dinner. The little tabby had somehow captured Erin's heart, and was now nestled beside her, enjoying some jerky. Penny, noticing Severus's odd expression, thought little of it and struck up a conversation about the lovely photographs taken around the estate that day. The entertainment in the magical world was truly sparse. This was not the first time Penny had felt this way. After a few rounds of wizard chess with Erin, she left feeling disheartened, having lost 7 out of 10 games, primarily due to the lack of engaging activities. Observing her disappointment, Severus led Penny to the study, where in addition to potions books, a few travelogues and entertaining reads had been added in recent years. You no longer need to brew that potion that requires you to be present for 3 days and nights? Penny sifted through the books, selecting the tales of the sacred springs to admire the illustrations. "I haven't taken any orders lately. The Christmas holiday is only 2 weeks long," Severus explained, staring blankly at a poetry collection. "Oh," Penny replied, "Hogwarts graduation season is approaching. You must devote ample time to review. Have you prepared your study materials? You'll be taking your graduation exams in June next year. I checked the St. Mungo's recruitment guide. You'll undoubtedly be fine." She closed the book, cradling it in her arms, as she took Severus's hand and strolled down the corridor. If you go to St. Mungo's, my workplace isn't too far from there. Perhaps when you start working, you can take me along. Even if you go to France, you could still arrive in time. As she gazed at the fluttering lashes of the young woman, listening to her caring words, warmth enveloped Severus's heart. This concern was different from that of his mother and friends. She was envisioning their future together, with him included in that vision. Eva inquired. The content of the graduation exam remains largely the same each year. The challenge lies in the practical aspects. Besides, are you still doubtful of my potion skills? Severus gently squeezed Penny's hand, noting that the Hogwarts exams were quite predictable. Penny, seeing Severus's confidence, couldn't help but laugh. She had once attempted to brew a potion using the formula from a potions book, only to fail spectacularly, leaving a foul odor in her house for over a month. From that experience, she concluded that brewing potions also required magical ability. If only I had magic too, Penny lamented. Severus kissed the crown of Penny's head. You may lack magic, but you are still exceptional. You are my little son. At his words, Penny's eyes sparkled with joy as she hummed a cheerful tune back to her bedroom. As the clock ticked past 7, had they still been in their apartment, Penny would have surely settled onto the sofa to watch television after her bath. However, at Prince Manor, she could only accompany Severus in the cozy study, reading and indulging in some delightful snacks. However, with the weight loss potion from Severus, she felt utterly unafraid. After approximately 2 hours, Penny rubbed her sore wrists and gazed at the substantial stack of manuscript paper before her, her heart swelling with a sense of achievement. Severus had also completed his revisions. Casting a glance at Penny, he recognized that it was time for a late-night snack. The two emerged from the small study to find on the table a delightful array of homemade fried chicken burgers and barbecue prepared by the house elf. Penny's eyes sparkled. The house elf was indeed a marvelous being. Just a few days prior, she had merely mentioned the ingredients and presentation for barbecue, and they had managed to create it. If only there were some chilled beer or soda to accompany it. As Penny savored perfectly sized lamb skewers, her face flushed with spice. Severus, upon hearing her words, paused momentarily before recalling the bottle of wine that Avery had given him before the holidays. He rose to fetch it from his room. Penny watched as Severus conjured 2 wine glasses, and with the pouring of the amber liquid, a subtle sweetness wafted through the air. This sweet sherry was gifted by a friend of mine. It is perfectly suited for the moment, he remarked. Since Penny seldom drank, and Severus had no opportunity to do so at school, he misjudged their capacities for alcohol. Wiping her hands, Penny raised her glass and clinked it against Severus's. The drink was indeed delightful, sweet, reminiscent of toffee and almonds. After taking a small sip and finding the flavor pleasing, she finished nearly half her glass. Thus, they indulged in fried chicken and wine together. The atmosphere in the room was harmonious, as the two engaged in quiet conversation, and before long, a bottle of wine had been consumed. Severus? Penny called, noticing him lost in thought while staring at his glass. He looked up, momentarily startled, then broke into a broad smile. Could it be that your tolerance is so low? Penny remarked, wrinkling her nose in playful exasperation. Penny, Severus said, seeing her silent. He slowly stood up, crossed the table, and enveloped her in an embrace, nuzzling her neck like a kitten. Penny struggled to maintain her posture, her hands greasy, feeling somewhat embarrassed to touch him. Severus, behave. Sit down beside me obediently, or my oily hands will smudge your clothes, she softly coaxed. Inhaling the sweet scent of wine lingering around him, Severus seemed to understand, and he gradually settled beside her, pulling her onto his lap, and then carefully wiped her hands and face with a tissue. Sitting face to face, the proximity intertwined their breaths, the temperature in the room gradually rising, and their cheeks flushed, whether from the wine or the warmth of the atmosphere. They could not tell. Once her hands and face were clean, Severus tilted his head to gaze at Penny, his dark eyes brimming with innocence. Now that you're all cleaned up, I must reward you. Saying so, he lowered his head and pressed his lips against her slightly flushed ones. Penny was delighted, never expecting Severus to display such affection when inebriated. She wrapped her arms around his neck and closed her eyes, savoring his improved kissing skills. After what felt like an eternity, the kiss finally ended. Severus observed Penny as she gasped for breath, his gaze darkening as he leaned closer, gently nibbling her rosy earlobe before trailing kisses down her neck. Penny leaned back, and as she began to slip from his embrace, he swiftly pulled her back onto the sofa. The candles in the room gradually extinguished, and the two found themselves increasingly lost in the moment. In the darkness, Penny could not discern Severus's expression, but she felt his warm breath against her skin and the callous palms from his potion-making work caressing her waist. Penny, I love you, Severus whispered softly, His face bore a smile, yet his eyes held no trace of inebriation. His voice was imbued with sincerity and resolve. Penny let out a soft hum, biting down hard on his shoulder before she responded, "I love you too, Severus." Their fervent emotions resonated in that moment. Just as Penny believed Severus was about to transform into a wolf, ready to claim her, he halted at the precipice. In response to her puzzled gaze, Severus held her tightly, struggling to suppress the tempest within him. "Wait for me to graduate, Penny. Once I can provide you with a stable life," he declared, firmly closing his eyes. Did he not yearn to possess Penny? Of course he did. The person he had cherished for over a decade was now within arm's reach, and he ached to consume her entirely. Love is restraint, respect, and caution. He desired to offer Penny a brighter future. Penny, hearing his words, cupped Severus's face and sighed before leaning in for a kiss. "Severus, we are engaged," she whispered softly. Tempting someone is simple, but coaxing a person steadfast in their convictions is a formidable task. "Penny, I'm sorry, but I can't, at least not now," Severus replied, their foreheads touching as he gazed at her with gentleness. Penny stared blankly for a while, then pursed her lips. "Stifle it, you'll suffocate yourself." She playfully pushed Severus away, exasperated. "I feel all sticky, I'm going to take a shower." Severus wrapped his arms around her waist, whispering sweet nothings in her ear. Penny turned her face away, feigning annoyance as he held her hand. Eventually, her frustration reached a peak, and she simply climbed onto his lap, freeing her busy hands. With a shiver, Penny relaxed her body, and after a brief respite, Severus carried her into the bathroom to freshen up. In the dimly lit room, Severus gently kissed Penny's cheek, before holding her tightly as they drifted into slumber. Penny smiled quietly, inhaling the faint scent of potions on him, and nestled into a comfortable position as she gradually fell asleep. The next day, a light rain began to fall outside, further chilling the already cold weather. Severus tenderly applied ointment to the inner thighs of Penny, where the tender flesh had been overworked the previous day and had swollen. Penny, feeling embarrassed, snatched the ointment and hastily applied it. "I spoke with my mother. Since you're unwell today, we'll have breakfast in bed," Severus said, washing his hands before accepting the tray from the house elf, sitting on the edge of the bed to feed her small pieces. Penny's lips twitched. She had merely woken up late, yet he had spun tales about her. "I appreciate it," she murmured, accepting Severus's offerings with a sense of entitlement. Feigning ignorance of her sarcasm, Severus responded with an affirmative sound, and fed her a spoonful of pudding. "The Christmas holiday ends the day after tomorrow," he suddenly remarked. Penny nodded, puzzled, looking at him with curiosity. "Once you feel better, I'll take you home and we can stroll around downtown, maybe catch a movie." He elaborated on his plans. Penny's eyes sparkled at this thought, but upon considering the chilly weather, she hesitated. "No need to worry. I've ordered some clothing from Elegant Attire, specifically requesting that they enchant it with warmth and dust-repelling charms. You won't feel uncomfortable wearing it," Severus assured her, grasping her slightly cool hand. After over a year of potion treatments, her body had improved somewhat. "How did you know my size? I didn't see you measuring it," Penny teased, narrowing her eyes knowingly. "Just by looking, I can tell. My eyes are my measuring tape," Severus replied without a hint of embarrassment. Having been teased by Penny so frequently, he was no longer easily flustered. Penny giggled. Whether shy or serious, Severus was quite endearing. Yet she pondered when she would finally have the chance to eat some meat. This was indeed a perplexing dilemma. Previously, Eileen had secured a room for her son in downtown, not far from where Penny lived. Thus, on the eve of the school year, Penny assisted Severus in selecting some curtains and artwork, simply adorning the room. Perhaps it was the commendable behavior of the Evans couple during their visit to Potter Manor that ultimately swayed the elder Potters, who could no longer resist the pleas of their son, and they consented to the engagement of the two, setting the date for Easter of the following year. Upon learning of the engagement, Penny was not at all astonished. After all, they were a destined pair, and no one could separate them. Thus, aboard the train to Hogwarts, the joy radiating from Harry's face was undeniable, though it faltered momentarily upon encountering Severus, before he forced a laugh and joined Sirius elsewhere. Following the dissolution of their band of highwaymen, the friendship between the two had solidified even further. The notion of the heir to the Potter family becoming engaged to a Muggle-born, which did not surprise the young wizards at school. After all, Harry's long-standing pursuit of Lily was common knowledge. Now that they were finally united, the Gryffindor Lions showered them with blessings. Some students wrote letters home to inform their families of this development, seeking guidance on whether they should alter their attitudes. Severus noticed these small gestures but remained indifferent. As graduation approached, 7th year was exceedingly busy. He even reviewed his studies during mealtimes, and when Regulus sought him out, he had to check if it was the weekend. The room of requirement was monopolized by Severus, Avery, and Mulciber, as practical training in potions and transfiguration required ample practice. During yet another training session, Severus sent Avery crashing onto the mat. Merlin's tattered gloves. Can't you ease up a bit? We're merely training, Avery exclaimed, clutching his stomach as he rose, casting a forlorn glance at Severus. This is still training. If you're this weak, will your opponent show you any mercy? Severus scoffed. All right. I can't win this argument, Avery replied helplessly, having been bested too many times to count. Born into a pureblood family, he could sense the tense atmosphere at school. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would have long since wandered off for leisure. Chapter 65. Graduation from 7th year. Since the beginning of term, Penny and Severus had been engrossed in their respective pursuits, communicating only once a week through the two-way mirror on Saturdays. Severus was occupied with revisions and training, while Penny busied herself with drafting news articles. However, upon returning home to her empty room, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sadness. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown unaccustomed to solitude. She scooped up her sleeping tabby cat and playfully ruffled its fur until it kicked her face in protest, at which point she laughed and released it. Thinking of someone, Penny took out paper and pen to write a letter, urging Severus not to overexert himself and to take care of his health, especially advising him against drinking at the graduation party. Upon receiving the letter, Severus's gaze darkened. After graduation, he would not be indulging in sherry. Avery, noticing the green light in Severus's eyes, cast a puzzled glance at the sumptuous breakfast spread before them. Hadn't he just eaten? Was he not satiated? However, Avery soon found little energy to concern himself with Severus, as he received a letter from home, the contents of which caused his expression to shift. The madwoman from the Lestrange family, known for her penchant for tormenting others, had now turned her sights on pureblood aristocrats. Although they were merely minor families, they were still pureblood, and once this precedent was set, they would only grow bolder. After much deliberation, Avery decided to pass the letter to Severus, so he would be mentally prepared. Be cautious, whether at St. Mungo's, Hogwarts, or elsewhere, he whispered. Severus read the letter quickly, furrowing his brow before nodding gravely. As graduation loomed, the first skirmish between the two factions in the wizarding world was about to commence. Harry and Sirius, influenced by their surroundings and personal considerations, both hoped for the victory of the Order of the Phoenix, as it was the only force capable of contending with the Death Eaters. Penny, upon receiving a long-awaited letter from Lily, was not surprised to learn of this matter. During their Saturday chat via the two-way mirror, Penny posed a question. Severus, do you still have contact with Mr. Malfoy? Severus paused slightly before nodding. He orders a batch of Skillgrow and Essence of Dittany from me every year. Penny blinked her light-colored eyes. Has he invited you to join that faction? Severus understood her concern. The Death Eaters were notoriously unreasonable. Moreover, while Lucius had aided him when he first enrolled, and was a senior worthy of respect, it was not enough for him to risk his life in return. Additionally, the resources amassed by the Slytherin aristocracy in recent years had only fueled their ambitions, as they zealously followed Voldemort in pursuit of greater heights, completely losing their composure and equanimity. After a prolonged silence, Severus finally responded. I have turned down his invitations several times. When he realized I was steadfast in my refusal, he ceased to invite me. Satisfied with his answer, Penny refrained from further inquiries, simply reminding him to take care of himself and to study diligently. As they prepared to end their conversation, Severus suddenly said, Remember to keep your wand close, or consider resigning from your job and returning to the village. I've noted that the areas where they frequently instigate attacks are around London. Penny contemplated this for a moment before solemnly nodding. After concluding their conversation, she glanced at the calendar on the wall, noting that it was May 6, 1978. The weather was becoming increasingly stifling, driving one to wish to hide within a block of ice. The 7th-year students at Hogwarts were completing their NEWT exams during the final 2 weeks of June, and the remaining time belonged to the revelry of the graduates. Severus sat in a corner sipping butterbeer, participating in the festivities to some extent. Avery, after wandering around, joined Severus, having consumed a substantial amount of fire whiskey. This is dull, Avery murmured as he gazed at the lively common room. Severus pretended not to hear, and continued sipping his butterbeer. Severus Snape, sometimes I envy you, free-spirited and unencumbered. Yet it comes with its downsides, for you cannot relish the benefits of family or the luxury of spending galleons at will. Avery lamented, seemingly inebriated. But all of this comes at a price. Once we come of age, it will be time to repay our families. Regulus has it easier. He is the sole heir in his family, he added with a hiccup. Avery rambled on about family matters, and the fiancé arranged by his family. Both he and Severus had their affections directed elsewhere, but were compelled to agree to the unions for the sake of family. "You're drunk," Severus remarked, casting a dispassionate glance at Avery, which was precisely why he was reluctant to return to the Prince family. "I'm not drunk. I can still drink," Avery retorted, gulping down his drink and emitting a series of hiccups before resting his head on the table. Severus sighed, greeting Mulciber before guiding the inebriated individual back to their dormitory. The following day, as they departed, the atmosphere was distinctly quiet. Avery wore a smile once more, as if yesterday's drunken escapade had never occurred. Severus said nothing, simply offering each of them a bottle of moderate Felix Felicis before leaving. He had no desire to see them on the battlefield. "Good luck," Severus said blandly. "Take care. Let us strive together," Avery and Mulciber replied as they watched Severus depart, clutching their glass vials, their eyes filled with uncertainty about the future. On the train, Lily and Harry were discussing how to spend their summer vacation, brimming with excitement over their newly acquired, indefinite holiday. Sirius sat nearby, bored as he munched on a sandwich, planning to seek out Remus, whom he had not seen in ages and with whom he communicated only via owl. After all, they were bound by a friendship that transcended the ordinary. "I am uncertain about Lupin's current state. He remains reticent whenever I inquire." After much deliberation, Potter and Lily finally reached a conclusion, only to soon find themselves embroiled in an argument over their wedding plans. Is it not feasible to marry at Potter Manor? With the assistance of a house elf, it would undoubtedly be more convenient. Potter gazed at Lily, bewildered by her sudden ire. "I wish to hold a wedding in a Muggle church, so my parents and relatives can attend, rather than being excluded by magic." Though accustomed to life in the magical realm, Lily's thoughts still leaned towards the Muggle world. A grand ceremony in a church had been her dream since childhood. Potter, exasperated, raked his fingers through his hair, and eventually nodded decisively, conceding, "Very well, since it is our wedding, we can have 2 ceremonies. After all, money is not a concern." Lily's spirits lifted slightly, and she shifted the conversation to another topic. "Our scores are sufficient for Aura registration. Though it is regrettable that we cannot immediately confront the Death Eaters." Lily harbored a deep disdain for the brutal Death Eaters, yet she looked forward to testing the power of firearms when the time came. Potter nodded in agreement, joining Lily in their condemnation. The Slytherin upperclassmen's compartment was enveloped in an eerie silence. Their carefree days would soon come to an end upon returning home after graduation. Severus's mindset was entirely different. His promising life was just beginning. In Prince Manor, Eileen regarded the aging visage of old Prince and shook her head slowly. "Father, this is not a decision I can make. Severus has graduated, and he must forge his own path." Eileen understood all too well that should her son revert to the Prince surname, it would entail bearing the responsibilities of the Prince family, along with countless troubles, not least of which would be the impossibility of marrying a Muggle-born wife. Old Prince sighed, recalling his grandson's repeated, albeit subtle, refusals. "Very well, I understand." He stroked his beard and, stooped with age, departed. Eileen squinted her eyes. She had already yielded considerably, and it was high time her father faced the consequences of choosing her brother as the head of the family instead of her. Under the blazing sun, pedestrians sought refuge in the shade, and the central fountain was filled with individuals washing their hands and soaking their feet. Penny, just off work, donned a sun hat and carried bags of fruit and salad purchased from the supermarket, feeling too hot to bother with cooking. Upon reaching the apartment entrance, she spotted the little tabby cat perched atop the mailbox and greeted it before unlocking the door. However, something seemed amiss in the apartment today. Her previously chaotic garden appeared surprisingly tidy, and the paper crane wind chimes under the eaves shimmered more brightly than usual. She inhaled deeply, catching the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. "Severus, you're back." Penny changed into her slippers, set her bags down, and dashed towards the kitchen. Severus, clad in a blue apron adorned with a picture of a tabby cat, looked adorably charming. "You should go watch television. Dinner will be ready shortly," he said, glancing back at her as he wiped his hands. Without magical kitchenware, cooking required manual effort. Penny embraced Severus, then cheerfully trotted off to wash the fruit. 10 minutes later, as Penny savored the delicious beef stew, she noticed Severus lost in thought. The 18-year-old had grown taller, and the youthful roundness of his face had faded, revealing sharp features and a pair of deep, jewel-like eyes. His nose was elegantly shaped, and the corners of his lips curled slightly upward, exuding an air of confidence and composure. "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Severus inquired curiously, touching his cheek. Penny cleared her throat. She couldn't very well admit she was spellbound by his handsome visage. "You need to use a razor," she said earnestly, pointing to the stubble on his chin. Severus skeptically touched his jaw, realizing it was indeed a bit prickly. All right, let us eat. I'm starving, Penny chuckled as she pushed a pie toward him. After their meal, Penny contentedly leaned against the doorframe while Severus washed the dishes with his wand. We're going to see a movie tonight. I've bought 2 tickets for the 8 o'clock showing of Star Wars, he announced as he finished tidying up and joined Penny on the sofa to share some fruit. Penny had no objections. Who could resist the thoughtful plans of their significant other? Thanks to a cooling charm, the sweltering summer felt significantly more bearable. Hand in hand, Severus led Penny down the street, where a young flower vendor seized the opportunity to approach them, offering a bouquet. Handsome, sir. Why not buy a lovely flower for the beautiful lady? The vendor beamed at the couple, who were holding hands. Severus examined the flowers in the basket, retrieved his wallet, and bought a bouquet of roses, which he presented to Penny. These flowers are rather lovely. We should place them in the bedroom vase, she accepted with a smile. Very well. I shall use a spell to preserve them longer, Severus replied. After purchasing some snacks, they entered the cinema. Once the film concluded, Penny stifled a yawn. Enjoying the movie but finding it a bit lengthy. Shall we head back? Severus asked, gently pulling her closer as he noticed her drowsiness. Yes, let us go. I have work tomorrow, Penny murmured against his chest, feeling fatigued. Severus nodded, and with a flick of his wand, they apparat back to the apartment. Let us take a shower before bed, he said, patting Penny's back to rouse her from her sleepy state. Penny merely hummed, burying her face in his neck and pretending to be an ostrich. She had no desire to move. Severus chuckled softly, dutifully setting the bathwater to fill. Once she was submerged in the warm water, Penny felt a bit more alert, albeit still languid. I'll come in 10 minutes to call you, Severus said, tying her hair up before stepping out of the bathroom. Penny dipped her hand into the water, and if it weren't for how soft her hands were whenever she assisted Severus, she would have thought his endurance was lacking. The following day, Penny went to the newspaper office with Severus, where her colleagues finally got a glimpse of her boyfriend. I thought you were joking about having a boyfriend, remarked a girl who was on friendly terms with Penny. He was in Scotland. He just returned to London. Penny waved at Severus and smiled. They exchanged a few words before settling back into their respective workstations as the workday commenced. When the afternoon came to a close, Severus arrived to escort Penny home, met with the curious gazes of her co-workers. He politely greeted them, expertly taking the bag from Penny's hands. We're headed to Zhang's for dinner. I've made reservations, he said as they walked side by side, already having decided where to dine. That place? I've been there a few times. Their sweet and sour pork and crispy fried meat are quite delicious. Penny thought Severus was incredibly considerate, and knowing he was her fiancé made her heart swell with joy. After finishing their meal, Penny playfully pinched the flesh on her abdomen, lamenting, people in love are the most prone to gaining weight. No need to worry. I brewed some weight loss potion and left it on your bedside table, Severus said, paying for a serving of Penny's favorite candied chestnuts and tonghulu, patiently peeling the chestnuts. Penny, munching on the tonghulu, gazed at Severus, who was focused on his task, and playfully fed him a piece. Seeing him grimace at the sourness, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Eventually, they settled on a bench by the roadside, leaning against each other as they finished the sweet, sticky chestnuts. They savored the park's scenery for a while before finally returning home. Thus, a few delightful days passed, and the weekend finally arrived. As Penny contemplated where to spend her leisure time, Lily knocked on her door. Are you saying that Potter will be visiting the town for a while? Penny inquired, somewhat astonished, as she poured a cup of red tea for Lily. Indeed, Lily nodded, glancing at Severus, who was busy in the kitchen, and hesitantly added, I just wanted to give you a heads up. If James happens to irritate Severus, please ask him to show some restraint on my behalf. When Severus emerged with a plate of fish and chips, Lily was still chattering away. Upon seeing Severus, she reiterated her concerns regarding James. I'll do my best, Severus replied, raising an eyebrow as he retrieved 3 bottles of drinks from the refrigerator. If he instigates trouble, I won't hesitate to teach him a lesson. Penny quietly enjoyed her fish and chips, recognizing that this was a matter between the two of them, and preferring not to intervene. With a radiant smile, Lily took Severus's response as an agreement. At the end of July, Lily brought James to the quaint town of Cokeworth. Fortunately, this time James donned attire suitable for the era, t-shirt and jeans, his tousled hair neatly arranged, exuding a newfound sense of composure. His wide eyes observed his surroundings with curiosity, as it was his first visit to Lily's abode. As for Sirius, he had ventured out to find Remus and had yet to return. James had met the Evans couple several times, and had even stayed at the manor for a spell, so he was somewhat familiar with them. He presented the gifts he had brought for the Evans family, discussed the wedding date set for October, and stayed for a leisurely lunch. While strolling through the streets, James finally voiced his curiosity. "Lily, where is your sister? I haven't seen her today." He knew Lily had a sister, but the details were vague to him. "She moved out a while ago and now works downtown. There's some tension between her and our parents," Lily said, pursing her lips. James nodded nonchalantly. "She should be off work by now. Let me take you to meet Penny." Lily felt it necessary to clarify for James, adding, "Penny and Severus are engaged, so if you happen to run into them, please don't be too surprised." James's fingers twitched slightly. No matter how much time passed, he found the idea of being related to Snape rather peculiar. The two of them apparat to downtown, and soon found Penny's modest apartment. When Penny heard the doorbell, she set down the fruit she had been holding, and went to answer the door. Upon recognizing her visitors, she was not taken aback. "Would you prefer red tea or coffee?" she inquired politely as she led them into the living room. "Red tea please, Penny." "Cola would suffice as well," Lily replied. Glancing around, just as she was about to ask where Severus was, she noticed the dark-haired boy emerging from the hallway, which she recalled led to the basement. Severus, having received a warning from Lily, greeted James with a cool nod before he sat beside Penny and poured himself a cup of red tea. James's expression momentarily contorted before he quickly masked it, casting an odd look at the affectionate pair. Lily shared the details of their wedding plans and date, her face glowing with happiness. Penny stared in astonishment. The couple was barely of age and already contemplating marriage. Did they truly grasp the significance of such a commitment? Moreover, with Potter's pureblood status and Lily's Muggle-born identity being so sensitive, did they truly comprehend the challenges that lay ahead? She decided to become engaged to Severus out of concern that she might regret it in the future. At least she had experienced love, and even if they were to part ways eventually, they could do so amicably. Yet Penny knew she could not sway Lily. She had never succeeded in that regard. "Have you truly made up your minds? So soon to marry, and you won't play around for another 2 years?" Penny inquired softly, gazing at the sweethearts before her. Lily nodded, taking a sip of her tea. "We are already finalizing the guest list. We will have a ceremony at the church and another at the manor." Penny refrained from further objections, especially since the Evans couple had not voiced any dissent. She did not wish to be the villain. Noticing that the day was still young, Lily suggested they go shopping together. The shopping plaza downtown was not far, and the four of them opted to walk. James had done his homework and exchanged a substantial amount of pounds, so when he saw Lily admiring the necklaces and clothing, he waved his hand and bought them, significantly depleting his wallet. Penny nudged Severus and whispered in his ear, "See? This is how a true wealthy person behaves." Severus grasped Penny's hand, his eyes filled with affection. All his wealth was in Penny's hands, otherwise he might have wished to emulate that extravagance. Seemingly understanding his sentiment, Penny chuckled and led him to the men's section to purchase a few outfits. After their shopping spree, they gathered for a meal, marking the conclusion of James's visit to the town. In the ensuing days, Severus appeared distracted, even reducing his time spent brewing potions in the basement, often lost in thought while perusing books. Penny sensed something was amiss with Severus and approached him, brushing her fingers through his hair and softly blowing into his ear. "What's been troubling you lately? If you're tired of the apartment, we could return to the town for a few days." She nestled into Severus's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck. Severus snapped out of his reverie, looking down at Penny and noticing the exposed skin of her collarbone, his throat constricting. He tightened his hold around her waist and kissed her deeply. When the kiss finally ended, he caressed her waist and murmured, "I'm waiting for the notification from St. Mungo's. They won't be hiring for several months. I was merely contemplating whether we should hold 2 ceremonies when we marry, perhaps even 3 when we have children." "Children? Are you suggesting we have them now?" Penny retorted. "No, I was just thinking about a child who resembles you. The house would certainly be lively." "And what if I don't wish to have children? Would you no longer want to live with me?" Penny playfully punched him, her irritation rising. Had he been influenced by Potter's musings? Besides, even with potions and magic, childbirth was no trivial matter. Severus blinked in confusion, taken aback by her sudden anger. For the following week, Severus slept in the guest room. Although he had previously done so, the distinction between being passive and active was significant. After researching and consulting professionals, Severus finally understood why Penny had reacted so strongly. The pregnancy rate in the magical community was alarmingly low, exacerbated by the terrifying threats posed by Death Eaters in recent years. Thus, pregnant witches were a rare sight. Walking through witch-populated villages, one might not see a single expectant mother, which also explained the dwindling number of young witches and wizards at Hogwarts when Harry returned to school. Having spent limited time in the Muggle world, Severus was only vaguely aware of these circumstances. Covering his face with his hands, Severus realized he had made a remarkably foolish mistake. August continued to be swelteringly hot, yet today the skies were overcast and rainy, raindrops splattering against the window panes. Penny had not brought an umbrella and stood hesitantly, gazing at the curtain of rain. Her colleagues, some more fastidious, sheltered their briefcases or plastic bags atop their heads, while others rushed headlong into the rain, reveling in nature's bounty. Today, she finished work half an hour earlier than usual. Yet she would still have to wait a while for Severus to pick her up. As the rain poured more heavily and the temperature dropped, Penny rubbed her arms, uncertain how long the downpour would last. While she pondered, a coat was draped over her shoulders. The familiar scent allowed her to quickly identify its owner. Severus. You're quite early today. Penny, filled with delight, leaped into Severus's arms, bestowing upon him a resounding kiss on his cheek. She had prepared herself to wait for half an hour. Severus accepted Penny's kiss with a sense of rightful pleasure, unfurling the umbrella to enfold her as they ventured into the curtain of rain. Though magic was swift, the moments shared with a beloved should not be hurried. Besides, strolling under an umbrella in the rain was undeniably romantic. Penny, I sincerely apologize for what transpired last time. I was unaware of the myriad hardships a woman endures during pregnancy. If you are unwilling, it would be perfectly fine for us to navigate this together. Severus murmured softly into Penny's ear. It was no wonder his mother had urged him to take precautions, emphasizing that indulgence alone was not wise, and that bearing children too early could be detrimental to a woman's health. Penny turned her face away, silently massaging her ear, finding his deep voice almost unbearable. I shouldn't be angry with you. It's just that the thought of childbirth is terrifying. Let's take things as they come, she replied, biting her lip softly. After all, we are still young. What she truly wished to express was that they hadn't even embarked on a more intimate relationship yet. She was weary of the vegetarian fare she had been consuming. Severus was quite pleased with her response. Once they established a stable relationship, he could pursue the things he desired. Upon returning home, the meal on the table had been preserved by a warming charm, steaming beautifully, just as delicious as when he had left. Penny washed her hands and first sipped a bowl of lamb soup to warm her stomach, then dug into the meat sauce pasta before her. I saw some huaxia apples for sale today, so I bought some for you to try later, Severus said, pleased to see Penny enjoying her meal, feeling that his trip to Jiaolu Street to bother the Chinese vendor was well worth it. The apples were vibrant red and large, emitting a sweet aroma. Once sliced and arranged on a charming plate, they made one's mouth water. Penny speared a piece of apple and offered it to her diligent partner as a token of gratitude. Severus glanced at her, accepting the apple with a nod. Bored from staying at home for too long, Penny contemplated a little getaway from London. How about we visit a hot spring? Just think, the snow-capped mountains across from us, soaking in the steaming waters while indulging in delightful snacks. Sounds blissful, doesn't it? Penny reclined on Severus's lap, perusing a travel magazine. Severus was not one to decline. But he inquired, just the two of us? Yes, just us, she affirmed. Surely your colleagues won't suddenly decide to join? Penny chuckled, reassuring him that it would indeed be just the two of them, as having more company would complicate matters. Severus, still somewhat skeptical, nodded and carried her upstairs to pack their bags. The moment they immersed themselves in the hot spring, Penny felt a significant relief in her body. Severus, clad in swim trunks, entered the water, which was pleasantly warm. He leaned against the edge of the pool, watching Penny's face flushed from the steam. They had chosen a more secluded pool, and Severus had cast a privacy charm around them, ensuring they would not be disturbed. We should come here more often, Severus remarked, gently brushing his fingers through her golden hair that floated on the water's surface. Leaning in closer, Penny wiped the steam from her face, her fair arms gliding through the water. Occasional visits would suffice, but with the aid of magic, it seems quite feasible, she replied, grasping Severus's hand and requesting a shoulder massage. After approximately half an hour, they rose and returned to their reserved room. Severus took a towel to dry Penny's hair, and aside from the sound of the television, the room was filled with their synchronized breathing. Severus tenderly ran his fingers through Penny's semi-dry hair, then meticulously dried it with a hairdryer. All done. Let us take a little break before we head out for dinner, Severus said with a smile. Penny yawned lazily, nuzzling her cheek against his palm, relishing the warmth of his attentive care. I'll dry your hair first, she mumbled. I can't let you skip it just because your hair is short. Severus obediently perched himself on the edge of the bed, closing his eyes to savor the tingling sensation of her fingers weaving through his hair. Before long, his hair was dry, and the television program had concluded. Penny leaned over his back, planting a kiss on his cheek. You smell wonderful, so different from the usual potion scent. Hehe. It must be the result of my shower gel. The scent of the orange blossom shower gel was quite potent. After Severus's enhancements, its fragrance lingered for an extended period and also boasted moisturizing and whitening properties. Severus playfully removed Penny, who was clinging to him like a monkey, and embraced her as one would a child. You smell delightful as well, my Miss Evans, he said, slipping her shoes onto her feet. But first and foremost, we should fill our stomachs. Penny playfully stuck out her tongue, allowing him to lead her to the dining area. While Penny and Severus enjoyed their holiday in a relaxed manner, on the other side, James Potter faced a more tumultuous situation. I will not allow you to join the Order of the Phoenix. Don't even think about it. You absolutely cannot go, Flitwick exclaimed. His face contorted in anger as he pointed at his son. Although he did not prioritize bloodlines, he was deeply concerned for his son's safety. The establishment of the Order of the Phoenix, aside from Dumbledore's involvement, had seen participation from the noble Gryffindors and those loyal to Dumbledore, with contributions of both manpower and resources. Otherwise, who would willingly exert effort for Dumbledore's reputation without any tangible benefit? Moreover, that old man had even managed to coax James into joining the Order. James could not comprehend his father's fury, perceiving it as unreasonable. The entire wizarding world is in peril. Death Eaters run rampant, and only the Order can stand against them. I have already signed up to be an Auror, and I will inevitably confront the Death Eaters. James patiently explained to his father, expressing his desire for his future children to grow up in a stable environment. Flitwick, staring at the handful of his own beard he had plucked out in frustration, was nearly driven to a heart attack by his son's words. Do you know who has disappeared the most lately? Aside from Muggle-born wizards, it's the Aurors. Families devastated, lives lost. James, when will you grow up? Flitwick raised his hand, sighing as he let it fall. He realized he had indulged his son too much, resulting in such naivety. Do you truly believe Dumbledore is unaware of Voldemort's schemes? The wizarding world is small. Anyone with a modicum of sense knows that politics can be deadly. Do you think there are no Gryffindors among the Death Eaters? Ridiculous. The rivalries among the 4 Hogwarts houses. Do you dare claim Dumbledore has not been complicit? James, if you wish to join the Order, so be it. But you must produce an heir within the next 2 years. After that, I will no longer concern myself with your choices. Flitwick cast a disappointed glance at his son before storming away. James stood in shock, watching his father's retreating figure, lingering in place for a long time before slowly making his way back to his room. Chapter 67 Brandy. Penny and Severus's hot spring getaway was abruptly interrupted by a phone call. Jing had returned from France with her child. Jing is the girl you met before. The one who accompanied me to and from school. Surely you remember her? Penny explained after hanging up. Severus raised an eyebrow. How could he forget? She was the one who introduced herself as a shorty and a skinny monkey upon their first meeting, and was notorious for monopolizing Penny's time on the phone for an hour each time. Wasn't she in France? She has returned recently to handle some matters and brought her child along. He just turned 1, Penny mused, considering what gift to bring for Jing, and casually asking how long she would stay in London, as the firearms for her and Lily were what she had entrusted Jing to purchase. When you meet her, please don't be confrontational. Severus nodded, now understanding one of Penny's motivations for wanting to visit France. The two returned to their small apartment, gathered some glory potions and restorative elixirs, tidied up, and set off to find Jing. Jing lived in a sprawling mansion, large enough to run a few laps inside. Fortunately, she had arranged for a car to pick them up. Otherwise, they would have had quite the time locating her. Severus compared the small apartment, and realized he needed to hasten his financial endeavors. Kevin Thomas and Jane welcomed him into the living room, where the servants began to serve tea and snacks in an orderly fashion. Jane and Penny nestled together, engaged in conversation. Though Jane's eyes occasionally flickered towards the dark-haired youth, Kevin was quite intrigued by the individual, who always seemed to possess miraculous potions. Aside from the various elixirs that emerged during his wife's childbirth, most were concoctions aimed at enhancing beauty. Mr. Snape, are you currently attending school or engaged in work? Kevin inquired curiously. He was aware that his wife's friend was a writer, now working at a newspaper, and this young man, appearing barely of age, exhibited a remarkable composure, though Kevin was uncertain about his temperament. Severus observed the two women in lively discourse and upon hearing the question, pressed his lips together. I have graduated and will return to work at the hospital. Oh, so you are a doctor? No, I am a pharmacist. This revelation clarified for Kevin the source of his wife's remedies. They were all provided by this young gentleman. Furthermore, The profession of a pharmacist held considerable esteem in England, promising a bright future. Are you planning to seek employment at St. Mungo S. or St. Thomas Hospital? Kevin considered offering his assistance, believing that an additional acquaintance could only be beneficial. I intend to go to St. Mungo S. Oh, St. Mungo S. Hospital, splendid. Essie. Mungo S? Ha, that is delightful. Severus detected Kevin's discomfort, and chose to remain silent, sipping the floral tea before him. However, Kevin leaned in, eager to strike up a conversation. The hair growth potion Jane received earlier was brewed by you, wasn't it? It was remarkably effective. May I purchase some? Kevin's voice was low, for baldness was hardly a desirable condition. Severus glanced at Kevin's shiny forehead and nodded slightly. A single vial is £30, with a minimum order of 5. Seizing the opportunity, Severus believed that the market would flourish, resulting in a continuous influx of galleons. Kevin stroked his chin, contemplating for a while, before gesturing grandly. Let us start with 20 vials. If you wish to experiment with the hair growth potion, I advise you to shave your head first, Severus remarked. Penny had been whisked upstairs when the two men began discussing business, entering the adorably decorated nursery, where a brown-haired little boy was sleeping soundly. I recall you are engaged. When do you plan to marry? Jane inquired, pinching the boy's tiny toes and turning to Penny, who was holding a toy lion. Penny placed the toy back on the shelf, squatted beside the crib, and poked the chubby cheek of the sleeping boy. I do not wish to marry. Marriage entails greater responsibilities and would deprive me of my current freedom. Penny sighed. Actually, it's not so bad. Your fiancé does not seem miserly, and you have your own wealth. You could hire a nanny to care for the child while you continue working, which would be quite manageable, Jane mused. Having known Penny's unconventional thoughts since childhood, she was not surprised by her stance. My concerns lie elsewhere. Childbirth is terrifying. I still vividly recall the scene when you gave birth. That is now behind us. Thanks to your potion. Otherwise you had to trust me. Otherwise the potion would have been futile. Penny chuckled softly, absent-mindedly stroking the boy's soft curls. The memory of Jane's severe hemorrhage during childbirth, and how Penny's potion had saved her life was the foundation of their conversation. I would like you to be the godmother to my child, Penny. As the child stirred and whimpered, Jane took Penny's hand and led her out. Godmother? I am not suitable for that role. Penny shook her head. Despite her close bond with Jane, her feelings towards children were different. And Jane's husband must have already chosen a godfather and godmother, so she would not meddle. Very well, but do remember to share any good news with me. Jane winked, genuinely considering Penny as a sister, though lamenting that this sister was too formidable, leaving her little to contribute. Of course, Penny did not refuse. The four enjoyed a harmonious meal together, during which Penny noticed the little boy, now awake, possessed a pair of pale violet eyes. Seeing Penny gazing for a while, Kevin explained his great-great-grandmother had violet eyes. My son is the third in our family to inherit this trait. Penny expressed her delight, and took the little one into the garden for a while. By the time Penny and Severus departed, the sun had set beyond the horizon. Kevin embraced Jane's waist, watching the two leave. That dark-haired youth is a wizard, isn't he? What makes you say that? My family has a history of wizards, and we have records. Moreover, we have connections to the magical community, Kevin replied as he felt the wind pick up, drawing Jane back indoors. Meanwhile, Severus was also discussing this matter with Penny. I did not conceal your identity in front of Jane. Upon reflection, it is quite normal for her to deduce it. Penny and Jane had been together since childhood, and had graduated university together over a decade ago, sharing an unspoken understanding of many matters. I am not referring to that. He possesses a faint magical aura. I suspect he is wearing protective charms. Severus grasped Penny's hand, and they used apparition to return home. Penny touched the ring on her finger, nodding thoughtfully. It was no wonder Kevin had appeared so peculiar during their previous hospital encounter. Severus intended to store the brandy in the liquor cabinet, but noticed that some flowers in the vase had vanished. Frowning, he observed the cat paw prints and fur below, and waved his wand to clean up the mess. Severus, let us forego the liquor. How about a romantic candlelit dinner tonight? Penny tied her hair back and rummaged through the refrigerator for ingredients. Severus nodded, temporarily setting aside thoughts of troubling the small tabby cat. It must be said that the brandy Jane brought from France was sweet and rich, causing Penny to squint with pleasure. She was particularly fond of wines with a hint of sweetness. In the glow of the candlelight, Penny's face appeared as rosy and alluring as a ripe apple. I received my job offer from Street Mungo S. I will begin in January of next year. Severus's obsidian-like eyes fixed on Penny, genuinely pleased. Having a stable job meant he was one step closer to the future he envisioned. Penny considered this, realizing it was now August, meaning there were still 6 months until January. Is this a pre-booking? Isn't it customary to start working shortly after securing a position? She raised the glass to her lips for another sip. She could not shake the feeling that jobs in the magical world were approached as if they were mere games, arranged months in advance. St. Mungo's has 16 pharmacists. One will retire in April, and I am young, so he will mentor me for 3 months. Severus did not fully grasp St. Mungo's procedures, but figured he would familiarize himself once he started. Primarily, he had been engrossed in researching new potions, so a delayed start would not be an issue. Penny acknowledged this with a soft "oh," her eyes glazing over slightly, clearly showing signs of inebriation. Severus Penny's voice was gentle and soothing as she stood up, her body feeling light. Severus's dark eyes remained fixed on Penny, and when she approached him, he swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. Penny wrapped her arms around his neck, settling into a comfortable position, her gaze dreamy as she looked at him. Severus, let us retire for the night. Severus caught the faint scent of wine and orange blossoms emanating from Penny, and with her movements, a certain part of him felt as frozen as a popsicle in winter. Penny, are you truly ready for this? Severus asked softly. Penny lightly bit Severus's lip, letting out a soft laugh. Am I not prepared? You are already 18. Her hand caressed Severus's back, feeling his soft, warm skin. This is your last chance to reconsider. Severus's hand tightened around Penny's waist, his breath becoming uneven. Perhaps I have reconsidered before, but not now. Penny licked her lips, seemingly savoring the taste of brandy. If you are unable, I shall seek someone else, she declared. At her words, Zephyr abruptly rose to his feet, lifting Penny and carrying her up to the second floor, where he gently laid her upon the bed. Caught off guard, Penny gasped, her lips swiftly silenced. As they faced each other with unguarded honesty, the atmosphere grew increasingly charged. Penny, my dear, I love you, Zephyr proclaimed, planting a kiss at the corner of her lips with unwavering conviction. Their foreheads touched, their gazes locked, each pair of eyes brimming with tenderness. The long-awaited day had finally arrived, and both felt a twinge of anxiety. Penny gritted her teeth, marveling at his remarkable talent. Zephyr, too, was drenched in sweat from his earnest efforts. Yet the chasm between theory and practice proved daunting, compelling him to take one step at a time. As the room dimmed, Penny eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Zephyr, content, embraced her tightly, for he had finally secured her presence entirely. He gazed at her tear-streaked cheeks for a while before retrieving his wand to tidy things up. Bathing could wait until tomorrow. When Zephyr's fingers brushed against her skin, Penny shivered slightly, burrowing deeper into the blankets, mumbling, "Let us sleep, I'm so tired." Amused, Zephyr pulled her closer, feeling a void within him at last filled. Penny nestled comfortably in his arms, and regardless of the trials they had faced, they had finally taken the last step together. As the sun rose outside, it was not the alarm clock that roused them, but the plaintive mewing from outside their door. Zephyr's eyes flew open, fully alert. Penny, rubbing her sleepy eyes and yawning, inquired, "What's the matter? Little Lucky sounds so pitiful, is it starving?" "Let us go check," she urged, attempting to rise and open the door. However, the previous night's exertions left her legs weak and her body aching, causing her to tumble back onto the bed. "You stay put, I'll go see," Zephyr assured, tucking her snugly under the covers before donning a pair of trousers and heading for the door. Propped against her pillows, Penny observed Zephyr's tall, lithe frame and his slender waist with a mixture of envy and admiration, but she felt a sense of ownership. This young man was hers now. Lost in her thoughts, she was soon jolted back to reality as Zephyr returned, holding a small tabby cat, now missing patches of fur. Did it lose a fight? Penny wondered, feeling sympathy for the forlorn creature. This cat had never known defeat since its arrival. Zephyr's expression was peculiar as he produced some hemostatic potion for the tabby. Before tossing it outside, it ventured to feed someone else's kittens, and was chased away by their mother. It picked up the scent of the kittens, and other cats mistook it for a female, he explained with a resigned shrug. "Let us keep it indoors for now. I'd hate to see it get beaten again, and lose more fur." Penny chuckled at the absurdity. What sort of tomcat goes around feeding kittens? Zephyr glanced at her, then scooped her up from the bed. "You were too exhausted yesterday to take a bath," he noted, carrying her to the bathroom. With a flick of his wand, he filled the bathtub with water, and they both settled in. Penny found the idea of a romantic bath delightful, yet her body cried out for rest after its exertions. Zephyr helped her wrap herself in a bathrobe before carrying her back to bed. "Rest some more, I'll prepare breakfast," he said, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek, before heading downstairs. 10 minutes later, Zephyr returned, bringing breakfast. Penny yawned and sat up, quickly devouring her meal before lying back down to rest again. Observing her, Zypher tucked the covers around her snugly, waiting until she was deeply asleep before descending to the basement. It wasn't until dusk approached that she finally awoke. The lights in the room flickered on as Zypher entered, and upon seeing the tray in his hands, a blissful smile spread across Penny's face. "Freshen up first. I've brewed some restorative potions," he suggested, surprised at how long she had slept, realizing he might have overindulged the previous night. Taken aback, Penny reached for him, asking to be carried to wash up. Zypher placed the tray on the small table and lifted her into his arms, taking her to the washroom. After Penny finished her meal, Zypher chose to remain by her side instead of retreating to the basement. "I am very happy, Zypher," she sighed, relishing his shoulder massage. Zypher smiled softly, gazing at her profile, and replied earnestly, "I am also very happy, Penny." Love stirred like a gentle breeze. Perhaps falling for one another required just a fleeting moment, but the commitment to stay together demanded an eternity of proof. The atmosphere between them was harmonious, reminiscent of an old married couple. Meanwhile, downstairs, the little tabby lay curled up on the cat tree, lamenting its plight. Its parents remained indifferent, leaving it to suffer alone, mewing mournfully in protest, yet no one was there to hear its grievances.